The events begin when the hatch on the plane slowly began to open. Sunlight penetrated the metal structure, allowing the person to make the jump. One step forward and a leap into the unknown was incredibly difficult but surmountable. A message was sent to the lair of wolves that Lone Wolf had parachuted. He was flying in free fall towards the ground. Immediately behind the man, cargo was dropped from the plane, and they reported that the equipment had been released. Suddenly, the clear sky began to be covered with clouds that hid the sun. The black plane, caught in the storm zone, began to shake. The pilot tried to contact Lone Wolf, but the signal was lost. The wolf's den also lost its special equipment signal, apparently due to the storm. From the darkness, only brown eyes sparkled, begging for death. The paratrooper's face was frightened. He did not understand what was happening and could not contact the base. Lone Wolf's name was Wang Shen. He was an elite sniper and was currently undergoing paratrooper training. The man was quickly approaching an unknown land and did not understand what was happening now. The guy reached for the parachute ring, but nothing worked. It did not open. The skydiver thought that a slight adjustment would allow him to land straight into the lake, which would soften his fall. Lone Wolf also could not find the equipment box, and in this position he could not adjust it. The man decided that the cargo would need to be found later in case of a successful landing. With great speed, the guy approached Dai Huan, the private land of the Song family. On the shore of the lake, two people stood surrounded by soldiers. The girl told people that they had invaded her territory. This land was sacred to her family. Even the UN soul was once cultivated by the ancestors of the Song family. Is it worth defying public opinion for the sake of it? The man laughed loudly. He did not understand what it meant to enter private territory, because he had caught Song Yan, and that was enough. The invader smiled ominously. After he takes possession of the beauty, everything that her family has will become his property. The thief was very interested in which of the hundreds of souls the girl cherished so much. The girl's body was trembling. She said that she had a fiancé. Would the bastard really dare to touch her? Isn't he afraid of her betrothed's family? The man looked at the young lady incredulously. He believed that all her words were just lies. The criminal came closer to the lady. Did she really hope that her beloved would appear in front of them? The thief smiled predatorily. Did the lady really think that he had accidentally stumbled upon this territory? The man laughed loudly. Of the 7 elders of the Song family, 2 were related to the Dai family. The gentleman's smile became ominous. He knew that the beauty did not have a groom. The girl turned her face away. She didn't like where this conversation was going at all. The man laughed so loudly that he did not believe that anyone could save the beauty. Did she really think that her fiancé was about to fall from heaven? The parachutist was getting closer and closer to the ground. He grouped himself in order to somehow soften the fall. An unknown body sank into the lake, and everyone on the shore was covered by a high wave. The bastard covered his face with his hands. He could not believe that someone really fell from the sky. The young lady clung to her family member. She, like everyone else, was shocked by what had just happened. A lone wolf landed right in the center of the lake. Some kind of fish, glowing with a bright light, swam up to the guy's hand. The lake creature penetrated inside the parachutist, merging with him and becoming one. A man in camouflage swam towards the light, emerging from the water. The guy surfaced, surprising everyone around him who was standing on the shore. The girl looked at the newcomer in surprise. She did not at all expect such a turn of events. The masked man also didn't understand what was going on. The hero took off the mask from his face and asked where he was. Fish began to circle around the parachutist, creating a whirlwind. The man looked at the water creatures in surprise, not even noticing that something aggressive was swimming towards him from the depths. The fish jumped out of the water and tried to grab the guy's hand. The creature did not have time to do anything, as an equally terrible creature grabbed onto its body. The paratrooper could not believe that these were koi carps. Were they so aggressive and even more so cannibals? The guy thought that all this was very strange and it was worth swimming as quickly as possible out of harm's way. The girl standing on the shore and watching this whole picture was very surprised. The beauty quickly came to her senses and extended her hand to the stranger to help him get out of the water. She pulled the young man tightly towards her, helping him get onto land. When the parachutist finally reached the shore, he realized that something was wrong, because they looked less like carp and more like piranha. From this whole situation, the thief laughed very loudly. Could it be that the long-standing ancestors of the Song family are so delicate? The old man standing next to the scoundrel thought that it was all very interesting that this Yuan Hun grew up right here. The alien returned to the men when he heard a strange word. It did not sound like an earthly one. The paratrooper looked at the strangers. These people were dressed in something very ancient, and looking at the weapons, one could say that they were clearly for battle and not for cosplay. The boy wondered if he had found himself in a completely different world. The beauty looked warily at the newcomer. She was very interested in where he fell from. Looking around, the girl noticed that there were no such tall trees around. Panochka really wanted to know where the man came from, to which he could not find an answer. The scoundrel laughed loudly. He liked everything. It turns out that this was the same Yuan Hun whom the Song family had raised for so long. At this time, something unknown rose from the water. Some unfamiliar monster stood in the middle of the lake. The old man rubbed his beard. It was quite good. Extraordinary breathing. The scoundrel handed the old man a wooden medallion with a red ribbon and ordered him to catch the entity. The stranger caught the talisman and went to catch the monster. The old man soared into the sky, flying over the monster. The man put his index and middle fingers together and, moving them in the air, drew symbols. The sorcerer created an energy shield in front of himself to protect himself from the sinister beasts and catch them. The animals had better beware of the stranger. The monster attacked the man, but an energy shield stood in his way. The monster disintegrated into a purple glow, creating very dark streaks across the sky. The dark, shiny material was pulled into a wooden medallion with a red ribbon. A new drawing of the creature could be seen on the wooden board. The sorcerer sank to the surface of the water and told the young master that it was black. It was definitely 9-star Yuan Hun. The scoundrel was very pleased and gave orders for 7 iron guards to escort the spirit catcher back to the Dai family. Turning to everyone else, the scoundrel ordered to kill them. The sorcerer and his guards left the beach by the lake, heading for safer places. All the other scoundrels looked with smiles at the owners of the earth and the alien, planning to finish them off. Panochka and her relative looked at each other, silently agreeing with the plan of action, and rose into the air. The guy took his firearm out of its holster. Wangshen took aim. He was very good with a pistol, since he was a military man. After a loud sound was heard over the clearing, the owners of the land looked around. They did not immediately understand what was happening. The guards, in panic, rushed towards their young master. Blood flowed from the scoundrel's head. The only thing he managed to understand was who exactly caused this. The heir of the Dai family fell to the ground, his spirit leaving his own body forever. 0.4 seconds. Lone Wolf's reaction this time was 0.1 faster than usual. Progress was obvious. One of the guards finally came to his senses and shouted to his subordinates that they had allowed the young master to die, and if they missed the killer, it could turn into huge problems for them. The chief ordered his subordinates to kill everyone who was involved in the death of their ruler. Lights flashed in the eyes of the older man, and the scoundrels began to fly away in different directions. He was incredibly strong. The gray-haired man scattered his enemies in different directions. They could do nothing to resist his power. One with the head of the reaction took the criminal by the neck and flew with him across the clearing. This was the last breath of the criminal. The man looked at the only survivor. He was afraid of Sedov's gaze, but still put his weapon in front of him for protection. On the other side of the shore, the girl was throwing the men from side to side in the same way. One was in no way inferior to her relative in strength. The girl put her sword in front of her, calling on new energy to help. The beauty, without lingering on anyone, walked forward, destroying everyone in her path. Behind Song Yan, there was a mountain of lifeless bodies. The relatives looked at each other. Their dead enemies lay around them. The lady reminded her uncle about Yuan Hun, but Lao Yu said that it was better for her to tell everything to her grandfather, and he would explain everything to the elder. The lone wolf looked at his relatives in surprise. He did not understand at all what they were talking about. Panochka was very irritated. She did not like the gray-haired man's proposal. The older man looked sternly at his niece. He was very dissatisfied with her behavior. The young heart was pounding, but she restrained her temper and agreed to all her uncle's conditions. The girl looked at the alien. This man fell from heaven and killed Dai Huan without any problems, but he was still that specimen. Milady blushed. How could she so easily marry a barbarian and also drag him into a difficult matter? The stranger had a saucepan on his head, a strange weapon, unusual clothes, and his whole body was covered in tattoos. And most importantly, this is the essence of a barbarian. The lone wolf holstered his weapon so as not to injure anyone else. The parachutist approached the dead man, under the surprised gaze of the young woman. The girl looked at the young man with displeasure. Only a barbarian could touch a dead body. The lone wolf took some fabric in his hands and stood up. The military man approached the girl and looked carefully. He could not understand at all what was happening, so he gave her a minute to explain. Dai Jiashuo was a notorious villain who drove the beauty and her family to madness, But then a paratrooper appeared and killed Dai Huan and his henchmen. The young man looked at his interlocutor in surprise, also asking what was wrong with the carp in the lake. The owner of the land they were on said that those creatures were called Yuan Hun. These creatures could absorb aura to cultivate the highest ranks, including Black, 9-star. Pani saw how the guy fell into the water and picked up one small fish, but it was very weak, without rank. The hero exhaled heavily. It turned out that qualifications reflected strengths, not to mention weaknesses. A smart person could be poor, and a rich person could be stupid. Song Young introduced herself. She was a distant relative of the Song family from Shanglin village, but noticed that she did not know the young man's name. The military man, under the surprised look of the young lady, extended his hand to her. Wang Shen smiled and said his name. The lone wolf quickly removed his hand from his new acquaintance because he realized that there was a completely different etiquette here. The beauty did not understand why the young man was behaving this way. He seemed very strange and unusual for these places. The sky above the young people was already slowly getting dark, and the girl noticed that it was quite late, which meant it was time to return home. The hero noticed that Li and her uncle fought quite well, so if the battle had started earlier, they would certainly have defeated the 9-star monster. But she did not agree with this because they could not resist the 7 iron guards and the spirit catcher. There were a lot of people walking along the wide streets of the big city. The couple approached the main gate of the settlement, called Shanglin. The parachutist looked at everything in surprise. He was shocked by what he saw. The young man looked around. He did not understand why the girl called such a flourishing city a settlement. The beauty was very amused by the behavior of her new acquaintance, because only 100,000 people lived in this village, which was quite a small number. The girl grabbed the young man's hand. She wanted to go through the gate as quickly as possible, but on the other side they were ordered to stop. The door was opened by Ling Guangjia. He explained that the Song family was quite prestigious and did not understand how young Lady Yan could bring some barbarian of unknown origin here. The beauty was very embarrassed. She did not understand why Manager Lin called the young man that. The man was running around the stranger. He had long told the young lady not to hang out with such people. She didn't know at all who to make acquaintances with. The military man really didn't like this cunning slug. He didn't like the way he talked about him. The girl also did not like this behavior of her old friend. She was angry, and her whole body was trembling. The beauty's cheeks turned red. She tightly hugged the parachutist's hand and said that he was her fiancé. The manager turned away in disgust. He did not understand how a lady from such a famous family could get involved with some barbarian. Ling Guanjia laughed. Does the lady really want to bring some savage into the house? She better not joke with such words. They will also find out how many eyes and ears Mr. Ma has. Wang Sheng didn't like these words and waved his hand violently. The military man's limbs landed forcefully on the unpleasant man's face. The new acquaintance fell to the ground in front of Lone Wolf's feet with a loud thud. The young man narrowed his eyes. Does the manager really think that the Lin family is more important than the Song family? How dare this dog even grin at its owner? The man looked at the young man with anger. He was against his presence and did not understand at all how he dared to do this. After such words, the military man again swung at his new acquaintance. He really did not like his behavior. From the strong hands of the young man, Lin Guangjia flew several meters. He grabbed his face. He was shaking all over, because he realized that he seemed to have lost several teeth. She got very angry. He swung his flaming fist towards the guy because he wanted to destroy him. The paratrooper ducked, dodging a strong blow. Lone Wolf grabbed Ling Guangjia's hand, preventing him from trying to strike again. The guy wrapped his hand around his opponent's neck, taking him in a tight grip. The young man put a knife to the neck of the angry man and asked who exactly he wanted to kill. The eldest was already very frightened. He realized that the hero could really end his life now. Ling Guangjia began to beg the surprised paratrooper to spare his life as he was blind when he offended him. Wang Shen let the scoundrel go. He realized that he had a lot of guts, since he was an ordinary coward. The cowardly slug grinned disgustingly. He admitted that he was just a dog in the Song family, so what kind of guts can we talk about? The manager escorted the young people to the estate and invited them to come inside. The couple finally reached their destination. The servant bowed his head before the masters and, with their permission, was about to leave them and go about his business. After moving away from the young people a little, Ling Guangjia glanced at them. The manager was very angry. Wang Shen would still pay for his humiliation. The young man was surprised when he entered the building. It looked very unusual. The soldier placed his burden on the bench at the entrance. The young man looked at the exhibition in front of him, but saw only the tyranny of capitalism and the lower nobility. Hearing a strange sound, the young man turned in the direction where his new acquaintance was. The beauty was tired of the guy's muttering, so she threw new clothes in his face and ordered him to go to the bathroom and, at the same time, change clothes. Song Yen smiled at the military man and reminded him not to forget to wash off the dirt from his face. The young man's clothes shone with cleanliness. The lone wolf finally completed all his water procedures and appeared before the mistress of the house. The girl was shocked by what she saw. Her new acquaintance turned out to be incredibly handsome, although she thought that his hair was too short. The guy was a little embarrassed, although he was pleasantly surprised by the compliments, but he believed that it did not matter. The young man came close to the beauty, who was drinking a drink at that moment, and said that he would like to know more about Yuan Hun. Panyanka agreed to the proposal of her new acquaintance and, taking a glass in her hand, began to pour water. A rather large puddle had already formed on the table. Under the girl's deft hands, a huge water map spilled out to the surprised military man. Song Yan explained that these creatures were a special type of spirit that was created after the death of monsters. Having merged with the Overlord, the UN spirit is able to improve its characteristics depending on its type. An improvement corresponded to 1 star, and the maximum improvements were 9. That is, you could usually increase only 9 times. 1 drop of water separated from the others and began to rise into the air. The girl continued to explain that after each improvement from the 1st to the 9th, the number of slits also increased. The more there were, the faster the chi energy was absorbed. And further, the more improvements Yuan Hun had, the more potential and qualifications the person had. The beauty moved her fingers and the magical liquid again poured from the bottom up into the glass. The young man had a few more questions and was interested in what was happening to the other spirits. The problem of residual souls was not a small one. The so-called residual souls were not refined Yuan spirits, but the use of certain elixirs, such as Pei Yuan and Gu Yuan tablets, were able to compensate for such a soul, consolidating and making it a ready-made Yuan spirit. The parachutist thought about it. He was very interested in how to train that same Yuan Hun. The young lady explained that the guy should focus on the spirit, throwing away everything unnecessary and try to establish a connection with it. After this, the young man's consciousness had to plunge into the Yuan Hun space, into its structure and fauna, as well as into the conditions for its improvement and enlightenment. The military man decided to try and see if he could actually establish a connection. The beauty looked at the young man in surprise. Suddenly, the mistress of the house began to laugh. If it were so simple, then there would be craftsmen on every corner. Despite the laughter of his new acquaintance, the guy still closed his eyes, adjusting himself. Visible traces of red energy began to circle around the young man. The girl looked at the young man in surprise. She had never seen anything like this. Such rapid progress was impossible. Ling Guanca told the young lady's relatives that she had brought home some savage. The man bowed respectfully to the gentleman. The manager leaned towards Song Tianze and very actively whispered something in his ear. The head of the family looked carefully at his worker and asked if he was sure of his conclusions, because it was a huge loss. The scoundrel may not have stated the point exactly, but no one from the Song family knew about Mr. Jie's affection for Song Yan. They were probably very ashamed of her action. The man was tired of all this talk. He tightly clenched his hand into a fist, in which he had previously held a cup that had broken into hundreds of fragments, and ordered everyone to be silent. One of the brothers put his hand on the guy's shoulder and urged him to calm down a little. The young man had 3 brothers, namely Sun Li, Sun Yi, and Sun Xin, who promised to take up this matter, and in a few days the barbarian would definitely return back to his mountains. The head of the family smiled. He really liked this plan. The man ordered manager Lin to spread rumors about the upcoming confrontation, after which Tianjie would make him a laughingstock for the entire city of Shangling. The young man put his hand next to the silver fish. This is what Yuan Hun's space looked like. The parachutist thought it seemed that this carp was his spirit. Suddenly, a huge silver pillar of light appeared in front of the military man. Samotny Wolf saw some kind of transparent figure. He did not understand what it was, because the girl did not tell anything like that. An unknown entity was performing some exercises. Wang Shen realized that the spirit was showing him Uncle Lao Yu's technique to break someone's neck, but there was a slight difference. The strength of the silhouette was less, and the movements were more precise. Apparently, the gray silhouette could reproduce every technique the young man had ever seen, perfectly executed. The spirit finished demonstrating the exercises and sat in the lotus position opposite the hero. The guy decided that being created in this way taught him to absorb aura. The young man sat down in the same position as the gray silhouette opposite him. Suddenly, a gray koi carp, identical to the silhouette, dropped between them. In the physical world, the guy was sitting in the same position on a chair. His eyes were tightly closed, and transparent red clots of energy were flying around. The girl was shocked by what she saw. In just a quarter of an hour, her new acquaintance could contact Yuan Hun, and after half an hour he began to absorb energy. It was simply phenomenal. The beauty approached the young man. She was very sorry that he was not from these places. If he had been more advanced, an incredible future would have awaited him. Suddenly, Lone Wolf's eyes began to open. The young man was very surprised to see the young lady's face so close to his own. The beauty's face was covered with a red blush. She was very surprised. Song Yin, gathering her strength, flew away from the young man. She didn't understand why he came to his senses so quickly. Wang Shen reported that he saw carp, nothing special, and then, after some exercise and training, he came to his senses on his own. The rather embarrassed girl said that the enlightenment was completed, and now the young man was able to create an environment and conditions for further growth and improvement. Just as a mountain hawk improves its skills by flying over the mountains, Yuan Hun gradually improves, receiving 1 star only after passing the tests. The guy's task is to build the necessary conditions, such as mountains for the hawk, to develop his skills in Yuan Hun space. The girl noted that, despite the young man's abilities, this is very little, and there are no conditions for improvement for the carp. The lone wolf did not doubt his abilities at all. The beauty was wrong, and she would definitely see this carp jump over the dragon gate. It was a beautiful sunny day over the estate. Wang Sheng stretched his tired muscles and decided at the beginning of the day to sell all the things he had collected after the fight at the lake. It's time to change the pair of Pei Yuanden. This was necessary to replenish the remaining spirit. A lone wolf came out into the city, and everyone who walked the streets paid attention to him. It seemed that they already knew him here. Passers-by understood that in front of them was the guy with whom Mrs. Yan had returned home, but they did not understand how she could do this. The paratrooper looked back and saw men discussing him. One of them was very scared, and the other believed that some savage could not harm them. This was very strange for the young man, of course. His Yuan Hun had not yet reached the stream, but he only knew about it for a few days, since they dared to say so. The guy perfectly remembered the girl's words that, in this world, the main thing is strength. She ordered not to talk about her Yuan Hun, who did not enter the stream. The lady said that everyone might think that a military man is trash who has no future. They will look down on him, and perhaps they will not even let him into the store so that he does not dirty anything with his presence. The guy, of course, could tell everyone that he killed Dai Huan, but it's unlikely that anyone would believe him because there was no evidence of this. The young man smiled, knowing that nothing was impossible, and when everyone shouted at him, they would be surprised, as if they were blown away by the wind. In front of the hero stood a huge store. It looked like a lot of money had been invested in it. Wang Sheng was about to cross the threshold of the building, but ran into a stranger. A stranger in a white suit pushed the guy away. Lone Wolf didn't like this very much, but he didn't want any confrontation, so he apologized and asked to be let through. An enraged Song Tianjie turned to the enemy and said that no one could just enter Bao Qing Yu's hall, and he should take Yuan Hun's portrait with him. The owner of the store, observing the quarrel between the young people, apologized to the buyer and explained that usually stores have a special Yuan mirror, and only after checking the customers they decide whether they can buy something. The seller was about to say that there is no such obligation in Bao Qing Yu, but a man in white grabbed him by the clothes, not allowing him to finish. Pan Song ordered the stranger to show his Yuan Hun, so he must definitely do it. The shop owner was not very happy about this, but with shaking hands, he took the mirror out of his bag. The merchant apologized to the guest and, stuttering, asked him to look at the right thing. The lone wolf smiled friendly at the man. Such a check was not a problem for him. The shop owner picked up a mirror and pointed it towards the young man. A silver carp appeared in the reflection, but had not yet entered the stream. Song Tianze grinned maliciously. The young man was very amused that the carp had not yet entered the stream. His opponent was too weak. The stranger in white pushed the clueless parachutist out of the way. The man looked over his shoulder at the military man. He couldn't believe that this bastard wanted to take Xiao Yan away from him. Very soon, he would come for his soul. Wang Sheng asked the shop owner who the strange stranger he encountered was. Kramer was surprised by the buyer's question, because he believed that everyone should know the great master. The seller said that this was Pan Tianjie from the Shangli Songhouse, and he was a very famous brawler in Shanglian. The young man noted that they could not provoke the guy in white, and he was very sorry that he met the new customer this way. Lone Wolf had nothing to worry about because the store was only doing business, and they didn't care about anything that concerned his personality. The young man put everything he had collected on the shore of the lake on the counter in front of his new acquaintance. Wrapped in the kustina were several swords, various small items, and many different decorations. The guy was very interested in how much his property could cost and whether it was possible to immediately exchange it for Peiyuandan. The alarmed Kramer took one of the swords in his hands and could not believe what he saw. The store owner handed the guy his purchase. The young man didn't expect that the universal elixir would be so expensive, especially considering that all these treasures only cost 10. The grateful seller escorted his customer out of the store. In Bao Fu's room, a man said that he had received a package containing some things. Some of the items bore the seal of the Zai family, the most magnificent sword that resembled the one that Zai himself used. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked the servant if the sword was really as similar as he said. The man was very scared and reported that the weapon was completely indistinguishable. If this were not the case for Dai Huan, who was always accompanied by 7 iron guards, an ordinary person would not be able to come close. But the young suspect did it. The girl smiled. After all, this was only the first sample of wooden chips. Did the servant really think that that guy was rejected by the stream and that what he brought was a fake? The servant bowed his head to the lady, admitting his carelessness, and promised to check everything. Pani hit the armrest of her chair with her long nails, confident that something very significant would soon happen for the Dai and Song families. The lone wolf finally reached his home. The tired young man sat down on a chair, realizing that the day had been very long, but it was finally over. The guy looked carefully at his purchase. Wang Shen couldn't believe that he had given all his money for this small grape. To test the effect of the glorious pill, the guy finally put it in his mouth and swallowed it. A silver carp appeared before his eyes, and it seemed like everything really worked. Peiyuandan worked really well, just as the seller promised. The military man sat in the lotus position and meditated, while a silver carp circled around him. It was already getting dark outside. The sun was slowly setting below the horizon. The young man sighed heavily. It was very difficult, but he will definitely cope. The skydiver did a warm-up, feeling the muscles of his entire body fill with energy. The young man decided that now was the ideal time for exercise. After doing push-ups, he did his abs. These exercises did not unsettle Wang Shen. He was full of strength and energy. As a result, the guy did 600 push-ups, 600 squats, and 600 pull-ups, feeling only a drop of fatigue. It seems that the effect of Yuan Hun cultivation was quite strong. It only improved by 0.02%, and physical strength increased significantly. Suddenly, the young man heard strange sounds. Jumping up and grabbing the beam under the ceiling, he opened the hatch. From the roof, the guy watched the unexpected guests. Masked strangers were going to punish the villain. The chief of the robbers ordered the others to be careful and not kill anyone. It was enough to simply hide. Lone Wolf kept an eye on everything, realizing that it was time for some to learn a new lesson. The villains looked around. They didn't even realize that their victim already knew about their presence. Wang Shay landed behind the men. One of the robbers was about to signal the start of the attack. With incredible speed, the parachutist approached the villain from behind and covered his mouth with his hand. The unknown person fell to the ground unconscious. The second scoundrel heard some noise behind him. The robber turned to his colleague and asked him to be a little quieter, since they could be heard. The man was shocked when he realized that they had long been discovered, and the military man was very close. The lone wolf grabbed the stranger by the shoulders and lifted him off the ground. The first robber, who did not understand what was happening, shouted to the other two to be careful, since they were near the room where the stranger lived. The second man landed on the ground with a loud sound. The leader of the gang really liked that his assistants were making a lot of noise, so he turned to them and shouted to them to be quiet. Sweat began to run down the shocked scoundrel's face as the cold blade of a knife pressed against his neck. Wang Shay asked the strangers what they were doing there, to which the man told him that they had heard about Miss Yan's fiancé who was a stranger, and they planned to teach him a lesson. From the attacker, Lone Wolf learned that they were sent by Song Tianji. The parachutist remembered a recent acquaintance from the store. Again, he set it all up. The robber's eyes widened when he suddenly received a blow to the back of his neck. The military man looked at the man. Today, luck was clearly on his side. The young man picked up one of the attacker's batons. Fortunately for the villains, the young man was not so cruel as to cause them serious injuries. The wooden stick cracked under the strong pressure of the guy's fingers. And yet, the time has come to pay for all of Song Tianzhe's deeds. From now on, he will suffer. In the morning, an elderly man found 3 unconscious robbers. The main villain was the first to recover. His head hurt very badly. The leader of the gang turned to his brothers, who still had not regained consciousness. The man remembered all the events that happened to him in the evening. He could not believe that the parachutist overcame them so easily. The main scoundrel turned to his assistants and shouted at them to get up. The younger brothers finally woke up from the elders' beatings. The leader of the gang could not believe that these scum were so easily cut down, since they were so easily humiliated. In fact, the villain was most interested in how to explain the entire situation to brother Tianjie. The main scoundrel began to think he was also very interested in this question. The man didn't understand how this could even be explained. They would lose their reputation this way and would no longer be able to look brother Tian in the face. Now all that was left was to go home and train. The scoundrel understood that the military man was not some kind of trash, so their elder brother should do everything himself. The sun had been shining over the Song family's house for a long time. A man and a woman were basking in bed under the rays that penetrated the room. The beauty tried to wake up the young master. Very soon he had a meeting scheduled. The guy was very distracted by the noise. He was sure that the lords themselves could consult. The beauty insisted on her own. Today the gentlemen were supposed to come to the young man, and she wanted to leave the room as soon as possible and not detain him. The young man turned the girl onto her back. Song Tianze pinned the young lady to the bed with his weight. He had absolutely no intention of letting her go now. The young people intertwined their fingers when a piece of paper landed on top of them. The shocked man could not understand where this note came from. The master did not know what was happening and where the piece of paper came from that said that the time of his suffering had come, and the girl did not understand what was wrong with her master. Throwing the beauty aside, the guy rushed away. He had a lot to do right now. The man quickly ran to the exit. He urgently needed to meet with his father. The young master ran towards the main building, from which very loud screams could be heard. Having flown into the doorway, Song Tianze saw a gray-haired man who was shaking with anger. Sweat flowed in streams down the forehead of the head of the family. The older man crumpled the note in his hands. He could not believe that his son had brought trouble to their family. The main thing was that he could not believe that some person had quietly snuck into his house while everyone was sleeping and left these messages, which now flew into the younger man's forehead. In the young master's hand was a piece of paper asking him to teach him manners. The young man did not know what to do. He was too young and handsome to die. In order to somehow bring his son to his senses, the father slapped him in the face and ordered him to immediately get to his feet. The gray-haired guy ordered the guy to inform the guest today that he was injured in training and now needs rest. He shouldn't stick his head out again if he didn't want problems. Turning around, the head of the Song family said that he would contact Wuyu City. He wanted to find out where this stranger even came from. After that, Song Tianjie and the 3 brothers from the Song family no longer bothered Wang Sheng. During this time, the paratrooper ate all the Pei Yuandan and also restored and replenishes the Yuan Hun energy. Now, Lone Wolf's endurance has increased and his training has become even tougher than it was on Earth. The military man put on his uniform again. He had been training for quite some time. Now, the hero can easily get deep into the jungle and find a box with equipment. The young man was walking along busy streets when he suddenly noticed that he was being followed. Having accelerated his movement, the guy began to run, trying to break away from his pursuers. The villains realized that it seemed the stranger had figured them out and was trying to break away. The pursuers tried to catch up with the lone wolf, who had already run out of the city. Having reached the jungle, the villains realized that their victim had already disappeared somewhere. He was nowhere to be seen. The robbers could not understand where the young man had gone, which is why they decided to return to the gate. Sooner or later, he would show up anyway. Wang Shen smiled. While sitting on a tree, this rich man was completely worthless, but the man leaned closer to the ground. The stranger knew that they were on the right path because he found a shoe print. Another guy believed that the stranger had broken a branch blocking his path, so he ordered everyone else to follow him. Unfortunately, the tracks ended right before the river, and there were none on the next bank. It seemed they had reached a dead end. The 3 young people began to shout over each other, trying to figure out who was responsible for this unpleasant situation. The sniper was sitting high on tree branches. The lone wolf followed the instruments, which said that we needed to go 12 kilometers to the east. Squinting one eye, Wang Shen looked through the telescope, trying to understand the situation around him. It seemed that the equipment was in an area where monsters and wild animals congregated. so one had to be very careful. The soldier quickly moved along the tree branches in the direction he needed. A long-haired man was following the stranger's trail. The stranger did not understand why the ants and other insects did not touch the parachutist at all. The man decided that since he had found out the origin of this pathetic stranger, then let him remain alive. A lone wolf jumped over the river and quickly ran towards his goal. The equipment was already visible on the horizon. The new technology was incredible, so damage like this to things like cargo was almost unnoticeable. The guy began to quickly enter the code, opening the metal container. The equipment began to open with a loud sound. Inside the box, there were several multicolored flasks. There was also a large black backpack in the middle. Another container contained a weapon, which Wang Sheng was very happy to see. The young man put everything he might need in a backpack. The sniper smiled. He got everything he wanted for today. The lone wolf pressed the red button, and again we blocked the iron box in which the equipment used to be. The military pushed off the ground, leaving the forest clearing. From the bushes, a man was watching all the actions of the parachutist. The stranger was shocked by what he saw. He could not believe that in the middle of the metal box there was a red ruby. The red thing looked like a precious stone and shone incredibly. The young man believed that he could sell it for good money. A group of unknown men jumped out of the forest. The man took out his weapon. It was his stone, which he did not intend to share with anyone. The guy hit the metal box with all his might, causing sparks to fly out of it in all directions. The young man laughed loudly. This was all his find. A lone wolf from above watched the fight of strangers. With a smile, Wang Shun looked at the tablet screen, which asked whether everything should be destroyed. A loud sound was heard above the forest. The calm in the clearing was disrupted by a strong explosion that destroyed everything in its path. The red ruby began to glow even more. The man could not understand what was happening and why the gem was behaving in such a strange way. The bright light blinded the young man. The lone wolf hid behind a tree, hoping that the wave of fire would not catch him. In the place where the equipment used to be, there was now a huge crater after the explosion. Preparing for any eventuality, Wang Sheng took out a pistol from his holster. Near the stone, the parachutist saw one of the strangers who survived the fireball. The sniper needed to find out who the man was because he was very strong to survive such a strong explosion. The young man wondered if his employer was giving his pursuers enough money to keep their mouths shut before they died. The young man had severely blinded teeth and did not like such questions. The soldier turned around when he saw the burnt body of one of his pursuers behind him. Approaching the pipe, the lone wolf tore the medallion from his neck. You could see sadness in the man's eyes when he realized what had happened to his colleagues. The stranger did not expect that his colleague from Wuyu City would die like this. The young man could not believe what he heard. The lone wolf walked towards the crater, where several burnt bodies were scattered. Since there were quite a lot of pursuers chasing the sniper, he came to the conclusion that they were all part of the same organization. The man grinned. He agreed that it was a good guess from the military man. It was rumored that Dai Huan had died at the hands of an outsider. So the 3 elders of the Song family and the 4 elders of the Dai family came together to Wuyu City to offer a reward to whoever killed the outsider. Song Tianzi himself and his son wanted to find someone who could kill the newcomer. The last survivor was a 3rd-level assassin. Bao King Yutong invited him to kill the young man. The lone wolf bent down to pick up the medallion. Everything was clear to him. He wrote down all the words of the mercenary. The devil's fire lit up in the man's eyes. The angry young man took off from the ground and attacked the lone wolf. The villain wanted to take Wang Shun with him to the grave. The young man took out a pistol and, reacting quickly, fired in the direction of the attacker. A huge hole appeared in the man's chest. The force of the blow threw the attacker to the side. With a crazy smile, the assassin fell to the ground. The paratrooper thought that after the explosion, all the man's limbs were broken and he could not move. The masters of this world were truly shocking. With the equipment, Wang Sheng could live for some time, but he didn't know what to do when he ran out of ammo. He had to become stronger, and the sooner the better. Bao King Yutong should expect guests, and very soon, it was a wonderful sunny day above the city gates. Local residents were shocked to see who had once again visited their city. The townspeople could not believe that the stranger dared to return again, since there were so many people from the ambassador. The young man kicked down the door of the house. "Let those who are in charge here come out to meet him." Lone Wolf entered the inner hall of Bao King Yutan, which had a cozy and peaceful atmosphere. The soldier picked up a cup of drink and raised it to his mouth to drink it when he suddenly heard a man's voice. The employee asked the guest how he could help. The sniper suddenly put the medallion on the table and moved it towards the man. The servant froze in place at what he saw. as did his smile, not knowing what to say to him. Meanwhile, Lone Wolf took turns laying out the medallions on the table, placing them one after another. The employee was so embarrassed that he could not say anything in response to Wang Sheng's actions. The guy didn't waste any time and directly told the man that he wanted to know what it meant to find a level 3 assassin from YU to kill him. The seller began to bow, saying that last time the buyer sold an item that had many signs related to the Dai family, and also said that they simply did not want any trouble, so they asked experts to help them in the investigation. The soldier angrily slammed his fist on the table, declaring that they had sent a level 3 assassin and that they were lying when they said there was no malicious intent. The seller panicked and asked the parachutist if he knew anything about the city of Uya, because all the people from that city were killers who also had good skills in surveillance, investigation, and child protection. The military man looked at the employee with suspicion. He could not believe what the man was saying, noticing in the conversation that this city was interesting. The servant, not at a loss, kindly poured a warm drink into Wang Shun's cup, saying that he had disturbed his guest, and also noted that his store was very sorry about this. Slipping a cup of hot drink closer to the guest, the seller said that they would do everything possible to compensate him for what he had done. Without being confused, the military man quickly raised 2 fingers to the seller's face, saying that he wanted 20 pei yuan dan. Lone Wolf insisted that the employee compensate him with 20 pei yuan dan, and he wanted it now. The man looked at the parachutist in fear. He did not expect to hear such demands from him. The seller immediately, without being confused, asked his employee to bring 20 high-quality pei yuan dan. The employee was very lucky that the buyer asked for such a small compensation. When the promised item was brought into the store, the guy immediately took it and headed for the exit. Unexpectedly, the seller shouted after Wang Shun so that he would not be in such a hurry to leave. The man spoke about the killer cards of the city of Wuyu, saying that if the military wants to use the townspeople in the future, then these cards can be very useful to him. Several days had passed since the compensation was returned. The weather was clear outside, and Wang Sheng was heading to his room. Sitting down on a chair, Lone Wolf began to focus on the bright energy that was around him, gradually falling into meditation. A small goldfish appeared before the sniper's gaze, from which pink energy streams emanated. The young man carefully touched the koi, carp, and goldfish, laughing with happiness and saying that the restoration was finally complete. Suddenly, another picture appeared before the parachutist. An unknown plant grew from underground. Was this really what Song Yan told the guy about? This is the improvement of the environment? Raising his hand up, Wang Shen felt powerful energy emanating from his hand. Lone Wolf realized that the time had come to create the yellow Jutsui River. Waving his hand through the air, large stones began to appear from the ground, and their shape continued to change. Wang Shen stood on a high cliff and observed the incredible sight in front of him. Now he would need a large amount of spiritual energy to realize the environment he created. The soldier remembered that before Song Yan left, she said that once the recovery is over, it will be unusable to use Pei Yuan Dan to gather and absorb energy. It seems that it is time to practice the skills. After waking up from meditation, the sniper began to strategically think through a plan, saying that Baoxin Yutang must have basic skills to sell. Wang Sheng began to search all her things in the room in order to find at least some money. Having turned the whole room upside down, the young man sat down on a chair and worriedly began to think about what he should do next, because he had no money left. Frowning, the lone wolf resolutely said that he urgently needed to go earn money in order to get the ball rolling. The parachutist walked down the street with a confident gait, tossing a bag of money. There was joy on the guy's face, because now he had money. The shop worker looked carefully at Wang Sheng as he approached, wondering what he was up to this time. The approaching military man waved his hand in a friendly manner to the worker, who greeted him in response to the guest and asked if he could help with anything this time. Walking closer, Wang Shen picked up the bag and told the worker to tell the shopkeeper that he had important business to do with him. The guy smiled friendly at the buyer and invited him to go inside the store to discuss everything. The store employee sat at the table and looked at something carefully, asking questions. The seller carefully dipped his finger into the strange white powder and then licked it. Licking the white powder on his finger, the merchant was delighted with the taste, his eyes sparkling with joy, and he wondered what could be so delicious. Sitting down opposite the man, the soldier told him that it was white sugar, which can also be called powdered sugar. After Wang Sheng's words, the seller immediately jumped up and began to move towards the military man. Approaching Lone Wolf, the employee began talking obsessively about powdered sugar, asking how much he had and what price he wanted to charge. Moving the seller aside, the guy asked what the price could be for such a small bag. The sniper strictly made it clear that he was selling the exclusive technology for producing this sugar, so the man himself must set the price. The merchant let out a puzzled breath and thought about what he should do to make a good deal. The seller, bowing to the soldier, said that, as expected, this was a big deal, and it was worth waiting for his boss, whom he would call now. The owner of the store entered the hall, greeting the military man and smiling sweetly at him. Looking straight into his eyes, said that she had heard about the military man's proposal and she had some questions for him. A young man with a confident face told the owner to ask any questions she had and he would answer them. Having sat down at the table, the woman asked the guy why he wanted to sell her powdered sugar. His method was unique, but he insisted on his own, assuring that there were other options, but he would not be able to produce powder due to lack of connections. Not understanding why him this, the beauty listened to the soldier's words. A slight smile appeared on her face. She said that she believed him. Staring slyly at the sniper, the owner began to hint that he always comes alone and is not afraid of evil intentions, because she was once in Byokin Yutong. The young man interrupted the owner, saying directly that she was hinting at the killers who were standing on the street near the store and those who were in the dark room. The owner's eyes revealed the whole truth that she wanted to tell the military man, but he accurately saw through it. The parachutist smiled self-confidently. He knew that no one in this world could imagine that such an infrared telescope exists. After finishing the conversation, the woman told the young man that she would like to take him under her wing. The guy thought about it. The traders wanted to sell powdered sugar with him and promised that if he needed anything, he could just tell him. Now, the sniper was the one who had all the initiative in his hands, so he said that he doesn't know what the woman has in Baoqin Yuteng, but she can create everything herself, and at most they will make a deal. The lady was upset and thought about it. She needed such a business partner. The hostess ordered her employee to bring something from the store and show it to their guest. The store owner saw that the respected customer was good at martial arts, and she thought that he would like magic weapons. In a box, a magic sword was placed in front of the young man. The lone wolf rose from his seat, bending over in front of the box. Wang Sheng picked up the weapon and looked at his reflection in the polished blade. The military man was holding a bladed weapon in his hands. It was much more attractive than Dai Huan's sword, and it seemed that they had killed with it before, but he didn't need it at all. The young man put the weapon back in the box. The beauty calmly looked at the actions of the guest and then clapped her hands. Hearing the owner's sign, the store workers brought 2 more daggers into the room. The young master may not know much about this weapon, and the woman is ready to tell him. This sword was carefully forged by the master craftsman of the Linlong Pavilion for thousands of years, where it was tempered with the help of the master's blood. The shop owner swung her magic blade. The assistant was holding 2 other swords in his hands, which were hit by his boss. Pieces of metal fell to the ground, the weapon cutting iron without compromise, as if it were paper. The girl again handed the weapon to Lone Wolf. The paratrooper said that he already had a small knife, so he would like to test this weapon with it. The woman calmly agreed to the guest's request. The soldier took his blade from its sheath. The sniper took a fighting position, preparing to strike. The woman was sure that this small knife could not do anything with such a powerful weapon. The military man swung his sword with a strong blow as he rushed past the store owner. The magic dagger shattered into small fragments. The shock on the young lady's face was genuine. She thought that the weapon was invincible. The surprised store employees looked at the smug young gentleman. They definitely did not expect this. Lone Wolf took his negotiating chair again. These weapons were still not enough. The sellers bowed. They had another offer for the buyer. Wang Shen stopped the interlocutors. They still had not set a price for obtaining powdered sugar. The beauty was thinking about something very seriously. A sudden thought dawned on the young woman's head. She knew what she could offer the young man. Lydia was sure that the guy should be interested in something, since he would be able to carry things in it. The parachutist was really interested in the saleswoman's words. The assistant took out a small box from somewhere. Under the lid lay a ring made from a rare stone that can form a portable space. Naji has a large, small space. It can only be summoned by the owner, which is very safe. The soldier realized that with such a ring, all his equipment would be completely safe. Lone Wolf asked if the sellers would give him a basic skill with which he could use this item. The traders smiled proudly at each other. They were finally able to find an approach to their guest. Thus, Wang Sheng learned to use Nazi under the guidance of the shop owner. The parachutist has received the most important basic skills in using the storage facility. Putting his things in the middle of the ring, the guy finally understood how it was all really done. Wang Shen read the book carefully. One had to hold and control the yuan by concentrating on the spirit, and then focusing on and controlling the yuan hong to absorb the spirit. The guy stretched his arms forward. This Hunyuan skill is too simple. The Hunyuan Tai Chi skill that Lone Wolf learned on Earth was much more difficult. The young man opened his eyes again, looking around. A river flowed in front of the parachutist, which he had recently created. The soldier slowed down the koi car, but he didn't need to worry. He would definitely let it move. The flow energy directed into the fish was not enough. The young man thought that the rotation should be many times faster. The sniper closed his eyes again, concentrating on his actions. Streams of energy swirled around the golden carp with renewed vigor. 2 days passed, and Wang Shen still did not stop his training, directing more and more energy into the fish. The koi carp absorbed more and more power. Lone Wolf smiled. The time had finally come. The fish swam in a stream of strong energies. The ball of energy went into the young man's bag. Carp and the parachutist looked at the river flow in the middle of which an energy column had formed. Suddenly, 2 more holes appeared in the flow. A translucent pink gate appeared in the middle of the river. Wang Sheng was very pleased because no one in this world thought that a carp could evolve into a dragon. The golden fish soared into the air and began to swirl in the energy flow. 10 days after Lone Wolf left, an outlet called Sugar Ice appeared in Baoxin, Yutong, and immediately became popular. Many enterprises sent spies to get information on how to make this very powder. The store owner sent one of her employees to the military man's house. The news that the young man sold the method of making powdered sugar to Baoxing Yutong became known throughout the city. More and more people began to learn about the sniper, among whom was the head of the Dai family in Shanling. The Song family then sent 9 Yuan Huan stars as retribution for Dai Huan's death. Although the villain was a junior lord, many were still grieving over his death. Dai Xie really wanted to know how Huan actually died. The servant said that his master was killed by a hidden and very powerful weapon. The lord picked up a fragment of a bullet and began to examine it carefully. He could not believe that such a small thing could cause death. A man threw a metal shard at the head of one of his employees. Dai Xie was sure that he simply had to avenge the death of his younger brother. The chief ordered his workers to take a couple of strong guys and bring him the head of Huan's killer. The military man was sitting on a chair, completely relaxed. He was in a state of meditation. Suddenly, a great noise burst into the room. Someone kicked open the doors where Wang Sheng was sitting, and he was very scared from surprise. The Lone Wolf was shocked by what was happening. He could not understand what was happening and why these people burst into his room. As it turned out, the evil Lao Yu burst into the room behind whom his niece stood and asked him not to do this. The uncle sped up and walked towards the soldier sitting on the chair, his steps expressing anger. Approaching the table, the older man hit it with his hand, shouting that the soldier had done something terrible. The gray-haired man was very angry with the sniper, shouting that how dare he give this sugar to strangers because he was the son-in-law of the Song family and did not expect such an act from him. The parachutist was shocked by the situation. He told his uncle that they had been gone for almost 2 months, and now they were bursting in like this and asking him such questions. Song Yun, who was standing in the middle of the room, didn't know what to say. She froze at the soldier's words. Standing up, the military man told his uncle that he was not part of their Song family, and he did not need their consent to give or sell his things to someone, even if it was powdered sugar or refined salt. The gray-haired man did not wait long to answer, threatening that if the soldier did not give it to them, then he might not even think about leaving Shanling City, adding that he did not have the ability to kill people in this world, especially if it was about several people in Wuyu City. The paratrooper told the man that it would not be difficult for him to kill several people, and he would do what he wanted here, and he did not order him. The enraged old man shouted at the military man, pointing out that he had no right to talk to him like that, and that now he would deal with him and teach him a lesson. Before he hit, the uncle thought that he would now show the young man who was the elder, thinking that he would simply break this idiot's face. The elder swung his hand at Wang Xing, intending to hit him, but he began to defend himself, using all his skills in a fight and dodging the blow. Lone Wolf began to show his full strength in battle using fighting techniques. The soldier directed all his strength into the blow and sharply aimed his fist towards his uncle. The man thought that the military man was not so bad, because it was clear that he mastered some kind of martial arts, and although the uncle exerted all his strength, like 1,000 genies, this scoundrel deftly dodged the blow. Before the blow, The old man could no longer hide his thoughts, asking the military man how he was able to do this. But immediately, Sedovlasov was suddenly caught by a blow from the parachutist's hand on his face, and his head fell back in surprise. The soldier continued to strike the older man, without stopping for a second, while the second man could not react to the blows of the young man. Wang Shen's blow became stronger with each swing. He did not stop attacking his opponent, while he was thinking about how to defend himself, because if everything continued like this, he would simply kill him. The girl, seeing the fight between her uncle and the sniper, could not watch it anymore, begging them to stop fighting. The gray-haired man, unable to hold back in the fight, shouted, trying to calm the lone wolf and stop the fight. The paratrooper did not want to listen to his opponent. He began to really fight him, using his martial arts. Wang Sheng jumped over his uncle and put his hand on his neck, slowly beginning to strangle him. Sun Yan, unable to withstand the men's fight, began to scream, asking Liao Yu to take pity on the guy, because his Yuan Hong could not resist his uncle's aura. Despite the beauty's words, the elder did not restrain his strong aura, not letting the young man get closer. The girl standing nearby was still begging them to stop fighting. She was worried about how the men were solving the problem. Uncle held on with all his might, begging Lone Wolf to stop fighting and calm down so that they could discuss everything more peacefully. The paratrooper was angry and hostile towards the gray-haired man, thinking that only a fight could put him in his place, accusing the old man of being the first to get into a fight. The girl was in a state of panic and begged the men to resolve everything peacefully. The sniper did not like that the elder called him a child. He asked not to talk to him like that. Uncle, with the last of his strength, agreed with Wang Shun and promised to call him by name. Liao Yu held his bandaged neck with his hand. The gray-haired man believed that the young man's actions were indeed very decisive. The lone wolf sat on a chair with a self-confident smile. Sun Yan had a lot of questions for the young man. She was very interested in why his knife appeared out of thin air. Did he really use a ring? But then it was unclear where he got it, and most importantly, whether it could be transformed into a metal weapon. The guy replied that he could really transform him. Bacon Yutan's manuscript was simply huge, so he wanted to know what benefit the girl could offer him. The parachutist asked the beauty directly whether it was true that she was the one who owned all this. The sniper knew that a simple girl, born in her life, could not have such an amount of gold, but he saw that she was not simple, and since she was from Bao and had a reputation no worse than Daihun, then why didn't she confess right away? How could the important Song family allow some commoner to wander through their forbidden domain? The beauty closed her eyes, sighing loudly. Lan Xiao was very embarrassed. She couldn't believe that the young man could figure her out so easily. She was indeed Miss Bao from the Shangren Song family, but she was also the first heiress of the Song family in Tianhe. When she met the soldier, she could not immediately introduce herself. Wang Xing rubbed his hands. The girl was indeed the real heiress of the main family. But Lone Wolf was sure that if the beauty continued to remain silent, she would be humiliated and despised, as Dai Huan did, and there would be no one to protect her. Although Lan Xiao believed that the young man was right, she did not come here to discuss this, but wanted to ask him for something. The girl asked if the military man wanted to participate in the Song family's family trials. Lone Wolf took a sip of hot tea. He was very interested in what kind of test this was. The young man asked the interviewer to tell him more details. This is the tradition of the Song family in Tianhe. In order to inherit the family's business, the heir must prove that he is worthy. With 2 henchmen, he must kill the monster. The level of the monster ranges from medium to high, above the 3rd level of cultivation. Defeating the monster gives you the right to vote, as well as the opportunity to nominate yourself for the post of head of the family. Although Uncle Yu was at the 3rd level of cultivation, which means he is the pinnacle of the dual state, even the paratrooper did not have such a state. Beauty was sure that they should go right now, because if they miss this chance, they will never be able to return to their family. The girl dipped her finger into the cup, drawing tea from it. This time, the family chose the poisonous snake of 1,000 illusions. It recently acquired offspring and was injured, and it is also in its molting period, which means it is vulnerable and cannot attack. Lone Wolf always felt when something was wrong, since the family suppressed his interlocutors. Then why are they giving them such a good chance now? In fact, Lao Yu and his niece have been observing all this for the past 2 months, and nothing suspicious has happened yet. Lan Xiao didn't even notice how she took the young man's hand and was now very embarrassed by this fact. The beauty turned away, hiding her vulnerability. Wang Shen agreed, but before the start of the competition, he wanted to see for himself. The bright sun was shining above the roofs of the houses. The military man packed the things he needed into his ring. Since the soldier had completed his preparations, he was ready to set off. The beauty smiled mysteriously and asked the parachutist if he had put on a straw skirt and if he had painted his face. The sniper insisted on his own. He was sure that he was ready for anything. In fact, the soldier was interested in one question. Since the best way to attack thousands of illusory bow is an aura attack, and he cannot do this, then why did the girl choose him? The lady knew that the young man always had some strangely hidden weapon and an ace up his sleeve. She felt that he would bring them good luck. But most importantly, the girl trusted few people, only her uncle and the military man. Wang Shun made his way through the bushes. Suddenly, the sniper saw something that worried him very much. From behind the bushes, a huge blue monster attacked the lone wolf. Liao Yu immediately came to the aid of the parachutist, attacking the monster from above. The older man could not understand what the younger man was doing. They were only 10 days from their destination and would soon get out of the big forest. Lan Shao warned that even if the young man was very strong, he should not rush at strange low-level monsters. And along the way, he could learn a lot more. In fact, the military man had long wanted to ask where the city of Wuyu was. The girl asked the soldier to borrow his flask, although she understood that because of such things, people from all walks of life very often stare at him. In front of the company was a huge map of the city of Wuyu. It was a place where criminals from all over the world were gathered. The power of the owner of the city was very great. At the time when it was just built, His Majesty the Emperor and the patriarchs of the main families made strong vows that if anyone commits a crime, he must flee to Wuya. Living in the city is very expensive, so people who flee to it must do what they do best to live. Also in Wuyu there is support. As assassins, outsiders outside the city cannot deal with them. They had keys for murder or other tasks. The more points, the higher the level and more resources. Lone Wolf asked, why in this case they could not find experts from the city to complete this task. The girl was angry at this question. She didn't understand what kind of fool would order killers from that place. In the end, Liao Yu decided to defuse the situation. It was a family assignment and there were restrictions, so there was no point in wasting money on some experts. The soldier wanted to be sure that it was the beauty who made such a decision, and not an order from the elders, but in fact it was appointed by the three and the other elders. It always seemed to the parachutist that something was bound to go wrong. But in any case, they should have tried first. After 10 days, the trio all came to the lair of 1,000 illusory bows. The sniper took out a telescope to take a closer look at what was happening there. A long green snake was crawling out of the cave. Lone Wolf was shocked. He had never seen anything like this before, even in films. The monster felt that someone was watching him. The last thing the young man saw were the monster's huge fangs. It seemed that the Triple Peak monsters had two strong instincts. The guy was very surprised that at the sight of this snake, Song Yan did not even have the slightest panic. The girl did not understand the sniper's gaze. She decided that there was some problem with the thousands of illusory bow. In fact, the warrior believed that they needed to worry more about the actions of outsiders than about these snakes. The rest of the family hasn't shown up yet, but this creature's shedding is very rare, so the company needs to take advantage of it. Wang Shun didn't know what else to say to such remarks from his uncle. For 3 days, Lone Wolf explored the bow of thousands of illusions from all directions. Song Lao Yu also checked the area several times, but did not notice anyone the entire time. He did not know what else could be done. The young man carefully watched the entrance to the cave. The snake seemed somehow surprisingly calm. The monster has finally started to molt, so it's time for the group to move forward. As long as the military man could not attack with aura, the gray-haired man ordered him to hide somewhere nearby. The relatives jumped off the cliff, planning to enter the battle as quickly as possible. Wang Sheng secured the rope around the tree, and I'm also going to go down to the bottom of the gorge. Lone Wolf agreed with his uncle's statement, so he took out a suitable weapon from his storage. The sniper laid out his rifle. He just needed to hide and do nothing. A huge monster loomed over the gray-haired man and his niece. The parachutist realized that the main event was about to begin. The relatives took the necessary position, preparing for the attack. Lan Shao and his uncle attacked the snake from different directions. The pair hit the monster with all their might, hoping to cause as much damage as possible. All blows were reflected from the monster, causing absolutely no damage to it. The military man was very surprised. It turns out that not a single entity can resist Bao. He has the ability to recover. Lao Yu was shocked. The snake recovered faster than their attacks could harm it. The beauty believed that they should not give up ahead of time. There were still chances. The lady put some kind of magic pill in her mouth. Family members rushed to attack the monster with renewed vigor, hoping to cause him at least some damage. The older man hit Bao once again, but it did not produce any result. The girl and her uncle looked at each other. They didn't know what else could be done in this situation. The monster rose to its full height above the people. This time, the relatives were forced to retreat. The situation became very dangerous. The main thing for the couple was to escape at least 5 miles from here. Thousands of illusions Bao had just laid eggs and would not pursue them further. The lone wolf turned around. He did not understand what was happening. The older man and his niece crashed into some kind of invisible barrier. Having hit each other painfully, the relatives flew away from the invisible barrier with force. The paratrooper did not understand where this invisible wall came from. The girl was shocked. She did not understand what to do next and how to get out of this situation. The monster rushed towards the relatives with great speed. The older man hit the barrier with all his might, trying to break it. The girl raised her uncle to stop. It seems that this obstacle was not so easy to remove. Lao Yu had no plans to stop at all. He wanted to protect his lady at all costs. The beauty was sure that their end had come. But they would definitely fight until their last breath, and even if they died, they would take with them 2 teeth of this monster. The gray-haired man raised his fist for another blow. The relatives turned their backs to the barrier. They understood that there was no way to destroy it. Lan Xiao and his uncle prepared for another attack from the huge green snake. The monster, with its mouth open, rushed at the elderly man and his niece. Lao Yu was very scared when he realized that the huge head was getting closer and closer to him. The gray-haired man rushed to the mistress, trying to get her out of the way of the enraged monster. The monster slammed into the ground with all its might, never reaching its goal. The creature's huge eyes sparkled with devilish flame. Through the scope of a sniper rifle, the paratrooper saw the open mouth of a green monster. A loud sound rang out throughout the gorge as a large caliber bullet pierced the monster's head. A large carcass of an already dead snake fell in front of the feet of Lan Xiao and her uncle. The older man did not know what to say. He was shocked by this state of affairs. The girl smiled at her uncle. She knew that the reason for the monster's fall was Wang Shen. It seemed like aiming for the eyes was the right decision, but the sniper still had to struggle a bit to hit. The young man went down into the gorge to his partners. The lone wolf landed in front of Lao Yu and his niece, who looked very puzzled. The older man was angry. He couldn't understand what the hell the young man was thinking. The beauty was all in admiration. Since the military man was very strong, after all, it was not in vain that they took him with them. The idol of the young people was destroyed by the voice of a gray-haired man who said that he would go and check the snake. What he saw really surprised the older man. He definitely didn't expect this. Uncle was very interested to find out what it was. Upon closer inspection, one could see some strange square-shaped object. It seems that it was because of this thing that the relatives could not get out. Someone hid in the star barriers here, and when it was filled with the energy of thousands of illusory Bao, the barrier was activated, becoming a death trap. Wang Shen was shocked by the information he heard, but he was even more surprised by an unknown sound from somewhere on the side. The lone wolf turned towards the source of the noise, taking a fighting position, which surprised his companion. The wary warrior said that it seemed they were not alone here now. From a cave nearby, one could see glowing evil eyes that were watching the heroes. The trio was shocked by what they saw. They did not know what to do next. Through the haze of the cave, something huge was approaching the people. The body of an incredibly large snake finally appeared at the entrance. The sniper was shocked that the old man, after so many days of observation, could not detect other snakes. It seemed that he was completely blind. Lan Shou also had no idea that there were 2 monsters there. No one counted on this. The angry skydiver really wanted to know why female snakes cannot lay eggs themselves, why there must always be a male next to them. But now was not the right time to swear, since the monster was already approaching. The man asked his companions if they were ready to escape. Their chances of winning were minimal. The snake was much stronger. The girl still had hope that the warrior would be able to defeat the monster, since he had just been able to do the same to a female. But there was no time left. It was already too late. Lao Yu and his niece began to run, and the soldier crouched down, taking something out of his ring to help deal with the monster. The angry young man put some kind of rectangular device on the ground. The guy rushed after his companions. The snake was getting closer and closer to the device that was lying on the ground. The parachutist could hear the sounds of explosives that were about to explode. Having crushed the girl and her uncle with his body, the lone wolf fell to the ground, fleeing the blast wave. Rays of light emanated from the device in different directions. I understand that against such a huge creature, explosives alone may not be enough. The young man also took a grenade out of the ring. The young man threw a grenade towards the monster. Having hit the snake in the head, the device tore into pieces. The monster fell to the ground, recovering from such a strong and unexpected blow. Seeing that Bao's eyes were damaged, Lao Yu decided that this was their chance to attack. But Wang Sheng knew that his uncle's judgment was wrong, since snakes did not rely on their eyes. The gray-haired man no longer listened to anyone, rushing towards the huge monster to deal him a fatal blow. As the young man expected, the snake was not weakened at all, and also rushed to attack its offender. The guy took out another device from his hiding place, which he hoped would help in the current circumstances. Another explosive device flew towards the monster. The young man rushed as far as possible from the epicenter of the explosion. But no one could have foreseen one thing. The tail of the creature was already overtaking the lone wolf. The impact of the parachutist threw him into the air under the shocked glances of his companions. The explosives finally took effect and exploded near the monster's head. The shockwave also hit my uncle. The entrance behind Lao Yu was blocked. The escape route was completely blocked. The girl immediately rushed to the man. She was afraid that he could get hurt. The elder man looked at the high mountain. He realized that Wang She seemed to be unable to get out. Lan Xiao didn't know how to react to such information. She was very worried about the young man. Through the haze of dust, the relatives heard someone's voice asking the gray-haired man whether he was so quickly riding off the paratrooper. The lone wolf smiled. The old man shouldn't bury him ahead of time. The girl and her uncle had completely different reactions to the appearance of the sniper, but they were both equally surprised. Still, wearing liquid body armor was the right decision. It helped the military man avoid serious injuries despite the weight of the huge snake. The guy saw the lifeless body of the monster. He could not believe that thousands of illusory Bao of 4 meters lay in front of him. The young man touched the monster's stricken body. Suddenly, the soldier's astral projection seemed to come out of his body. It seems that the parachutist was on a direct path to enter Yuan Hong space. At first, it even began to seem to the young man that the koi carp was increasing in size before his eyes. Unable to stop, Wang Shun pumped more and more energy out of the monster's lifeless body. Lao Yu and his niece looked in surprise at the actions of the self-confident young man. The lone wolf rushed between the bodies of 2 dead monsters, gaining as much energy as possible. The golden fish glowed with power, which was very quickly saturated. Carp looked at the gate, planning to head in his direction. Increasingly accelerating its movement, the water creature moved as quickly as possible towards its goal. The carp jumped out of the water and rushed upward towards the sun. It was truly incredible. The soldier was worried that the dragon gate he built was too high, but he would definitely be able to pass it. Lao Yu watched the guys throwing with concentration. He couldn't believe that he liked these snakes so much. It looks like he'll have to ask him to give them to the young mistress. The beauty broke the silence. She asked their savior what he had put on himself, since the snake had not caused him any harm. Rolling up his sleeve, the parachutist showed his battered hands. After all, the meeting with the monsters left marks on him. The girl touched the soldier's wounds. She didn't think that he was carrying some kind of magical weapon. But if she had been hit with such a strong blow, it would probably have flattened her. The old man could not understand who this Wang Shun was, since he was incredibly strong. The military man reported that when he touched the 2 poisonous Bao, there was some change in Yuan Hong space, and he wanted to know why. As the uncle explained, this was from the realization that he had killed a strong enemy. That is, this is an experience that will be useful for practice. But these 2 energies were not an ordinary experience. It definitely had to be something else. It seems that Lao Yu wanted to say something else, but he restrained himself, which greatly surprised the young man. The lone wolf didn't understand what was going on, so he stared wide-eyed at the older man. The uncle understood that the snakes were killed by the military and he saved them. This was, of course, a selfish request, but he would like the young man to give them the bodies of 2 poisonous Bao. The young man didn't argue at all. Of course, he was here to help pass the test. But it would be nice for relatives to offer the parachutist something useful. The request surprised Lao Yu very much. He did not understand what the military man wanted from him. The lady panicked. She could offer the savior 10,000 gold coins for these monsters. The soldier wanted money in the amount of 3,000 gold coins. He was also going to take 500 jins of snake meat. And his relatives could also teach him a technique that could be used to develop an aura attack in difficult conditions. The companions breathed a sigh of relief. In their opinion, the sniper was too kind. They thought he would ask for much more. While the guy was cutting up the snake carcass, Lan Xiao decided to ask how much yuan hun he had at the moment. The military man, pleased with himself, said that at the moment he only has one. This Wang Sheng was indeed very strange. He was very strong and weak at the same time. Soon after all the events, Lao Yu left to fetch the auxiliary detachment to carry the body of the monster, and the young people remained waiting for him on the spot. In order to somehow pass the time, the lone wolf invited his companion to examine the cave in which the monsters had previously been located. In the middle of the cave there was a nest with snake eggs. The parachutist decided to take them all for himself, and since it is impossible to put organic substances in a ring, he will have to carry them in a shoulder bag. The beauty decided to ask the young man how he managed to kill 2 poisonous bao. Smiling mysteriously, the military man took out his magic ring. The guy's eyes shone when he told how he took a sniper rifle and several grenades. But he realized in time that the lady did not understand a word of his story. In the evening, when it got dark, the beauty was warming herself by the fire. But her stomach did not allow her to completely relax because she was very hungry. Hearing the rumbling that came from his companion, the soldier realized that she was hungry. The embarrassed young lady denied everything. It seemed to her that she had been caught in a shameful activity. The young man took out his bag where he kept his supplies. It looked like it was time for dinner, so the military man took out part of the monster and cut a large steak from it. Having pinned the meat on a stick, Lan Xiao began to fry it over the fire under a surprised look. The paratrooper handed the lady a fragrant kebab. He hoped that she would like the dish. The situation was very unusual for the girl, since her uncle used to cook for her. But she was still very grateful to her savior. The girl's eyes lit up as she took a bite of the steak. The meat was incredibly tasty, and therefore the beauty devoured it with great appetite, under the satisfied gaze of the cook. The young man agreed. Lately his cooking had really gotten much better, and the food itself looked very appetizing. After the lone wolf took a bite of his dinner, he suddenly began to glow all over. The energy obtained from snake meat was equivalent to several hours of cultivation. That is, by eating meat you can absorb energy. It was very convenient. The koi car tried to jump over the gate again. It only had a little time left and it would soon do it. The squad was already heading towards the young people. There were rumors that the 3rd level master had killed thousands of illusory poisonous bao, who was at the 4th level stage. Few people really believed in this, but in front of the army lay the huge body of a monster. After the crowd arrived, there were many urgent matters and the young people dispersed, but after most of them were resolved, Lan Xiao still found the paratrooper. The beauty gave Wang Shen money and skills, which he decided to hide in the ring. The sniper decided to leave first as soon as all matters were resolved, without waiting for everyone else. The girl said goodbye to the young man, asking him to be careful on the way and saying that they would definitely meet on the spot in Linchin. The lady did not expect that her escorts would leave them so quickly. Looking after the retreating figure of the warrior, Lan Xiao realized that she didn't even have time to say anything to him. In the ranks of the warriors who watched the farewell of the young people, various conversations began to circulate. A small detachment of men also went after the soldier, unnoticed by everyone else. The bright sun penetrated through the thick crowns of trees. A lone wolf made his way along narrow paths through a forest overgrown with huge trees. Hearing a sound behind him, the sniper turned around, looking closely at his surroundings. He realized that there was no more time to hesitate, and as quickly as possible, he ran along the road in search of shelter. The pursuers noticed shoe prints on the grass. The men realized that they were moving in the right direction and would soon overtake the victim. But having taken the first step, the attackers caught the prepared trap. At that same second, a huge stick flew out from somewhere and knocked one of the pursuers down. Under the surprised glances of those accompanying him, he stretched out on the ground. Suddenly, some objects began to fall on the warriors' heads. The young people realized that they had fallen into a trap. They had been waiting for them for a long time, which meant they would not be able to attack unexpectedly. The men were very angry because some outsider dared to go against the new generation of elite disciples of the Song family. The fall did not go unnoticed by the man. As it turned out, he injured his leg and now cannot go further. It was decided to immediately return to Linchin, since the sniper should also return to that city, and then they would meet him on the spot. They will definitely meet again, but under different circumstances. Wang Shen smiled. These traps were not supposed to kill the attackers, perhaps only slightly injure them. The guy found a place on the shore of a lake. It was full of spiritual energy and it was ideal for his training. At this point, the military will definitely quickly make the carp jump over the dragon gate. With the help of the meat of 1,000 illusory points, Lone Wolf practiced and cultivated his fish. 3 days later, the young man's supplies became significantly smaller, but his strength increased. The parachutist was confident in his abilities. He knew that this day had finally come. The koi carp took off and swam very quickly down the river. The fish shot up and headed towards the clouds, finally jumping over the dragon gate. Clouds began to thicken around the glowing aquatic creature. Eventually, the ring around the carp became so dense that it was completely invisible. Instead of a fish, a huge head of some monster and its clawed paws appeared from the water ring. The parachutist was very pleased. The fish was finally able to jump over the gate. But the young man's eyes widened sharply when he realized what had happened to the carp. Wang Shen was very surprised because he expected a golden dragon with long claws to appear, but a Chiwen appeared before the master's gaze. The creature was a bit like a carp, thus it could be considered a one-star Yuan Hong. The young man knew very well that Chiwen was a mixture of fish and dragon, which was one of the 9 sons of the dragon. However, the question remained open. If he had 9 sons, then could the remaining 8 appear? Or could the monster become a real dragon? The sky above the military man's head was covered with thick clouds, and only one ray of sunlight penetrated through it. The clouds began to swirl and a strong whirlwind descended towards the ground. Behind the backs of the guy and the monster, a real tornado began. The young man did not understand what was happening at all and why the environment began to change so dramatically. Suddenly, the beam fell on Chiwen, illuminating him with golden light. Wang Shen watched as a pattern began to form around the center of the hurricane. An unknown force lifted the lone wolf into the air, and a simply incredible picture opened before him. The sniper could see 12 paths before his eyes, but the dragon only had 9 sons, so it's unclear where 3 more came from. In ancient China, 9 was considered an empty number, and all the legends were usually interconnected. Chiwen, Fuxi, Bixi, Suwani, Pulao, Chaofen, Yadzi, Junyu, Taote, Gongfu, Jiaotu, ultimately forming 12 legends. In other words, in the soldier's Yuan Hun, there will be at least 11 types of transformations, and if you count the last god, then all 12. The warrior was told that the level of Yuan Hong is determined by the number of transformations in it. That is, if each transformation adds 1 star, then its level will exceed even the highest 9-star rank at the moment. The guy decided to immediately try this theory. New waves of energy enveloped Chiwen. The monster, looking at its master with all devotion, awaits further orders. It seems that the increase has increased by 1 Yuan Hun. But Wang Sheng was not upset. He also had 10 other Yuan Hun, which means he could learn the skill in a short time and then activate aura protection. The young man opened his eyes when he was transported to the real world. He was still on the shore of the forest lake. The lone wolf raised his eyes to the sky and realized that his vision had improved several times. He can see clearly at a distance of up to 400 meters. Chiwen's incredible abilities have influenced his foresight. Keen vision was incredibly important for any sniper. 3 days later, the guy was still training by the lake. The warrior was concentrating on learning a new skill called Tianwang Fist. It took the young man another 3 days to learn this skill, but now he was ready to return to Linshan. The young man acquired a new ability and was now ready for any battle. Suddenly, some sounds were heard behind the guy, attracting his attention. In the passage between the rocks, 3 recent pursuers of the parachutist could be seen. The men were members of the Song family. The soldier had already met them at the mansion, but it was still unclear how many of them there were. The robber was wondering why the eldest lady invited the stranger to kill the poisonous Bao Qianhua and appropriated the money he received as a reward. The brothers promised to let the young man go if he answered all their questions. But the guy was not so simple and was not going to make concessions to some extortionists. The man could not believe that some upstart who did not know his place seriously thought that he was worthy of being the groom of the young mistress. Unexpectedly, the second-level elite's finger cracked, twisting in the opposite direction. The Song family members still couldn't believe that Lone Wolf could use aura when something suddenly flew into his face. The young man brushed the dust off his knee with a calm expression as he had a very short conversation with the extortionists. The other 2 brothers really liked the stranger's actions and decided to teach the self-confident guy a lesson. Taking out their weapons, the young people rushed to attack Wang Shen. The paratrooper also did not lag behind and took out his dagger from its sheath. The first attacker met the young man's fist with his face. The force of the contact caused cracks to appear across the skull of one of the Song family members. The man flew back, knocking his brother down with his body. While the second attacker was distracted, the warrior had time to take his pistol out of the ring and shoot. The second-level elite were of course strong, but the soldier's aura attack was imperfect, and they themselves were the first to attack, so they shouldn't blame him for his cruelty. The lone wolf, leaving the lifeless bodies, came closer to the first of the brothers. Patting the man on the cheeks, the sniper realized that he was unconscious. When he woke up, the second-level elite warrior realized that he was tied to a tree by his thumbs. He didn't know where he was or what had happened to him. Under the feet of the Song family member, there was a deep hole with stone pins protruding from it. Hearing someone's voice, the man raised his head to the sky. The young man was very interested in why they were hunting him and what these people wanted to do with Song Yan. The parachutist hit the tree to which the attacker was tied with an axe. If he does not say anything, he can say goodbye to his life. The second-level elite warrior begged the soldier to stop. According to Song Shu, the three elders had their eyes on Wang Sheng, even though they rejected him. He was of great importance to them. The reason why the girl was targeted was because her father had taken away a group of Song family elites 10 years ago, which had greatly weakened their power, and now there were a lot of internal conflicts and strife in the family. The military man clapped his hands joyfully. He was finally almost completely finished. One of the ropes that was tied to the captive's thumb cracked, which greatly frightened him. The sniper warned the elite warrior to never show his face again, otherwise it could end very badly for him. The man shouted at the retreating soldier to help him, otherwise the elder would not let him get away with this, but he did not think to stop. In the end, none of the family's students survived the dream. Very soon, Lone Wolf arrived at the gates of Shanlin City. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, the young man turned around. He knew that they were simply destined to meet. An unfamiliar, expensively dressed man smiled at the soldier. The guy understood that this man was not simple, and therefore had no idea how he could help him. The stranger's name was Xiao Dang. He was a representative of the Yu Baozai Royal Treasure House and wanted to cooperate with the young man. The paratrooper agreed, although he knew that this royal house was competitors with back in Yutanga. The man invited his interlocutor to continue the conversation in his carriage. The blonde sat down at the table and invited the military man to join him, while one of the maids served drinks. Inside the carriage there was a luxurious interior. Everything looked very expensive. Taking out a snake egg from his backpack, the sniper handed it to the man. The first one was intercepted by a girl. She couldn't believe that she was holding the egg of 1,000 illusions in her hands and wanted to know how many more of these Wang Shun had left. The young man realized that this was no ordinary maid in front of him, as she quickly assessed what had fallen into her hands. According to the girl, such an egg cost a maximum of 10 gold coins. Everyone thought that the Lord was joking when he said that he wanted to buy them for 80. Xiao Dangom denied everything the beauty said. He was absolutely serious in his words. Realizing that she had said too much, the maid bowed her head before her master. The girl really didn't like their guest, and therefore with one gesture she made him understand everything that she really thought about his proposal. The lone wolf was not going to insist on his proposal, and therefore simply took the egg and was ready to leave. There was no righteousness in the trade, so he hoped that next time they could come to an agreement. The representative of the Yu Baozai house did not want to let the guy go so easily. 80 gold coins could ruin his authority, and therefore the blonde was ready to buy snake eggs for 800. But this warrior was not enough. He demanded to add another 0 to the amount, and then they could agree. Although the beauty was terrified, the Lord was still ready to make concessions and agree to the guest's conditions. The young lady was angry. She couldn't believe that Wang Sheng had set such a high price. Although the representative of the royal family was ready to meet his guest at any time, he still could not understand why, when he demanded so much money, they continued to cooperate with him. 8,000 gold coins was not just the price of snake eggs, but also an idea for industry. With the help of snakes, it will be possible to create a lot of things, from ordinary poison, as a weapon, to painkillers and hemostatic drugs, so the cost was completely justified. The girl could not understand where they could look for a volunteer who would like to test all these drugs and who would guarantee that a person would not die from using them. The young man could not believe that the family was so poor that they could not find mice or monkeys to test. The young man's words angered the interlocutor even more. She simply dreamed of saying goodbye to him forever, but such an idea interested the Lord very much. He believed that these eggs could really bring them great profit. The girl should have read more books. There were many things she didn't understand yet, but she still looked down on other people. The angry beauty couldn't believe that some stranger had just called her stupid. Wang Shen continued to mock the interlocutor, telling her that it turns out she was not as stupid as he thought. The blonde consoled Leon she shouldn't have been so upset, she was a very beautiful girl after all. The soldier added that they still need to invest a lot of human and military resources to create drugs. Xiao Dangum bowed to the guest. They understood perfectly well that a lot more investments would be required. As thanks for the idea, the royal family gave Lone Wolf a small gift. Some red unknown energy was released from the presented bag. The gift was 4 assassins sent by the Dai family in hopes of getting rid of the young man. The sniper was very grateful to the representative of the Yu Baozai house, since his people helped him avoid meeting with the bandits. Unfortunately, there is still a man among them who was able to escape, and the Lord's warriors do not know where he went. This was not a serious problem, but the soldier decided that someone needed to be found to take care of the killer. When the meeting with the royal person ended on the city street, evening had already come. Thanks to the development of his skills, the military man could now see the heat signature that came from all the people in the area. The guy finally got to the house he needed, where a servant opened the door for him. But the parachutist realized that his evening was not over yet, and troubles continued to haunt him. It looked like someone was waiting for the young man in the room. The guy took out a telescope from his hiding place to take a closer look at his guest. There was indeed an unknown man hiding under the roof. The lone wolf smiled calmly. He would not allow the killer sent by the Dai family to take his life. An unfamiliar man was waiting for Wang Sheng inside the room. Fourth Master Dai asked him to personally take the life of a stranger. Finally, the doors of the room opened slightly, which means the owner returned home and the man's expectations were justified. A large bag flew at the killer. The robber could not understand how the guy knew about his presence. It was absolutely impossible. It looks like the young man peppered his opponent and was now mercilessly baking into his eyes. The man now could not stop and was constantly sneezing. Putting on a mask from his military uniform, the owner of the room calmly entered the room. The master of the dual kingdom could not be stopped by some pepper. He distinguished the position of his opponent simply by hearing his steps and therefore lunged forward, hitting him with a dagger. The killer was sure that he had succeeded, and now he could return to his master and report that the task was completed. But Wang Shen knew that everything was not so simple. He was absolutely safe and sound. Now it was the owner of the room's turn to attack, which he did by taking out his dagger. The dual realm master realized that he had lost, but still couldn't stop sneezing. The young man looked at the lifeless body whose sword was stuck in the gift given to him by the representative of the Yu Baozai family. In the next room, they listened carefully to everything that was happening in Wang Sheng's chambers. The servant had to break the bad news to his master as the assassin Dai had failed. The man was very annoyed. This guy turned out to be not as simple as he initially thought. Nobita believed that they definitely needed to take advantage of the situation. The interlocutor agreed that for just a few dozen gold coins, it was possible to kill the young man. If his life was saved, one could watch the Dai and Song families fight among themselves. The man did not understand how the Dai family could find out about this, since only a few pathetic people were killed that no one cared about. The girl, confident in her actions, believed that there were no problems, since they themselves could spread all the news. The next day, the news that Wang Shen had killed the master of the dual kingdom of the Dai family in his court became known to everyone in Shangling. Although many people took the new ones for a joke, some came to the scene to investigate. The young man sharply slammed the door of the room. This whole crowd gave him no rest. Pressed against the wall, Lone Wolf heard conversations passing by his room. The parachutist realized that such a large number of people was caused by the fact that someone had spread the news. As long as the room was filled with pepper, the young man had to sleep in the guest room. And the next day he found someone who could process the body and clean the room where he remained for 10 days. Lao Yu and his niece burst into the young man's room. They were in big trouble because Dai Shi had arrived in town. The young man calmly placed his load on the floor. He did not understand the reason for such commotion. Not understanding why the owner of the room was so calm, the beauty insisted that he hurry up. Since the parachutist was ready at any moment to leave this place and get lost somewhere high in the mountains, when the time came, he believed that there was no hurry. The girl explained that Dai Shi was a master at the peak of the fourfold realm. He could kill a dozen illusory Bao at the peak of the triple stage and at the early fourth stage. Although the fourth master Dai was many times more terrible than all of them combined, the young man still did not see any problem in this. Moreover, Shi Dai is not only powerful, intelligent, and very cruel, but also the masters who died at his hands were countless. Lan Xiao still couldn't understand why the guy reacted so calmly to her words. The relatives realized that the warrior was already at the first stage, which gave him confidence. Alarmed, Lao Yu demanded that the owner of the room show him his attack immediately. The young man raised his hand to the older man and he instantly felt all the power that came from him. The old man was thrown to the other end of the room. Taking out the mirror of the soul from its hiding place, the sniper invited his interlocutors to look at his progress. What they saw in the reflection greatly surprised all three. In the mirror, a still gray, one-star soul in the form of a koi carp was visible. Beauty could not understand how the lone wolf managed to do this. The young people were eavesdropping from the next room, and the servant heard the girl's question perfectly. The people around could not believe that Lan Xiao said exactly that. The woman did not understand whether a Yuan soul that did not enter the stream could have the power of a real high rank. Wang Sheng also couldn't understand how he managed to do such a thing. The only logical answer he found was the strength of his confidence. The young man told his surprised relatives that if you firmly believe that you can do something, then you will definitely succeed. What she heard made the lady very angry. The guy cannot seriously claim that the reason for everything was his confidence. Although the guy didn't know anything about spirits before, he believes that the optional Yuan Hun cannot be used, and he is able to change these rules. All three people who listened to the young man could not understand what he was driving at. An unexpected thought occurred to everyone at the same time. Perhaps the warrior was simply a student of the hidden family. Wang Shen realized that his interlocutors had come to a completely wrong conclusion. Continuing to question the guy, the girl decided to find out how many energy points he had. Delighted by this question, the soldier replied that there were 2 of them. In Lan Xiao's opinion, this was completely insufficient, and the young man's joy was completely unjustified. But even if he had 100 points of energy, this is nonsense, since with only 2 he could attack, being completely confident of success, which means that in order to use the power of the Reiki, it is not necessary to have more than 6 points. Such reasoning greatly surprised the young lady. The woman, who had been listening to them through the wall all this time, realized that the warrior was not as simple as he seemed. To change the subject and at least slightly relieve the tension in the room, the sniper asked how things were with the beauty's family. So far, everything has been calm. The stones found on the battlefield were used as evidence so that they could figure it out, and the elders had to avoid suspicion during this time. The girl heard that the master of the Dai family wanted to go out and personally communicate with the soldier, so she came to warn him and ask him to return with her. The smug guy grinned. Did the beauty really want him to become her husband? The embarrassed lady's cheeks turned red. She could not believe what she heard. Although the young man knew that Lan Xiao had good intentions, he still had a mission to complete. The guy said that he had to kill some woman. The problem was that he had absolutely no idea what her name was or who she was, so he had to find her first. The girls were very interested in how he was going to look for her without any data. The only thing the lone wolf knew was that her soul was a phoenix. The beauty was shocked by the information received, not knowing how to react to all this. The brunette, who was in the next room, heard the same thing. The woman asked her accomplices if they knew who might have the soul of a phoenix. She had definitely seen something like this somewhere before. She just couldn't remember where, and this was very important at the moment. The lady ordered her services to continue monitoring everything that happened in the next room. And Nobit needed to find out about Mr. Dai, as well as collect all the information about the family. The Dai family and Miss Song will collide here, which means the spectacle will be very exciting. At that moment in Wang Sheng's room, Lan Song asked her uncle to go back and be the first to find the woman with the phoenix soul. The man was absolutely against this idea, since he was obliged to protect his mistress. But the lady insisted that she was completely safe, and now it was most important to fulfill her request. Pushing Lao Yu out the door, she happily said goodbye to the man, thanking him for his help. Satisfied with herself, the girl sat down on the bed. I can already imagine how her uncle will quickly cope with everything. The guy didn't understand why the girl was so happy, but the beauty waved him off, saying that it would be better if he thought about what to do with Master Dai. It was actually very simple. Lone Wolf was going to get rid of him forever. The girl could not believe the words of her interlocutor. Was it really possible that everything she had told him before was in vain? Did the young man really want to say that Dai Xie himself, who was the main master of the family, would be so easy to defeat? Nothing could break the warrior's confidence in their abilities. He knew that he could defeat anyone. The lady did not like such jokes at all. She was more serious than ever and did not want to lose the guy. The servant, who was listening all the time from the next room, realized that Lone Wolf was very determined. In any case, Lan Xiao did not need to worry too much since the soldier could escape in any case. It was impossible to find him in the mountains and forests. But in any case, it was worth acting more carefully. The eavesdropper was sure that it would not be possible to hide. The master was not so simple, and as soon as they met face to face, it would no longer be possible to escape. The paratrooper decided to ask where Dai Saye was now. The location was very important for the sniper. At the moment, the master was supposed to still be in his residence, but soon he was going to go to the valley where Dai Huan was once killed. The guy asked if the elders pay tribute through sacrifice. The girl was very angry at the disgusting humor of her interlocutor, since the situation was very serious. In the next room, the man reasoned that Mr. Dai had already received news about the couple's imminent journey, and if he killed the daughter of the Song family, then the journey would become much more interesting. The young man realized that it was worth planning everything in advance, and then it would be clear whether they even had a chance of winning. With a tired sigh, the beauty fell onto the pillow. If he is so impatient to say goodbye to life, then he can hit the road, and she will then take his body. The guy collected everything that could be useful, in his opinion, into a hiding place and was ready to hit the road right now. The next day, the couple was already at the gates of the city, preparing to leave it. Being in a good mood, the lone wolf never tired of making fun of his companion, making her blush every time. The lady was a little offended by the young man. She was not at all interested in his life. The soldier looked at the beauty passing by, and Lan Xiao realized that perhaps she would still have to take his body. Finally, the young people finally arrived at the lake near which they once met. Mr. Dai and his entourage would arrive in 3 days. The place was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of people. The sniper understood that he needed to choose the ideal place for the attack. The couple climbed the mountains, trying to find a suitable site. The girl's legs had been shaking for a long time. She was very tired from the heavy lifting and could not move on. They were already very high, wasn't that enough? The warrior had already seen the top and understood that this was the very place he needed. But at the very top of the mountain, there could be people and it was not very safe. Hearing some noise on the mountain, the young man turned around but saw no one. A servant was sitting in the bushes. Despite the fact that the couple had already left Wang Shun's chambers, he still continued to watch them. As the lady ordered, the young man took out a shovel and began to dig a hole. He did not believe that there was really someone there. The man who was watching them could hardly contain his laughter. The young people had already dug quite a few holes in different places, but the beauty could not understand why they were doing this. The satisfied guy explained that good rifles must be hidden, but his interlocutor still did not understand him. After 3 days, a large crowd of people came to the shore of the lake. The master sat on a throne in front of the column and calmly drank his drink. People scattered all over the shore, watching everything from his hiding place at the top of the mountain. The young man asked his companion which of them was Dai Siye. The couple was too far away and the girl could not see their faces. To at least somehow help with recognition, Wang Shun handed his partner a telescope. The girl didn't quite understand what this unfamiliar device was, but still decided to use it. The lady scanned the crowd but still could not find the master. Looking through the scope of the rifle, Lone Wolf also decided to help find the leader, but he needed to know what he looked like. Lan Xiao said that the man who dressed prestigiously and sat on the throne was a master. Dai Siye stared mercilessly at the captives kneeling before him. The men were terrified. They understood what their stay in this place would mean for them. The prisoners begged the master to spare them. When young Master Huan died, none of these men were around, so the master did not think that he would need such protection. The lone wolf who watched this whole picture realized that rumors about the cruelty of this man were not spread in vain. The ruler felt that he was being pursued by the spirit of extermination. Through the sight of his rifle, Wang Shun watched the master's calm face. The sniper saw that he really was a master, but just very pathetic. The man, still not knowing about the surveillance, thought that the spirit of extermination was just an illusion, since he was still very weak. Wang Shun warned his companion that she should not pay attention to what was about to happen from below. He had a much more interesting surprise. The young people were also watched from the top of the mountain. The servant, as he was ordered, listened carefully and remembered everything. Nobitu also joined his colleague, positioning himself as advantageously as possible. The newcomer was interested in how things were and what was happening below. In order not to give away his positions, the redhead simply silently pointed to the positions of the couple, which were one level lower. Seeing the traces of blood on the sand, Dai Siye was very satisfied, but he only had to track down the two people involved in his brother's death. The master was very frightened when he realized that the spirit of extermination had intensified, but he could not understand the reason for this. Still watching the leader through the rifle scope, the young man was preparing for a decisive step. The military man pulled the trigger, deafening his partner with a loud sound. The beauty was seriously frightened, but it seems the soldier was still able to carry out his plan. The master raised his head to the sky, not yet suspecting what danger awaited him. The beam approached Dai Sia's face, destroying everything in its path. The loud explosion greatly frightened the master's guards. The servants understood that something terrible had happened. Having placed the throne on the ground, the men realized that their master was dead, which means the enemy was still somewhere nearby. At the top of the mountain, observers also felt the force of the sound wave. The incredibly loud sound caused the redhead's blood vessels to burst, causing incredibly severe pain. Everything blurred before the man's eyes. The servant needed some time to come to his senses. The lone wolf took the city with him. Thanks to an accurate hit on the target, his opponent was defeated. So the girl understood that they needed to go because a chase might begin, but she still could not tear herself away from such a spectacle. This was the end. Mr. Dai Shiye was killed. Grabbing Lan Xiao's hand, the sniper moved as quickly as possible away from the crime scene. Looking at the very top, a plan arose in the warrior's head. The soldier understood that they would not be allowed to leave just like that, so he took a grenade from his hiding place. At the top of the mountain, Da Er was still in pain, but his friend prepared some soothing soup for him. The man was completely unaware of the danger he was in until they heard an incomprehensible sound somewhere nearby. The explosion at the peak could be seen from any point. The beauty was no exception and also noticed a huge pillar of fire, although she could not understand for what purpose her companion had arranged this. The lone wolf explained that this was a diversionary maneuver, thanks to which they could now leave unnoticed. In fact, the young man realized that someone was following them as they were digging holes in order to bury mines in them, and at the same time resolve all issues with their pursuers. Somewhere far from all these events, the first drop of rain fell on the woman's hand. The brunette had a very strange feeling. Something definitely didn't go as she planned. And on the shore of the lake, Dai Sia's guards realized that if they did not find the criminal right away, then everyone would be very seriously punished by the fourth priest. A loud explosion at the top made it clear to the syllables in which direction they should move. The men drew their blades. It was time to catch the killer. Hundreds of guards headed to the peak. At the top of the mountain, the servants found two lifeless bodies. They did not understand what happened and how they died, since they had never seen such weapons. One of the guards stepped on a grenade buried underground. Another explosion sounded at the top, after which the young man realized that his companion was safe. The beauty could not understand how the warrior could easily kill such a large number of people, since they were all second-level masters. Lan Xiao always knew that the guy was not untalented as many believed. In fact, it was not so easy. The soldier himself did not expect that he could win, and if the master had taken more guards, then the chances would have been greatly reduced. The young lady was embarrassed. She had never looked at the situation from this side. The beauty realized that her paths with her companion were currently diverging and it was time for her to go. Since Dai Xie was dead, everything should be fine, so the girl could return early to negotiate and regain her influence. Lan Xiao agreed, but asked the guy to wait for her, and when she really gets power and can do whatever she wants, he will return to her. The young man stretched his hand forward. He knew that real power is not something that someone wants to do. Power was something that had to be done. Remembering all the conversations with people who had once humiliated the girl, she realized what her interlocutor was trying to convey to her. Also, you couldn't apologize all the time. No matter what the lady's family did in the future, the warrior would not blame her. He killed the master, and nothing could stop him. The beauty did not understand how the guy knew all the time what she wanted to say. The young man suddenly remembered that he had no idea what her soul looked like, but was not sure to politely ask such questions. When the souls of family members merged, a 6-star ice turtle initially appeared. The girl was very disappointed. In some large family circles, she would have long ago become a laughingstock. The parachutist grinned. Is the beauty really saying this to the 1-star carp from the Yuan Hong firewood? But there was still hope that the ice turtle would turn into a Zhuan Wu in the future. The guy's behavior slightly amused his interlocutor. The young man decided that it was time to say goodbye, since he still had a mission that could not be postponed any longer. Finally, the beauty warned that you should not ask people about the soul of the phoenix. Also, Lone Wolf should have tried to stay alive. Wangshen did not plan to say goodbye to life because in a few days he would receive the status of a carefree killer of the city. And if he had to say goodbye to someone, he would definitely give the girl a discount. The tired sniper landed on the ground. It had been a very long day that was finally over. He definitely needed to improve his skills, since it would be even more dangerous in the future, or otherwise he would be persecuted as a lover. And this is a nightmare. The young man asked the former koi carp who he would like to develop into. The two kingdoms inevitably evolve. Gyrus was the strongest and most powerful player. The guards finally returned back to the Dai family's residence, but brought terrible news. There was talk among the squad that this barbarian who killed their master was very capable and most likely from the Song family. The new head of the family ordered to immediately find this man, send the strongest student after him, and immediately deliver him to him. Wang Shen understood perfectly well that they would send thousands of killers in search of him. He simply had to cope with them. The young man also wonderfully understood that the jungle was his territory. Among the dense crowns of trees, a male body could be clearly distinguished. Looking at all this, the old man grinned. He could not understand which god had to be angry for this to happen. Judging by the branch and the trap they found, they were set by an experienced warrior. Li Lao clearly remembered that about a month ago, there was a battle between the Song family and the Dai family nearby here. He was afraid that they would find more than 50 people like this here. That is why the third eldest of the Song family asked the gray-haired man to come out and remove such barbarism. They lost too much. None of the people sent away returned. Ever since the Dai family began to hunt for Wang Shen, the Song family took the opportunity and started a war with the Collector. 9 stars are at enmity with Yuan's soul. No one expected that Dai Jianchen would tell everyone that Lone Wolf was from the Song family. The other affected families should avoid being attacked. They were obliged to kill the youth to prove their innocence. In fact, no one expected this guy to be so good. The old man wanted to give one piece of advice to the Lord, as a thin thread drew strength from his family. It was just incomprehensible how a lonely young man could possess such a magical weapon. It seemed like it was some kind of special killing technique. There was only one question left. Who managed to offend this young man? A lone wolf watched from ambush as strangers fell into his trap. That same thread was stretched to its limit. The stranger did not understand what was happening. His body seemed constrained. He could not control it. After the attacker fell into the trap, a huge gray snake coiled near him. She wrapped her arms around the man's lower limb and, knocking him to the ground, rushed to attack. A military man was sitting on top of the branches of a tree, just waiting for them at the right time. The young man's dagger struck his target when he came from the branch. The spiritual monster youth came to his aid. If the soldier had not found this forest with difficult terrain earlier, he would not have been able to survive until now. They would have killed him mercilessly. There were far fewer people now chasing him to end him forever. And perhaps there wouldn't be any more today. Ever since the warrior discovered that the dragon could absorb the spiritual power of those who attacked him, 3 additional mountains appeared. The young man was sure that the next transformation must be somehow connected with the Tanshin. Suddenly, he was overtaken by one simply incredible idea. A month later, in the city of Linchuan, a merchant was selling medicinal ointments that helped with various dislocations, bruises, and all other herbs, and also offered a good massage. Hearing this incredible offer, I couldn't pass it up. The stranger lay down on the bed, preparing for an incredible massage. The seller slowly moved the aura, directing it to the upper body, which was supposed to be simply enchanting. Now Wang Shen was in Lichuan City, which is quite far from the Song and Dai families. He opened a small medical hall, thinking that he would not be found soon. He ordered the wounded to slowly inject spiritual energy into their body for training, and could also use the earth technique to help them heal. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door distracted Lone Wolf from his work. Having kicked down the doors, an unfamiliar man rushed into the room, wanting to urgently meet with the main one. The stranger's fiancé, Huame, heard that the young man was very good at healing and would like to practice. The doctor knew very well that there was a big difference between treating men and women, which is why he did not accept women. The young lady really didn't like the parachutist's words. I understand that his fiancé is dissatisfied. Shai Lixing attacked the massage therapist with accusations. Refusal threatened him with big problems. The young people standing in line did not really like this treatment of Lone Wolf. He helped many of them. The men attacked the attacker with accusations. No one should behave like that with a doctor. The young master realized that things were bad. All Shiji's students were standing in line, and he was a non-entity compared to them. Deciding to intimidate Wang Sheng, the stranger asked him if he had permission to open his own business in the city. Bowing his back in front of the guest, the massage therapist said that he had just arrived here, so he did not know the local rules. Shi Lixing was very proud of himself. He wanted to show off to his fiancée, and it seemed like he did a great job. Promising that if the sniper would pay half of his income to cover the shop, the young master patted him on the cheek. Having agreed to all the conditions, the young man gave the extortionist part of his earnings. The people in line were very unhappy because Shi Lixing was extorting money from the young masseur. The girl was dissatisfied like everyone else. She really didn't like that the groom was humiliating them both. Turning around, Wame walked towards the exit. She did not intend to stay in this place for another second. Realizing that she had done it very badly, the young master ran after the beauty. Wang Sheng watched the extortionist go. He wouldn't get away with it that easily. 3 men were returning from an entertainment venue in the middle of the night. A dark shadow approached one of the merry fellows from behind. An unknown person in dark clothes grabbed a guy, preventing him from screaming and calling for help. Noticing that his friend had fallen, Shi Lixing asked if he was okay, since this behavior was very strange. The man really didn't like how his friend treated him. It was very unfair and offensive. Behind the young people, there was a loud clink of broken decanters. The frightened young master knew that the atmosphere was heating up, but he did not know what was happening. The man's companions disappeared somewhere, which frightened him even more. But he did not yet know that a shadow had crept up on him from behind. Feeling an unpleasant pain in his back, Shi Lixing fell to the ground. The masked man's fist landed on the young master's head. His 2-level attacks were simply merciless. Everything swam before the young man's eyes, and his attacker attacked too quickly. The young master did not have time to fight back, or at least somehow defend himself. He realized that the young man did not want to kill him, but still could not move. It seems that the guy has recently begun to achieve great success in self-improvement, and this idiot was chosen completely by chance to train him. Wang Shen tore off the mask from his face. He is not going to tolerate being bullied. The next day, a group of men arrived at Lone Wolf's gate, one of whom appeared to be seriously injured. Shi Lixing understood that he had no internal injuries, so he should not take pills. External injuries could only be cured in this medical clinic. The parachutist shook his head negatively and said that he could not cure such injuries. The young master couldn't believe that some masseur wanted him to beg him because there was an important fight tomorrow. Apologizing, the soldier said that it was better for the guests to visit a large clinic that was located nearby. A large crowd of people had already gathered around the building, who could not believe that just yesterday Shi Lixing was running into trouble, and now he was asking for help. The crippled man threw the young man 2 gold coins, which were supposed to compensate for his losses yesterday. The skydiver insisted that the problem was not compensation, but that the guy's injuries were simply too serious. Those accompanying him understood that the situation was simply hopeless. Since the older brother had too strong a character, the man returned Wang Sheng the bag of gold that had been stolen from him yesterday and asked him to give them a massage as quickly as possible. Satisfied, Lone Wolf agreed to all the conditions. 2 hours later, the young people left the massage parlor feeling more wonderful than ever. Although Shi Lixing felt excellent now, he had not forgotten how the young man met him, so he ordered his escort to get rid of him. In the evening, Wang Sheng sat in his room and meditated. His day was quite successful. Having immersed himself in Yuan Hun, the military man realized that the practice this month was quite effective, since the former koi carp became simply huge. The monster attacked the mountain, but the soldier understood that in order to absorb it, he would need much more strength. The young man was pulled into the real world by a scream outside the doors, where a crowd of people was rushing about. The guy took out a telescope from its hiding place. He realized that he should not miss such a chance. After climbing onto the roof of the building, the sniper realized that a fire had started south of the city wall, exactly in the place where Shi Lixing's house was located. The young man sat comfortably on the roof and directed his gaze into the distance. In the distance, a huge mansion was burning. But something completely different caught the young man's attention. We were on the opposite side of the fire. A huge crowd of people was running. The pursuers, a young man, carrying a rectangular box, turned around the corner where someone else was hiding. The thief, without even turning around, handed over his burden to his accomplice and further rushed away from the angry crowd. The men, ignore the barrel in which someone else was hiding, pursued the unknown man. Lone Wolf knew that there was something very valuable in the box and wanted to know what it was. Realizing that everyone had left, the second thief left his hiding place. The man approached the cliff and threw into it the wooden box that was causing so much noise. Having done his job, the unknown person left the crime scene. Putting his binoculars aside, Lone Wolf firmly decided that he needed to check what was happening there. The sniper left his hiding place and headed to the place where he last saw the box. Having dived into the pond, the guy headed to the bottom. Finally, his search was successful, and he found a wooden box, which he decided to take with him just in case. Having emerged, the military man saw the same burning building in front of his eyes. He realized that this evening was clearly not going to be a good one. Realizing that there was nothing more to do, the young man returned home to warm up and change into dry clothes. Having examined the box more closely, the soldier realized that there were no cracks there. It was not only durable, but also waterproof. The guy knew that there was always a way out and took out a master key from his army watch. He understood perfectly well that the lock on the chest was not the most reliable, so it was easy to break into. After working on the keyholes for a few minutes, Wang Shun was finally able to break open the box. Inside the box, the young man found some kind of scroll. Already inspired by his find, the lone wolf unfolded a piece of paper. He was very interested in what the thieves were after. Much to the guy's disappointment, it was just an ordinary card. Although he hoped that there would be something more interesting. Deciding that it might still be needed, the sniper still wanted to keep the scroll. But he also understood perfectly well that he should get rid of the box so as not to attract unnecessary attention to himself. In the morning, as the young man expected, trouble awaited him. Someone loudly knocked on the doors of his medical center. The doors opened and Shai Lixing stood on the threshold with unfamiliar men. The master decided that the master wanted to deceive him, so he ordered his escorts to turn over everything in his store. The strangers rushed to carry out the orders of their leader. The men took out boxes, turned over shelves, and turned everything in the store upside down. The lone wolf, looking bored, watched as his office turned into ruins. Taking on the most innocent expression on his face, the military man asked the master how he could help. Pushing away the owner of the premises like an annoying fly, the man ordered him to shut up, since no one allowed him to speak. Still with a serene expression on his face, massages stopped the attacker, preventing himself from being hit. The other guard couldn't believe that he blocked that attack so easily. He was definitely not as simple as he seemed at first glance. The attackers immediately apologized to the doctor. They explained that an expensive relic had been lost at night and they were ordered to search it. Chuckling, Wang Sheng realized that this man still had a conscience, but he decided to ask out loud what kind of relic it was and what it looked like. It turns out that a 4-phase sealed box was lost, to open which the keys of 4 elders in the south, east, north, and west were required, and forced opening, the liquid contained in it corroded everything. It was not surprising that everyone was so worried. Although this ignoramus was quite brave, nothing terrible happened. Hearing a conversation between one of his guards and a massage therapist, Xie Lixing became furious. The guy had been annoying the young master a lot lately, and now it was time to pay for it. The man wanted the seller to kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps then he would save his life. The chief ordered his entourage to guard the entrance, near which a huge crowd had already gathered. Deciding that he had won, the young master grinned when he saw the guy kneeling in front of him. Suddenly, Lone Wolf did a somersault, hitting his opponent. The only thing he regretted was that he had still saved his life. Having flown across the entire store, Shai Lixing fell on his back. Hearing strange sounds, the security turned around and noticed that their master was no longer among the living, so they ordered to immediately seize the massage therapist. Dust flew into the men's faces. They did not understand at all what was happening and how the seller did it. The guards knew that they had to publicly execute the brat. If they didn't catch him, they would be disgraced. The young man ran to the shore of the lake where the box had been thrown away. But he knew that now so many people from the clan were hunting for him. They wanted to return their relic, and the people in black robes who might lose their composure. As they say, in a conflict between two parties, the benefit always accrues to the third. The pursuer also ran out to the shore of the reservoir, but realized that they had missed the trace of the masseur. They had to definitely catch the guy, even if they had to catch him from underground. They couldn't let him go. Suddenly, one of the guards realized that things were very bad for them. Something incredibly dangerous was approaching the masters from the sky. A huge number of arrows fell like rain on the heads of the pursuers, who did not know where to hide. A man in black emerged from under the water, holding the ill-fated box in his hands. An incredible guess dawned on the young master. This precious artifact of the 4 cardinal directions had been hidden here all along. Members of the Shai clan were obliged to return their relic at any cost, even at the cost of their own lives. The leader ordered his comrades to rush into battle to prevent the robbers from leaving again. Wang Shen watched the conflict from the tree branches. Although the man in black was strong, he still had no doubt that he would lose. But the question still remained open. Lone Wolf had no idea who sent these robbers. The head of the Shi clan rushed towards the robber who took the box out of the water with great speed. The thief, knowing full well that he would not be able to take the artifact with him, decided that it would be better to destroy it. A stream of energy crashed into the hand of the man in black, consuming the dagger and preventing the artifact from being destroyed. The leader of the clan grinned. Although the scoundrel was brave, he had no chance at all. The man in black did not consider himself a daredevil. He simply suffered deprivation for many years just because of this box and would rather destroy it and die. The man really liked such conversations. He wanted the robber to drag out his miserable existence. It would be worse than death. The man was very pleased that everything went according to his plan as he held up the box to display the attack. Traces of the impact were clearly visible on the relic. Cracks covered its entire surface. It was quite ironic. Now the ancient Shi clan will be destroyed by its own head, who could not save even the unfortunate box. Now his family will never forgive. The robber reported that their escaped comrade had already taken what was inside. Their jewel of the 4 cardinal directions was nothing more than a name. They had been deceived from the very beginning. The thief saw through a capsule with a purple substance, just like all his comrades. They knew that they could not escape, but they were not going to surrender into the hands of the clan. Lone Wolf, who listened to all this, realized that the men in black really wanted to make him a scapegoat. The head of the Shai clan understood that someone from the Song or Dai family was behind all this, but he needed to know who exactly. The guards reported to their leader that the man with short hair was related to both families, and his name was Wang Shen. The man was incredibly angry. He demanded that everything possible be done to find the kidnapper. At the Dai clan residence, they already knew about what happened to the Shi clan. Everyone knew that the soldier had now obtained a map with their treasures. But, among other things, the military man had only merged with the Yuan soul. Although he still had a magical weapon capable of killing people at a great distance, the advisor believed that the young man was still just a pawn. The new head of the Dai clan did not believe what he heard. That man had killed too many of their people, so he was confident that he is not a simple pawn. It's just that a person's wealth is a special destruction caused by greed, so they will spread the news about it, let everyone know what happened. The man was sure that now many would be interested in the soldier. This time, the guy managed to cause everyone's anger not only among the Shi and Dai families, but also in Linlong. The box was a seal case, and no one in the whole world would be able to open it now that it was broken, and the soldier could no longer stand aside. Hearing strange rustling sounds in the treetops, the warrior turned around slightly. It was so easy for me to get away from the parachutist. He was being actively monitored. Moreover, after the battle here, families showed interest in this box, even to the point of hiring 5th-rank assassins. But they should think twice before meeting the young man. Well, in fact, the sniper has long been tired of hiding from everyone. So everything must be decided here and now. Wang Sheng suddenly accelerated. He was about to enter the gorge. Having already fooled his pursuers once, he was going to do it again. One of the men did not let everyone rush to attack. He knew that he should not act rashly. It was still necessary to pass through the Qian Juwadi Gorge, the land of death, a harsh area where evil spirits rage. Members of great families, including the imperial family, were prohibited from going there and practicing martial arts. Over hundreds of years, at least several thousand masters, including many 7th and 8th rank masters, have lost their lives here. For the pursuers, this gorge was the best chance to capture the stranger and prevent him from escaping. The men were confident in their abilities. It was their land, and they navigated there much better. Wearing a gas mask, Lone Wolf watched the attackers from his hiding place as they walked straight into his trap. Step by step, the masters were approaching their destruction. I don't even suspect it. Purple, toxic fumes came out of the swamp that was located along the river. At first, the pursuers did not understand what this strange smell was, but as soon as they recognized the poisonous fumes, everyone was ordered to immediately hold their breath. Unlike everyone else, Wang Sheng did not have difficulty breathing in this area, so he quickly moved through the trees above the heads of the men. Having passed the territory of the swamp, the guy rushed to run through the rocks as quickly as possible. He knew that the clan members were already overtaking him. Taking out an unknown object from the hiding place, the young man, without even turning around, threw it at the feet of his pursuer. The leader saw the strange actions of the stranger, but did not know how to evaluate them. since he had never seen such objects before. A strong explosion rang out in the narrow gorge of the Land of Death, destroying everything in its path. Those pursuers who managed not to fall under the age wave were simply terrified. It seemed to people that this is what hell really looks like. They couldn't call it anything else. The man fell to the ground, writhing in terrible agony. It seemed his breathing was completely blocked. Unable to take a full breath, he tried to clear his throat, but it had no effect. The last thing the stranger saw before his eyes finally closed was the silhouette of a stranger on fire. The lone wolf smiled evilly at his pursuer. If they wanted to catch him so badly, then first they would have to catch up with the guy. A dark figure stood on the edge of a cliff. In front of her, flames engulfed the space. Tongues of fire rose up. The air around was filled with heat and ash. Against the backdrop of the sunset, Wang Shun stood on the edge of a cliff, holding a weapon, ash flying around, and the horizon was filled with warm light. The sight was mesmerizing. Wang Shun watched through the mask as methane reached their insides, and also convinced himself that no one could survive such a powerful explosion. Anyone who took chemistry in high school may know that swamp gas is methane, and since it made a hole in the soil, it used the methane underground. This is a successful strategic gorge, because the young man carefully chose it. The main thing is that air should not pass through, creating a miasma with the smell of rotting leaves, shouting to people after him to catch up with him if they are not afraid that death is coming for them. But at that very moment, Wang Shun thought that this completely showed their lack of education. The guy's words frightened the pursuers very much. Everyone was afraid of death, and they were no exception. Satisfied with himself, the lone wolf walked further along the forest path. He was absolutely relaxed and hummed a cheerful song. Closing his eyes, the young man plunged into his inner world. Yuan grew to a huge size, once again trying to chew the rock and move to the next level. It seems that all the efforts of the paratroopers were crowned with success, and everything really worked out for the former koi carp. He finally managed it. The sniper's and his spirit being's eyes lit up equally as they felt a new surge of energy. Waves of energy swirled around the military man. The spiritual power was truly incredible, so the soldier hoped that in the shortest possible time he will be swallowed up by the mountains and filled by the sea. Then he will defeat this bunch of scoundrels in a fair fight. In any case, the young man was pleased with himself. If he had not fought the scoundrels, then he would hardly have been able to pass Chanjuedi at all. But the young man realized that not everything was so joyful, because he heard loud sounds behind him. Behind him, he saw a group of people already familiar to him, since they had previously met near the lake. Too many people had suffered because of the soldier, they couldn't accept it. So the pursuers came to see how the monsters would tear him apart. The military man understood that a 5th-level master was standing in front of him, and as soon as he attacked him, he would not survive. He could not believe that not everyone was scared by the Battle of the Gorge. Fortunately, Wang Shun foresaw this outcome and prepared in advance. With a smug smile, the young man took out his bow. Under the surprised glances of his pursuers, the lone wolf shot an arrow somewhere towards the bushes. A loud growl was heard from the bushes, which greatly frightened the clan members. A huge 6-star angry bear came out to the people. "I'm going to take revenge on my offender." Hiding in the bushes, the sniper listened to sounds from the other side. Did they really think that he would just walk around the gorge so easily? All this was because he immediately realized that a bear was defecating here. Anyone would be angry if he were interrupted at such an important moment, especially a wild animal. The clan members were seriously frightened. This plot shot a bear, which made them very angry. The beast approached the men like a huge mountain, making it clear that their problems were just beginning. The 6-star bear furiously slammed the ground with its huge paws, creating a strong shockwave. Taking advantage of his chance, the lone wolf decided to run away, but luck saved him. There was a quiet atmosphere in the forest, and the sun's rays were shining through the trees. But at the same time, Wang Shun was running through the forest with all his might, trying to hide from his pursuers. The parachutist was surprised how his pursuers quickly followed him, thinking that apparently not enough people had died. Suddenly, the guy heard some noise that sounded like water, wondering where it could come from in this place. The sniper constantly repeated to himself that there absolutely could not be a body of water here, suggesting that perhaps there was just a stream flowing somewhere. Suddenly, the young man noticed something on the road where he was walking. His gaze was filled with great surprise. Wang Shun quickly began to climb the tree. He climbed to the highest branch, leaving only a shadow behind him. Having settled comfortably on one of the tree branches, Wang Shun began to take out the necessary items from his hiding place. "I understand perfectly well what is happening." The young man dipped a piece of cloth in oil. Meanwhile, on another branch of the tree stood the head of the Tang Tan Ao family, a fifth-level master. The man decided that the guy just heard noise from the water and is now afraid of flooding, which is probably why he was hiding there. The head of the family realized how wrong he was when he saw in the distance a flock of huge monsters rushing in his direction. They needed to hide as quickly as possible. These monsters were 4 stars and higher. If they did not have time, they would doom themselves to certain death. Only now the man realized that a stranger can always find a safe path and avoid the problem in advance. Still, it was not clear what this terrible sound was, which was becoming more and more distinct. Small creatures were emerging from the forest, spreading throughout the area. These monsters were cannibal ants, but they didn't attack at all. They offended for some reason. Only these creatures could make such a sound, but the young man knew very well, no matter in what direction the ants moved, those who were in their path would not be able to escape. Wang Sheng wrapped an oily rag around the tree and set it on fire. The monsters were afraid of fire. Using it, the lone wolf could prevent them from climbing the tree. The only problem was that there were too many of them. It was necessary to come up with some other plan to escape. The head of the family shouted to the surviving people to immediately group around him. They needed to immediately repeat the stranger's action. If the pursuers did not do this, they would die on the spot. Therefore, the man ordered everyone who could start cutting down trees and demolishing them into a circle. Having placed the logs in a circle, the clan members went into the middle and set it on fire, trying in this way to protect themselves from the ants. Not everyone could cope with such tension. One of the men, falling into hysterics, began shouting that everyone could. Man pushing away his comrade, he tried to get out of the ring of fire. He wanted to live, so he tried to escape. The head of the family stopped him, warning him that if he went further, he would only find death there. Wang Shen set fire to another oily piece of cloth. He was not going to sit idly by and wanted to get out of the trap as soon as possible. The head of the family decided that they should return the same way they came, but he understood that only by following a stranger could they get here safely. With their level, they would have died long ago. The clan members were given orders not to catch the sniper, as this was the only way they could get out. The military man, deciding that the way was clear, jumped from his hiding place in a tree. Since the man-eating ants had passed, there were no monsters ahead of him yet, meaning it was a good time to hide. Having hidden from his pursuers, the young man went to the shore of the lake, where he decided to rest a little. As the parachutist pulled ahead, he realized that he could at least wash his hands in peace. Suddenly, a huge toothy fish with glowing red eyes jumped out of the calm waters. The young man was shocked by what he saw. He did not understand what kind of creatures they were and where they came from in this lake. The reservoir was simply teeming with huge toothy piranhas, ready to pounce on any living creature. On the other bank, the military man saw a small herd of bison that had come to quench their thirst. One of the artiodactyls could not stay on the steep rock and, having slipped, flew into the water. The unfortunate animal was immediately attacked by a flock of hungry piranhas. The bison disappeared under the water. The monsters did not even leave a trace of it. Each fish was no more than the first level, but on the other hand, the ants were also small and could eat an elephant. Remembering his Chi-Wen, the guy realized that since he swallowed the mountain, he had not grown anymore. So he thought that if the former carp could split up like these piranhas, maybe then it could devour another mountain. Satisfied with his guess, the soldier decided that this was exactly what he should do. But the plan could wait, since now the main task was to get across the river faster than a bunch of piranhas would overtake him. Taking out his rifle, the young man reasoned that from a biological point of view, these monsters could only eat a limited amount of food. If the military man attracts the attention of the water creatures of the soul and the animal, he can calmly cross to the other side. The loud sound of the shot scared away all the birds in the area. The head of the family realized that this was where Wang Sheng was. This time he did not plan to let him go so easily. Realizing that he needed to cross the river as quickly as possible while the piranhas were distracted, the young man dived into the water. Yet now his physical capabilities were much better. And besides, his Yuan Hun was a carp. Lone Wolf only had 1 minute left. Meanwhile, pursuers had already arrived on the shore of the lake and wanted to grab the guy. As long as the stranger crossed the water without any problems, the men decided that it was safe there, diving after him. The family leader immediately realized that something was fishy here. "I'm not going to run further." Wang Shen sat calmly on the shore, pouring the water out of his shoes. "I'm trying to save the lives of my clan members." The man warned them about the danger that the lake contained, but it was already too late. Everyone who fell into the reservoir did not survive the encounter with the deadly fish. and the lone wolf stood calmly on the other side. The head of the family was furious. He had lost too many people because of this man. They had no choice but to turn around and go back. They would still have a chance to get even. Unfortunately, for the men, the commotion on the shore awakened another equally dangerous monster. The monster's huge paw hit the pursuer's body. Without allowing its victim to escape, the huge creature grabbed him with its clawed paws. The head of the family, as quickly as possible, rushed to avoid the monster. Amid the screams of another man, it was necessary to cut down trees and jump into the water. Although there are piranhas in the river, they will not be able to climb onto the boat. The men began to beat with their whips on a large tree that grew on the shore of the reservoir, but their speed was not so great that it was so easy to escape from the monsters. The elder, "I don't know what to do," urged his people on. Finally, the tree was felled, and now the clan members had a chance to escape. The men ran as fast as they could along the log, away from the monsters. It was close. Wang Shun with his screams attracted giants of 7 stars, and above, if they had not crossed the river in time, they would probably have doomed themselves to death. The monsters did not plan to let their victims go so easily. Having picked up a huge stone, the monster threw it with its powerful paw at the fleeing men. Things were very bad. The leader understood that he needed to break the stone. If it breaks the log, then they are sent to feed the fish. The man looked intently at the approaching stone. He knew perfectly well what he had to do. With one strong blow, the head of the family divided the huge cobblestone into 2 even parts. Under the surprised glances of the clan members, the 2 halves fell into the water on opposite sides of the log. The stones alarmed the fierce piranhas that were in the water. Bloodthirsty fish grabbed one of the men who was standing on the edge of a makeshift raft. Whoever could help his comrade in any way, the leader grabbed him by the hair, preventing him from going to the bottom. The head of the family finally came out to get the young man out of the water, but all he could do was scream in pain. Everyone else who was on the log was shocked by this turn of events. The older man was very sorry, but he knew only one way to put the guy out of his misery. When the head catches Wang Shun, he will definitely force him to fight without a break. He will simply tear him to pieces. The sniper himself understood that only 5 of the people who pursued him remained, but at least 2 of them were level 5 masters, so he had to get rid of them. Having reached the top of the hill, the young man looked around. God was clearly on his side. The warrior took out a bow and a coil of strong rope from his hiding place. He was sure that those craftsmen would not have had the brains to take the rope with them, but his was thin and strong. It was used for military purposes and could withstand a weight of 150 kilograms. The guy launched an arrow with a rope attached to it to another hill. Finally, the pursuers reached the stranger, who was about to jump over the cliff. The men had to grab the warrior before he reached the other side. The lone wolf realized that they wanted to grab his pursuer so badly that they quickly crossed a huge distance. Having taken off from the rock, the military decided that it was no longer possible to wait and jumped into the abyss. But the clan members did not want to let him go so easily, and one of them rushed after the young man. Trying to get rid of his pursuers, the soldier took a pistol from his hiding place. The paratrooper did not wait long and immediately fired her weapon. A deafening shot rang out throughout the forest. The clansman did not achieve his goal. The only thing he got from Wang Shun was a farewell. The young man's eyes were bloodshot. He understood that his life hung by a thread. Losing consciousness, the last thing the man saw was the lone wolf, who was leaving the scene. Other members of the clan saw their friend fly off a cliff into a hole, unable to escape. The 5th-level master had just been killed by an alien, but what was more terrible was that he seemed to know this gorge very well. Perhaps he himself was the monster born from this place. All the great families had hired a total of 300 level 5 masters to pursue Wang Shun, but now there were only 4 people left alive. One of the pursuers suggested making a rope from vines, which were enough to weave a rope, so they could go to the bottom of the gorge and prevent the young man from escaping far. The head of the family agreed to this plan. He wanted to end the offender as soon as possible. Without stopping for a second, the sniper ran through the forest, trying to get rid of his pursuers as quickly as possible. This gorge was completely closed. It did not allow air to pass through, and there should be a lot of toxic fumes here. In addition, the fog was also suspicious, so you need to be careful. Taking out a telescope and putting on a gas mask, the military man turned back. Now, the middle name was no easier. The clan members still overtook the young man. It was only necessary that they dare to enter the forest, then the poisonous fumes would destroy them. There was a thick fog and an unpleasant smell of unknown fumes around the 5th-level masters. The chief insisted that there was a putrid smell in both the mountains and the forest. It was necessary to say less about exploring behind it in order to catch up with the stranger as quickly as possible. Despite the possible danger, the men rushed after the fugitive. 3 days later, the clan members were still wandering through the forest, searching for Lone Wolf. The air around was poisonous, and if they continued the chase, they would definitely die there, since they were still holding on only through willpower. But now, going back was just as deadly dangerous. First, you need to take a pill that neutralizes the poison, catch the young man, and then get out of the forest. The 5th level masters could not cope with this atmosphere, so the young man's endurance surprised everyone. He seemed to have a lot of secrets. Although the head of the clan believed that the most important thing now was to get the sniper, his accompanying people could barely stand on their feet. Pay no attention to anyone, the elder moved forward towards his goal. It seemed that nothing could stop him. The poison had already reached all the other people and they could not continue on their way. In anger, the main one ran as quickly as possible. His only goal was to catch Wang Shun. He was ready to do this, even at the cost of his own life. The man's lungs were already filled with blood and it was becoming very difficult to breathe. Losing his last strength, the 5th level master collapsed to the ground. He understood that he could not go further. The forest had defeated him too. The trees became a little thinner. It seemed that the exit from the forest was already very close. A lone wolf was making his way through the narrow paths when he was overcome by a fit of sneezing. It seems that someone remembered him. Although thanks to the gas mask he was able to get out, however, he had already changed the filters more than 10 times. If this happened again, he definitely would not have been able to get out. The forest became very thin and the fog finally cleared. Now, after the dense forest with poisonous air, the plain began. But even if no one else was chasing the young man, it was still not safe here. Much to his surprise, the young man came across several houses. It looked like it was a village where people lived. A lone wolf walked between the buildings. He realized that the village was abandoned. There was no hint of human presence in it. Wang Shun's attention was drawn to the well. This was an excellent chance to replenish drinking water supplies, since before this the reservoirs were unsuitable for drinking. There was an excellent tree nearby. Its lower branch was very strong and located at a sufficient distance from the ground, but not too high. It was an ideal place to spend the night. Rolling up his sleeves, the young man decided that it was time to get to work and build himself a comfortable home. It was already getting dark over the forest, the sun was setting below the horizon, and night would come very soon. Having built a small shelter in a tree, the sniper decided to rest a little. Among those who tried to capture him were many people from the city of Uyu, level 5 killers, but the young man did not understand what this could mean. The soldier was brought out of his thoughts by a bird that flew past with a loud croak. This was not good. The atmosphere of war, which haunted him for so long, made the soldier what he is. Some kind of monster appeared in the soldier's field of vision. It seems that he was the reason that the settlement remained abandoned. The guy specially built a treehouse, but it's surprising that this wolf couldn't climb into it. Any wolf who leaves the pack and acts alone will make sure that his strength is comparable to that of a 5th level master. But it is, and despite this, he is extremely careful. The animal had a large reserve of patience, which is inaccessible to people. It waits for its prey for a long time and does not attack recklessly. Wang Shun took out his pistol. They will still see who wins. But task number 1 at the moment was to get well and regain strength. The young man sat in a meditation position. The killers tried to catch him for so many days, so that the absorption of spiritual power by the body would become smoother and the energy level would increase. Now the sniper will check whether the small fish can finally swallow the mountain. And yet, no matter how the warrior improved, his Yuan Hun did not become larger, so he had no idea when it would be able to absorb it. The young man thought. He went through all the options on how he could quickly move to the next level. Remembering the piranhas on the lake, the young man decided to try to divide the former carp and try to take the number. Human cells have the property of dividing, so the guy thought that he could do this too. It seemed to him that it would not be a problem for a Yuan Hun to be divided into several parts. Miss Song appeared in the young man's thoughts. If she were here, she would gasp in surprise. People in this world had absolutely no basic scientific knowledge. Wang Shun focused completely on his goal. The guy couldn't believe that his plan actually worked and the former koi carp split into 2 parts. The head, bodies, tail, everything was intact. The energy was quite normal and everything worked as it should. He really separated successfully. Finish all your business in Yuan Hong. The young man opened his eyes to the real world. Stretching, the sniper thought how well rested he was. He had not had enough sleep for a long time and felt vigorous and ready to conquer new heights. Rising from his sleeping place, the young man looked around the surroundings, trying to understand if there was any danger nearby. At the foot of the tree, his yesterday's acquaintance, a hungry wolf, was still waiting for the parachutist. It was a wonderful sunny day over the forest. The young man sat in his makeshift shelter and thought about an escape plan. It's been 5 days, and even the dragon has undergone a transformation, but this wolf still hasn't moved. The only thing he did was drink a few drops of dew. He must be very exhausted right now. The young man ate a piece of chocolate. He understood perfectly well that they were both already hungry these days. Like one lone wolf to another, the young man decided to give his opponent a taste of the candy bar. The monster sniffed the treat, and the incredible smell even made him drool. I didn't dare try the food. The monster circled around the chocolate bar, peering at it. Still, unable to bear it, the wolf decided to try what the parachutist had given him. The monster's eyes lit up. He could not understand what was happening. Unable to resist, the hungry creature tore the chocolate bar into shreds. For the young man, dark chocolate was an energy boost, but for the wolf, in the literal sense, it was poison. Taking out a bow and arrows from his ring, the soldier took aim at his enemy. This was his best chance. The metal tip hit the monster's body, and he, in turn, fell on his side in pain. The angry wolf rushed along the ground, leaving deep marks on the hard surface from its claws. The warrior shot at the monster's most vulnerable spot, but he did not die, which means he was at least level 6. The only thing is that the sniper understood perfectly well that if he did not finish him off, he would die himself. Realizing that the arrows had no effect, the guy took out a sharp sword from his hiding place. Having prepared to attack, the guy jumped straight into the mouth of the enraged monster. Realizing that such tactics did not lead to the desired result, the young man jumped away from the monster before it could swallow him. Having done a somersault, the parachutist landed on his powerful back. The soldier was very frightened. His life hung by a thread. The embittered monster rushed around in a circle, trying with all his might to throw off the heavy burden. In an attempt to get rid of his rider, the wolf hit his back against a tree trunk with all his might. Having eaten chocolate, he was poisoned. His throat was damaged inside and out. The more he resisted, the more he would suffer. It was ours to hold out until the wolf died. Without slowing down his pressure, the wolf pressed the guy against the tree with his body. Completely exhausted, the monster let go of its victim. It no longer had the strength to fight, and it fell to the ground. The tired young man tried to somehow catch his breath. It was a very difficult fight in which he only miraculously emerged victorious. Grinning, the military man touched his defeated opponent. There could only be one lone wolf. The monster's entire body oozed energy, which the soldier tried to absorb. It was level 6 energy, and it was incredible. The young man sat in a meditation position, absorbing all the power of the monster. Song Yen told him before that Yuan has limits to the aura that a soul can hold. It seems that the 6th stage aura was not so easy to obtain. The young man was torn from the middle by the absorbed power. It was very difficult to keep it all inside himself. Chiwen also felt discomfort from the energy. His middle was simply torn. Things were bad. The spiritual energy that the former carp could absorb had reached its limit. But the spiritual power of the lone wolf was still continuously pouring into the young man's body. In this state of affairs, Yuan could die. Having realized what needed to be done, the soldier decided that it was time to once again divide the former carp. There was too much energy, and therefore the breakup was very difficult. With the last of his strength while driving the Chiwen, the young man tried to complete all the manipulations as quickly as possible. The young man's eyes burned with fire. Everything was happening too slowly, and the energy did not decrease in any way. There was nowhere to put the strength, but the former koi carp could not burst even faster. Panic overcame the young man more and more. He needed to act much faster, but he did not have the strength to do so. Dozens of Chiwens were already circling around the parachutist, but this was still not enough. They appeared one after another. It was very dangerous. But if the soldier killed the wolf before realizing that he could control the splitting of the soul, he would definitely explode from the excess of spiritual power. As soon as the energy calmed down even a little, the warrior looked carefully at the insurmountable hill. It was a great time to try to eat the mountain in one go. This time, everything would definitely come out. The Chivans immediately rushed to carry out the young man's order. They seemed to bite off too much at once to be bothered, so it's best to divide them into a few more pieces. Reaching out his hand, the warrior divided the existing creatures into several more parts. Without giving up, the former fish tried to swallow the rock. A simple separation almost deprived the guy of his strength. but he still tries to control the creatures so that they finally eat the mountain. I don't understand what's happening. The military man was overcome by a panic attack because the Chivens didn't listen to him at all. It seems that troubles will haunt the young man one after another. Even half a month later, the creatures still could not conquer the barrier. They circled around the rock, unable to do anything. I understand that the whole process has dragged on for a long time. The sniper was simply enjoying himself. He decided on which side to create the dragon and where the rainbow would be located in Yuanhong. The young man was very pleased with his work. This was exactly what he was trying to achieve. A huge creature emerged from the water, devouring smaller ones. The guy grinned. The former carp was quite large. The trick was really a success, and now it won't take him long to eat the mountain. Coming out of the state of meditation, the parachutist looked at the sun rising from behind the mountains. He could no longer stay here. Who knows what else the families had in store? New dangers could already be overtaking him. And the young man also remembered his promise to Lan Xiao. They were supposed to meet in Wushu City. Finally, the time had come, and the soldier was ready to return to the girl. The city was fenced off from the outside world by a huge wall. The young guard could understand why they were guarding the gate opposite Qianjiedi. This creepy place frightened him very much. Uncle Liu explained that the 1,000 Jueti inside were protecting the city from the demonic beast, and they should have immediately warned the master to send people to defend it as soon as it appeared. Suddenly, the young man's eyes were caught by something very strange, which excited him. He saw the traces that were left by the monsters, and almost all of them were driven out by the owners of the city. Horrible pictures of monsters trying to penetrate the city appeared before the young man's inner gaze. The young man's whole body was shaking with fear, but he didn't know how he would act if a real monster appeared here. The young guard could not believe that none of the thousands of Jueti in the city survived, since there were a lot of masters in the city and it would always be possible to send someone. The young man was still too young. If he thought that no one could defeat the monster, then there was no point at all in entering the 1,000 Jueti. The older man continued to say that what was coming out of the city of Yui could only be a powerful humanoid monster, but the younger man was very alarmed by something and clearly not the words of his uncle. The security guard decided to look at what his partner was pointing at and turned around. What he saw jokingly worried the man. There was indeed a serious reason for alarm. A monster was approaching the city gates at great speed. The security, without hesitating, decided to inform the craftsmen in the city about the danger as quickly as possible. Coming down from the city wall, the men shouted loudly about the invasion of a monster. Panic began to grow inside the city. People ran from side to side, warning everyone about the monster. The men immediately rushed to the gates of the city, ready to protect all the inhabitants from the powerful creature. They were always ready for battle. In order not to let anyone in from the middle of the gorge, the guards immediately closed the main gate tightly. The masters understood that they needed to kill the monster before he got into the city and were ready for this. The guards heard that the monster began to shout something and understood that they should remain vigilant. Realizing that this was indeed the case, the master took a closer look at the creature outside the gate. The monster was already standing a few steps from the gate. Wang Shen already saw the final goal in front of him, but could not understand why the guards began to abruptly close the doors. The wolf was full of treasures. By killing him, the soldiers received many good things, such as skin and fangs, which could be sold at a high price. And also the sniper turned over his old nest, surprisingly, in which traces of people who lived there a long time ago were preserved. He also now has a good weapon that has not rotted for many years, and after improving the aura it becomes extremely sharp. The guards from the city walls watched a strange creature that ran towards them and waved its arms. Finally, one of the masters sorted out the military question. No matter how powerful the monster beast is, but it cannot speak human language, it seems that there was indeed a person in front of the gate. The guard noticed that the monster had short hair, so he recognized it as Wang Sheng. The masters confirmed that the young man had reached the place he needed, but they wanted to make sure that it was he who stood in front of them. The lone wolf calmed down massively, saying that they could safely leave the city. Now, the confused townspeople did not understand what to do next. They were completely unprepared for this. The man, who was approaching the masters from behind, ordered the young man to be let in. Turning around, the guards saw in front of them a tall, gray-haired man in expensive clothes. Finally, the young man was able to penetrate the city. The appearance of the stranger greatly excited the local residents. Many had heard about him, but they still thought that he looked very strange. Although the parachutist entered the city safely, few people could provide him with services. and resting here was comparable to suicide. After a short walk, the military man came across Bao King Yutong, the imperial treasury. In the middle of the room was the killing hall of the city of Sanssouci, which was always filled with a large number of people. This was the same place where the Carefree City's killers received a mission. And on the second floor, after the mission was completed, money could be obtained. But the rules here were still very different. At the very end of the hall, a stand for registering killers opened in front of the young man. The girl at the table was frankly bored. She had nothing to do. Finally, noticing the approaching visitor, the young lady turned her attention to him. The receptionist immediately realized that the guy was new and wanted to register as a killer. The sniper was pleased with the service. The only thing he would like to know is how the registration process goes. You just had to carry out a certain procedure, which cost 10 gold coins, just say your name, and then the Yuan mirror will examine the soul of the applicant. The satisfied young man agreed to all the administrator's conditions. Taking out a handful of gold coins, the young man asked to be recorded under the name Lone Wolf. The girl agreed that the name sounded quite majestic, but besides that, she also had to look in the mirror. The lord of the city set the rules, no one could get around them. The mirror of the soul still showed the gray koi carp. The military man's attention was attracted by laughter from the side. One of the killers really didn't like the fact that some kind of garbage could enter Uyuchin. This city should have been cleaned up a long time ago, but in the Carefree City, nowhere did it say that ordinary people were prohibited from registering as murderers. It seemed that this man had not been in the city for a long time. You should not try to benefit from your language in Uya. Who knows who can offend a person? No one knows how he will die. Although there was no such rule in the Carefree City, I really liked the man that all sorts of scum wanted to be killers, although they couldn't do anything. Ignore the talk. The sniper asked if he could transfer points from other killer cards to his card. The girl explained that only a tenth of the bill could be transferred and it could not be used in the city. But high-level assassins could buy things at a discount in Bao King Yutong and Yubaojai. The soldier believed that the card was so good that it was worth exchanging immediately. The other man mocked the guy's desires. He didn't take him seriously at all. This killer card itself was still level 1. The townsman couldn't believe that a stranger wanted to improve himself by 1/10. The guy had seen a lot of interesting things, but never such naive fools as him. Another resident of the city intervened in the conversation, wanting to somehow diffuse the situation. A man approached and offered to check the account for Lone Wolf. With one hand gesture, the paratroopers stopped the surprised guy, but he needed a few more minutes. The military man began to lay out on the table all the killer cards that he had in stock. Under the shocked looks of everyone present, the mountain on the table grew larger and larger. Horror gradually consumed the killer, who until recently considered the guy a non-entity. Tears appeared in the man's eyes. He did not understand why there were so many of them. Lone Wolf finally finished his difficult task. In the end, there were 33 killer cards on the table. Now, the military wanted to know if this was enough for an upgrade. Those present could not believe that there really were so many cards. The workers immediately rushed to help the young man count the points. They could have kept me waiting for such an important client. 3 very concentrated men tried to calculate everything as quickly as possible. With a calm smile, the paratrooper watched all the actions of the workers. Ultimately, the young man had 36 points, which was enough to rise to the 3rd level. Anticipating that he might lose a lot of points, the soldier said that he had a few more cards. On the young man's hand lay several more killer cards, which looked different from all the others. What they saw impressed all the workers very much. There was talk among the killers that none of those sent by their families survived. The frightened girl extended her shaking hand to the cards. She thought it would be at least level 5. The man who had recently mocked the Lone Wolf fell to his knees behind him. Hearing a loud sound, Wang Shen turned his attention to the stranger. The killer understood that the young man had destroyed a 6th-level master, and these were the 5 peaks of the world. He himself did not even come close to this. Having pulled herself together, the lady said that to create the card, Master Lingu needed to make a soul seal, and after 3 days when everything was ready, the young man would be able to activate the Yuan seal with the help of blood. The soldier did not mind waiting and agreed to all the girl's conditions. After some time, the city began to live its normal life again. Although the news about the stranger excited everyone, humming a simple melody, the Lone Wolf polished the counter. 2 people were watching the military man from the roof of a nearby building. The men had been watching Wang Shun all night and now knew that the day before he had bought a house, and at night the Iron Master had a large piece of jelly which was at his door today. And now they looked at the store where the soldier sold pork. With his large cleaver, the young man was cutting up a huge carcass. The young man cut the meat into small pieces and carefully placed them in the display case. The observers absolutely did not understand what the guy was doing. His behavior turned out to be very strange. Under the surprised glances of the men, the sniper invited everyone to buy the meat of 1,000 jueti for only 10 gold. A large crowd had already gathered around the store. All the townspeople wanted to buy this meat, and such a curiosity was very rarely seen on their streets. The observers could not believe that the young man was actually selling the meat of 1,000 jueti. They could not miss such a chance, since they could definitely make good money from it. The men did not want to approach the counter in person, so it was necessary to find a couple of people to do this. One of them raised his hand high, snapping his fingers loudly. From below, several more people noticed the loud sound. The trio accepted the signal from the young people and were ready to act immediately. According to the previously drawn-up plan, trade was in full swing and Wang Shun sold most of the goods in just one day. A trio approached the counter, not looking very friendly. Without even turning around, Lone Wolf said that next time they should come early since the meat was selling very quickly, so there was none left. The bull hit the table with all his might, trying to attract the seller's attention. The huge man said that before opening the store, the young man had to ask permission from him. Still not paying attention to the visitors and pouring boiling water into the ladle, the sniper asked what the level was. Not in the form of any trick, the bull replied that it was the second, but he did not understand what the interlocutor wanted to say by this. The extortionist looked at the shop owner in surprise, waiting for his answer. Without saying a word, the young man poured a ladle of boiling water onto the hand of the uninvited guest. From severe pain, the man screamed at the top of his lungs. He did not expect that the guy would dare to do such a thing. Lone Wolf wondered if the man really thought that with his 5th level he should ask permission from someone below him. The sniper couldn't believe that the big guy really considered this to be the norm. The opponent didn't know what to answer. It was hard to believe that a level 5 killer had opened a store. This could become a big problem. Deciding not to continue the conflict, the military man offered the man to buy the skins that were on display for only 10 gold coins. The extortionist did not like this offer because he wanted to get them absolutely free. Armor is made from such skins, they were a real treasure, but the big guy didn't want to spend money on it. He planned to just take them. Veins bulged on the man's head. He couldn't believe that the seller was so arrogant and fearless. Wang Shun understood that his visitors were simply idiots who could not soberly assess the situation. Deciding that things wouldn't work out that way, Lone Wolf immediately turned to the young people who were on the roof. With one glance, the guy tried to show the observers that he was not to be trifled with. The men could not believe that the traitor was addressing them. The organizers of the raid on the store believed that no one knew about their presence on the roof, and the paratrooper could not have noticed them. Turning to the 3 extortionists, the guy warned that he could easily defeat them. But if they did not want to die, then it was better to leave right now. The bull didn't believe a single word the young man said. There were 3 of them. And he was only one. Didn't he really understand that if he didn't run away, they would hurt him? Deciding to give another chance, Wang Shun again warned that they had better leave his territory as soon as possible because he would not repeat it a 3rd time. The crowd that watched this whole situation and supported the seller, they knew perfectly well who he was and that it was better not to mess with him. This reaction from others alerted the extortionists. They began to understand the seriousness of the situation. Still, having made the right decision, the trio, as fast as they could, ran away. Having finished with all the pressing matters, Lone Wolf again visited the territory of Bao King Yutong. The young man was calmly sipping a hot drink on the territory of a trading house. Having collected everything that the buyer wanted, the seller brought a full tray of goods to him. Bao King Yutong did simply excellent things, and therefore the paratrooper wanted to exchange the heavy fang for medicine and valuables. It was quite a lucrative offer. The older man completely agreed with what the young man said, but there was something else that he could not say publicly. In addition to all the things that the guy wanted to buy, the seller handed him the address that he asked for. Having thanked the man, the lone wolf realized that he had nothing else to do in the store and therefore headed for the exit. A beautiful girl called out to the guy near the door. The soldiers actively welcomed Ling Er from the Yubao family Jai Luan Ho. The girl turned to the gentleman, saying that their owner had heard that he was in Uyu and was waiting for him. Without waiting for the young man's answer, the girl turned around and headed towards the exit. The beauty poured hot tea into cups. In an expensively decorated room, opposite Wang Shun, sat the heir to the royal house of Yu Baozai. Xiao Dang warned his honorable guest that the tea had just been prepared, so he should wait a little before tasting it. This was a kind of indicator of time. He closely watched the young man. She was afraid for the warrior. The girl asked him to be careful because he could get burned. The blonde reassured Ling Er there was no need to worry. Their guest had been in Wuyu City for a long time, and he knew very well that he had to be careful. Taking a large sip of tea, the gentleman said that the soldier had arrived in the city in search of shelter, but there were many dangers outside, so he invited the guest to wait in his house. Wang Shen accepted the invitation of the owner of the house. This man was truly a master at predicting human desires, which means it will be very difficult with him. The men's judgments were very similar, so the young man needed to be confident in his abilities and again benefit from the confrontation of the great families. Only in this way could he be saved. The last time they met, the heir saw that the warrior was level 1, so he asked how it was that he was now just an ordinary person. The sniper reported that something happened in Tianjuadi when he realized that this old fox wanted to find out about his Yuan Hong. Informing that the family doctor would soon arrive in the city, Xiao Dangom offered his services to the warrior. Wang Shen agreed to the mercy of the master. If they want to see, they will see in full. Then their doubts will disappear. After evening fell on the city, Lone Wolf went to the address that the merchant had provided him. It was there that the extortionists who caused trouble for the sniper in the morning were hiding. Bao Qingyu gave surprisingly accurate information. The building was full of oil and cotton fabrics, and all this is excellent fuel. The head of the gang was Lin Ba. He is incredibly strong and has a 4th level, so the guy was not surprised if he easily figured him out. One of the bandits said that they had been watching Wang Shen all day, but he was only shopping. That is, nothing special happened. The boss realized that the men were immediately declassified. He could not understand how it was possible to conduct surveillance in such a way as to allow their old lair to be discovered. They were lucky that the stranger did not have the courage to attack so many people alone. The men promised that this would not happen again, and that from now on they would be 100% careful. The leader was distracted from his angry tirade by a hissing sound not far from him. Some unknown body item towards Linba. The man, still not understanding what was happening, intercepted the unknown thing, preventing it from landing. Another bandit rushed into the room and said that Wang Shen had just rushed off in an unknown direction. The boss doesn't understand what's happening. He looked at the object in his hands in surprise. A loud explosion echoed throughout the entire room. A lone wolf ran through the streets of the city with such speed that it almost demolished the old man who stood in his way. Grandfather did not understand modern youth at all, since such a tiny light certainly could not deal with the head of the 4th level and his people. The repeated explosion frightened the elderly man and abandoned the building, leaving no stone unturned. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. The fire was blazing in all directions. Burning people ran out of the blazing building and ran to the river nearby. But the fire became so strong that even water could not put it out. The pond turned blood red. This fire was not only impossible to put out, but it was also poisonous. Among those who had just run out of the burning building, the old man did not notice the gang leader Liba. It seems that he still did not have time to get out and remained buried forever under the rubble of the building. It was unclear what Wang Shen used, since he was able to take the life of a level 4 master so easily. Of course, it was not just an incendiary bomb. It could have brought down a small 3-story building in an instant. The temperature inside the explosive was 1,500 degrees. If a person were nearby at the moment of the explosion, then an unenviable fate awaited him. In this case, all that would be left of a person would be ash and smoke. After dealing with all the pressing matters, Wang Shen returned back to the princely court. Approaching the doors of the building, Lone Wolf realized that something was wrong. There was an unknown person in the house. It's really bad, because the guy's infrared telescope was discharged. He only had ordinary binoculars, and they couldn't determine who was inside. In any case, the sniper was sure that there would always be the right tool to solve problems. Opening the doors, the young man confidently stepped into the room. An unknown man sat confidently in the chair opposite the young man. Without being confused for a second, the owner of the room approached the table where there was a kettle of brewed tea. Having apologized to the guest since he was not given a worthy welcome in this house, the warrior asked why the gentleman came to such a wretched shack. The unknown person laughed. The guy met such a powerful person like him and remained completely calm. The stranger's voice was sharp, his posture was stable, his manner was outstanding. It seemed that he was a very unusual person, most likely the head of the family, but the soldier could not see him at all. The guest took the cup of tea that Lone Wolf poured for him. It seemed that he had already been slightly notified of his status. In fact, the paratrooper did not recognize who was in front of him, but he was sure that this was a man of royal blood and the young man would like to know his name. The man's name was not worth mentioning. He was simply ordered to notify the owner of the room about something. Last time, when the guy was chased in Cheonjuedi, the imperial family was the only one who did not take part in it. The warrior could not believe that such a noble person had come to him only to rest on her laurels. Today, the man paid a visit only to convey that the position of the imperial family was absolutely transparent. They were not enemies of Wang Shun, but at the same time, they hoped that the young man would no longer commit atrocities. As he was leaving, the stranger said that he had given the soldier a gift as an apology for barging in without asking, and right now he was at the door. Without hesitation for a second, the sniper ran out the door to check what was waiting for him there. The guest was truly frightening. Despite not doing anything special, he was given away by an aura that was much stronger than that of that 6th-level wolf. But the young man is too tired to think about all this now. He kept his promise. The stranger actually left a gift at the door. Before Wang Shun's eyes was a mountain of remnants of his enemies. The imperial family really knew how to conduct business. Apparently, those killed were significant people in this outback. The guy was unhappy after all. You can't break in so unceremoniously in the middle of the night. It was very scary. In any case, the soldier received invaluable assistance, and now he can finally settle in Uyu. Turning around, the young man headed to his chambers. The day had been very long and he needed to get some sleep. Moreover, tomorrow promised to be no less difficult. In the morning, the warrior went to the mercenaries' lair. He wanted to find out about the burnt barn, or rather which houses the fire had reached, since he planned to pay double the amount and compensate for the damage. The sniper asked the administrator to read the amount of expenses and notify the victims where they could get their money. The girl promised not to hesitate for a second and to immediately address this issue. Yesterday's fire affected many people, whose houses burned down for no apparent reason, and among the dead were mercenaries who had nothing to do with the struggle of the great families. Having quickly completed her task, the worker handed over a list of all the items that required compensation and promised to help in this noble cause. Without hesitation, the lone wolf took out a bag from his hiding place. This money should have been enough to more than cover all expenses. There were 3,000 gold pieces there, which should be enough to restore all the houses, even more, but he promised to pay double, so he could forgive the hero. The parachutist also placed 2 large objects on the table and asked the girl to see if this was enough. Like a bolt from the blue, a loud voice came from behind the young man, frightening him greatly. The appraiser of Wuyu City wanted to see what kind of things Wang Shun brought. The receptionist explained that the man could tell good things from bad just by looking at her. All the people deeply respected him and did not dare to contradict him. The man confidently walked closer to the counter. He heard that yesterday at the residence of the head of the city, they spoke unflatteringly about the guy, so he needed to make him understand that no matter who he was, in the city, the boss had the decisive words. Without arguing, Lone Wolf handed his property to the appraiser. It looked like boar tusks, which at best belonged to a level 5 animal. The man believed that this was completely insufficient, and it was necessary to complicate the young man's life. It was worth it. Taking the fangs in his hands, the appraiser realized that they did not belong to a boar, but to a 6th-level wolf. Their value was 40,000 gold. A lot of people had already gathered around, and the henchman knew that if he did not teach Wang Shun a lesson, he would tarnish the honor of the boss. The guy was in a hurry with the assessment. He needed to find out as quickly as possible whether this would be enough. Having decided what to do, the appraiser screamed at the top of his lungs, accusing the sniper of fraud. People gathered behind the men, who were already trying their best to dissuade the current situation, and not all of them agreed with the townsman. Not the least bit upset, the young man demanded the fangs back. If he made a mistake, he exchanges them for something that suits the price. The opponent could not understand the young man's reaction, since it was not enough for him to know for sure that the monster was of the 6th level, because he could only get something like this in the center of Cheonjuedi. Trying to correct the situation, the appraiser asked to look at the fangs again, saying that his eyes were suitable due to his age. Lone Wolf believed that there was no need for this. He already saw very well that the level of the appraiser was really low. The men were distracted from their conversation by an unexpected visit. When they returned, they saw the manager of the city chief's residence. The gentleman apologized for the appraiser, saying that he was indeed inexperienced. The manager grinned as he watched the reactions of his interlocutors. He said that the appraiser would definitely suffer the most severe punishment for such deception. The newcomer personally picked up the fangs to verify their value. In the city residents, they were ready to buy the fangs of a 6th-level wolf for 50,000 gold. They were shocked by this news. They could not believe that Wang Sheng had personally defeated a monster of this level. Smiling smugly, the young man agreed to all the man's conditions. If there was enough money to compensate for the damage, then that was more than enough. It was a clear, sunny day over the city streets. A lot of people gathered in the Song family's living room. The third elder reported that Wang Sheng's arrival in Wuyu City had created a stir. The fifth elder agreed. The townspeople had no reason to lie. Due to Kai Yu's initial position as head, his interest in Song Yun and his refusal, some doubts arose. Another man hit the table with all his fist. He was tired of all this talk. The head of the family recalled that Wang Shen was the son-in-law of the Song family and the fiancé of the eldest daughter. Some of those gathered were worried that if the young man married an heiress, he could become the head of the family, and they had wasted so much time in vain to come to power. The worries were unfounded, since a married daughter is like spilled water. After the wedding, she will belong to her husband's family and will not have anything to do with their affairs. But the head reminded that the girl was still from the Song family. The son-in-law was still a member of the family and had to act in its interests. The man sent people to protect the young man, but at that time mercenaries of other families were chasing him and he inadvertently injured his own. That's all. Having made a decision, the head ordered that the head of the Song family's affairs be transferred to Wuyu so that he could spread the rumor that Lone Wolf had already become their son-in-law. The sniper sat outside his store, enjoying the comfort of his chair. He was thinking about selling the drawing to a craftsman. He could get some good money out of this, since the prices there are simply outrageous, and if you think about it like that, not a single day goes by in peace. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. Realizing that there were many ill-wishers in the city, the parachutist immediately turned around. A stranger appeared in front of the guy, holding the body of a monster in his arms. He heard in the mercenary's lair that he had left an advertisement for the purchase of carcasses. The warrior bought them for 90% of the market value, so he could get more money from him compared to other intermediaries. The price list was certified by the seal of the emperor, so everything is honest and without deception. Since the man agreed to all the seller's terms, he immediately took out his meat cleaver. The military man saw that the meat from the hind leg was very good. The stranger noticed that the soldier handled the knife perfectly, even with a fresh one, without leaving even a scrap of skin. Deciding that if he told the whole truth he would think that the young man was crazy, the warrior replied that he learned this by surviving in the wild. The guy bought the corpses of monsters to dismember them and study their insides, so he could learn everything about their structure and weak points. And thanks to the book he had studied earlier, he would have more survival skills. The men who watched this whole picture also appreciated how the guy deftly wielded a knife. So they decided to sell him meat next time and earn some good money. The satisfied young man heard all the conversations and could not wait for the meat to be brought to him, and the more the better. This is exactly how marketing worked. Immediately, there was a buyer for fresh meat who wanted to buy 5 kilos of meat. The seller said that such a purchase would cost 5 gold coins. The girl wanted to receive only the highest quality goods, and that it would be without deception. The lone wolf carefully examined the visitor. They had already met before. The young man recalled that it was at the Bao King Yutang Gate in Shanlin City, right before he killed the 4th master of the Dai family. The beauty could not believe that the stranger recognized her. The guy had an excellent memory. Did the lady really think that if she changed her clothes, he wouldn't recognize her? He also understood that she was not from the Dai family and had to pursue the gang that wanted to catch him. The pursuer had a chance to escape, but he continued to follow the young man, so he had to kill him. But if she came to take revenge, then it was worth doing it after hours. Almost 6 months had passed since their last meeting, but the soldier still remembered the girl well. Without saying a word, the beauty walked up to the store window. Still silent, she took a handful of coins from the hiding place and threw them on the table. Fedia came to this place only to buy meat, so she wanted the seller to serve her as quickly as possible. Now she had absolutely no chance of defeating the warrior. At best, they would die together, and she doesn't want that at all. The customer smiled sweetly, and the sniper handed her the paid purchase. The beauty was already quite tired of this whole situation, so she already took her meat and was about to leave. The young man called out to the beauty. He was not going to let her go so easily. Stopping, the girl turned to the seller, expecting what else he might tell her. I don't take the young lady's anger seriously. Wang Shun made a parting compliment to her beautiful legs. This angered the beauty even more. Sooner or later, this bastard will pay for everything. Having finished with all his business in the store, Lone Wolf headed to the Imperial Treasury. Today, the young man had another meeting planned with representatives of a noble family. The young man greeted the men. He saw that they were tired from the road and had also come a very long way to cure him, but he himself did not know what he was sick with. Prince Lu Wen, as expected, settled everything in the shortest possible time and acted secretly, and this required special skills. The imperial physician himself arrived to find out the cause of Lone Wolf's illness. The man took a golden needle from his bag. He pricked the parachutist's finger, collecting the blood in a small jar. What the doctor saw surprised him very much, so he asked Mr. Sun to take a look too. The men carefully examined the contents of the small bottle and did not like it at all. The doctor realized that the soldier must have been in the poisonous Qianjuedi Gorge, but he said that he had taken the antidote. Although the warrior looked healthy, he was actually exposed to poison, which caused the illusion that everything was fine with him. Exhaustion, poisoning, and in addition severe injuries led to the fact that the warrior did not recover. His life cycles were disrupted. In addition, the guy had just recently merged with the Yuan Hun. Their connection had not yet been established sufficiently. In addition, he had been on the run for a long time and inhaled a very strong poison that could kill a 5th-level master. Frightened by the doctor's words, Xiao Dang asked whether the young man would be able to fully recover. The doctor said that he could, but ordinary medicines would not be suitable for this. A special mixture was needed, which should be taken as food, along with the meat of a 4th-level monster, for 2 years. Wang Sheng, now being an ordinary person, might be too strong for him, but the man was afraid that if he told the truth, it might offend him. Another option was to take magic pills. Lone Wolf decided to clarify what kind of miracle pills the doctor was talking about. At that moment, Lian entered the room, who could not miss the opportunity to mock the young man's lack of identification. The magic pill was the name of the legendary medicine. There were rumors that she could make a person completely change and get rid of all vices. By taking such a pill, even the most worthless person could become a genius, and a genius could become stronger than monsters. But even though they all said it, no one knew for sure whether this pill actually existed, so it was more reliable to be treated with proven methods, replenish vitality, and drink the antidote. After listening to the girl, the young man turned to the doctor. He wanted to know if he could recover from the poison. This was a difficult question. The doctor could only make a diagnosis. He was not an expert on poisons and their properties. Moreover, this is an unusual poison, so the young man should have turned to someone more qualified. The doctor's words seriously worried the parachutist. He had something to think about. The men's conversation was interrupted by the city chief's business managers. Hearing that the warrior had been exposed to poison, he remembered that he knew the chief poison expert of Wuyu City, so he invited him to take a look at the victim. Such a coincidence seemed very strange to the guy. The similar man was really well informed. To end the pleasantries, Zhao Xingfang immediately introduced himself to everyone present. The young man apologized to the gentleman for the inconvenience and assured that he sincerely believed in his abilities. The lone wolf thanked the poison expert for his painstaking work and promised that if he needed payment, he just had to tell him. The young man's words greatly surprised everyone present. With these words, Wang Shen deprived the imperial house of an advantage. Now payment could not only be money. The soldier had secrets that all the great houses puzzled over. They wanted to know how he managed to pass the gorge and how he, being an ordinary person, gained the first level. Taking advantage of this chance, the poison expert immediately inquired about how an ordinary person was able to obtain the first level. The parachutist immediately realized that he had miscalculated in his words, and now he had to look for a way out of the current situation. The city chief's business manager understood that the military man was now in Wuyu City. That is, even if he did not answer the question, this would not lead to a severance of relations. They would only need to invite another poison expert, or they could find out the soldier's limits, which was also very good. But Lone Wolf again did what no one expected from him at all. He agreed to answer the question. Not believing his own ears, Xiao Dang stood up from his seat. He wanted to make sure that what he heard was really true. The young man confirmed that everything the representatives of the imperial court heard was true. As a token of gratitude for the fact that the master invited all the venerable doctors to treat the guy, he, of course, wants to repay the debt, so he invites him and Lin to come and listen too. Such a conversation could not be calm, so the crowd was interrupted again. This time, shop owner Bao King Yutong ran up to them, out of breath. The lone wolf did not refuse him, but only if the store prepared the medicines the soldier needed for 2 years. Then he would reveal his secret to them. The news spread too quickly. So it didn't matter whether one person or several people learned the sniper's secret, he decided to finish this matter right away in order to avoid problems. In fact, there were a huge number of people who wanted to listen to Wang Shun. They were ready to pay any money. Turning to the manager, Lone Wolf said that he could also come and listen to him, inviting another person if he helped him rent a room in the city center. The girl understood that the soldier's demands were not that great, and therefore the family's situation was approximately the same. Also, the warrior specifically indicated that only 2 people could come, in order to avoid misinformation. Apparently, the beauty underestimated him. The members of the great families will be very angry. They spent a lot of money on mercenaries and did not expect that they only needed to fulfill the conditions of the young man, and they also made many enemies. The young man, meanwhile, reassured everyone else, telling them that they should not worry. It was enough to bring only 10,000 gold, but it was worth remembering that when the guy leaves the city, he will no longer be so eloquent. He will not tell a word to anyone. There were a huge number of people who wanted to listen to the guy. They were ready to pay any amount just to find out what happened. The paratroopers planned to give this money to the manager, and thus pay for his kindness. And the sniper wants to give the excess to the mercenaries so that they can find a magic pill for him. The man agreed to all the conditions. I understand that this guy knows what money to take and whatnot. He was really smart. Rumors were circulating in the city's courtyard about the upcoming conversation. Everyone couldn't wait to find out Lone Wolf's secret. In the meantime, the mayor ordered to prepare housing for the young man. He said that he should not be made to feel uncomfortable as a guest, so there is no need to pay him anything. The manager was very kind, but the guy's butcher shop also needed renovation, and since he doesn't need the money, he will use their monetary reward to those who bring news about the pill. But the warrior would also like to ask the man to check which news is true and which is not. How much money to give to whom? In all this, the paratrooper could only rely on him. The interlocutor promised to certainly fulfill the young man's small request. The soldier was definitely smiling about how to benefit, as well as how to find out information and how much to pay. But nevertheless, he involved the manager in all this. The man showed the new tenant the territory and said that a 7th-level master lived to his left and a 6th-rank mercenary to his right. There were no other people there. It was an absolutely safe place. And here, whoever dares to get inside will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Of course, if a young man feels lonely, then you can invite a girl with beautiful legs to your place. You can also find him several good maids who will clean and run the house. Considering that this was completely unnecessary, Lone Wolf politely refused the offer. Then, near the store, the military man simply casually told the mercenary that she had beautiful legs. So he did not understand at all how this could reach the manager. Since all the issues had already been resolved, the men decided that it was time to say goodbye. Left alone, the one-shot examined the territory of the complex. There really were no surveillance or wiretapping devices there, which greatly pleased the young man. While reviewing the new property, Wang Shun's gaze came across another door. Behind it was a freestanding bathroom, which was a rarity in these parts. The joyful guy immediately took off all his clothes. He had not washed properly for a very long time. Deciding to completely relax, the young man climbed into the hot bath. The words of the maids who can prepare food for him suddenly popped up in the soldier's head. It seems that he was really hungry and would be willing to do anything for delicious food now. Since he got to Yuya, he had never eaten properly. It was unsafe to go to taverns, so he cooked himself, but he also did not have good ingredients. But now was not the right time to dream about it. The parachutist's Yuan Hun still did not move, which means tomorrow he needs to think about what to do about it. The waiters in the restaurant were delivering orders. There was everything that the visitor could want. A man was sitting at a table drinking tea. He knew perfectly well everything that the stranger was doing. Because of his phenomenal hearing, the manager did not even need any devices for surveillance. The young man himself was the best adaptation. After the hot bath began to cool, Lone Wolf returned to his quarters, deciding to cook something for dinner. In this outback, it was difficult to find something tasty. There were almost no seasonings there. Luckily, the guy managed to find some in Bao King Yutang and Jubaozha, and he also found some ingredients in a pharmacy and made seasonings from them himself. The dish tasted simply incredible. An unknown man watched the military man's manipulations from the roof of a nearby building. He didn't know what Lone Wolf was cooking there, but the smell reached him all the way. Noticing the stranger, the young man immediately realized that this was his neighbor, so he decided to invite him to dine together. From behind, the young man was frightened by another unfamiliar voice, who felt that it was unfair to invite only one neighbor to dinner. Turning around, Wang Shen saw a second neighbor in front of him, who had crept up completely unnoticed. Two men stood in the kitchen. One in dark clothes looked down. The other with gray hair watched him silently. There was a tense atmosphere between them. The sixth-level master, noticing the second neighbor in the room, greeted them by saying that he was waiting for his arrival. Wang Shen, hearing these words, thought that how could the killer be here, because he didn't even notice him and didn't hear any steps. The guy began to peer intently into the eyes of the lone wolf, as if he was trying to get into his soul and pull out all the information. The sniper began to feel uneasy from the guy's gaze, starting to feel as if he had done something wrong to him. The guy, unable to bear it, began to laugh, apologizing to the owner of the room. He said that he could not resist and the smell of his cooked cooking was simply divine for him. The paratrooper was a little embarrassed, but with a friendly smile he invited everyone to the table because the main meat dish was already ready. It was a month-long night outside. Meanwhile, Wang Shen brought all his signature cooked dishes to the table, filling the table with a hospitable and warm atmosphere. On the table in front of the guests were dishes with a variety of mouth-watering treats, and while the soldier invited everyone to try them, they carefully studied the dishes served to them. Leaning closer to the dishes on the table, the men began to study them, what they were prepared from, since it seemed to them that they were from offal and entrails. The warrior confirmed the men's words, saying that if all these ingredients are marinated, the prepared dish will turn out very tasty, because even waste can be turned into a delicacy. The sniper, enjoying the food, stuffed it into his mouth, saying that it was cooked well, but simply evaporating it was not enough to cool it. The neighbor asked the young man to what temperature the food should be cooled. He, without hesitation, replied that the meat should not freeze, but should harden before marinating. After passing his hand, a strange magical blue pollen began to emanate from the guest, slowly filling the air. A blue haze rose above the warrior's food, which he himself had prepared, covering almost all the dishes on the table. The owner of the room immediately realized that this was a master of the ice element. The paratrooper, having barely touched the meat, immediately began to eat it, not stopping until his cheeks were completely stuffed. The neighbors, watching with surprise at the strange behavior of the lone wolf, who quickly stuffed his mouth with food, said that they would also try his treat. The men began to taste the prepared dishes little by little, trying to understand what the dishes tasted like. But as soon as they both tasted the food, they began to go crazy. Their eyes filled with madness and obsession with all these dishes. After chewing the food, everyone admired the dishes on the table, because every ingredient was prepared so deliciously that they couldn't stop looking at it. No longer able to stop, the men reached for more. Joyful neighbors filled their stomachs. The trio gradually ate everything to the last crumb, unable to tear themselves away, continuing until the end, until there was not a crumb left on the plates. Having eaten their fill, the man sat relaxed at the table. The dinner was truly amazing. There weren't enough ingredients, so the guy could only cook giblets boiled in brine. At least the cutlery he ordered was delivered. But next time he'll cook something better. As a sign of gratitude, the killer said that if in the future whoever dares to bother him, the warrior can immediately say that he knows Li Hanbin. Then they will see who dares to bother him. The master, too, not wanting to remain on the sidelines, said that if anyone disturbs him, the soldier can also say that he knows Yingzi. Smiling, Wang Sheng thanked his guests for their concern. Finally, everyone from dinner dispersed to their rooms, since it was already deep night outside. Already in his room, the lone wolf sat calmly on a comfortable sofa. Taking the desired position and fully concentrating, the sniper went to Yuan Hun. The young man noted that all the small Chiwans were somehow excited. It seemed that eating delicious food had an effect on them as well. The guy decided that it was worth trying to materialize food with the help of thoughts. The creatures attacked the treat. The soldier could not even think that they were such gourmets. After a hearty lunch, the former koi carp were very pleased. Looking at each other, the little creatures realized that they were ready to act again. The Chiwans flew up the mountain with great speed, intending not to leave the slightest pebble from it. The sniper did not quite expect that after feeding they would begin to eat the mountain so zealously. The eyes of the little creatures sparkled, and they ate the hill with great enthusiasm. But, unable to eat even half, they left the huge mountain alone. Tired and disappointed in everything, the former carps again went about their daily business. The young man could not believe that after eating so much, they only sped up for a moment. After thinking for a few seconds about what to do next, Lone Wolf materialized another plate of food. But nothing seemed to help since the small creatures did not pay attention to the guy. It seems that these dragons were real gluttons, because after eating such a huge portion they were not full at all. In addition, if the parachutist does not eat, it will be difficult for him to create food in the Yuan Hong space, and he will also spend too much energy. It looks like the warrior will have to build a whole parquet floor to satisfy his little devils. In the morning, Wang Shun woke up in his soft bed to the fact that the sun was already shining brightly. Without unnecessary haste, the young man put on his clothes, preparing for a new eventful day. Approaching the door, Lone Wolf did not immediately go outside because he realized that something was wrong. For some reason, there were too many people at the gate. Strange men filled the courtyard in front of the young man's bedroom. They were all masters from the inner city, but among them, I didn't see my new acquaintances. It seemed like something had happened. In any case, killing was prohibited in the inner city, so the soldier boldly opened the door, going outside. Strangers had been waiting for the gentleman for a long time. Since word of his culinary abilities quickly spread, they were ready to pay 10 gold pieces per portion of food. All of them are just learning or the aroma of the young man's cooking, so it's not surprising that they discovered his house so quickly. In addition to the neighbors could also tell someone, Wang Shen promised to sell a portion to everyone who wanted it, but he had to run for the ingredients. The young man went to collect ingredients from local merchants. Having met his neighbors the day before, he suddenly acquired a new type of income. He bought 5 kilos of ingredients, the same as yesterday. The only thing was that it was not clear how many portions would be enough, but he had to prepare about 20 pieces and serve them at the same time so that no one would be offended. The lone wolf was suddenly brought out of his thoughts by a familiar voice behind him, which frightened him very much. Having calmed down a little, the young man explained to the manager that he had encountered a little trouble because yesterday he had prepared a lot of things, and now everyone wanted to buy his cooking. The man immediately offered his help, and besides, the aroma from Wang Shun's cooking could be heard throughout the entire area. Although he was far away, I still felt it. So I dreamed of trying the dishes now. Undoubtedly, the guy would give the first portion to the interlocutor. His attitude had changed a lot and he was very insightful. But the soldier also assumed that the city commander also knew about his talents, so it was necessary to offer several portions. Having informed that he had sent it for a military assistant, the manager asked what ingredients were best to use for cooking, the freshest ones, or those that had already steeped a little. According to the military man, any were suitable, but for the mayor's yard, of course, you need to use fresh ones. And as for the rest, regular ones will do. The man assured the interlocutor that if he did the cooking, he would not worry at all, and asked whether the young man was satisfied with the people he had selected. While talking, the young people probably noticed how they returned to the house where Wang Shun lived. In the courtyard of the house, the promised help from the sniper was already waiting for the young people. The manager reported that all 6 second-level masters were very efficient. The warrior had only to tell him what needed to be done, and the beauties could handle everything on their own. Whatever the lone wolf wanted, the girls would do. It was their direct responsibility. The manager asked if the young man was pleased with the help, since he knew very well how much he liked long-legged beauties. The assistants immediately surrounded the master, wondering what task he had come up with for them. The second-level craftsmen wanted to know what they were supposed to do because they wanted to get to work as quickly as possible. When saying goodbye, the manager once again reminded that the girls would do everything the young man asked them to do and wished them good luck in all their endeavors. The young man and his assistants went into his room. Having looked carefully at the girl, the lone wolves asked again if they really would do everything he didn't want. Having received an affirmative answer, he immediately ordered his subordinates to boil the water. The second-level masters immediately rushed to get the pots to carry out the master's order. The next order was to move the meat and place it on cutting boards. The sniper decided that he first needed to show the girls how to cut meat, and only then trust them with a knife. Watch the masterclass carefully. The girl picked up a hatchet for cutting meat. The satisfied young lady began to hit the steak hard. Wang Sheng watched as the second-level masters ran around the kitchen in a panic, not knowing what to do. Scratching the back of his head, the young man realized that maybe this way the work would be much easier and definitely much more efficient. In the evening, when everything was prepared, the guy ordered his assistants to take the dish to the mayor's residence, and he also allowed them to take some food for themselves. But still, the best portions had to be prepared for the mayor and manager. When the girl rushed to follow the instructions, the parachutist tiredly sat down on a chair. It was a very hard day. A man quietly approached the warrior from behind, inquiring about his well-being. Without showing it, the soldier replied that everything was in order and the food was already ready. So he ordered the girls to take it to the residence. The manager approached as quietly as possible. The young man could not believe that he had not even heard a rustle and allowed him to approach unnoticed. The man was very pleased that the second-level masters learned how to cook stew with seasonings today and therefore wanted to discuss something with the guy. The mayor's court would like to buy the military man's recipe, although after that he was allowed to prepare and sell the food himself, but he would not be able to resell the recipe itself. As long as the soldier understood that the man had already 100% learned to cook the dishes himself, he could not refuse. Besides, it was not some kind of jewel, so he agreed to the conditions without any problems. Thanking the manager, the young man slammed the lid of the chest, accepting the reward. There were no problems with this, but it was worth knowing that the warrior bought some of the seasonings from the doctor, and many people buy exactly the same ones. This was not a problem in the man's opinion, since they were still going to open new shops where they could buy seasonings and sell them with a monopoly. After talking with the manager, the sniper headed to the outer city of Wuyu. He hoped that the mayor's people would act quickly. But he also knew that the locals sold a mixture of 13 spices, which was quite tasty. Plus, Lone Wolf was going to cook something for the dragons, perhaps a dish called hot pot. After considering all the options, the young man decided that it was time to go to the forge to see if his pan was ready. An arrow with a sharp metal tip cut through the air. Hearing it not far from him, Wang Shun realized that someone was planning to kill him. Preparing to defend himself, the young man pulled out his pistol from his bosom. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately shot at the attacker's legs in self-defense. The stranger, realizing that he had been exposed, jumped into the air and fired another arrow from his crossbow. Realizing that he would not have time to react in time, the parachutist simply put his hand in front of him. The arrow was very close to the heart. The only thing that saved the warrior's life was not taking the vest he was wearing. Soldado fired another shot. This time I hit the target exactly. The attacker was thrown into the legs of another stranger by the force of the blow. The man was closely observed by his target, and his body sparkled with energy. Wang Shun pointed the firearm towards the stranger. This time, he was not going to wait for someone to expose him. The young man fired several rounds at the man. The stranger, without much effort, caught all the bullets fired at him. The old man, having gathered all his strength, was going to attack the guy. Without much effort, he lifted the air of his dead partner's body with just one wave of his hand. The attacker launched the dead body towards the young man. Dead woman flew into Lone Wolf, knocking him down. Without giving the guy a second to hug, the stranger pulled a huge blade from his sleeve and rushed in his direction. The sharp blade of the knife was very close to Wang Shun's face. Having managed to react in time, the guy took out a helmet from his hiding place, which protected his head from injury. Avoiding danger, the guy jumped to the side and the dead body fell at his feet. The attacker appreciated the cunning of his victim, but did not want to let him go so easily. The man, putting all his energy into the blow, touched the lone wolf's chest with his open palm. The blow was so strong that the young man felt as if his soul had left his body. The stranger was sure that even a sniper's gadgets would not help him withstand this blow. The man lifted Lone Wolf's body into the air and pushed him forward with all his strength. Realizing the seriousness of the whole situation, the guy gritted his teeth. He considered all the options for further action. Under the surprised gaze of the stranger, the young man took out his firearm and pointed it in his direction. Without hesitation for a second, the sniper pressed the pistol box. Realizing that he was seriously wounded, the attacker shouted to two more of his charges to deal with the parachutist. But the men could not do anything, because they were knocked down by some large object. In an attempt to save the warrior's life, someone threw a rope around the stranger's neck. Although the attacker was stopped, the soldier understood perfectly well that if he could not stop and crashed into the wall, he would die without living even half his life. Before Wang Shun fell, he was stopped by someone's huge hands. The soldier thanked the big man because he saved his life. Smiling, the man explained that he did this because in the inner city no one has the right to kill people. It was the law. Two other townspeople dragged the attackers away from the central streets of the city of Wuyu. In the inner city, it was indeed forbidden to kill, although this law was not established by the mayor, but everyone followed it. This place was a safe zone for mercenaries and no one started a quarrel here, which is why everyone tried to get there, and this time she really didn't know who was planning to kill him. The manager had already heard rumors about events in the city, but he wanted more detailed information about the people who were going to kill the stranger. Although there was no new information, the servant brought the man an item that flew out of the thing Wang Shun used. Several blacksmiths saw this item, but no one knew what kind of material it was. It was very durable, according to some estimates. Even 5th-level masters could not resist such a thing. But the good news was that if level 6 masters put on protective armor and use a defensive spell, they would be able to counteract this thing. The lone wolf was sleeping peacefully in his bed after the attack. 2 second-level masters, who had recently helped him cook, bent over the young man. They planned to find out how many similar things he had. Feeling something was wrong, Lone Wolf opened his eyes. The eyes of the young man were of a stranger in a yellow robe. He wanted to find out who she was. The parachutist was distracted from knocking out information by a familiar female voice, which belonged to the owner of Baoking Yutong. The woman heard that the warrior was wounded and generously sent 2 maids to look after him, and he immediately began to open his arms as soon as he saw them. The young man greeted his acquaintance, asking what business she might have in the middle of the night. "I'm not going to just follow the guy's lead and answer his questions." The beauty said that she didn't expect him to settle so well in Uya. Wang Shun, understanding the hostess's mood, decided to play along with her. "Lady, I liked this state of affairs very much, because the soldier was too arrogant." The woman's behavior made the young man laugh very much. The beauty understood that her interlocutor was deliberately teasing her, but she did not want to waste time on bickering. Since he liked beauties so much, the hostess could send him a few, but in return, he would sell her a spice shop in Uyu. The Joker was not at all against it, but she had to first talk to the head of the city, and if he didn't mind, then the guy wouldn't protest either. The owner said that she could not do this, but she noticed that the local authorities had missed something that she would never have missed. "I don't understand what the lady is getting at." The young man asked what exactly she wanted to say. The woman clarified that she was talking about salt. Realizing that this idea would make a great business, the guy agreed, but wanted to know what benefit he would get from it. The owner of Bao King Yutong was ready to bring any women to the soldier, no matter what he wanted. She had already tired the warrior with her stories, although if the woman could offer a greater benefit, he promised to consider it. The disappointed lady told her interlocutor that he could think as much as he wanted. To be more precise, the military man did not seduce anyone and did not intend to. Therefore, did not intend to accept the woman's proposal, and indeed he has a fiancé. The beauty agreed that the guy was a worthy person and was ready to discuss the terms of the deal. Bao King Yutong does business with Lulong Palace. In particular, they were a model in the field of production. Since the woman noticed that the guy had a lot of leather with him, she could ask him to make excellent armor for him, and in addition help him find out about the people who attacked him. Realizing that the protective clothing was already worn out and the bulletproof vest would not save him in any attack, the sniper agreed that good armor was now urgently needed. The lady went on to say that good gear should keep you warm in winter and cool in summer at the same time. It should have good protective properties and not interfere with the use of spiritual energy. The guy agreed to supply the beauty with materials and drawings of armor, and they had to make them. And in addition, the beauty would find information about the assassin scent. But the warrior also needed 1 high-grade Yuan Hun and some special materials, if the lady could get them. He was ready to talk about the methods of refining the salt. And also, he needed to be reminded of one very important thing. The guy had no intention of participating in the Bao King Yutang salt business, and if they circumvented the laws, they would create big problems for themselves. Understanding the situation, the woman said that the interlocutor had nothing to worry about and asked what kind of Yuan Hun he needed. There was a famous Yuan Hun with a 7-star level, but the people who studied it failed. Many died hunting him and he caused a lot of problems throughout his life. Wang Shun planned to obtain the Phoenix Soul. The next morning, the owner of Bao King Yutong brought another woman to Lone Wolf's house. It was Miss Wang Shu from the Linglong courtyard. She came to make armor for the sniper. Parachute joyfully greeted the young lady. Although he thought that Wang Shu's name was very strange for a woman, due to the similarity to his own, the guy handed the master a piece of pixelated fabric. He needed a set of underwear, namely a t-shirt and shorts, like those worn by the military, and another set of clothes that needed to be sewn from this fabric. The dressmaker was shocked by what she saw. She wanted to know where the young man got such fabric from, since she had never seen it before. The stitching of the fabric was very dense, and the fiber was thin. This fabric was significantly superior in quality to linen. It was stronger and softer. Even if I used this material completely, the product would be of much better quality. Wang Shi dreamed of getting this canvas for herself, and then she would help make it into everything he asked. The owner of Balasin Yutong could not believe that she had spent so much effort and money to recruit a woman, and then instantly agreed to help Wang Shen for a piece of fabric. The young man did not mind and immediately agreed to all the master's conditions. There was enough material, and it should have been enough for 2 more pairs of gloves and a set of underwear, and she also promised to make 2 pairs of durable boots for the parachutist. Since Wang Shi would sew the guy's clothes, the spice store owner wanted to know what the soldier's conditions would be regarding her. There were no conditions. Since the woman would do this enough, she introduced Lone Wolf to a very useful person. But if there was an opportunity to find a magic pill, he would be ready to ransom it. The beauty was glad about this turn of events. It was simply enough to find people with useful information. After the morning meeting, the young man and his neighbors headed to the city center. Wang Sheng was very pleased that the city was incredibly calm at that time. Thanks to this, he had free time and the warrior was able to cook a lot of delicious food. And in the space of Yuan Hun, everything also began to improve and his dragons would very soon be able to devour the mountain. In his thoughts, the young man didn't even notice how he approached the hall in the mercenary's office. The city manager greeted him near the entrance and informed him that an auction would be held in this hall, at which he could sell all his secrets. Inside, there were a total of 100 seats. In addition to another 30 secret rooms, one room could accommodate up to 3 people, a seat in the hall cost 5,000 gold, and in a box 20,000. In total, they earned 900,000 gold, and all this amount will be used to find the magic pill. The killer calculated that it was almost 1,000,000 gold. Even with his level, he had never seen such a sum. If in the city someone with insufficient skill took possession of such a sum, he would be in trouble. The young people settled in the restroom, waiting for the auction to begin. And yet the manager could not understand that since Wang Shun had planned in advance to share his secret with the peephole, why did he decide only after he arrived in Wuyu? Because earlier he could have avoided the chase in this way. The problem was that the military man was being chased by a bunch of men who wanted to kill him, and he didn't have a chance to explain himself, but now he had the opportunity to speak out. Not expecting such words, the man stared in surprise at the stranger. Suddenly, the manager laughed loudly. He realized that all these noble families had a chance to get what they wanted, but they decided to just chase the guy. This was indeed the case, but still there were those who benefited from this civil strife. Finally, it's time to start the auction. Lone Wolf walked onto the main stage in front of the huge auditorium. He thanked everyone present for listening to the story of a common man who possessed a Yuan Hong. The young man showed everyone present with a mirror to the soul, as it was known that his Yuan Hun was an unsightly carp. He wanted to know if the townspeople would believe it if the soldier said that he was able to reach the first level only through self-belief and hard work. Those present considered everything the sniper said to be complete nonsense. The guy understood that although everything he said was true, he couldn't get away with these words. He decided to add that his Yuan Hun used to live in a forbidden zone near the city of Shanling, where the Song family lives. Their representative was present in the hall, who could confirm all the words of the paratrooper. Song Lao Yu stood up from his seat to confirm everything the military man had said. The man received an assignment from his family in advance and came to meet Wang Sheng. No matter what the young man said, he had to completely agree. In fact, the soldier's Yuan Hun was raised by the ancestors of the Song family, or more precisely, he is one of the ones they raised. Just as his Yuan Huns absorb each other and thus increase their level, the family who stole the monster that had already been formed from this pack and had reached 9 stars, his carp was the weakest of that group, but somehow still managed to swim away, although the young man was not from the Song family, and therefore did not know that by absorbing each other, Yuan Hunis like his could increase their level, but he figured it out himself and tried to train his own. The guy understood that his fish couldn't eat people, but he couldn't say for sure about the one that the Dai family stole. Song Lao confirmed that the warrior was telling the truth. He himself was there with the eldest daughter of the Song family, so he saw how the Dai family stole the 9-star monster. The ancestors of the family have long studied the methods of cultivating Yuan Huns, and the current generation is also looking for ways. It was a great success that their ancestors inherited some records in which they found clues. In addition, the friendly Xia and Gan families were also engaged in cultivating Yuan, and at the moment the Forbidden Zone had already been eliminated. This was all that the young man knew. By evening, the library workers collected all the materials about the Yuan Huns that they managed to get. The manager also reported that 2 people who were sent to the auction by the Dai family were seriously injured after they left. This was simply incredible news, so tonight Lone Wolf proposed a banquet with lots of goodies. The man was very happy about the opportunity to eat deliciously, since the food that the young man prepared was excellent. Previously, Wang Sheng taught chefs from Bao King Yutang and Yu Baojai his recipe, but now he decided that it was worth considering opening his own restaurant. In the evening, a large number of comrades gathered around the round table. They praised the Lone Wolf's dish very much. They had never eaten anything tastier. Xiao Dang lovingly watched his maid as she enjoyed the delicious food. The skill of the parachutist was truly amazing, and he taught the chefs of the imperial court how to cook all these delicious dishes. The hostess of Bao King Yutang also praised the dish, saying that she could no longer stay at this table, otherwise she would definitely get fat. The Lone Wolf was very pleased with the praise and replied that if the lady wanted, who could send their cooks to him and he would teach them how to cook as well. The guy couldn't believe that people from Bao King Yutang, Yu Baojai, and the city administration were sitting at the same table together. It was simply amazing. Still, it was a great idea to lure such influential people with delicious food. Suddenly, a strong blue glow began to emanate from the young man's body, drawing the attention of everyone present to him. It looks like Wang Sheng's level has just increased. Waves of energy enveloped everyone present. Most likely, 512 dragonets have already grown up, and this was the first impulse of spiritual power. Previously, there had been no advancement in the spiritual style, since the pills that the doctors fed the young man, apparently, were not entirely useful. But it was not clear how to achieve an increase in level if the guy could not constantly feed these monsters to their fill. Everyone present turned their gaze to Lone Wolf. The hostess explained that the body and the guy were enveloped in spiritual energy. She didn't think that this could happen at the first level. His Yuan Hun was really not so simple. I'm trying to somehow diffuse the situation. The parachutist replied that he also didn't expect this to happen and would make everyone laugh. The sniper took his glass in his hand and did not understand what was poured in it. He had previously drunk good wine, but now it smelled strange, as if it contained some kind of impurity. And the food was also completely tasteless, simply disgusting. The one who prepared it could not be called a cook. Realizing that the soldier himself had prepared everything, he was horrified. If he had known that increasing the level would sharpen his perception so much, he would have put off this moment with all his might. Looks like he'll have to immediately look for new ingredients to eat. The owner of Bao King Yutang realized that the stranger seemed to have made great progress and knew that he should continue to practice. But before leaving, the woman said that she was bringing high-grade products for the Yuanhuan warrior and even sent people to search, but she was not sure whether he needed them. And also, the beauty reminded the military man about his promises with the salt business. Xiao Dang realized that the Bao King Yutang took advantage of the opportunity to butter up the young man. Realizing that it was already quite late, the guests began to rise from the table and say goodbye to the owner. Wang Shen thanked everyone present but agreed that it was already quite late and it was time to rest. The guy realized that the guests, apparently, had gone to look for information about what materials he was looking for. In addition, the military man hinted that he was looking for the Yuan Hun that the Dai family stole, so they would search in that direction. The young man read books, but in the information provided to him by Bao King Yutang and the city authorities, he did not find anything about the phoenix. Suddenly, a book called Amazing Stories caught the young man's eye. He didn't understand at all how she could be among everyone else. There were only a couple of sentences about the phoenix in this book. It was written there that the action took place 100 years ago. But this was completely impossible. But I perfectly remembered that I spoke to a woman in a dream about how a sparrow could become a phoenix a year ago, before it came into this world. In fact, at least some news was better than loitering around. And when he met Song Yun again, he would definitely ask her about it. Now her initial task was to go to Qianjuadi again. The next day, all the residents of the city already knew that the lone wolf had left its territory. A group of people, having learned that he was heading to another place, believed that luck had smiled on them. The guards at the gate reported that Wang Xing asked to convey a message to everyone who was going to follow him. The guy needs to find something there, and he won't go too far and will only be there for 2-3 days. So it wasn't worth making a fuss about. Qianjuadi was a dangerous place, so there was no point in tempting fate. And the young man also said that if someone followed him, he would not be responsible for the consequences. Wang Shen ran along the paths towards the city. The sniper had long noticed that he was being pursued, but could not believe that these idiots did not value their lives at all. The soldier understood that the armor made by Wang Shu was light and comfortable, but he stood out too much against the background of the forest, so he was easy to spot. The guy understood perfectly well that he needed to disguise himself as quickly as possible. Thanks to the means at hand, the warrior made his costume not so noticeable. It was much better. A group of men watched as Lone Wolf moved away from them into the depths of the forest. The strangers understood that the military man did not meet any monsters on his way, so they decided that he sensed them and avoided meeting them in advance. Although some of them still believed that this was impossible since the young man was dodging like a hare, they understood perfectly well that they could follow them in their tracks, and therefore they would go straight along the path. Having agreed, the pursuers took a completely different path. Without stopping for a second, the guy made his way through the thicket of the forest. Suddenly, the young man was distracted by a sound behind him. Apparently, one of the idiots chasing him had gotten into trouble. Realizing that they needed to act as quickly as possible, the military took out several wooden sticks from their bosom. The sniper set fire to the stakes and placed them around him. The recent pursuers rushed along the path, begging for help, and they were chased by the killer bees of the Qianjuedi Gorge. The men were horrified by such a meeting. They did not know how to protect themselves from these creatures. Everyone who was still overtaken by the monsters fell to the ground, no longer able to move. The strangers tried to swat away the insects by cutting the air with their blades, but there were too many killer bees. They swooped down on the pursuers in a huge swarm. A lone wolf stood calmly in a circle of burning stakes. Because of the smoke that came from the wooden sticks, the little monsters could not fly further. Realizing that this bunch of pursuers had acted truly unreasonably and deserved their fate, Wang Sheng moved on. The young man checked the men's pockets and then headed deeper into the forest. He found everything he needed, so there was no need to linger. A satisfied young man made his way through the bushes towards his goal. The young man still achieved his goal. Apparently, he remembered everything correctly. Having quickly dealt with all the targets, Lone Wolf returned back to the city of Uyu. Other townspeople saw the guy approaching, but they could not understand why he was alone. This confirmed that he could easily enter Qianjuedi. The surprised strangers looked at the arrival as if he were a ghost. Wang Shen told the strangers that he had actually seen a group of people in the thickets. The man demanded that the parachutist immediately tell where the people were, who were pursuing him, and why he returned alone. First of all, the soldier said that he had nothing to do with the death of people. They were attacked by killer bees and almost got him. The acquaintance grabbed the warrior by the clothes. He could not understand how he remained alive since the level of the pursuers was much higher, and they died. The young man pushed his opponent away. He knows how to avoid bees, but those people don't. That was the reason. The townsmen could not believe that the young man simply watched those people die. Since he said that he had the ability to resist these bees, he could save them. The lone wolf was already tired of this conversation. He did not understand why he had to save his pursuers. These people were absolutely nothing for a military man, so he did not take it for granted to risk their lives. Besides, he warned them about the danger in advance, but they went anyway. That's why those strangers found their deaths. The townsman's eyes were bloodshot. He was very angry and dreamed of getting even with the lone wolf. After the adventure in Qianjuedi, the skydiver immediately headed to Yubao Jai. How much Ling Er was beautifully erudite, the soldier asked her to look at her find. Perhaps she had met such a plant before and knew whether it was poisonous. The girl looked carefully at the young man's find. Reporting that she had actually seen similar plants, the beauty got up from the table and headed in an unknown direction. Smiling, Xiao Dangom apologized for his ward. She had bad manners because he spoiled her greatly. In fact, the girl did not want to offend the guest. She just went for her notebook. Wang Shen was not offended at all. He was ready to wait a little and therefore took the fruit from the plate to have a little snack. The shocked heir did not understand why the stranger ate this fruit, but he replied that it was indeed very tasty. Believing in the words of the lone wolf, the interlocutor also decided to try the treat. Returning from the next room, the girl saw how her master was about to eat an unknown plant. To become famous, she rushed into the arms of the master, hoping to stop him in time. The heir patted the maid on the head, trying to calm her down, since he had not yet managed to swallow anything. Hoping to reassure Ling Er, the guest reported that the fruit was not poisonous. Wang Shen put another appendage into his mouth, which he thought was simply amazing. The surprised beauty said that this plant grows in the vicinity of the city, but no one paid much attention to it until that time. This was very good, since it would not be necessary to run to Qianjuedi every time to buy plants, so I suggested that the girl try it too. The beauty nevertheless decided to try what this plant would taste like. She had never before thought that it was edible. After eating a piece, Linger realized that her mouth was on fire. Worried, Xiaodang brought the maid a glass of water, hoping that it would help cope with the fever. But the situation has actually become much worse. Since you can't wash it down with hot water, you need at least cold water. Or even better, milk. The lone wolf handed the girl an apple. It could also help cope with the burning sensation in her mouth. The young man told Mr. Liu that if he were in his place, he would start purchasing this plant in large quantities and, if possible, start planting it. The plant is called hot pepper. It could be eaten raw or cooked. It grows very quickly, so you can easily earn money. It had many advantages. This was indeed a lucrative business, but in return, Wang Shun needed detailed information about Qianjuedi. The sniper lay outside his room and wondered what he was going to do next. With enhanced taste buds, soldiers could better train cooks, but they also needed to think about how to increase the demand for hot peppers. And his dragonets also cut well on dishes. Now they are relatively stable. All that was left was to wait until they swallowed the mountain. While thinking, the young man did not notice how several strangers were approaching him. One of the men said that his surname was Liu, and he was looking for Lone Wolf. The stranger said that they were looking for him. He realized that several large clans had the same last name as the man, but he had an overly self-confident demeanor. The stranger heard that the young man had a special knife for cutting meat, which had a black handle and was extremely sharp, and really wanted to look at it. If the guy had known earlier that the knife he picked up by chance would cause such great interest, he would have used it when cutting meat at the market. Many people saw it, and then someone who needed it came. The warrior threw his dagger, and it stuck not far from his interlocutor's head. The security who accompanied the stranger was shocked. They did not know how to react to such an act. The Li clansman silently took out the dagger from the door and looked at it. This was exactly what the man wanted, and he did not think that the young man would give up the knife so easily. The two young men glared at each other, waiting to see who would start the conversation first. The acquaintance was angry. Rage was burning inside him, but outwardly he tried to remain calm. The manager approached this whole picture from the sidelines. Lone Wolf reported that he found the dagger in Qianjuedi because the manager told him that the guy was very rich and could make good money from it. The interlocutor was very pleased that the soldier told him the information so simply and therefore wanted to know if there were other similar things there. Wang Shen took out another sign and handed it to the man. The Li clan member was very pleased. Now he had the magic pill and a stranger would never get it. The lone wolf looked at the manager, who was still silently watching everything that was happening from the side. The man smiled friendly at the parachutist's actions. Now, the sniper knew her location, and all that remained was to spread this information. He did not expect that this rich boy would catch such luck by the tail. The stranger laughed loudly, because this idiot did not even understand what kind of things he had given him. This is the seal of an ancient clan. He found a pass to it and other people were ready to give a lot for the sake of this, so the military man missed his chance. The manager realized that it was a jasper pendant, the key to getting into the ancient clan, and he calmly, as Wang Shen gives away such a valuable thing, if the head of the city finds out, he will skin him. The lone wolf understood everything perfectly, but in addition to the dagger and the jasper pendant, he discovered other valuables. The man was angry. He could not believe that he would hear this from a stranger. Realizing where this was going, the manager called the guards so they could protect the parachutist. Completely oblivious to those around him, the warrior took out a map that was hand-drawn and only showed a small part of Qianjuedi. Seeing such a treasure, the Li clan member shouted to his guards to immediately grab Lone Wolf. One of the men immediately took out a blade and rushed screaming at his victim. Wang Shen sat with a calm smile in his place and did not even intend to react in any way to the encroachments of strangers on his life. The attacker did not have time to do anything before his entire body was covered with an ice crust. Before he even had time to understand what happened to the first guard, the Li clan member heard screams from the side, from the second. The man collapsed to the ground, and the sorcerer looked down at him. The stranger, surrounded by his neighbors, told Mr. Liu that he was breaking the rules of the inner city, since violence was not allowed here. And even if he was a guest, he still had no right to cause trouble. The man was scared. He did not expect to see such powerful support from the sniper. In turn, the warrior reminded that if a clan member needed a map, he would have to deliver the pill to him. Especially since it was from the freak Liu, this should not have been a problem for him. In addition, the manager could spread the word about where the magic tablet was, and this would be bad for the clan. The man was angry. He couldn't believe that the soldier dared to treat him like that, so he thought that he should definitely send someone to kill him. But Foreseeing such a turn of events, the paratrooper warned him that he should think carefully about the consequences. The young man showed everyone the explosives and warned that his life might not be easy to save, but destroying the card would be easy. In Yubaojai, there was also a discussion about Wang Shen, who flaunted an important map and a jasper pendant, as the girl believed that he did so out of stupidity. Xiao Dangom replied that he really had never seen anyone smarter than Lone Wolf, and if he was a fool, then there was no question about the others. The master's words alarmed Ling Er. It seemed that he considered her stupider than a stranger. The man moved closer to the beauty, calming her down. For him, she was the smartest and most beautiful girl in the whole world. But then it was not clear why the young man gave away the jasper pendant. Did he really not want to become part of the ancient clan? Now the pendant was absolutely useless, because if the guy left Uyu, he would be doomed to certain death, even if he joined the clan, and the lady was also very mistaken about the card. Don't forget that Wang Shen found the map when he entered Tianjuedi, and not vice versa, so he can navigate there perfectly well even without a map. After talking with a member of the Liu clan, the men moved to the living room of the city ruler's residence. The manager introduced Lone Wolf to two men who wanted to exchange the magic pill for a card. The cage had already been checked, so there was no reason to worry. In the residence of the city chief, no one would dare to sell low-quality goods. Wang Lao thanked the young man for agreeing to put to rest the remains of the ancestors of their clan. The young man bowed to the old man. It was not worth gratitude since he was not worthy of it. The paratrooper noticed that the people of this hidden clan were not bad. They did not have that imperious aura like other clans. They looked quite friendly. Feng Xiao intervened in the conversation between the men. Since the warrior himself said that he was not worthy of gratitude, then how dare he blackmail them with the affairs of their own clan? Having decided that it was not worth stirring up the conflict, the sniper agreed. The military man suggested that the next time he goes to Tianjuedi, he will bring them everything he finds there, and then everyone will remain in the black. I should have spoiled the relationship because of such trifles. In fact, the parachutist had thought about everything well for a long time. He needed cooperation with the clan. Feng Xiao was still dissatisfied with his interlocutor's words. If the men agreed on everything, then the lone wolf was going to go about his business. Then what he was told made sense, and therefore he wanted to get to work as quickly as possible. If the master thought that the warrior would not treat the remnants of their ancestors with respect, then he could assure him that he would do everything as expected and return immediately. Before the young man had time to move far, Wang Lao caught up with him. He asked not to take the younger man's words to heart, and I should have argued, especially since the payment had already been delivered and he would like to continue cooperation. The old man handed the young man a sign with the symbol of their clan. The clan members had already offered their price, but Wang Shun thought that he needed to think about it. Perhaps they should have doubled the payment. This proposal infuriated the younger man even more. He could not believe that some barbarian dared to talk to them like that. In order to somehow defuse the situation, the old man decided to contact the manager and find out what the head of the city said to all this. Lone Wolf did not like this question very much. After all, the clan members wanted to make a deal with him, and not with the authorities. The tension between the men could be felt by the skin. The situation became very tense. Wang Shun was the first to speak. He recalled that he immediately approved the price, but the interlocutors behaved unworthily. Not because he raised the payment, so there was no need to blame him for this. Now, the sniper wanted to know if Wang Lao was ready to agree to his terms and end the negotiations. I understand that this cooperation will be beneficial for both parties. The senior member of the clan agreed to all the conditions. The only one who didn't like this whole situation very much was Feng Xiao. After successful negotiations, Lone Wolf went to his chambers to visit Yuan Hun. The parachutist extended his hand, and a bunch of small chivanies harmfully leaves towards each other. In place of the small monsters, in front of the guy, one huge one appeared. It seems that after the connection, the creatures began to turn into Tayoti. This was the fifth son of the dragon, a fierce and very voracious monster. The ground under the young man's feet began to crack, and a huge column of blue energy burst out of its depths. Finally, he was fully awakened. In front of the young man stood his new Yuan Hun in all his likeness. But even though he ate so much, he was still very thin and much smaller than before. In fact, there were many different creatures that ate a lot and did not get fat. Perhaps his monster was the same. The young man opened her eyes, coming out of meditation. Although it was forbidden to kill people in the courtyard, many people would want to get their hands on his magic pill. That is why leaving it at home was a very bad idea. It was better to eat it as soon as possible, although this was extremely risky. After opening the box, the guy realized that the spiritual energy of the pill was simply enormous, and it seemed that the packaging was holding back its true power. The column of true energy could be seen from anywhere in the city. All the inhabitants of the city saw the light that came from the inner city. Lone Wolf felt the full power of the pill, but could not understand what it was just now. Taking the pill out of the box, the young man broke it into 2 parts. The sniper realized that his body was not in the best shape right now and would not be able to withstand the force of the entire pill, so he decided to split it and take part immediately. From the incredible force, the parachutist's body seemed to be torn from the middle. This energy was so pure and powerful that it was very difficult to withstand it. The soldier's body seemed to be captured by a wave, pulling him back into Yuan Hun. Unexpectedly, the sniper landed not far from the huge body of the Tayoti. Without hesitation for a second, the huge monsters began to suck in all the water that surrounded them. Wang Shen couldn't believe that the monster actually devoured everything so easily. It seems that ours really underestimated this skinny guy. He really was very gluttonous. I understand that Yuan Hun's strength was really greater than he thought. The soldier opened the box with the magic pill, but the warrior realized that the power of the tablet was quickly evaporating. Perhaps this was due to the fact that he broke it. I think that the strength of the pill was greatly reduced. The guy threw the rest of it entirely into his mouth. Energy enveloped the young man's body with renewed vigor, tearing it from the middle and increasing it in size. From the street, his neighbor watched everything that was happening in Wang Shen's room. Li Hanbin watched with interest as a very bright light came from the window. The satisfied monster watched with curiosity all the actions of the lone wolf. The guy did not understand the behavior of the little monster at all. He couldn't believe that he had just almost died, and the Tayode was also mocking him. The guy was completely unhappy seeing the creature in this form. Perhaps he could talk directly to its 3rd incarnation. What the soldier lacked most now was real combat power, because once the effect of the pill wore off, he would be on the verge of death. As for the ability to conduct hand-to-hand combat, the paratrooper did not think that this was an appropriate skill in this situation. Having fully recovered from the pill, the young man realized that he had crashed into a huge wall. Lone Wolf understood that now it was necessary to force Taotai to lift this mountain. The monster, as if reading the sniper's thoughts, immediately found itself next to him. I try as quickly as possible to fulfill the wishes of the military monster. The monster immediately dived under the wall. The creature immediately straightened up, lifting the heavy burden. Seeing the extreme fatigue on Taotai's face, the young man did not expect such diligence at all. The young man emerged from the Yuan Hun again. The energy of the magic pill was so great that many residents of the city definitely noticed the leak of spiritual energy. Therefore, if the guy leaves the 2nd pill with him, perhaps the law prohibiting murder in the inner city will cease to apply. So he will have to eat it too. Li Hanbin saw a bright glow emanating from his neighbor's room again. He couldn't understand how the soldier hadn't died yet, especially since after he ate the 2nd pill, he seemed to be completely out of his mind. Energy enveloped Tao Tai with renewed vigor. The monster felt a surge of power. His eyes burned with fire. Make a strong push, and the monster rushes as fast as he can towards new achievements, with a wall on his shoulders. I observed this whole picture. The lone wolf tried to cheer up the monster and give him strength. Wang Sheng saw that Tao Tai's strength was decreasing, but he didn't want him to stop. Feeling a new surge of vigor, the monster ran forward with all his might. It was not for nothing that the guy was called the Lone Wolf, because he never stopped there. The closer the monster approached its target, the stronger it became, and waves of energy enveloped it from all sides. Taotai's body began to glow as he achieved the desired result. Before the eyes of the young man, monsters arose in a new form. He became much stronger and larger. The young man's body also glowed, and it seemed that his strength had also become much greater. The surprised guy ran his hand over his head. It seemed that his bones had become stronger than metal, but he did not understand what kind of sound had just been heard. With horror, the sniper realized that his head was completely bald. All his hair had disappeared somewhere. The young man seemed to be thrown out of the Yuan Hun with all his might and landed on the floor. In an attempt to get up, the soldier raised himself on his elbow, but something prevented him from doing so. The military man, as if on springs, flew up to the ceiling. He began to be thrown all over the room, not allowing him to stop. Finally landing face first on the floor, the sniper felt that his body had become frighteningly strong, but he had completely lost control of it. Suddenly, loud laughter was heard above the military man's head. The man said that he did not expect that the guy would also turn out to be a genius. Li Hanbin believed that climbing 2 levels in one day was very good, especially for an ordinary person. The guy did not share his neighbor's delight at all, because of this, he found himself in a terrible situation. Unable to control his body, the military man rushed forward again. This time, Yingzi's strong arms did not allow the young men to rush around the entire room. The sorcerer noticed that due to the fact that the soldier rose 2 levels, the difference in strength was colossal, and he was not yet accustomed to such power. The young man's eyebrows also completely fell out. It seems this is all due to the fact that he has become many times larger, apparently trading his hair for strength. The second neighbor decided that it was necessary to arrange a banquet in honor of spiritual growth, especially since the paratrooper must have been very tired. Sitting at the table, the killer asked how the young man felt after taking the magic pill. Taking a chicken leg from the table, the guy said that he was dying of hunger, but at first he could not stand the effect of this pill. From the force of the bite, it seemed that the military man's teeth were about to fly out. It seemed that even the bite force had become much more powerful. Now he was more like a crocodile than a human, and he just wanted to eat properly. Seeing such a picture, the neighbors were simply shocked. They could not believe that the guy had committed such a stupid act. The guy got very angry when he saw the man's gaze. Men, maybe his body wasn't in the best shape right now. He really couldn't eat a whole pill, so he divided it into 2 parts and didn't see any problem in it. Li Hanbin couldn't believe that the guy didn't know that if the integrity of the pill was broken, the medicinal energy would immediately disappear. And in less than an hour, half of his power would disappear. The young man did not see this as a problem at all, since he believed that half was more than enough. Moreover, the neighbors should not forget that although he divided 1 tablet into 2 parts, ours also ate the second one, which was absolutely whole. The killer could not believe his friend's words. It was simply incredibly stupid in his opinion. After the pills wore off, Wang Shen's hair grew back. Linger watched the young man train. 3 months had already passed, but he still had not mastered the new power. It was not so easy for an ordinary person to master the second level, so it was worth doing it gradually. But the girl came not at all to say this, but to tell the young man about Jian Juedi, as he asked. Finally, Lone Wolf turned his attention to the guest. He was very interested in hearing what she had to say. The most plausible version was that the hidden Shizong clan once lived on that land, and for some unknown reason it was destroyed. But a member of the clan managed to cast an ancient spell on that land, and now, hundreds of years later, the Qianjuedi Gorge was formed in that place. The guy remembered that during the trip he actually saw traces of human activity. Perhaps this was once the place of residence of a hidden clan. There was another version, but it was quite strange. They said that there was a prison there and several clans united to seal monsters there. This sounded really strange since they just sealed the monsters instead of killing them. The beauty agreed, but unfortunately this was all the information she managed to find out. If the soldier wanted to know more, then he should have contacted the ancient clans later, but it is unlikely that they would have wanted to talk. The paratrooper was sure that they would not say a word to him, but rather destroy him. His only chance was if he really married Song Yan. The image of the heiress of the Song clan appeared before the warrior's inner gaze. They had not seen each other for a very long time, since he had been living in the city of Wuyu for the last 2 years. While the sniper was in his thoughts, Liang Er was wondering if there were other ways to find out the information. The girl remembered that there is one ancient place where you can find information about Qianjuedi. This place was called Liaojungguan. The young man couldn't believe that he didn't think about it right away because there was something more ancient than clans, namely religious temples. Unexpectedly, a male voice from behind praised the girl. She was very knowledgeable. The beauty, who was in her thoughts, was very frightened when she realized that the stranger had sneaked up behind her. Satisfied with himself, Yingzi asked the girl what specific actions should be taken, and also told the young lady that he wanted to talk with Wang Sheng face to face. Realizing that the action was taking a serious conversation, the beauty said goodbye to the men and left them. The first thing the young man asked the sorcerer about was whether there were masters in Liaojungguan. This place was much older than the Wan Chao family. A man could have gotten there by pretending to be an old man who came to beg. And as for the lone wolf, he shouldn't even think about sneaking out of the city. This was indeed a huge problem, because as soon as the young man tried to go beyond Uyu, they would immediately want to kill him. Yingzi believed that the guy should not have taken the risk, since there were many ways to leave the city. He could have gone through Qianjuedi, in which case no one would have noticed how he escaped. Wang Shen really remembered that gorge. It's unlikely that anyone would want to follow him into the monster's lair. The next day, Lone Wolf went to the mercenary residence to find the offspring of the Dai family. Tiang Wei said that this is possible, but the price for such a service is very high. It is unlikely that even a warrior would have such an amount. Suddenly, fear covered the employee of the mercenary residence, and she shouted to the guy to be careful. An unknown person approached the stranger from behind and swung a sword at him. The scoundrel did not have time to do anything. As the young man turned around in time and pushed him away, the man flew back and crashed into the wall, breaking it with his body. The frightened Wang Sheng immediately explained that he had nothing to do with it. It just happened. The townspeople were shocked because, as it turned out, the pill not only easily eliminated congenital defects, but was also capable of making its owner a real genius. The worker at the mercenary residence believed that these people got what they deserved since they had no right to attack anyone. Smiling carefree again, Tiang Wei turned to the young man and asked what he wanted to find out. In fact, the paratrooper was interested in how to organize the secret murder of the head of the Dai family, thereby striking at the very heart of the clan. Going out into the street, Wang Shen heard someone calling him. The man believed that he was acting rashly. Instead of allowing the clan to act against the guy using all sorts of manipulations, it is better to directly notify them of the confrontation. This would save time and avoid problems in the future. Still, the manager believed that the warrior should be more careful. The box he brought contained a necklace that belonged to the mayor. It would help change not only his appearance, but also mask his energy. But the boss lost the key to the box in childhood, so the point is not that there are no people willing to buy it, and not that the boss didn't want to sell it, but that no one really could open it. The young man decided that he would first buy the box and only then find a way to open it. He cracked a 4-phase Ling Long box, and even more so, he could crack some 2-phase box. But nevertheless, it would be very bad if the mayor found out about the young man's affairs with the Shar clan. Since all matters were resolved, Lone Wolf decided it was time to say goodbye. At this time, somewhere unfamiliar to Wang Shen, the clan members who gave him the magic pill were attacked. Feng Xiao didn't understand how these men knew that they had the card, but now was not the right time to talk, since the pursuer was in no hurry to catch his victims, but wanted to follow them and find out the location of their clan. Dai Wuji smiled. He knew that the secret clan members had sent letters asking for help, but they were all intercepted by his men. The men had been trying to hide the location of their village for so long. So the Dai family elder wondered what it would be like to realize that all their efforts were in vain. The secret villages were well hidden. Despite their power, they were small in size, and all the great families wanted to know their location. The discovered villages had only one outcome, namely complete destruction, after which the great families would unite and divide the treasures of the hidden families among themselves. And all of this could ultimately be related to Qianjuedi. An unexpected bout of sneezing mixed up all the thoughts in his head, but he was considering killing Dai Wuji. He was incredibly strong, so it was impossible to rely only on special equipment to defeat him. But it seems that Lone Wolf has found a way to put an end to the head of the Dai clan forever. Before the guy lay all the ingredients he needed to create a trap, namely lime, vinegar, and bark, the sniper knew very well that many people thought that the biggest danger in Qianjuedi were high-level monsters. Everyone guessed to me that some insects, invisible to human vision, could easily kill them. Although this spider looked completely harmless, its poison was very strong, and it also had a high reaction speed, and this small creature was capable of killing even a snake that was larger than it. It was easy to swat such a small spider. The question was how to catch it alive. The people of this world had no idea that using a high concentration of carbon dioxide could not only slow down a spider, but also completely immobilize it. On Earth, when it comes to taking samples of webs, spiders are immobilized with just a small amount of carbon dioxide. By combining all the elements in the right proportions, the young man was able to catch the insect unharmed. Dai Wuji was just resting in his room when he was informed that Lone Wolf had come to get even with him. This information made the man laugh very much. He couldn't wait for this pathetic youth to come in order to have some fun. The heir spent too much time in the Dai family's ancestral tomb. It seemed that Dai Wuji had a very bad relationship with the family, as it was announced that he had committed a crime and was set up at the family tomb as a guard. In fact, the man was a very influential figure in his family. The surrounding area of the building looked well fortified, but in reality, there were many openings to be found there, and the area where Wang Sheng was currently standing was excellent for long-range shooting. But the young man would be a complete fool if he actually decided to shoot him with a sniper rifle. Inside, the heir of the Dai family was jubilant. He knew that Lone Wolf was watching him now. He couldn't wait to find out what this boy would do, since the man had left a lot of loopholes for him and at least 3 places suitable for his magical weapon. Every day of the heir was the same. The only thing he could do in the tomb was fish, and the warrior forced him to shake himself. Dai Wuji was pulled out of his thoughts by the voice of the guard, who reported that the head of the family said that if he had fun enough, then he should immediately remove the guy to avoid problems in the future. The gentleman didn't care much about this, since with his armor and level of spiritual energy, none of the soldier's magical devices would harm him, so there was no need to worry. But nevertheless, it was really time to end the games. He would solve the problem with Wang Shun forever. After waiting for night to fall, the parachutist jumped into the river, intending to swim to the other side. Having reached the other shore, the military man surfaced near the place where the heir of the Dai family was sitting during the day. The young man dropped the spider he had caught the day before into the crevice of the tree stump, and to be sure of the result, the guy screwed another device to the base of the seat. The only thing the guards heard was the splash of water behind them. Having completed his work, the young man jumped into the water again and swam to the other shore, unnoticed by anyone. With a sense of accomplishment, the sniper disappeared into the bushes on the other side, a smile never leaving his lips. The next morning, the heir of the Dai family went, as usual, to the riverbank to fish. Wang Xing watched the man's action from his seat. Frustrated, Dai Wuji could not understand why this young man had been following him around for so long and did nothing. He was incredibly bored. The man took his place again and threw the fishing rod into the water, hoping to somehow diversify his leisure time. Seeing its prey, the poisonous spider crawled out of the crevice in the stump. Unexpectedly, the heir felt that something sharp was digging into his leg, giving him an unpleasant sensation. The man jerked his leg, sending the annoying insect flying freely. Without expecting any trick, the heir of the Dai family lowered his lower limbs into the water, twitching them in a relaxed manner. The man's eyes opened wide as he realized that he could no longer control his own body. Fear gripped his entire body as Dai Wuji realized that he might have been struck by a very strong poison. Although he was a level 7 master, even he would need several hours to neutralize the effects of the poison using defensive spiritual techniques. First, he had to protect his body as much as possible, and then find an antidote and drink it. The heir knew that he had nothing to worry about. At some point, the man's neck began to turn, and it even seemed to him that everything had worked out. But cramps again shackled the body of the heir of the Dai family. A completely immobilized man collapsed to the ground, not understanding what was happening and how to proceed. The guards immediately rushed to the aid of their master, not even realizing that he was poisoned with a strong poison. Lone Wolf, who was observing all this action from his position, took out from his pocket the trigger for the explosive, which he had left the day before with the spider. One press of the button and fireballs scattered from the other side of the river in different directions. I understand that there is no more time to hesitate. The sniper, as quickly as possible, rushed through the forest so that no one could catch up with him. On the same day, the head of the Dai family was informed about an incident that happened in the family crypt. The angry man could not believe that another heir had said goodbye to life. The guard said that when the gentleman was returning home, he was poisoned. Then an explosion occurred and he jumped into the river, trying to escape. Because of Lone Wolf, Dai Wuji could no longer fall to the other side, remaining in the water forever. Such news infuriated the man. He was no longer able to contain his anger. The head of the family wanted to destroy the paratrooper, so he ordered leaflets with a reward for his head to be distributed wherever possible. He knew that Wang Sheng had to die, no matter the cost. The guy's escape was interrupted by a meeting with a girl who immediately attacked him. Having noticed the attack in time, the young man managed to jump to the side, so the beauty did not catch him. The lady noticed that the warrior jumped to the right, where the thorny bushes grew, but an ordinary person would prefer to jump to the left. She understood that it was worth destroying the young man with one blow. This was the beauty's last chance, but it was almost impossible to do something like that. The soldier has simply excellent reflexes. The paratrooper took a fighting position, preparing for an attack. The girl attacked me with a blade, but the guy reacted in time and snatched the bladed weapon from her hands. Making another attempt, the beauty pushed off the ground and rose into the air. Returning over her shoulder, the warrior watched her target, hoping to catch him by surprise. The lady sank onto the neck of the military man, who was not expecting anything. The beauty made another attempt to get her dagger, but this time the young man intercepted her hand. The girl jumped away from Lone Wolf again, rising into the air, She bounced a few meters and landed on the ground, watching her opponent's actions. The lady's eyes began to glow as she called upon her spiritual energy to help. The beauty felt the strength of a white tiger within herself, ready to rush into battle. Feeling a strange sound from the side, Wang Shun turned around and saw a huge log flying towards him. I tried to stop a piece of wood. The young man, with all his strength, dug into it with his hands. Catching the log, the young man turned around and threw it in the direction from which it had come. Now, a huge log was flying towards the girl at incredible speed. Realizing that things were very bad, the beauty immediately jumped to the side, dodging a piece of wood. The young man took out a weapon from his hiding place. He still remembered the lady with long legs. They had already met before. Noticing a firearm in the hands of her opponent, the girl decided that she needed to get out of his way as quickly as possible. The lady ran very fast, so after a few seconds she landed not far from her friend. She was lucky. She was completely fine. Only her leg and pride were slightly damaged. The beauty was angry, but she understood that the elders did not want to attack the guy now, so they could not do anything. And besides, they were not able to get rid of him. The girl wanted to follow the soldier first, and then it would be clear what to do. She would not believe in her life that the young man did not have any weaknesses. Ultimately, the lone wolf finally reached the gates of the capital, but there he had to change his usual appearance. He disguised himself so that people would not talk to him, in particular about the affairs of the Shu family. Now the young man needs to open the two-phase box, and for this he had to get to the Linglong Palace. The guy was called out by a guard at the gate and, recognizing him as a mercenary from Yu, warned that he was now in the capital and it would be better not to cause him any inconvenience. The young man did not understand what marked him out as a mercenary, but nevertheless, he promised not to cause any problems. He came only to replenish supplies. He realized that apparently there were many masters here who knew about every person who entered the city, but even they could not find out who exactly was under the mask. At present, no one could feel completely safe. But to the joy of the young man, he finally reached the capital safe and sound. 5 days later, Wang Shen was still wandering around the capital, looking for a way to open the box. The hostess accidentally blurted out that what the young man needed was in Tiangongfang. But no matter how much the young man searched, he still didn't even find any clue. The young man was pulled out of his sad thoughts by the voices of unfamiliar men nearby. One of them complained that he had been deceived. During the conversation, it became clear that some scammer wanted to force the stranger to forge weapons for himself for his own money. The interlocutor continued the conversation. He also did not like the old man who had them, nor his shop, since he wanted to force the gentleman to get his hands dirty. The conversation interested Lone Wolf very much. The guy couldn't believe that there really was a forge somewhere where you forged weapons for yourself. It sounded like some kind of nonsense. Through the loose fabric, the soldier entered the room of interest to him. The blacksmith, without turning to look at the visitor, asked what weapon he needed. But the man also explained that the best weapon is obtained when you yourself, only when you pick up a sledgehammer yourself, can you forge the most suitable one for yourself. The paratrooper turned his attention to the weapon that was hanging on the wall. It was of fairly good quality. The warrior was also surprised by the fact that he did not see any blacksmith's bellows near the furnace. The guy grinned at the blacksmith's words, believing that he had come up with such a rule only because he was alone in the shop and did not have enough workers. The man was already tired of empty talk, so, turning to face the visitor, he asked if the guy was going to forge himself a weapon. Lone Wolf had nothing against such conditions, but warned that he did not even know the basics of forging. The blacksmith was already tired of the unreasonable boy. If he didn't know anything, then it was enough to just take a sledgehammer and hit with all his might, and he didn't have to worry about the rest. The man threw more coal into the stove and invited his guest to get down to business if he was not afraid. Taking the huge hammer in his hands, Wang Shun noticed that it was quite heavy and made of an unknown metal, but for the young man it seemed very light. To make sure that he understood everything correctly, the sniper asked his interlocutor whether it was really necessary to hit with all his might. The blacksmith heated a piece of metal in the furnace and placed it in front of his guest, telling him to hit it as hard as possible. Taking a strong swing, the parachutist hit the anvil with all his might with a heavy hammer. The force of the impact caused cracks to appear on the stone pedestal. Smiling at ease, the young man recalled that his interlocutor told him to hit with all his might. Under the surprised gaze of the blacksmith, a huge piece fell off from a huge and very heavy hammer in the hands of the guest. Hearing the noise in the forge, passers-by looked into the middle, who were very amused by the whole situation. They reproached the man that he looked down on the boy and now paid for it. At first, the blacksmith decided that it was all just a mistake, but there could be no accidents in blacksmithing. The townspeople noticed that with such a strong assistant, Lee would be able to realize what he could not do before. Turning to the lone wolf, the owner of the shop suggested that he try something, but he did not understand what exactly. The man's entire body burned with fire when he picked up a huge hammer. He would definitely show everything to his guest. The blacksmith invited his guest to become an assistant, and at the same time he would be able to compensate for the damage he caused to the forge. Such words surprised Wang Shun very much. He did not think that he should compensate for the damage since the interlocutor himself told him to hit with all his might. The man did not understand how this stranger dared to spoil his things, and then refused to pay for them. Anyone present could feel the tension that arose in the room with their own skin. Having decided to make concessions, the young man agreed to help the owner of the shop. But in return, he also expected that he would provide him with one favor. Taking out a box from his bosom, the young man said that he needed to open it. Thanks to this box, the blacksmith recognized his visitor as a mercenary, but agreed to help him and told the guy to follow him. The owner of the shop led the lone wolf to a room unknown to him, where there were a lot of blacksmiths. Returning to his guest, the elder asked how he was able to find this place. The young man guessed, since there was neither day nor coal in the forge, but the temperature was extremely high, although he could not find the source of this heat. In addition, many talked about this strange place, so the parachutist realized that this was the same divine forge. Having heard all these arguments, the blacksmith realized that his new partner was not only, but also smart. The man placed a piece of hot metal in front of Wang Shun. Having placed a huge hammer in the hands of the young man, the owner of the forge ordered to hit it lightly first, so that they could check what would come of it all. Trying to be as weak as possible, the sniper lowered a huge hammer onto a piece of hot metal. The satisfied blacksmith watched the process all the time. He realized that it was with such force that it was worth hitting. After the guy lifted the hammer, a blurred metal could be seen on the anvil, which looked more like a small red puddle. The young man realized that it looked like the man needed him to hit this piece of metal a large number of times, and then he would melt it down. Trying to act as carefully as possible, the military man swung a large hammer. This work was truly routine. When the guy got tired of being silent, he said that, in fact, it was necessary to hit exactly 100 times. Then the strength of the metal would be suitable, but if you exceed this number, then perhaps it would become unusable. Using this primitive forging method, you can knock carbon out of metal. Its quality depended on the amount of carbon in the metal, but ancient people did not have knowledge of material science. The blacksmith looked carefully at his assistant. He became interested in what he was talking about. Rolling his eyes, the man replied that he could not know exactly how many times he needed to hit the metal. Lone Wolf was sure that it could be found out after several attempts. The guy's naivety greatly surprised the owner of the shop, since such experiments could have cost a huge amount of materials that no one could replace. But, still insisting on his own, the soldier said that if you do not look for innovation, it will be impossible to succeed in any business. The guy knew that this path was not easy, and the interlocutor was just walking along a beaten path on the path. Others could complete the path for him. In fact, the scientific path has always been the same, namely many experiments and attempts to achieve a successful result. The blacksmith still could not understand what to do if there was little material and there was only enough for one product. In what way could he then experiment? In this case, everything depended only on the person's choice. The man had to do what was more important to him, either forge another weapon of average quality or improve his skills. I don't know how to react to the military man's words. The owner of the shop just looked at him intently. Still, realizing what the young man was trying to tell him, the interlocutor laughed loudly. He could not even think that the answer would be so simple. The blacksmith kept laughing, and large rings of fire began to spread around him. Lone Wolf was shocked by what he saw, but quickly realized that the man had just increased his level. The soldier was not the only observer of this spectacle, but the other men had known the owner of the shop for a long time. He had been forging weapons for many years, but had only now become promoted. Watching the stranger's shock, Wang Shun chuckled. He was well aware of the reason for the unexpected promotion. After the events of the day, the blacksmith rested in his shop until the evening. As soon as the man noticed that his assistant had entered the room, he sat back down to thank the young man and inform him that he had helped him figure it out. The lone wolf shrugged off his gratitude, except that he asked for help in finding craftsmen who could open the two-phase box. The blacksmith decided that such a favor was inappropriate, so he reminded them that they had not previously agreed on this and asked them to come up with something else. After thinking carefully, the young man remembered his Yuan Hong. There was not a single word on the stone stele on his back. However, he was one of the 9 sons of the Great Dragon. Perhaps this was the clue. It was necessary to engrave hieroglyphs all over the stele so that the sniper's dragon could complete the transformation. But the calligrapher must be a master of his craft. I understand that this is a good option, the paratrooper asked the owner of the shop to help him find a carving master, because he wanted to learn how to engrave hieroglyphs on stone. The man was very surprised by the young man's request, but still decided to provide him with such a service. The blacksmith called out to a man named Li, to whom he owed money, and said that he had found an apprentice for him who needed to be taught wood carving, and said that he was strong enough. The old man agreed, but first the new student must get 100 stone tablets, put hieroglyphs on them according to the impressions, and then engrave the hieroglyphs on them. The master already had 1 student, and Lone Wolf could repeat after him, thus mastering basic skills. In turn, the guy said that he would also like to learn calligraphy, since he knew that he would need to paint a stele in the Yuan Hun space with his own hands. Li dismissed his new student as something he would have to learn himself, since he himself was a carver, not a calligrapher. The next morning, Wang Sheng headed to the divine workshop again. Having invited the young man to the forge, its owner reported that the box had, after all, been successfully opened. Inside was a medallion that was much stronger than the mask that the military man was currently using. But some kind of tracking device was placed on it. When the young man used it, someone would determine his location. Wang Shen didn't understand who could have left the tracking devices. It could be either the city boss, Han Bingley, or the person who made this medallion. But the blacksmith's friend had already gotten rid of this device, so the medallion could be used in any way. No one would be able to track down the warrior. Even masters of illusion would not be able to recognize him. The delighted young man thanked the man. He would never forget the service rendered to him. On the other side of the city, things were not as calm as in the Divine Forge. The unknown person knew that someone had opened the box within 1 kilometer of him because his pendant had exploded. It seems that Lone Wolf really turned to Linlong Pavilion for help, and today he will say goodbye to his life. In his temporary place of residence, Wang Shen once again changed his appearance. The blacksmith's surprise at the sight of the guy was visible from afar. This pendant really was an excellent thing that camouflages well. After the young man was ready to go on the road, the owner of the shop gave him the address of Mr. Lu's student, who lived in a village in the mountains. The soldier should go straight to him. Having said goodbye to his new friend and promising that they would definitely see each other soon, the lone wolf set off on the road. The soldier stopped in front of the entrance to the Divine Forge, realizing that something was wrong. The murderous aura of the people around was too obvious. It seemed that among them there were many masters of illusion, but the warrior knew very well that no one dared to attack the masters of the Linlong Pavilion. His comrades would avenge each master, and if he was attacked now, someone would definitely come to the rescue. The military man could not understand how the killer was recognized. Perhaps the box was a simple fake. The sniper was also wondering who sponsored the attack. Most likely it was the city ruler or the old eunuch. Only these two could mobilize so many people at once. But all this did not give a clear answer to the question of who really wanted to attack the lone wolf. In his thoughts, the sniper did not notice how a huge mountain-like bald man appeared in front of him. The stranger, in a very rude manner, insisted that the parachutist get out of his way, otherwise he could lose his lower limbs. Such a meeting greatly frightened the military man, who could not understand what kind of force stood in his way. Deciding that there was nothing more for him to do in this place, the young man set off as fast as he could in the other direction, away from the bull. For several days now, Wang Shun had been in the mountains near the capital, where he was taught a new craft, but he was not at all able to master even the basics of stone carving. All this time, next to the guy was one of his teachers, and also a student of Mr. Lu. Although the boy was only 15 years old, he had been carving since early childhood, first starting at the age of 7 to 8. The young master's talent was undeniable, especially compared to the talent of the new student. Also, the teenager hated wasting time, and therefore did not give Lone Wolf a minute's break. After grueling practice, 10 times cutting out 10,000 triangles, the paratrooper finally reached Lingyun Temple. Already in the temple, the young man was taught calligraphy by the old Taoist Ling Shu. There were rumors that the man used to be the abbot of Liaojun Temple, but for some reason, he now lived in seclusion in the mountains. He was always very happy to help people who approached him. Trying to explain to the warrior the basics of calligraphy, The old man told him to write more easily and not to put pressure on his brush. But, due to Wang Sheng's diligence, he had already broken too many hands. Taoist Ling Shu saw that in front of him was a very strong young man. Even compared to the people in the capital, it was not easy to find someone stronger than his disciple. But still, the guy should have understood that power was not bursts of uncontrollable energy, but a flow that was stable and so on. A lone wolf had to be unshakable, but at the same time soft. This was the essence of strength. The old man stuck the brush in the face of his surprised student. Without even tensing a single muscle in his body, Dao Lingshu used his internal energy, which nearly knocked the skydiver off his chair. At this moment, the sniper realized that the master truly possessed extreme power. He was much stronger than the young man. Continuing the lesson, the old man said that once the warrior learns this lesson, he will truly master his abilities. The lone wolf finally realized that he needed to be able to combine softness and strength. Then everything would definitely work out. Half a month later, the young man was still training in a village in the mountains. Today for dinner, Wang Sheng served braised pork and ribs in sauce. The parachutist masters were delighted with the food he prepared, as were all the other people who tried it. The young man was a very good cook. The delicacies of the mountains and seas could not compare with his chicken wings. So, within half a month, Dao Lingshu completely changed his tastes. In fact, these two taught the sniper a lot, and in this way he tried to thank them. Although the old man was a Taoist, he ate meat and drank wine, did not criticize anyone and simply enjoyed life, and therefore was a worthy example to follow. Finally, after several weeks, the soldier asked the questions he was interested in. He wanted to know who this Taoist god was. Of course, it was the founder of Taoism, namely Supreme Venerable Lord Lao. Since the military man had just begun his training, it was not surprising that he did not know this yet. Everything in the world obeys the great path of Tao, and the highest principle of existence was non-action. But the people from Liaojun Temple are not worthy to call themselves Taoists, according to the master. All these people talk about clearing karma, but in reality they all craved only gold, land, and wealth. They all teach people to bow their heads, burn incense, teach them to worship Laozi and believe his blessings. But they don't teach people to believe in themselves. It was just a disgusting teaching. The guy asked the teacher to calm down, because in his opinion, the worship of the gods could also serve to calm ordinary people. Because initially all the temples were conceived before, when people faced problems, they went to the temple to pray. Rising from the table, the old man asked a rhetorical question. He did not believe that it was possible to teach people virtue while acting unworthily. Dao Lingshu, trying to remain calm, led his students out. Going back to the mountains, the younger ones asked whether it was bad to have large lands, gold and silver. He did not understand why his grandfather did not like it. According to the warrior, the old man was an outstanding man. He lives simply, wakes up early, and does not eat more than 3 times a day. And when the boy understands these truths that he talks about, he can become just as powerful. Trying to satisfy his curiosity, the teenager turned to his interlocutor and asked if he too was an outstanding person. I don't know how to answer correctly. Lone Wolf scratched the back of his head. In fact, the young man understood that it was easier said than done. He could understand everything that the master said, but he still wanted to have a big house, gold and silver. Everything he heard that evening gave the 15-year-old student a lot to think about. Dao Lingshu watched his students from afar, living simply, waking up and going to sleep early, eating no more than 3 times a day. This understanding of the truths was very funny. A month later, Lone Wolf still did not stop his calligraphy lessons. According to the master, the guy learned very quickly and his efforts should have been rewarded, so he was ready to fulfill one of his wishes. The young man wanted to know if his teacher knew anything about the records kept in the Liaojun Temple. Tibetan scriptures were copied once every 50 years, and last time it was the old man who did it. So the young man would really like to know about what happened before, namely how the Qianjuedi Gorge appeared. The teacher looked carefully at his student and asked what he himself thought about this. There were rumors that a clan used to live there, but then it was completely destroyed. I really like this answer from Dao Lingshu. He thought that this interpretation of history was disgusting. The teacher was surprised that his student really saw that the village covered thousands of miles. Indeed, although Wang Sheng had only recently been to this world, he still had basic knowledge. To manage a formation covering thousands of miles requires incredible organizational skills, which was almost impossible. A brilliant idea struck the young man, and he jumped up from his seat. It seemed he understood how it all happened. Dao Lingshu calmly confirmed that an organization could not have such power, but several hundred organizations could still. Soledov, with his emotions, calmly asked the master if he could tell him how and when the Qianjuedi Gorge was created. Pleased with his student's obedience, the old man agreed to answer his question. But the man also wanted to know what he would get in return. The young man understood that indeed, for a person who has the right to edit and rewrite ancient manuscripts, it is almost impossible to reveal the secrets that are hidden in them. But judging by the old man's words, he was ready to reveal all the secrets. He just needed to understand what he needed. Wanting to know the secret of the gorge, the lone wolf asked the master what he wanted to receive in return for his knowledge. After thinking briefly, the man said that he had already decided what he wanted. His desire was very simple. The old man knew very well that his student was trained in sculpting and engraving. He wanted the military man to help him engrave a sculpture of Lao Tzu. Then the master was ready to tell him everything that interested him. The people from Liaojun Temple want to create 10,000 sculptures of Lao Tzu on a mountain near the capital. After they finish making the sculptures, the mountain will be renamed Immortal Lao Tzu Mountain, thus expanding the influence of their temple. The information that the young man heard shocked him greatly, and he did not understand how to react to everything. Dao Lingshu continued to announce his conditions, since the sculpture that he and the warrior had to create must be much better than all those sculptures. They would suppress them. Now, Liaojun is mobilizing all his people to achieve his goal. Among them, there should be many talented sculptors, but the sniper was a novice. The teacher didn't care how the student did it, but if he couldn't, he would go to the Liaojun temple himself and read the ancient books, and for this, he only had to overcome the masters of the 7th and 8th levels. But even if a parachutist engraved a statue of Lao Tzu that was better than all the others, it would hardly be enough to ruin the temple's plans, especially since they were the true successors of the teaching. The teacher didn't care about all the conventions. He wanted the soldier to find a way to belittle the dignity of the temple members, but not too much, but simply so that they would be disgraced. The young man did not understand why, if the old man was so angry with them, then perhaps he should just beat everyone up, in which case he was no help either, because the man was much stronger than him. The teacher explained that the temple had been preparing for this event for a whole year. So if the student taught them a lesson, he would make sure that the guy learned everything he needed. In addition, the old man can also tell what was impossible to find in the ancient books of the Liaojun Temple, namely, the most secret information about Qianjuedi. I understand how profitable Dao Lingshu's offer was. The sniper happily agreed to everything. At night, Wang Sheng slept in his bed, but his dreams were completely restless. The young man could not understand where he was and why he suddenly found himself in this place. Before Lone Wolf's eyes stood a huge statue of Lao Tzu. Having looked more closely, the young man realized that in front of him was the Lishan Buddha. And had he really returned to Earth again? No, the young man could not believe that this could happen. It did not look like reality. Wang Sheng must have been just sleeping, so as soon as he woke up as quickly as possible, he began to pull his cheek. Feeling severe pain in his face, the young man jumped up on his bed and managed to regain consciousness. Having come to his senses and calmed down a little, Lone Wolf realized that it was really just a dream. But everything was not so bad, because with the help of this dream, the guy still realized what he should do next. The mountain was Buddha, and Buddha was the mountain. You just need to move the Buddha statue to Lao Tzu's place, and that's the end of it. The largest statue of Lao Tzu in the Celestial Empire will definitely not leave the inhabitants of the temple indifferent. The sniper laughed happily and flopped back onto the bed. He was a damn genius. In the morning, the guy went to inspect the suitable area. The capital was surrounded by 6 waterfalls, and their intersection points were a huge block of stone, the highest mountain in the vicinity of the capital. The parachutist cut off the man in mid-sentence who was giving him a tour of the surrounding area. Everything he wanted to hear and had already heard, the young man liked this place. This was exactly what the warrior wanted to say. So he gave the money to the guide, apologized for the disturbance, and asked to leave him alone, since he wanted to look. Having climbed to the very top, the soldier realized that this block of stone was perfect for creating a huge statue. It was durable and of good quality, but the only problem was that it had been under streams of water for many years and had become too hard. If a military man uses ordinary tools and methods, he will have to work hard. Not to mention, he will have to change several chisels. So he must first go to Master Lu and ask him for advice. Mr. Lu was not at home all day, but by sunset he finally returned to his abode. Entering the building, the man saw his students who were learning a new technique for carving sculptures. The teacher walked to Wang Shun's desk and picked up the stone gourd, studying it carefully. The work looked very good. The parachutist was able to learn the basics of carving, and now he was doing high-quality things, although he had made a lot of mistakes before. The only thing the lone wolf needed now was to find his own style. But the guy didn't understand how to do it. The master believed that the main thing in this matter was practice. Then his student would be able to understand in which style it was easier for him to work, and after that, he would be able to become famous throughout the world. But becoming a real master means doing whatever you want and forgetting everything you knew before. So if you use traditional methods and materials, you can also become a good master who makes the same type of things. Only what comes out in the end will still not be considered art. As for the great masters, they practice again and again and never stop doing it. You can carve sculptures from stone in any way you like, but when giving the product a shape, it was worth looking for your own style. Only then will people admire the results of the work, and then the student will become a great master. Master Lu handed the guy the work, which he corrected a little and asked if everything was clear to him. After looking carefully at Lone Wolf, the old man asked him to tell him what he understood. The young man said that a mountain is a mountain and water is water, but then a mountain is not a mountain and water is not water. But ultimately, a mountain was still a mountain and water was still just water. The teacher was very surprised by the young man's words. He did not expect to hear such a thing. The old man was simply angry. His student understood everything completely wrong. A bright blue glow illuminated the master. The shocked young man realized that the man had just increased his spiritual energy. There were too many things in the room, and Lone Wolf understood that this could interfere with Master Lu. But Wang Sheng also understands very well that his strength was not enough to withstand the old man's strength. The sniper did not understand at all how to act further, and therefore he simply stood silently, unable to move. Under the surprised glances of everyone present, Dao Lingshu burst into the room. The second master ordered the paratrooper to grab the boy and run from there, and he would definitely protect Lu. The teenager did not have spiritual strength, and therefore it was dangerous for him to be in the room. Without noticing anything around him, the carving teacher increased his level while sitting in a meditation position. By noon the next day, the master was still promoting, under the careful gaze of Dao Lingshu and the warrior. Having finally come to his senses, Teacher Lu thanked the second master. Now he owed him a lot. Turning to the young man, the old man with a smile reminded him that they had not finished speaking and asked what he wanted to tell him. The guy shrugged off his interlocutor's words but realized that the time it took Mr. Lu to get promoted was much longer than Mr. Li, although it seemed that he was much stronger than his opponent. In fact, the soldier's words made the old man think about a lot and saved the 10 years that it would take him to understand that truth. And the more he thought about the guy's words, the more he understood their essence. The military man understood that both masters seemed to value relationships with people. This was a very good quality. Wang Shen decided to defuse the situation and said that it was therefore worth going into the building and refreshing himself. Feeling the aroma of delicious food, the men immediately pounced on the treat. Lone Wolf decided to ask Teacher Lu what his current level was, since the promotion took a very long time. In fact, the old man had long ago stopped paying attention to his level of spiritual energy. So, in the face of the respected Taoist monk, he did not dare to act arrogantly. He had now reached the 8th level. The guy realized that before the promotion, the master was already stronger than the masters from the city of Wuyu. But now the difference between their strengths has increased even more. The young man understood that indeed many geniuses could be found here. The parachutist dreamed of finding out how he could become as strong as the masters present. It doesn't matter what you do, forge iron, or sculpt a sculpture, but you always had to use your spiritual strength. You need to constantly improve your skills. You cannot become a master using only brute force. Lone Wolf didn't understand why the teacher hadn't told him this information before. In his defense, the old man said that it was also necessary to practice brute force. This was also very important. For example, the second disciple did not even have a Yuan Hun, but he was still an excellent master of his craft. Hearing the sound of the doors opening, the 3 men turned around to find out who had come to them. Before their eyes stood 2 strangers with unfriendly smiles. The sun was already rising over the mountains, illuminating a new, beautiful day. Song Yan was exercising on the veranda in front of the building. It was truly relaxing. The beauty stretched, stretching all her muscles. It was very pleasant. Satisfied, Wang Shen watched the girl's exercises from around the corner. He really liked the spectacle. The heiress of the Song family noticed an interested look on herself and asked this spoiled boy if he had seen enough. The lone wolf pulled the beauty closer in his arms. Miss Song seemed to be very hot-tempered. Smiling, the sniper asked the lady what she was doing there. Song Yan reminded the warrior that it was he who taught her yoga, and these exercises improve stretching and promote weight loss, and also help with stress. The young man pressed the beauty even closer to him. Since she liked her so much, then perhaps he was worthy of a small reward. Having tightly wrapped the girl in his arms, the young man pressed a kiss to her lips. The embarrassed lady recalled that the military man visited her only once in such a long time. It seemed that he completely forgot about her, and for this, he should have been properly punished. Satisfied, Lone Wolf was waiting for punishment. He was ready to make amends with kisses. After thinking a little about the young man's words, Song Yan agreed that punishment was indeed required. But the sniper must do the same exercises that she did. Hearing such words, the parachutist was shocked. He understood what this threatened him with. Fulfilling the beauty's conditions, the young man tried to do the splits, but he was not good at it. So the lady decided to help her fiancé perform such simple exercises. Very loud screams were heard throughout the entire area, and that night no one could sleep. Wangshan couldn't believe that the stranger was looking for him. An unexpected thought struck him. All this could be happening because of the pendant. It seems that's how the blonde found him. In fact, the man knew that the paratrooper was in the Divine Forge when he opened the box. The concerned master said that he would go and ask Mr. Liu what was going on. The stranger had already asked around about everyone, but there were no craftsmen here at all. He only met some old man and a mediocre craftsman. He had already encountered many problems before he found the stranger. After the box was opened, the blonde lost track of the lone wolf, so he had to find the artist who created the pendant that was in it. Fortunately, the master left a special scent on the pendant, by which the monster he was raising could find the pendant. But it looks like this monster could very soon die of old age. Only because the blondes had an artifact that interested the master, he still agreed to help. Having found this mountain village, the man realized that it was shrouded in a protective barrier, so his people were already waiting outside. As God was his witness, Lone Wolf couldn't get away this time. Interrupting the stranger's thoughts, Dao Lingshu said that he had nothing to do with all this. Fleeing in an unknown direction, the Taoist monk told the man to continue the conversation. He would no longer interfere. According to the blonde, the old man acted very smartly. Since the one who understood the situation was wise, such people lived much longer. Wangshan, understanding the seriousness of the situation, asked the blonde to let the master and his student go. Having nothing against it, the stranger pointed to the doors. Looking after the man and teenager leaving, the blonde realized that apparently the guy already understood the situation he was in. He believed that it would be good if the men could resolve everything peacefully. The stranger warned that the sniper should not think about escaping, since several of his people were unlocked outside, which he could not even imagine. The parachutist was shocked. He did not understand how the blonde's people could go unnoticed. The stranger laughed loudly, as the soldier could not even imagine his level of spiritual energy. The local peasants certainly would not have been able to detect him, and everyone who saw his face was no longer alive for a long time. Lone Wolf knew very well that the box was the property of the chief of Wuyu City, but the man did not look like his man at all. The blonde warned that if the boss quietly served his time in the city and did not get involved in their affairs, he would be able to keep his position. Otherwise, appointing a new mayor would not be a big problem. It seems that the situation in Wuyu was quite difficult, but did the strangers really think that they could deal with the mayor so easily? It seems that the city was under their complete control. Trying to maintain a casual appearance, the young man said that the man had come to the wrong place at the wrong time. And also, the stranger made another huge mistake. The blonde should not attack the locals, since they did nothing to them and did not provoke them in any way. So it was not appropriate to treat them this way. Shrugging his shoulders, the man asked if someone could do something to them, since he considered the young man's words to be simple nonsense. The doors of the room flew out and Mr. Liu appeared on the threshold with his eyes blazing with anger. The old man had come to teach the mercenary how to use spiritual energy and was ready to teach him the first lesson. Approaching the worried men, the master insisted that his student pay close attention to the lesson. How much, as soon as the young man improves his level, it will become much easier for him to deal with problems. Mr. Liu knew for sure that if the people in front of you looked like enemies, then they were enemies. And if Lone Wolf beats them like a piece of wood, it will be very right. Using the example of one of the attackers, the master said that you need to treat your enemies like a piece of metal to create a sculpture. The old man was sure that creating a sculpture using spiritual energy was exactly what the sniper needed. Having dealt with his opponent, Mr. Liu of the city demonstrated his work to everyone present. The old man smiled contentedly. After all, the mercenary still had a lot to learn. The young man had nothing to say, since the lesson was indeed very building. Hearing loud sounds, everyone present turned to the door. Apparently, the calligraphy teacher had already dealt with all the people who were around the perimeter. Opening the doors with his body, one of the blonde's guards flew into the room. Dao Lingshu said that he had sealed the man's spiritual energy and ordered the student to show everyone what he was capable of. Carrying out an order from his mentor, the guy immediately jumped out of his seat. Under the surprised gaze of the stranger, ignore the spectators, two men are locked in combat. Concentrating on his actions, Wang Shun repelled all the guards' attacks. The lone wolf grabbed the attacker by the arm, going behind him and throwing him over his shoulder. Concentrating all his spiritual energy into his palm, the young man pushed the man away. The security guard flew to the other end of the room, but still managed to put up a block for protection. The master watching the fight was interested in what kind of style the student used. Since he skillfully combined hardness and softness, and direct blows with defensive techniques, it was similar to what the guy was taught, but it seems that until that moment his opponent did not take him seriously. Having received a short respite, the guard rushed to attack the military man with renewed vigor. Without losing his attention, the parachutist dodged the man's blows. The attacker began to get more and more angry. It was impossible that some stranger could so easily repel his attacks. Full of anger, the guard once again rushed at the young man, hoping to defeat him. Without giving the attacker time to do anything, Lone Wolf attacked him with all his spiritual energy. From a strong blow, the man crashed into the wall, breaking it with his back. Wang Shun knew very well that this was skill. The master noticed that the guy's techniques had something in common with the practices of Taoism, namely the same precise movements. Turning to the master who made the necklace, the young man said that now it was his turn to choose an opponent. Fear covered the man. He did not understand what kind of mysterious practices these two were using, since he had never seen anything like it before. The master's gaze darted between everyone present, looking for the simplest goal. Unexpectedly, Dao Lingshu lunged at the man, solving his dilemma. Without allowing his opponent to come to his senses, the Taoist monk demolished him with one strong stream of energy. The craftsman who made the necklace was slammed into a wall after a battle with her opponent. Remaining calm, the old man stretched his hands after the struggle. Although Wang Shun knew that this Taoist was strong, he never expected it to be so strong. He was in excellent physical shape and could defeat his opponent with one blow. Without paying any attention to what was happening, the master asked the student what kind of fighting style he had just used. Lone Wolf was surprised that the teacher was addressing him, but still replied that he himself had studied this fighting style and it was called Tai Chi Quan. On Earth, this was a popular type of martial arts, created by Zhang Sanfeng, or one of the masters who lived at a later time. The guy could not claim the authorship of this style. The name interested Dao Lingshu very much. He had never heard such a word. The young man explained that Tai Chi Quan practitioners are able to combine strength with gentleness, maintaining a perfect balance, like yin and yang. Both masters teaching Lone Wolf were shocked by such information. They did not teach this to their student. The sniper understood perfectly well that even though some of them had won, they still had to get out of the room. The guests left a lot of interesting things behind after their visit. It seemed that many of this organization had infiltrated Ouya. They had quite a few killer signs, 52 white and 3 green. It was really impressive. The parachutist understood that when he returned to Ouya, he needed to be much more careful. After the strangers left the mountain settlement, the teachers continued training Lone Wolf. Master Lu trained the young man for another half a month, and after mastering the skills of sculpting with the help of spiritual energy, he returned to Linglong Pavilion to complete some matters. The old man thanked his student for teaching him Tai Chi Quan. He planned to find a place where, and once they realized the essence of this art, he promised to definitely find the young man. Although the man did not have the information the military needed, he promised to teach him the skills of sculpting with the help of spiritual energy and would definitely keep his word. The old man handed the surprised warrior some object unknown to him. This strange thing was very heavy. Dao Lingshu explained that it contained gold and was created especially for the young man. He cast a spell on it. The weight of this thing could increase 100-fold as the sniper's skills increased. The master showed a hammer with exactly the same texture, and it weighed 2,000 jinin. With this tool, the young man will have to create sculptures. Usually, when sculpting sculptures, a hammer and chisel were used. A hammer, the heaviest, can weigh a little more than 10 jin. But even 5 for most people was a heavy weight, let alone 2,000. When sculpting, you cannot use weak blows, but also 2 strong ones. Otherwise, you can easily ruin the material, so the hammer and chisel should be comfortable. The master explained that Wang Shen's strength was too great. An ordinary hammer and chisel would not work for him. But when the guy uses new ones, the teacher reminded him not to forget to use spiritual energy. And when Lone Wolf masters one hammer, he can start using another. As it turned out, the new one was twice as heavy as the previous one. It weighed about 4,000 jin. Dao Lingxu was sure that this was impossible, since the chisel and hammer together weighed 3,000 jin. But if the young man wielded his name quickly, he could destroy any stone. Also, the master reminded that the guy should apply force as carefully as possible, learn to skillfully control his energy, otherwise he will not succeed. When the young man was on Earth, he could not even imagine that he would lift a hammer weighing 2,000 jin. The master handed the tool to the young man. Now it belonged to the lone wolf. Throwing the hammer into the air, the skydiver thought that this one must weigh much more than the previous 2. The guy couldn't believe what just happened. It was impossible. The instrument weighed about 100 jin, but for some unknown reason it was very light. The master confirmed that everything was exactly like that. At first you had to use heavy tools, then even heavier ones. And when you get used to it, all the tools become light. That is why, if for a military man these instruments seemed easy, it means he had trained enough. This last hammer was as light as a feather and weighed only a couple of jins, according to Dao Lingxu. The soldier realized that if he could use this hammer and chisel to create a superior sculpture, he would probably be able to attack stronger. In fact, this was only part of the practice. It was impossible to just practice on stones every day. The teacher also gave his student 3 brushes, 2 of which weighed 1,000 jin each, and 1 as an ordinary brush. If a sniper writes 100 hieroglyphs each day, they will all seem the same to him. You had to train every day without stopping, continue to improve, and then, as a young man, you would be able to sculpt excellent sculptures with the lightest hammer. The next day, at the intersection of 3 rivers, there was wonderful sunny weather. Wang Sheng sat in his house and meditated. The guy understood that first he needed to model the image of the sculpture in the Yuan Hun space, paying attention to all the small details. Cobblestones were flying from a huge cliff when the young man created his sculpture. A statue of Lao appeared before the young man's eyes. The lone wolf looked carefully at his creation. It seemed to him that this was not the best way and he needed to try again. A huge number of people gathered in front of Immortal Lord Lao Mountain. The rector of the temple to Lord Lao thanked all the outstanding personalities for coming such a long way to get to this place. Finally, the man reported that the plan to transform the Immortal Mountain to Lord Lao had been approved. A year and a half later, work was still underway at the intersection of 3 rivers. The lone wolf, without stopping, knocked out the sculpture of the Great Lao, and the people around had no idea what kind of huge monument rested on the mountain. The soldier practiced step by step, wrote down hieroglyphs, and now his skills have become much better. As for the feather-light hammer, it became easier for a warrior to use it. Now, finally, the time has come to go back and show the results achieved. After a long absence, the young man finally returned to the house of his teachers. Dao Lingxu couldn't believe that the guy had returned after all. Pleased with himself, Lone Wolf wanted to show the master the fruits of his work. He immediately wanted to demonstrate everything. The men reached the right place only after dark. After a long journey, a huge rock hanging over them was still waiting for them. Wu Chen tried to see something. The sky was so black that it was impossible to see anything. Without losing his enthusiasm, the guy presented the master with the results of his work over the past year and a half. The master looked carefully at his interlocutor, smelling his beard. He was ready to finally see the statue. Taking a strong swing, Wang Sheng pushed off the ground and kicked the mountain with all his strength. From the force of the impact, cracks appeared along the huge rock. I feel that something wrong is happening. The master put his hand in front of him, concentrating spiritual energy in his palm. With one easy movement, the Taoist monk stopped the block flying towards him. Without stopping for a second, the lone wolf continued to throw large stones in different directions. Dao Lingxu defended himself and the teenager, stopping the stones flying to the side. The boy could not believe what he saw. It seemed to him that the time before him was simply enormous. The master noticed that Wu Cheng did not need to compare himself with the young man. His powers were of a specific nature. The stranger really was a genius. An ordinary person has no need to compare himself to a genius. After hard work, the outline of the Great Lao statue began to appear in front of the men. The master immediately ordered the boy not to stand idle, but to run to the temple and call the abbots. He also ordered to call his teacher, to gather everyone he could so that they could see this. The Taoist monk's eyes filled with tears as he looked at this magnificent creation. In the morning, the news spread throughout the entire settlement, and a huge crowd of people ran to the intersection of 3 rivers. The monks immediately bowed in greeting to their venerable founder. The paratrooper could not believe that all this time he had been taught by the founder of the Liaojun Temple. The old man immediately ordered the new arrivals to remove the outer layer of the mountain. Not daring to disobey the order of the founder, the monks rushed to clean the statue. The picture that opened struck Dao Lingshu and struck her to the very heart. The great Lao statue was simply magnificent and incredible in size. Before the eyes of all those gathered was the most majestic creation of human hands. The warrior explained that he created 3 sculptures, each of which had paired inscriptions. He hoped that everyone present would not be disappointed by his work. Some of the monks fell to the ground, kneeling before the majestic statue. More and more of those present, feeling awe, fell to the ground to bow to Lao. Dao Lingshu, from his height, looked at all the Taoist monks. Turning to Lone Wolf, the old man asked what his phrase about paired inscriptions meant. Smiling, Wang Shen pointed to the foot of the statue. That's where these inscriptions were, but if you look directly, they are not very visible. But if you look from above, the picture was completely different. The founder of the temple looked at Lao in surprise. He still could not understand what all this meant. Having risen into the air, completely new views opened up before the master's eyes. The columns were covered with a huge number of inscriptions. Seeing the inscription that said "What's wrong with not bowing down," the man laughed. The followers of Taoism looked at each other. They did not understand why the founder of their temple was having so much fun. People could not understand what he meant, whether they should bow or not. The new temple leader clapped his hands loudly. It was truly an amazing skill. But they were followers of Lao Tzu. Therefore, they must follow the path of Tao, worship the ancestors and the laws of heaven, and the principles of the earth. If you bow sincerely, then it is worth doing. If not, then it is not worth it. The followers agreed, because in this way they paid tribute to their ancestors. These words truly contained great wisdom worthy of followers of the great path of Tao. Dao Lingshu believed that those who commit atrocities use every opportunity to achieve their goals. Even if a lowly person bows 10,000 times, it will not change anything. A truly great and selfless person does not need to bow to his ancestors. He does the right things without it. Unexpectedly, one of those who knelt noticed that the calligraphy that was written on the rock was somehow unusual. The old man looked closely at the inscriptions. These hieroglyphs were written in an unknown style, so he asked the author whether he created it himself. The young man called him Kaishu. He made his features straight, just as they write in the books. According to the founder of the temple, this was really good. The inscriptions were simple and clear, so everyone could read them. Grabbing the lone wolf by the hand, the master pulled him to show him, as quickly as possible, how to spell it. The young man slowed down the teacher a little. He shouldn't have been in such a hurry since the guy wanted to show him 2 more inscriptions. The old man smiled contentedly. He was interested in what else was written there. It was necessary for everyone to see them. Having walked around the mountain, the men found themselves at the foot of another statue. The followers of Tao carefully read the hieroglyphs. They were speechless from what they saw. Wang Sheng borrowed these inscriptions from a canonical work from Earth called the Tao Te Ching. These sayings, at the same time, fit into the local concept of Taoism, but in comparison with them, they have a deeper meaning. Dao Lingshu was not sure that he could deceive the temple followers. Behind the backs of the shocked people, a ship with an unknown person was sailing along the river. The old man shouted in anger. What kind of nonsense was written there? We are sure that the guy knows nothing. The stranger shouted loudly that the young man was an uneducated boy, since these hieroglyphs were generally impossible to understand. The newly arrived man apologized for interfering in the conversation and said that his name was Taifu. The man also apologized to the head of the temple. He did not expect him to be in that place. The chief waved the wanderer away, saying that everything was fine. Interrupting the meaningless conversation, Dao Lingshu said that he needed to reflect in silence to finish reading the 3rd inscription. Perhaps he was condemning something new, and then his level would increase. Lone Wolf smiled sincerely and wished good luck to his teacher. Taifu did not share the guy's optimism, since the master had already reached the 9th level many years ago. If he reached the 10th level, then no one in the kingdom would be able to defeat him. The teacher said that his level increased by 1, perhaps a newcomer, and was not good at mathematics, because he decided that more than 9 is 8. Interrupting the men's thoughts, Wu Cheng shouted to the master that the third statue was completed and suggested that they take a look at it as quickly as possible. Followers of Taoism went to see the latest creation. Grabbing Lone Wolf by the hand, Dao Lingshu shouted that he needed a secluded place, and right now, the current temple leader promised that the disciples would take care of it immediately. Moreover, before the old man deviates, he would like to discuss the canonical books of Lao Zhongguan with the young man. In this case, the men could settle down in the temple's book depository and do everything necessary. The head even allowed him to take a stranger with him, and if help was needed, the master could always find him. Wang Shen noticed that the leader of the temple turned out to be a good person, reliable, and whom he could rely on. The man assured the master that he could rest assured that he would settle all the necessary formalities and they could settle down in the temple. After discussing all the details, the group of people headed to Lao Zhongguan Temple. The followers of the temple lined up to greet their founder. More than 10,000 Taoists train in Lao Zhongguan. There was a strict hierarchy there, which, fortunately, did not concern the sniper at all. Having escorted the men to the book depository, the followers of Taoism left them alone. The old man showed the guy all the records that were currently stored there and promised to let him look at them later. But now he asked him to get some wine so that they could quench their thirst. Lone Wolf noticed that the masters were highly revered in the temple, so he thought that perhaps he should be careful about his habits, namely drinking less and eating vegetables. I decided not to raise this topic. He said that he would do whatever he wanted, and in return he would allow the warrior to study secret books. The old man really didn't understand these people. The ancient Taoist books were a real treasure, and they spread their teachings everywhere, paying attention to completely the wrong things, and it was terrible. In response, the guy said that since they were no longer able to spread their teaching, it means there was a grain of truth in it. But he agreed with the master. They should not abandon the ancient canons. This is completely unacceptable. Because if the Tao Te Ching is lost, then there will be no Taoists left as such. Dao Lingshu agreed with his student's words. He really reasoned sensibly. However, what the teacher promised to tell the guy next was of great importance. Even modern followers did not know much of what the paratroopers could learn from him. But before the master tells the stranger everything, he must tell who he really was. The old man cannot talk about such things with someone he does not know. The guy tore off his medallion and said that he was the same mercenary from Wuyu who could cross the Qianjuedi Gorge alone. The young man was interested in what the master's reaction would be, whether he would ask how a soldier could cross, or whether he would ignore this fact and what he would tell him now. After all, the secret about Qianjuedi was so important that perhaps the teacher would want to find out about it. The men looked at each other silently, not daring to break the silence. The old man spoke first. It didn't matter. He believed that it was not surprising that someone who could be in the gorge without hindrance decided to find out about this place. Lone Wolf nevertheless decided to insist and asked Dao Lingshu if he would now tell the truth. There were 3 theories about the emergence of Qianjuedi, and also the destruction of religious sections and the destruction of clans. The gorge became like this because of the protective dome. The most likely version of the young man was the destruction of the clan, since he saw what was left of the settlement. In fact, all these 3 versions were not idle rumors, Master. Confirmed that they were true. The gorge had a radius of thousands of li, and there used to be several practicing sects there. They were destroyed by 2 terrifyingly powerful people, Shen Yingyu and Qi Xiongtang. The unsurpassed Lin clan also existed there, but it was destroyed. Thoughtful, Wang Sheng asked whether these people belonged to the 5 great families. The old man confirmed the young man's guess and said that the imperial family and the hidden Shizong clan were also involved. But the young man still did not understand why they took such a cruel step. Dao Lingshu explained that this happened because at that time there was an unsurpassed master living in the Lin family. The alarmed Lone Wolf understood where this conversation was going. That master was Feng Huang. It was Phoenix who was that unsurpassed master, but no one knew who he was or what rank he had and what power. It is only known that Yuan Hun was a phoenix. The guy realized that, apparently, this phoenix was the girl from his dream, who lived thousands of years ago, but it was not clear what happened then and why she spoke to him in his dream. Lone Wolf remembered her perfectly. It seemed to him that they had talked only yesterday, and then he wanted to know how she died. It turned out that several families united and imprisoned her somewhere in Qianjuedi. Since then, there have been no more mentions of her. After that war, of the first 10 clans, 2 were destroyed and 3 suffered serious losses. 1 was almost destroyed, and from 13, 7 were destroyed. The remaining 6 sunk into oblivion, and their descendants founded hidden clans. The warrior realized that there was one serious inconsistency. If the dome was created by members of sects, then it is not clear how they entered the territory of the gorge. The teacher explained that those people who installed the dome died, and the remaining masters acted thoughtlessly. But thanks to those people, the dome was activated but almost exploded, and therefore it was sealed with a decimal seal. Since then, strange things began to happen in Cheonjuedi, and after several decades, people stopped appearing there. But the sniper himself knew very well about the dangers that lurked there. The young man was immensely grateful that the teacher told him everything. Having learned all the information he was interested in, the parachutist, with all respect, bowed to the master and said goodbye to him. Dao Ling was grateful for the company but did not detain his student. When leaving, Wang Sheng promised that the next time he and the master met, they would definitely drink wine. In the mercenaries' lair, life went on as usual. The men were looking at the photo of Wang Sheng, who had been missing for over a year, so they did not expect that the order to kill him would still be on the stand. Some time ago, families sent their craftsmen to the city, but a large number of people were still dying. The lone wolf, who had been listening to the mercenaries all this time, finally showed signs of life. Seeing the young man, everyone present was shocked. For them, meeting a ghost seemed more likely. No one understood what was happening, since the military man had disappeared more than a year ago. Having passed by the alarmed public, the paratrooper greeted the administrator of the mercenary lair. Moving closer to the beauty, the military man complimented her, because they had not seen each other for a very long time, and she had become even more beautiful. The lady laughed loudly. I understand that the guy is flattering, but she was glad that he returned safe and sound. The lone wolf informed the girl that he would like to exchange the tablets and therefore needed her help. Quite a lot of signs, some of which were even blue, fell onto the administrator's desk. The girl was shocked by what she saw, but Wang Shen also asked her for help in spreading some news. The lone wolf explained that recently he had been strapped for money, and therefore he needed to save money for living, and in a month he was going to go to Cheonjuedi. But most importantly, the parachutist was ready to take 10 people with him into the gorge. The news heard from the guy excited everyone present. It was now the #1 topic among the mercenaries. After the mercenaries' lair, the guy finally went to his old bedroom. The young man was very interested in whether anything had changed there. The first to meet the young man were 2 maids. The girls were very happy about the return of the gentleman and immediately rushed into his arms, since they had been waiting for him all this time. The ladies pulled the guy into the house, promising to immediately prepare him a delicious dinner. Already inside the room, a luxuriously laid festive table awaited the lone wolf. Wang Shen's neighbors were sitting at the table. They no longer expected to see their friend, who had been missing for so long. The satisfied young man said that he had finally returned. The killer immediately invited the sniper to sit at the table and tell him what he had been doing for the past year. The guy smiled contentedly. He realized that he was finally at home again. The men decided that before starting conversations, it was still worth celebrating the return of their friend, and everything else could wait. As night fell, the parachutist headed to his quarters. The warrior sat in a meditation position. After such a long preparation, he was finally ready. He needed to start engraving the stele. Looking at the large block of stone, the soldier decided that now he needed to force Yuan Hun to be reborn again. On Earth, in the Taoist and Buddhist traditions, there is the practice of reading mantras. It is rumored that using mantras during meditation helps a person with rebirth. Using his spiritual energy, the young man realized that he had finally found a solution, summoning his avatar of enormous size. Giving instructions to the avatar, Lone Wolf directed him to the stele to carve the inscriptions. Wang Shen understood perfectly well that everything was starting now. Armed with a hammer and chisel, the spiritual image tirelessly hammered out words on the stone. After everything was ready, the guy stood at the foot of the stele and admired the inscription, which said that the soldier always goes forward. A renewed Yuan Hun appeared from behind the stone. The young man smiled at his work. It turned out just fine. The statistical energy was stable, meaning his strength had reached a whole new level. The dragon also changed greatly. Now one could think about other, less important things. Some questions now did not need to be reconsidered, because the answer was right there, lying before my eyes. Now, Lone Wolf knew that he could increase his level using IQ, and it was simply incredible. Coming to his senses again in the real world, the guy heard Li Hanbin's voice. The neighbors thought that the young man did well this time, much better than the last. Last time, It took a total of 3 months for a soldier to recover after leveling up, but now he didn't even need any recovery time. And the guy asked his friends what level they thought he was now, since after the transformation of the dragon, and he could no longer be separated as before, it must be the 4th. The killer laughed. Apparently the warrior had, at best, a 2nd level. Although analyzing the speed of his recovery and other parameters, he cannot be sure of this. Only now did Wang Shun realize that when he was tempering his body, he forgot to pay attention to which part of it received enhancement. Apparently, he now knew how to hide his true level. Yingzi did not understand the stranger's merriment and therefore asked what he was laughing at. Had they really made such a mistake? With a predatory smile on his lips, Lone Wolf wondered if his friends had not noticed that he was now level 3. The neighbors were very surprised by the guy's statement because they couldn't believe it. A few hours later, Lone Wolf and the magician were sitting in the yard and drinking tea. Suddenly, their peace was disturbed by the manager, who heard that the guy had thought of bringing people to Qianjuedi. The young man simply had a disgusting character and many people tried to stop him. But for 2 years now he has been living peacefully and no one has tried to kill him. So he thought that he wanted to organize an expedition to the gorge. Laughing, the man agreed that his interlocutor's words really made sense. As I pour myself some tea, the newcomer asked how the soldier was going to do this and whether he would need to establish cooperation with someone. The military man would really be grateful for the help, since he will only be responsible for ensuring that people return safe and sound, and he is not interested in who all these people will be. That is up to the mayor of the city to decide. Firstly, the young man is ready to lead people from any family or sect, but his demand was that they stop persecuting him. Secondly, for the first time, he is ready to take 10 people with him, and as payment, there was 1 magic pill or medicine with a similar effect. Thirdly, the level of those who wish to go to Qianjuedi should not be too low, at best not lower than 4th and perhaps even higher. The gorge was too dangerous, and if a person's level was low, the sniper would not be able to take care of him. After the men agreed, the manager said that he would go and discuss everything with the mayor. The Lone Wolf's plan for the Arab expedition will provide another service to the chief of the city. Step by step, he will approach the man. And yet, the guy decided to add that he is ready to take people to Qianjuedi, but he does not plan to be responsible for their training. After listening to all the young man's demands, the manager still left the neighbors. Yingzi also wanted to go to his room to rest, but he was stopped by a parachutist. Wang Sheng warned his neighbor not to rely solely on his own strength this time. In fact, no one knows what difficulties they will encounter in this matter. It was too early to judge success or failure. The next day, the guy was informed that the mercenary's pay had been calculated, and he was now promoted to level 7, after calculating the reward for killing Dai Wuji. According to the laws of Wuyu City, a specialist will now be introduced to Lone Wolf. As far as the manager knew, the sniper was already acquainted with Chiang Wei, and now she would be his escort. In addition, the young man mentioned that he would need a magic pill. But the man decided that this payment would not be enough, so he brought a second one. The guy couldn't believe his luck. It was too much. The reward was incredibly generous. The manager waved away his gratitude. Since Wang Shun disappeared, a lot of time had indeed passed and a lot of things had changed. Before the young man left Uya, the 2 people who made a deal with him broke their promise, which angered the mayor. The news quickly spread throughout the area and several families sent in pursuit of them. And I was lucky. The location of their hidden clan was revealed and it was destroyed. And the families divided the treasures among themselves, among which was the recipe for creating a magic pill. The warrior noticed that the manager had not changed at all. A sea otter was discovered threatening to destroy the world. The man immediately eliminated it, but it was very similar to the events associated with the Lin family many years ago. Nothing had changed at all in 500 years. Now that the guy's request has been fulfilled, in a month the city will be ready to provide volunteers ready to visit Qianjuedi. Since the men had already discussed everything, the manager said goodbye and promised to meet again very soon. Left alone, the guy and the girl looked at each other embarrassedly, not knowing how to start a conversation. Breaking the silence, the sniper invited the beauty to sit down. He believed that she had a lot of questions for him. The young people talked until the morning, but Chiang Wei still couldn't believe that the 3 men really wanted to kill their interlocutor. In fact, Lone Wolf didn't expect any of this to have anything to do with the girl. Fortunately, that man turned out to be an arrogant idiot and laid out how he knew that the parachutist had the necklace. The man said that he planned everything. A long time ago, he ordered Chiang Wei to keep an eye on the guy, but she obeyed. If the young man agreed to cooperate with the blonde, He promised to allow him to watch the girl's punishment. In her defense, the beauty said that some things were related to the sect and she had no choice but to obey. I try to reassure my interlocutor. Lone Wolf said that he understands perfectly well that she had her own reasons for doing this. But if the clan had any considerations, then the guy wanted to be notified about this immediately, but in the future he would only talk to the girl. Wiping the tears from her eyes, the lady smiled. She was very grateful to the military man for his support. Also, the sniper needed help finding new methods of acupuncture techniques, and the sooner the better. This was the last thing he wanted to discuss, so Chiang Wei could be free. 5 days later, a large number of people gathered in front of the mayor's residence. The manager reported that the order to kill the lone wolf had been withdrawn and that all families had now renounced their differences. Everyone agreed to forget about the past troubles, even the Dai family. And therefore, people gathered in front of the building who were ready to go with the young man to Tianjuedi. Now Wang Shen took the floor. He was sure that everyone knew who he was, so there was no need to introduce himself. The young man did not know who the people gathered were and what families they were from, and frankly speaking, he did not want to know. But since the guy was responsible for the safety of everyone present, he had to tell them a number of his rules. The first rule was that once they all appeared in the gorge, the escorts did not have to do anything the guy said. There was a wave of surprise among those present. They did not understand what this amazing rule was. But there was another more important rule. If a soldier does not ask people to do something, then under no circumstances should they do it. A wave of indignation and laughter swept through the ranks. Few took the guy's words seriously. Everyone present liked their future guide, many of them like simple boys with a third level. Lone Wolf didn't want people to misjudge the situation. He meant that his area of interest was only to ensure that everyone returned alive. He knew that everyone present had a fourth level, and achieving such success was indeed not easy. But instead of showing their strength, they should have listened carefully to his words. Chiang Wei, observing all this, understood that the young man easily destroyed many masters, and such words apparently came to him with difficulty. And finally, after entering the gorge, whatever the parachutist did, people had to repeat after him. He did not plan to explain anything. They could watch for themselves and realize his actions. Everyone had to understand that this was not a kindergarten, and therefore Wang Shen gave 5 days for preparation, after which they could set off. Many in the ranks believed that they had already prepared and could go to the gorge right now. Turning to the crowd and smiling through his teeth, Lone Wolf asked if they were well prepared. The most active trio stepped forward from the ranks. They reported that they had been training very long and hard. The girl believed that since the warrior with his third level was calmly in Tianjuedi, then they, with the fourth, should not have worried at all. This was the first time the parachutist had heard such nonsense, but since the beauty had long legs, he was ready to teach her a lesson. The lone wolf turned to the guy who stood behind the young lady and asked what weapon he was going to take with him on the expedition. The man, without hiding his admiration, said that it was a 5-foot sword that could cut 100 enemies with one blow. It was sent to him by the gods. The disappointed sniper covered his eyes with his hands. He could no longer listen to this nonsense. The young man decided to tell about one incident that happened with a group of 5th-level mercenaries. When they were chasing him, they came across the so-called Monkey King near the river. To escape, these people took out their swords and began to cut down the forest for half a day to make the fruit, but a high-level monster grabbed them. Wang Shen turned to the boy with the 5-foot sword again and asked if he wanted to be devoured alive. The guy told his terrified interlocutor that it was better to buy himself a mountain knife, no more than 2 feet long, then he could cut down the forest with it. With the kind of sword the man had, he wouldn't even be able to cut meat. It would have been better to take a smaller one. Next, the guy turned to the arrogant girl and asked if she would like to know how Dai Wuji died. The man had the 7th level, but even this did not save him. He died solely because he went fishing barefoot. There were many small poisonous spiders in Tianjuedi. One of these bit the master on the leg. Trying to escape, he jumped into the river, but the poison took effect and he could not move. Small insects love to bite into delicate skin, so it was worth leaving the little dress at home and dressing in something more covered. The frightened girl said that she understood everything and would definitely find more suitable clothes. Lonely Hair agreed and advised me to find special clothing that would not expose the skin. After all, the beauty did not want to be bitten by poisonous insects and die in the middle of the forest. But since the military man had seen such cases, next, the young man turned to another tall man and asked how much food and medicine he had prepared for the journey. The proud guy was not sure, but 10 days should be enough. And in another case, he believed that he could replenish supplies directly in Qianjuedi. Wang Sheng smiled at the daredevil and said that he had previously known enthusiasts like him. Judging by how tense the man was, he was now trying to guess how the sniper's acquaintance died. The parachutist asked his interlocutor if he had ever seen an adult strongman suffer from diarrhea for 3 days and turn into something like a walking corpse. In the end, they were all just a bunch of self-confident youths who did not understand anything, since such words could only belong to those who had not encountered the dangers that lurk in the gorge. Lone Wolf, once again, told everyone present to study well, be more modest, and ask their elders for advice. Otherwise, they could lose their lives. A few days later, a young man was waiting for the group at the entrance to Qianjuedi. 10 volunteers whom the military man had already met came again, ready to go. The sniper smiled at everyone present and complimented their appearance. This time they looked completely different. I understand that the group is already prepared for the trip. The young man said that they are moving to Qianjuedi. During these days, the group's families spent a lot of money to provide them with new special clothes. However, many knew that only Bao King Yu Ting was engaged in sewing equipment of this kind, and Wang Shun had previously given them 4 clothing designs. I don't pay attention to anyone's words. The guy said that now everyone needs to stick with each other, because they need to go 10 kilometers to a safe place in order to adapt. Lone Wolf has already said before, but he will repeat it again. What he does not do, neither could those accompanying him. People behind had to pay attention to how their comrades in front were walking. It was best to follow behind. You had to step carefully, and under no circumstances should you touch the yellow vines that hung around. Not everyone present wanted to listen to the guide's rules. One of the men, I understood why the guy didn't allow me to touch the vines and why I had to be so careful if the first people had already passed successfully. A few days ago, he persuaded his respected grandfather to go to the gorge and assert his authority. Grabbing a vine hanging not far from him, the member of the trek thought that he was not at all delighted with this trip anyway. Laughing loudly, the man nevertheless decided that he wanted to break the rules and touch this damn vine. Seeing the tricks of one of the members of his squad, the young man looked at him with regret. The man did not understand at all why the stranger was looking at him so strangely. The guy began to scream loudly when he realized that it was not vines hanging on the tree at all, but yellow snakes, one of which bit his hand. Realizing where this was going, the guide loudly shouted to everyone present so that they should not move. The man alarmed all the snakes present, who were now moving towards the people, threatening to bite them. After the snakes crawled away, Wang Shun said that it was necessary to provide first aid to the victim, and he relied on those who were trained in this, and then he needed to escort the man to the city gates. Listening to the sniper, the 2 men rushed to the body lying on the ground. Having obtained everything they needed, the couple tried to provide first aid to the victim. As the men rushed into the city with their bodies still unconscious, Lone Wolf informed everyone who remained that they too were now returning. The group of people very quickly found themselves at the city gates, where they were already met by a large crowd. Realizing that the chances were very slim, the man shouted that they urgently needed help because his friend had been bitten by a snake. Ling Er stood right next to the entrance to Wu Yu. She and several employees were selling the antidote there. It looks like the imperial court has learned how to make an antidote. Apparently, they studied the snake eggs the guy sold. Therefore, the young man thought that he should tell his group to buy painkillers and anesthetics. They will definitely come in handy later. Noticing a lone wolf, the girl asked how he knew that snakes were hiding among the vines and why, when they passed, these creatures did not touch them, but only bit one guy. Deciding not to immediately tell what happened, the sniper said that he himself did not know. The girl promised that if the parachutist told him what the reason was, her Yu Baozhai would help produce any new medicines for free, as well as those he had asked for earlier. But the soldier only knew what he saw. The snakes did not bite the others because they were sleeping at that moment, and when they sleep, you can safely slip past. But there were those who, out of stupidity, would do them, which is why the warrior established rules that seemed useless to some. An unexpected voice came from the city gates, and members of the Chu family were approaching a group of people. A man and a woman approached the crowd, telling them that those who follow Wang Sheng must unconditionally follow his orders. Otherwise, according to the elder's decree, they will be forced to take appropriate measures. The beauty looked at their guide with interest. According to the decree of the Chu family, she had to go with him. Observing this whole picture, the 2 leaders of the great families decided that they had miscalculated. Since they also needed to send a student, there were rumors that Lone Wolf was not indifferent to them. The soldier did not argue with the girl, but simply agreed, but said that in the past few days they continued to carry out adaptive training, practicing in the vicinity of Cheonjuedi. By nightfall, a group of people again reached the place where they had stopped and decided to stop there. Although the military man knew that this was impossible, he still did not give up hope of getting into the gorge as soon as possible. But after getting there, everyone should start treating each other as comrades. The group could only survive through cooperation. Their safety directly depended on this. Today they will spend the night in the camp, and tomorrow there will be no adaptive training. They will go straight to Cheonjuedi. In the morning, in the house of the Chu family, the girl reported on what Wang Shun had taught her. To be honest, the beauty really admired Lone Wolf. In her opinion, he was incredibly cool. After listening to the girl's report, the men decided that if they allowed a soldier to train their family's students, in just 6 months they would not be able to surpass all the other 4 great families. The interlocutor did not agree. They had no shortage of masters. If 5 or 6 7th-level masters acted harmoniously, they would be able to overcome the 8-rank enemy. Although, this Wang Shun could easily bring a lot of benefits, but the man did not know how strong he was. After considering all the options, the head of the family ordered the family's students to be sent to the Lone Wolf. Never quarrel with him and try to win his favor. Back then, the paratrooper had no idea that the adaptation training he carried out would make a strong impression on the great houses. With the exception of the Tang family, everyone agreed to cooperate. The next day, already in the gorge, the soldier suddenly pulled one of the students towards him. I don't doubt for a second, the young man took his dagger out of its sheath and threw it at the huge spider. The rescued guy grabbed his bow and shot an arrow in the same direction as the warrior. The parachutist explained that unusual spiders live there, and in general, collisions with many animals and insects could lead to death. There was no point in being careless. We had to finally make sure that the monster was not left alive. Having made sure that further movement was safe, the sniper tossed the remaining ones to the group that the path to the water had been cleared. The young people, without hesitation for a second, dived into the water. While underwater, the girl who was sent by the Chi clan noticed an unknown creature on her leg. I tried to calm the beauty down. The warrior gave her a signal that everything was in order and the underwater worm was not dangerous. While the squad with Wang Xing were underwater, they did not even realize that on the other side of the reservoir, it was completely restless. An unknown man ran from the forest and asked for help, and unknown creatures with burning eyes were chasing him. People underwater began to pay attention to strange sounds outside. The expedition members quickly realized that demonic monkeys were waiting for them on land. These were 5-star monsters that lived in groups and were extremely irritable. As soon as someone provoked them, they would definitely attack. Wang Shun knew that there were many people trying to figure out family members. They were not supposed to know who belonged to which family. But the sniper never expected that they would be attacked by demonic monkeys. This complicates everything. Meanwhile, on land, the monsters had already caught up with their victim and had absolutely no plans to let him go. As it turned out, the victim was not the only one on the shore. There were several other people with him. The people underwater understood that none of those on land could escape. Having dealt with everyone, the demonic monkeys left the scene. After everyone was on land, the soldier ordered a check to see if there were leeches on their bodies. It was possible to drive away the water creatures in it. They were very afraid of it, but it was worth doing this as quickly as possible. Not everyone liked the warrior's methods, but he reminded them that they shouldn't act rashly. If it weren't for him, many of those present would have lost their lives long ago. The expedition members wandered through the forest for several days when they finally stumbled upon something interesting. Before entering further, Lone Wolf ordered the group to cut off the vines that shrouded the gate and step as carefully as possible. What the young people came across strongly resembled a gate arch, so it was worth taking a closer look at the location of the sign. Legends said that great families, or sects, used to live in Cheonjuedi, and therefore there could be someone else inside. Until now, the parachutist was confident that he could ensure the safety of the group and that they would all return together safe and sound. But now that they have come to this place, the soldier is not sure that if they go further, the escorts will return home. Of course, they can advance inside, but they have already lost several people. It would have been more reasonable, of course, to go back and report everything, and then come to this place and continue the journey. Not everyone present wanted to go further. One of the men wanted to refuse to go inside. It would be good to take people from families already well known to a warrior, but people from other families would hardly agree to this. Moreover, those who are superior can always gain more advantages, and they will not want to give this opportunity to others. So one of the men wanted Wang Shun to go first, but the young man was not sure that the other members of the expedition would agree to this. It didn't matter to the interlocutor at all. As the eldest son of his family, he always considered himself to be right, and he didn't care at all how everyone else would react to his request. The parachutist shrugged off the man's words. He was not the strongest here, just like his family. An angry member of the expedition, after the sniper's words, immediately rushed at him with a weapon. An arrow immediately hit the attacker's sword, preventing him from injuring the lone wolf. The arrow was fired by a young man who had recently been rescued by Wang Sheng. The eldest son of one of the clans was immediately surrounded by other members of the expedition. They did not want him to injure the sniper, because they understood what the danger would be. Having assessed the whole situation, the attacking man immediately took to his heels, hearing in the back only the parachutist's question whether he wanted to say anything before dying. The attacker really didn't run far, as he tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Unfortunately, the frightened eldest son landed near the rattlesnake's den. "Don't hesitate for a second." The cobra rushed into the careless man's face and bit him on the nose. The attacker fell to the ground at that very second, now having stopped breathing, and the soldier reported that everyone else was returning to Uya. The remaining members of the expedition agreed with the words of their leader. It was very dangerous to continue the journey. Returning to his chambers, the young man immediately began to eat everything that the servant served him. The military man's lunch was interrupted by the arrival of the manager, who advised the guy to also relax and get some sleep. The man also said that all the great families were simply delighted with the expedition. The night before, many clans sent him a message of congratulations. They really did not expect that the paratrooper would be able to return with such small losses, and now they want to go to the gorge again. The soldier said that as soon as there is money, they will immediately go to Tianjuadi again. The manager assured that if the guy needed anything, he would completely understand and help. Together, they depleted the funds of all these arrogant families. Having concluded the deal, the satisfied men emptied their glasses. Wang Shun assured that he did not need anything, except that he rest for a month and hit the road again. And during this time, he was going to often turn to his interlocutor for help. After the guest left, the lone wolf sat down at the table. Doing calligraphy, he wrote on parchment a phrase about the fact that a fighter moves forward at all costs, overcoming difficulties. The maids noticed that their master was simply saturated with culture, and his temperament became much calmer. The young man explained that before the battle, he discovered that each hieroglyph in a 9-character manner could express a different meaning. He needed to study their meaning more and pay close attention to the hieroglyphs. Every time one of these words was spoken, it would cause the body to resonate, and the words on the stone stele would seem to glow. It seemed the point was to make the words catch fire. One of the maids brought food, distracting Lone Wolf from his thoughts. The sniper, realizing that he was really hungry, took one of the offered treats. Sensing something was wrong, the parachutist spat out the piece of food he had bitten off when he realized it was poisoned. The thoughts of the one who tried to poison the soldier were extremely bad. The taste of the poison is not strong. Its concentration is low. But with prolonged exposure to the body, it can cause severe pain, or even death. Without showing it, the military man said that nothing bad had happened, just that the taste of the baked goods was a little different today, and therefore asked to call Lao Lu. Only 2 maids and the cook. Lao Lu had the opportunity to add poison to the guy's food, but Bao King Yutong and Yu Baojai had no need to kill him in this way. They could just discuss everything with the young man. The warrior informed the man who was preparing the food for him that the sugar in these cookies was not very good and the dough was slightly spongy. Without feeling anything wrong, the cook agreed with everything the gentleman said. But the young man insisted that Lao Liu try it himself to verify his words. The cook took one of the treats from the plate and immediately put it in his mouth. "I tried it in sweets." The man promised the gentleman that they would immediately prepare a new portion. From the very beginning, the guy felt that Lao Liu was nervous, but this was due to his remark. Apparently, it was not really him who made it. The guy bowed his head, thinking about further actions. He understood that the main task now was to find an antidote, and therefore quietly said 2 words, "Soldier, action." The young man's body seemed to be enveloped in fire. He began to glow all over from the middle. In the 9-character mantra, soldiers mean energy and vitality. The word deed means recovery and the ability to control one's body, and the resonance of these 2 hieroglyphs can heal one from poison. After getting rid of the toxins, Lone Wolf felt much better, completely renewed. Having not found the one who poured the poison, the young man headed to his library to meet with Yingzi. The magician reported that the royal family had asked to take 3 of their people, and therefore asked if Wang Shun could organize this. The guy said that if the mayor doesn't mind, then he is ready to take them to the gorge. They just need to not do anything stupid, and then he can guarantee their safety. And of course, they need timely payment. The neighbor did not think there was any problem with this, but clarified what the young man needed this time. To be honest, the sniper didn't even know what was needed for his level, and if the man had no other options, he would accept payment in magic pills. The young man's Yuanhun was very unusual, so no one knew what affected his level. In any case, the paratrooper should not have stopped there. The imperial family had an estate in the mountains, where they taught secret techniques and powerful monsters lived there. All this was strictly classified, but the sorcerer could send a friend there for a month. You didn't understand. If the royal family had such resources, then why did they need him to lead people to Changjuedi? The soldier knew that the royal family depended on the great families, but how then did they actually have such masters, and why did they allow him to use the resources? Interrupting the guy's thoughts, Yingzi said that only people with the 7th level can enter the gorge, and those lower, on the contrary, can die faster. After thinking about his neighbor's words, Lone Wolf wondered if it was related to the formation. In fact, it was not so simple. Even at the youth level, he could feel it, something more than information. It was a kind of suppression. The young man was still thinking about the man's words about the atmosphere and suppression. The sniper couldn't believe if this girl from his dream was really involved in this. Maybe she was still alive. The neighbor continued to explain that it was something like a trace from an invincible seal. No one knows what it is, but it is something not evil in nature, and this atmosphere can stimulate level growth. This was the reason why all families sought to get to Changjuedi. It was there that masters above the 7th level were able to promote it. The man's words really explained a lot. After thinking about the proposal, the warrior said that if the soldier could arrange it so that he could practice for a month with those masters, it would be even better than the magic pill. And the young man, in turn, will lead people from the imperial family to the gorge. The sorcerer happily agreed, and his friend realized that, apparently, this was an excellent opportunity to study with the masters in the mountains for a whole month. Yingzi was also pleased with the deal, since people from the royal family would be able to go to Changjuedi, and the soldier would be able to learn from the masters, but these were completely different things. Overjoyed, Wang Shen could not believe that the men would actually be satisfied with this. The neighbor thought for a second, replaying the entire conversation with the parachutist in his head. Having made a decision for himself, the sorcerer jumped onto the roof of the building. He would go and find out whether the imperial family would agree to their conditions. The lone wolf watched his friend's retreating figure. According to what he said, there were many more secrets in Changjuedi than the young man had imagined. A few days later, the guy met with a girl who said that she worked for the Kaishuan Palace and they would like to find out about one cultivation method, of course not for free. In addition, the palace could help expand the reserves of medicines, but in return, they want 10 of their people to be taken by the paratrooper to Changjuedi. In addition, the beauty said that there was another additional requirement, indicated by the Kaishuan Palace. The lady pointed her finger at a point on the map they had laid out and said that everyone should return safe and sound. Seeing the territory marked by the girl, anger and fear overwhelmed the lone wolf. He knew very well that nothing would work out. The sniper insisted that the limit of being in this dangerous zone was no more than 400 miles. The parachutist tried to clearly explain that he did not want to die in this unfortunate place. Having communicated all his demands, he asked to convey them to the Kaishuan Palace. And if they agreed, it would be very good. And if they did not agree, then there was no need to bother him anymore. The girl nervously rose from the table, saying that she understood everything and would report it immediately. The young man looked after his interlocutor's retreat when his thoughts were disrupted by Yingzi's voice. The neighbor told the frightened guy that danger was already approaching, and when his level increased, they would immediately hit the road. There was no problem with this, but the soldier asked his friend to stop his terrible habit of suddenly appearing behind him. Not understanding the reasons for his interlocutor's excitement, the man said that he would be informed about his decision. The sorcerer folded his fingers in a gesture he had seen from Wang Xing, but did not understand at all what it meant. A wave of surprise swept through the city. The townspeople could not believe that the men had returned. The old man looked at the passerby, who had already reached the 7th level. He thought that this was excellent progress. No one expected that these people would be invited to the city. It was very reckless on Lone Wolf's part. There were rumors that he was going to take people from the imperial family to Changjuedi. The townspeople's conversations were heard by the manager, who was very dissatisfied with the spread of rumors. The man kissed the garage, and the ladies should not walk around idle these few days and not follow Wang Sheng. The townspeople were wondering if this had anything to do with the stranger, since they saw that some people came to him but decided to leave it. The paratrooper tried to quietly sneak up on the man in red, who was calmly drinking tea. Realizing that the old man needed to be attacked, the soldier gathered all his energy and threw metal balls at him. Without expressing any emotion, the stranger repelled the young man's attack. The ball with which the young man tried to attack the old man flew off into the wall, leaving a huge hole behind it. Making another attempt to harm the stranger, Lone Wolf put all his energy into striking with his dagger. When the old man was able to repel this attack, the guy realized that he had simply fooled him, but still made another attempt, not giving up hope of defeating his opponent. This time, it seemed to the guy that everything was successful and victory was inevitable. Following the metal ball, the Lone Wolf himself flew into the wall. Smiling, the sniper, with all due respect, asked the master to point out his shortcomings. According to the old man, the warrior attacked too hastily. When you face an opponent of a higher level, then strength and speed were nothing, with poor technique. Wang Shen scratched his head, reporting that his teacher was absolutely right. The behavior of the young man greatly amused his interlocutor. He liked this, since there were a lot of stubborn fools around. These people had a mess in their heads, and they never asked if they didn't understand something. And even if they asked, they didn't understand anything. But the paratrooper was not like that, and the old man liked it. In addition, the young man, in difficult circumstances, managed to improve his skills. It was very good, and the master was sincerely grateful for his plant in these few days that they spent together. The old man believed that the 9-star Yuan Hun, who was kidnapped with the Dai family, although he could cultivate, he had one significant drawback. According to the man, the whole point was the young man's imperfect control of power. Everything was exactly like this. Before, the guy was worried about this issue and he didn't know to what extent his Yuan Hun could develop. But he also doesn't know how strong the Yuan Hun that was in the Dai family is. But the man had not seen the young man for a very long time and heard that he even accompanied members of the imperial family to Changjuedi. The young man smiled at his teacher and asked him for help. Once in his room, Wang Shen sat in a meditation position. He knew that the time had come. Lone Wolf decided that now was the time to take control of all the power, and therefore put a magic pill in his mouth. Waves of spiritual energy enveloped the parachutist's entire body. While watching his dragon, the guy realized that he should simply use more spiritual energy and then gradually control the acupuncture points. But something went completely wrong, and strange things happened to Yuan Hun. The master, observing the young man, realized that after taking the pill, he began to better control the flow of energy. The young man did not listen to the teacher's advice. Although he had killed countless people, his strength was still unstable. Although the snipers had learned to control the flows of energy, they were still disordered. His power had a nature incomprehensible to him. And also, the young man lacked calm at its base. There were many taboos in the study of energy flows. For example, taking on something that you know you cannot do. The old man meant limitless energy that the soldier could not control. He had to establish control over his power. With the help of pills, you can gradually increase the concentration of energy. But the main thing to remember is that the path to 1,000 li always begins with one step. Although it was not easy to master such energy, the guy will definitely cope. Lone Wolf made a great deal with the imperial family, and they have already fulfilled their demands. A few hours later, the warrior came to his senses and realized that the old man had said a lot of useful information when he was meditating, and if he had not strengthened his hearing, he would hardly have heard it. The master immediately felt when his student came out into the street and congratulated him on his promotion. The time had come for the men to set out. As members of the imperial family had been waiting for them for a long time, they would finally visit Changjuedi. Lone Wolf smiled. He couldn't wait for this trip either. After several days of travel, the men arrived at the entrance to Changjuedi. The guy noticed that the people of the imperial family looked quite intimidating. Their goals were very clear. Although everyone had already become familiar with the rules, the sniper had to discuss some more points with them so that they would not look there. This had nothing to do with the young man. He was interested in making sure everyone returned safe. One of the members of the royal family was about to attack the guide with complaints, but he was interrupted by the old man coughing. But there was one more thing. The paratrooper said that another person would go with them, who would be responsible for their needs. Smiling, the military man asked if everyone agreed to such conditions. One of the expedition members asked what they should do if they encountered dangers along the way. Any questions could be asked to the guy in the evening. During a rest, in this case, members of the royal family would always be prepared for the difficulties they might encounter. The answer did not satisfy the interlocutor at all. He believed that everything the guy said was complete nonsense. Ignoring the dissatisfied members of the expedition, Lone Wolf announced that they were setting off. This time, the companions went directly to their destination. However, they managed to avoid collisions with dangerous creatures, and therefore reached their destination safely. Wang Shen suggested stopping right where they were, greatly surprising the other members of the expedition. Although the guy did not understand what the members of the royal family were looking for, it was obvious that people used to live in the place where they were now. If you look at the block of stone under the man's feet, you could understand that it had collapsed many years ago, and this well, which was right in front of them, had long been unusable. Lone Wolf understood that apparently the members of the expedition were looking for a certain sect. Smiling, the master ordered to stop this farce immediately. He understood perfectly well that the sniper would not participate in this. It doesn't matter at all what the men want to prove with their suspicions. The main thing is that the young man could safely survive in Changjuedi. One of the members of the imperial family completely disagreed with the old man's words, because he believed that they had to share resources with him, and he was of no use at all. The paratrooper ordered to stop all squabbles because if he wants, he can leave at any moment, and without him they will not be able to survive in the gorge. The expedition member was even more infuriated by the young man's words. "Don't let anyone talk about the man." Hernasha took out his dagger from its sheath and pointed it at him, ordering him to be silent immediately. With a slight movement of his hand, the military threw some creature off his interlocutor's shoulder. With horror in his eyes, the man looked at the poisonous spider destroyed by Wang Xing. Instead of gratitude for the rescue, the expedition member felt an even greater surge of anger. "Don't pay any attention to the interlocutor," the young man pointed to the mountain. It was the highest place in the area. He had nothing to do with the members of the royal clan, so they could download all their business, and the warrior would be waiting for them at the top. The military man was ready to wait for half a month. If no one came at that time, he would still leave. Why the men were here and what their goals were did not interest him at all. He was just their guide. Having said goodbye to the members of the imperial family, the sniper built himself a shelter at the top of a tree, where he planned to spend the next few weeks. The young man installed the alarm. There was enough charge, so he had absolutely nothing to worry about. The young man realized that the old man was indeed right. He needed to think about some points. Craftsmanship based on a deep understanding of wood carving, a chef's skill in preparing various foods. To become a master of his craft requires remarkable fortitude, but this was not what it was. Day after day, the man spent in his refuge and learned about himself more and more deeply. The young man realized that he was a soldier. He was and remains one. And as for other activities, it was just a hobby. The hieroglyph Lin means maintaining physical and mental stability in the face of danger and difficulty. Using this spell against an opponent, the parachutist will be able to suppress his mind and will. To be honest, until that day, the young man really did not understand the meaning of the hieroglyph Lin. Half a month later, Lone Wolf watched as expedition members approached him. Wang Sheng jumped down from the tree when she saw that one of the men was very angry. A member of the imperial family grabbed the warrior by the clothes. It was all his fault. If he had gone, they would not have lost two people. In a voice that did not express any emotion, the sniper recalled that the man had agreed that they would go with them. And therefore, the guy was wondering what exactly he had done wrong before the master. The old man, who was watching this whole scene from the side, was shocked that the military man understood everything in such a short time. The master confirmed that the guy was not loyal to anything. The commander was just angry because he had lost his charges. The teacher even praised the young man. In his opinion, he was just great, and therefore he shouldn't take everything to heart. Glancing at everyone present, the old man realized that there was no point in waiting any longer. It was time to hit the road. As night fell, members of the imperial family laid out their tents to stop for the night. Noticing that Wang Shun was quite far away, the old man told the captain that if she were him, he would have ended their journey in an amicable way, without provoking conflicts. The master added a little louder that he wanted to complete the journey peacefully, without trying to set anyone up. Then their conflict would remain confidential, and asked the young man what he thought about this. Looking towards the men, Lone Wolf confirmed that this idea sounded very good. The teacher knew that the men should not be angry with a stranger, and therefore asked for forgiveness for their inappropriate behavior. In fact, they did not want to aggravate relations with him. Therefore, if someone causes trouble for the sniper, a member of the imperial family promised to sort it out. The guy cast an interested glance at the old man. Realizing that the man was now in a precarious position, the paratrooper asked if he really wanted to change the situation. The old man was surprised by the words of his interlocutor. He did not understand how this was possible. The lone wolf reminded the man about the distribution of titles by the emperor. Coming closer to the master, the young man put his arm around his shoulders and began to tell something very actively, drawing surprised glances from all the other expedition members. The guy learned that this method would help the imperial family expand their influence, but he just wanted them to be able to restrain the great houses. Such a situation would be in his favor. The old man promised to take into account the young man's words. Unfortunately, now he did not have the opportunity to thank him, but if the warrior needed anything, he could contact him. Turning around, the master noticed that all this time the commander had overheard their conversation. The young man did not at all expect that he would see the no longer living body of the eavesdropping man collapse at his feet. The old man explained that the dead man was a traitor, and when the lone wolf comes to the capital, the emperor will definitely reward him for the death of the commander. Wang Sheng agreed to everything, but inside this family began to scare him. It seemed they all liked to send heads as gifts. Turning around, the old man and his men began to retreat to the camp. One of the expedition members asked Mr. Li how he should explain this situation to the management, because he had to submit a report. The master explained that it was worth telling everything that happened, and therefore it was necessary to immediately return to the palace, because at their resting place there were many poisonous spiders. The man knew full well that if this idiot caused trouble for Lone Wolf, then they would all be buried there, along with the commander. The parachutist called his spiders to him. He really liked this plan. The Gen character could make animals mistake the youth for their species, but if used on people, it could make them hate them. So, if used, they would fight to the death for the young man. After 2 months, people from Kaishuan Palace, in accordance with established rules, visited Changjuedi, but their goals and the goals of the imperial family were directly opposite to each other. Since then, each family wanted a separate expedition to be organized for them. And now the maid again reported that they had complained about visiting the master. Wang Sheng was very irritated. He didn't want to see anyone this month. These families had already tired him, and now they didn't even give him time to rest. Without waiting for an invitation, Song Yan appeared on the threshold of the Lone Wolf house with her uncle. She could not believe that the owner of the premises did not want to see them either. After all, they had not seen each other for 3 years. The young man, who did not expect to see his bride, became agitated. He did not want the beauty to see his irritation, but was glad that she had finally arrived. Trying to show hospitality, the guy invited his guest to go to his room. Under the surprised glances of the men, the girl immediately went to the end of the room to make herself more comfortable. Hoping to please the lady, one of the maids immediately brought her hot tea. The eldest daughter of the Song family simply glowed, causing the sniper to think that she had reached the 6th level. The lady smiled at her fiancé with a carefree smile, denying his theory. The paratrooper could not believe that without reaching the 6th level, Song Yan managed to attract Lao Yushu. This woman was simply incredible. Tears welled up in the young lady's eyes. She could not believe that the military man wanted to part with her. The young man could not believe that his princess could have thought such a thing. The beauty knew very well that her groom was staring at the long-legged girls in her absence. The soldier knew very well that his fiancé simply wanted to change the subject, since he had heard a lot of rumors. Wang Shen thought that the lady's parents were too impatient. She had only just arrived, and they were already calling them to come over. Lone Wolf knew that the Song family also wanted to visit Changjuedi, but warned that it would not be cheap. Such words made the young lady very angry. Did the guy really consider them to be beggars? Besides, the lady's family had already done so much for the young man, and also the beauty was very interested in whether her fiancé had learned anything about Phoenix. Trying to avoid answering, the guy said that he was ready to see the beauty's family off, but now it was time to pay a visit to her relatives. In just a few minutes, the young people arrived at the Song family's house. In the main room of the building, the couple had been waiting for a long time. Right from the door, the head of the Song family asked his son-in-law when he would finally get engaged to his daughter. Hugging the beauty by the waist, the guy said that everything would be decided by her. Since the opportunity to marry the eldest daughter of the Song family was already an incredible success, all the men present began to laugh, taking the sniper's words as a joke. The atmosphere in the room was very friendly. It couldn't even be said that many of the gathered elders would want Song Yan dead. Just a typical evil rich family. Finding himself in the chambers that relatives had allocated to the young people, the military man realized that the girl's family had really read everything. The soldier was delighted to see the white sheets. The room looked like a bridal room. He knew that in just a little while he would marry this beauty. Entering the room, the lady said that Mr. Zhang wants to take several more people to Changjuedi, and she has already agreed on all the conditions for the young man. This will probably be of use. In addition, the beauty and Lao Yushu were also planning to go to the gorge. For Wang Sheng, this was no problem. They would go in together in the end. They were like glue and varnish, together forever. In fact, the lady had one more request. Once they went to Changjuedi, she wanted to be in charge of everyone. The lone wolf did not understand why this beauty was needed, because the elders were unlikely to listen to her. But the idea was completely different. As soon as they went to the gorge, Song Yan wanted the groom to help get rid of the elders. Wang Shun very much doubted that the girl would be able to escape punishment if this really happened. Beauty explained that her father's disappearance at that time was very strange. He took a group of young masters from the family and they all disappeared. These people were not found either alive or dead. The Song family sent people to search for the missing in various places, but the only option was to go to Changjuedi. The lady found clues in her father's things. Perhaps she can find out her parents' whereabouts based on this. The sniper could not believe that his interlocutor meant that her father and a group of masters could be in the gorge. He could not believe that they could still be alive. However, the Song family still only had one head, and the family had never thought about appointing another person to this position. The girl thought it was strange. The young man looked away. His fiancé's words actually had something to think about. Having made a decision, the guy suggested making a detour and going to the place that his fiancée had mentioned, and if they found any clues, they would not hesitate. The delighted Song Yan agreed and promised that as soon as she was not helped to find this place, she would immediately tell him everything she knew about the phoenix. The next day, all the expedition members gathered at the Song family's house. The head of the family showed on the map the place they were going to visit this time. The lone wolf had to tell about everything else. After looking around, the parachutist decided that he would not rant and would say everything briefly and to the point. What time did more than 20 people gather this time? They would be divided into groups of 5 people. Each team had a responsible person, namely the soldier himself, Sun Yan, Lao Yu, and 2 more masters. They had a team of 5 and were responsible for ensuring the safety of the family's eldest daughter. And also, as long as everyone acted according to instructions, the risk of unforeseen situations on the road would be minimized. But it was definitely worth remembering to put aside curiosity, because it was worth asking for help as soon as someone ran into problems. But no matter what happens, the young man promised that he would definitely protect Miss Song, so his family didn't have to worry about anything. What about everyone else? Lone Wolf could only wish good luck on their journey. A few hours later, a group of people had already reached the entrance to Changjuedi. Beauty said that her father could remain in the circle drawn by the elders, but she was not sure that this meant that her parent was still alive. Actually, according to the warrior, this should have saved them from having to think about ways to change the path. And after a while, they would begin to act. A young couple, full of hope, stepped forward. They had a good feeling about this expedition. But not everyone shared the attitude of the young people. To some, Wang Sheng's behavior seemed unacceptable. Suddenly turning around, the lone wolf pointed out the violation of flowers nearby and warned that no one should touch them. One of the expedition members refused to accept that this guy who suddenly fell from heaven was dating the eldest daughter of the family, and therefore angrily began to kick the flowers that the young man had warned them about. The beetles, for which those same flowers were a home, attacked the man, wanting to take revenge on him. The sniper, seeing the behavior of the expedition member, turned around and shouted at him that he warned that no one should touch these plants. Not only did the men not listen to the stranger's words, but they were also unable to find the destination. It seemed they were completely blind. The paratrooper was angry because the royal family had found what they were looking for, and this time the expedition members were unable to do anything with their low level. Beauty, with tears in her eyes, asked Lone Wolf not to be angry. They just needed to look harder. They needed just a little more time. Taking the groom's arm, Song Yan led him away so that he could calm down. Hiding from the other members of the expedition, the young people smiled happily at each other. Their plan was working. After a short walk, the young people came out into a clearing. This place was really different from others. It seemed that life energy here seemed to be in full swing. Noticing something incomprehensible, Wang Sheng touched his face with his fingers and said the word Zhen. Even the insects here were too active. The guy couldn't believe it, but it looked like there were actually some living ones left here. It even seemed to Song Yan that her father and his people were nearby. although she didn't see anything. But still, this feeling did not leave her. One of the expedition members heard the girl's words, which greatly excited him. To the group of dissatisfied people, the young man said that the great Song family had indeed failed. And since they had turned against their mistress, they looked even more pitiful. The guy believed that only he could help the dissatisfied. After their return, they should not act rashly, but rather stick to the young man. The man advised Lone Wolf not to interfere in family affairs, and after their return, he himself wanted to marry the heiress. The parachutist covered the angry lady with himself. He knew that the interlocutor treated her like a toy and was looking for benefits only for himself, without thinking about her. The expedition member believed that the girl could not bring any benefit to the family except a successful marriage, and he was much better than a stranger. A loud sound nearby caught the man's attention, frightening him greatly. An unknown man rushed at great speed in the direction of the young people. He would not allow anyone to talk about his daughter like that. At that same second, the gray-haired man rushed to attack the expedition member. The Song family member was able to fight off the stranger's attack, but the stranger was not going to let him get away so easily. The man again got involved in the attack, not giving his opponent any rest. From a strong blow, the expedition member flew to the other end of the clearing. In front of the young people stood the evil head of the Song family, along with his 9-star jade-armored rhinoceros. Song Hongdae would not allow anyone to talk about his daughter like that. The beaten opponent could not believe that it was really his master. Tears appeared in the beauty's eyes. She had not seen her daddy for so long that now she did not believe her own happiness. When the man left, he asked to take care of his daughter, but apparently, his family members did not do this. The father wiped the tears from the girl's face. They were very happy to see each other, even after so many years. Disturbing such a touching moment, Wang Shen said that these scoundrels had managed to do a lot of things. They replaced her Yuanhun's 6-star ice turtle, used her as a bargaining chip for a successful marriage, and even attempted to kill the lady. Song Hongdae could not believe the young man's words, but his daughter confirmed everything, and therefore it was simply unforgivable. The head of the family had been gone for only a few years, but they had already begun to help the beauty. In the past, the man showed enough mercy, but now he wanted to destroy everyone who offended the girl. Even level 8 masters didn't stand a chance against those who had spent a long time in Tianjuedi. The old man knew that his minions had an incredibly high level. They stood up to each other. There was no need to even mention it. Song Hongdae looked attentively at his daughter's escort. He seemed to really like the girl. But the guy only had the 3rd level, and he dared to give up. He clearly overestimated himself and did not understand that he was unworthy of the eldest daughter of the Song family. The man was very grateful to Lone Wolf for protecting his daughter and would therefore repay him. But also, the guy was unworthy of Song Yan's hand, so the old man would allocate an estate and several tens of thousands of silver coins. Thus, the young man would be provided for the rest of his life, but he and the girl would never see each other again. The beauty believed that her father was acting dishonestly. He was very unfair towards the young man. The old man did not want to hear anything, because he believed that he was doing everything for the good of his daughter. With a calm smile, the warrior said that the interlocutor was too narcissistic, because while he was in the gorge, the Song family did not become everyone's enemy only thanks to him. The young man's words infuriated Song Hongdae, that this impudent boy was thinking of getting away with it after such words. If this stranger wanted to marry the daughter of one of the great families, he could only do so if he defeated the man. The sniper understood that this old man was a murderer, and his level was much higher. He was serious and did not intend to joke. The two men came together to attack, like two opposing elements like fire and ice. The force of the blow caused the young man's clothes to fly off his upper body. Although the man said that there was nothing special, he understood that with only the 3rd level, the guy was able to withstand his blow, and it was simply amazing. And in the future, he would become a real threat. Lone Wolf smiled. The head of the Song family truly had high moral qualities. He preferred actions to words. A black shadow fell on the guy's face. In this case, he will follow the example of his opponent. Suddenly, small insects flew in from all directions, surrounding the parachutist. The military man smiled predatorily, asking the gentleman if he knew what it was. Realizing the danger approaching them, Song Hongdae shouted to his men to retreat immediately. It was too late for many to escape, but the head of the Song family grabbed his daughter's hand, insisting that they climb the tree. From a high branch on a tree, the eldest daughter of a great family, along with her father, watched the soldiers surrounded by man-eating ants. Tears flowed from the beauty's eyes when she imagined the danger her fiancé was in. The old man didn't expect that this young man was so ruthless. Not only did he not take care of his own life, but he also wanted to drag them down with him. The beauty turned to her father, who didn't even understand what he had done. He didn't really know anything. Several years ago, the five great families hired several mercenaries to take Wang Sheng's life, but he was able to defeat them, and later everyone realized that it was better to cooperate with him. The embarrassed old man continued to insist that he was doing everything only for the good of the family. The lady still believed that her groom was not cruel but simply wanted to live. After hearing the words of his bride, the young man looked up at her and smiled. The lone wolf told his interlocutors to come down and help him collect the things of the dead. There was no point in wasting resources. Song Yin's whole body was trembling with relief. She couldn't believe that the guy was still alive. The guy clutched the jewelry in his hands and the sound was like the sound of breaking bones. Now he wanted to calmly talk to Mr. Song. After the man and his daughter came down, the young man said that he would discuss the details of their contract with the girl. The beauty confirmed that all their agreements with the parachutist remain in force. The head of the family could not understand what kind of business they were talking about. He thought that the stranger wanted to deceive his daughter into getting married. Ignore the alarmed father. Song Yan promised Lone Wolf that she would tell him everything without hiding. The older man exhaled loudly, drawing the young man's attention to him. Realizing that the gentleman must not have expected this, Wang Sheng explained that they were only discussing some matters, and the lady had deliberately acted out this scene. If the man wanted to ask about this in more detail, then the floor, because the young man was sure that they would discuss everything and come to a peaceful agreement. After all, the old man was more familiar with this camp, so it was better for him to go with Song Yun. Then they could talk calmly, and if the answer satisfied the warrior, then everyone could leave the gorge freely. The sniper saw that this Song Hongdae was incredible. He dared to risk his life and lead elite troops deep into Qianjuedi. He had become much bigger than his daughter. Therefore, the soldier should have talked to the man directly and elicited information from him. After the survivors reached the family's camp, the trio sat down at the table to discuss current affairs. The guy was wondering why the head of the family was so eager to get to Qianjuedi, because he had suffered huge losses. After all, if it was a matter of treasure, then the Lin family was exterminated because of their greed, not staying in the gorge for long. But if this had something to do with the strongest master of the Lin family, then it would be better for the old man to speak frankly with the warrior. Although the head of the family did not know where the stranger was from, but the Lin family lived next to the valley, the unimaginable secrets of various practices were carved into us in the water of the mountain. All these techniques were outlined by the strongest masters, and they are very useful for increasing the level. The interlocutor's words made Wang Shen think, because the girl from the dream asked him many questions. The young man knew that he could tell a couple of things about martial arts, but only those that could be found in adventure novels. But there was nothing worth telling about the techniques that he himself trained in. It was a mystery to the young man how this girl from the dream could cause members of great families so many problems. The lone wolf looked sadly at his future father-in-law, realizing that he didn't really like him. Under the gaze of the sniper, the old man admitted that he knew everything. What happened earlier was completely his fault, and he asked for forgiveness for this. And since the couple knew better what to do in the current situation, the last word was theirs. The parachutist offered to forget about the unpleasant situation, but warned the gentleman that he would not advise him to drink the tea that he served, and it would be better for him to see a doctor as soon as possible. Although the drink was toxic to me, the content of heavy metals in it exceeded the norm. At first, after drinking it, you can feel a slight malaise, but if you drink it for many years, it will lead to death. Realizing that the young man's words could be true, the man thanked him. Continuing the conversation, the young man promised his bride that as soon as she reached the 6th level, he would reveal the ability. Sun Yun completely trusted her fiancé and was very happy about this opportunity. Only in fact, there was one thing that bothered the girl very much, but she did not know how to tell Wang Shun about it. The lone wolf moved closer to the beauty and whispered in her ear that if she believed in him, then he would definitely repay her in kind. Their combined powers were limitless, but in the beginning, even if Phoenix was just a sparrow, the main thing is to believe and try to improve. The guard of the Song family mansion was sleeping carefree on the steps near the main entrance. Suddenly, the man was awakened by loud noises coming from the main gate. The doors opened, and his master appeared before the guard, who demanded that the great elders come out to meet him. The man who currently occupied the position of head of the Song family had been manipulating everyone for too many years. From his hiding place in the mountains, Wang Shun watched the events outside the palace. He realized that the old man acted decisively, and it seemed that there was no need to worry about Song Yun. The young man smiled, realizing that the eldest daughter of the Song family was capable of fooling powerful houses and confusing their cards. The peace of the lone wolf was disturbed by sounds in the bushes. His situation sharply worsened. Rising from his place, the young man ran as quickly as possible to hide from his pursuers. It seems that Song Hongdae broke his promise, and as soon as he returned, he immediately sent 2 level 9 mercenaries to get rid of the guy. The 2 men who pursued the soldier believed that the higher up the mountain he climbed, the greater his chances of losing his life. The researchers did not understand how the master allowed this hillbilly to be with the eldest daughter of the Sun family. Since there was no way in Qianjuedi to say goodbye to him, they wanted to do it now. The parachutist was approaching a tall tree on the edge of a cliff. Realizing that he needed to act faster, the military man took out the items he needed from his cache. The slowly approaching fallers warned her burden that he had better surrender in an amicable way. Since Wang Shun understood perfectly well that without wings it was very difficult to escape, he put on a special suit. The men ran to the edge of the cliff on which the lone wolf had recently stood, but he had already managed to jump down. One of the pursuers immediately took out a bow and arrows, hoping to shoot down the unknown thing on the back of the parachutist. Ignoring the rain of arrows, the young man moved as far away from the men as possible. The guy flew overhead at Song Hongdae, who understood that the soldier had abilities, but if he did not become part of the Song family, then he needed to be gotten rid of. At that moment, 2 9th-level masters returned, whom the old man had sent for the warrior, but they reported that he had flown away with the help of some strange thing on his back. Still circling above the head of the Song family, the warrior announced that he had brought the master a gift from Qianjuedi. An unknown metal object flew straight towards the disgruntled old man. Since the stranger respected the man as a hero, he used the most powerful high-explosive fragmentation grenade. But he had no idea whether the gray-haired man would survive or not. Having broken away from his pursuers, Wang Shun decided to take a boat, since it was much harder to track him on the river. Since it was very noisy there, Lone Wolf decided that he needed to quickly explore the borders of Qianjuedi and return to Wuyu. The soldier was rushing at full speed when he noticed that a large boat was floating towards him from the side. At the stern of the ship stood a dark-haired girl already familiar to the young man. The larger ship crashed into the military boat, smashing it to pieces. The guy who managed to jump from the ship falling into pieces threw a grenade towards the other ship. They will not escape with impunity. Seeing an unfamiliar object, the girl ordered the boat crew to immediately jump into the water. Not all members of the ship's crew listened to the beauty. One of the men curiously picked up an unfamiliar object, examining it carefully. Already in the water, the lady saw the ship being torn to pieces by a strong explosion. The angry girl wanted to destroy the young man when she saw him swim up behind her. Noticing that the beauty was swimming in his direction, the lone wolf, who was wearing a swimming mask, dived under the water. It just so happened that Wang Shun had already been chased twice today, and to be honest, he was not in a good mood at all. Grabbing the lady by the leg, the young man pulled her under the water, wondering what she told him to do now. Having put all her strength into the blow, the beauty swung her leg at the young man. Anticipating this possibility, the sniper intercepted the young man's lower limb in time. Not wanting to accept defeat, the brunette once again decided to attack the guy, but this time with the help of her spiritual energy. The military man understood perfectly well that it was better not to mess with the girl, but he should have waited until she floated closer. The young man felt that besides them, there was another man in the water. He knew that it would be bad if he took him by surprise and hit him, and therefore it was necessary to end all this as quickly as possible. Turning around, Lone Wolf used all his spiritual energy against his opponents. A stream of energy of incredible power struck 2 people. The unknown man covered the girl with him, taking the brunt of the blow. Under the surprised glances of Wang Shun and his rival, the stranger rushed into the guy's arms. I understand that this was a great chance to escape. The girl immediately swam to the surface of the water. The beauty knew that this was not the end. She and the soldier would fight until their last breath. Emerging from under the water, the lone wolf saw his rival sailing away on the remains of the ship. The guy didn't understand at all why the ladies hated him so much, because she wanted to get rid of him from the very beginning. And he only defended himself all this time. After a long journey, the young man finally reached his residence in the city of Wuyu. Yu Baozai, who was currently sitting at Lone Wolf's table with his maid, agreed that the Song family had indeed behaved unreasonably in pursuing the guy. In turn, The guy told Xiao Dangum that he was confident in his decision. Firstly, now any families other than the Song family could visit Qianjuedi for a fee, and also visit the Song family's camp. And secondly, any families other than the Song family could hire a paratrooper to build their own camp in the gorge. The blonde agreed that this could make a great business. At the Song family residence, the white-haired man finally came to his senses after the explosion. The gentleman was informed that Wang Shun had now decided to go against their family, and news about this had already spread. The eldest daughter of the family believed that her father should have thought about the consequences when he went against the guy. After the explosion, the old man suddenly collapsed. Many medical examinations were useless, and the only person who may know what happened to him now does not want to help them. Realizing what a mistake Song Hyun had made, he asked his daughter for forgiveness. It was too selfish, Full of determination, the beauty said that she would go ask the young man for help, no matter what. She would definitely find a way to save her parent. The gray-haired man understood that for the sake of his ambitions, he left his daughter alone in the Song family. She suffered alone, and there was no one to protect her. Now it was impossible to go back to the past. The only thing the man could do was survive and fix everything. The head of the family immediately ordered the servant to get the medicine. He could not die, but his daughter should not be humiliated because of him. While in his room, the lone wolf received a visitor. The young man could not believe what he heard. What happened was simply incredible. The man said that before going to the cell, the gentleman told them that he would stay there for 3 months, and if the matter was not successful, he would fall under a strong spell. The chief specifically ordered his servants to awaken him in 3 months, but they have already tried everything and no one can awaken him. All methods were useless. It was possible to send 2 or 3 Taoist novices to read Taoist scriptures and couplets in the place where the master was, but the novices could only hope that he could wake up. The young man understood that there was no time for talking now. He decided to immediately go to Lao Zhongguan. Soon the two men arrived at the repository of Buddhist canons. At the foot of the great Lao statue, an unconscious Ling Shu sat in a pose of meditation. Lone Wolf thought that his teacher was simply incredible because he could meditate locked up like that. Coming closer to the master, Wang Shun realized that he did not feel his vital energy at all. If there had been no palpable breath, the young man would have thought that the man was no longer alive. Having conjured a jug of wine, the parachutist turned to his teacher, since there was no point in drinking without him. He had to wake up faster so that they could enjoy the drink. The sniper knew very well that if Dao Ling Shu continued to sit like this, his body would not stand it. The guy did not believe that everything would end like this, and therefore he folded his fingers in a special position for reading mantras and said the words Bin and Zhe. I understand that this method works, the young man continued to read the mantras. Lin was supposed to calm the mind. Bing was supposed to restore the body. Ji contributed to recovery. Jai allowed him to manipulate a person's heart, and Zhen increased the relationship. So the parachutist hoped that with the help of this spell he could help his teacher. The temple manager could not understand what this boy was doing because he suddenly stopped understanding what he was saying. The young man did not stop for a second, as those who were ready to fight would move forward in formation. The sniper continued his speech, incomprehensible to many. He said that the path is the path, and the name is the name. But initially the world did not have a name, but now everything has one. The world is changing, gradually changing. You just need to be able to see these tiny changes. Everything has the same nature, but everyone has different names. Those who are ready to fight will move forward in formation. The lone wolf did not recognize the master. He screamed like crazy to wake him up, but he did not hear it all. The guy had to use a 9-character mantra, but it was an unusual cultivation technique, and his new secret technique. I understand that his strength is leaving him. He collapsed on the floor in the military. This definitely won't work. He needed a break to regain his strength. Unexpectedly, the soldier heard a voice that claimed that he had not deciphered 4 of the 9 symbols normally. This technique required improvement. After a long time, Dao Ling Shu finally opened his eyes. The master was shocked that his student still did not know that half-baked techniques could not be used. The young man noticed that regardless of whether it was finalized or not, everything went exactly as it should. But Wang Sheng also pointed out that his teacher had changed a lot. The man laughed loudly. To tell the truth, when he was young, many girls ran after him, maybe even girls from all over the world. Having carefully examined the former elder, Lone Wolf decided that he was clearly exaggerating. Approaching closer to the master, the sniper said that he had been motionless for more than 6 months, and now was the time to ask important questions. The men decided that it was better to go for a walk now to gain strength, and then the stranger would cook a delicious meal for the teacher and he would drink some medicine. In the evening, the young man and the master began to eat dinner. Thanks to his high level, the gray-haired man recovered very quickly. But nevertheless, the founder of the Lao temple was locked up for a very long time, and now they needed to go somewhere, since the guy knew perfectly well that he was safer with him. Smiling, the teacher agreed to be the young man's bodyguard. Since even the emperor did not have such protection, he would definitely be completely safe. Smiling widely, Lone Wolf thanked the master. However, Ling Xiao still decided to ask his disciple where they would go. The sniper wanted to go to Qianjuadi, where the elite of the Song family trained for about 10 years, and when they returned, they became masters. The warrior wanted to see a place in the gorge where he could live and train. It would take some time, but hundreds of people from the Song family went to Qianjuadi and became masters. At least they had 10 people of the 9th level. The man thought about the words of the Lone Wolf. It seemed to him very interesting information. After considering all the options, the master decided that he wanted to go with Wang Shun to Qianjuadi. The man saddled his horses and set off. To break the silence, Dao Lingshu asked what the 9 words that the warrior had spoken earlier would be. They were quite curious and looked like some kind of mantra. The soldier explained that it was a mantra of 9 symbols. He himself did not fully understand its use. He only knew the role and meaning of the first 3 words. The young man once said that the word Lin may cause anxiety to others, but according to the master, it should cause a shocking effect in the Yuanhun space, or make it more stable. During meditation, the teacher opened his 6 senses, and only because of the shock of the Yuanhun space was he able to wake up. In fact, the sniper did not expect that the spell could work not only in the human world, but also in the space of souls. As for the word Qian, the man believed that it had a positive effect on the aura. But if used against an enemy, this effect would cause disruption to the opponent's aura. The satisfied military man finally understood what his teacher was getting at. He had never thought in this direction before. Dao Lingshu laughed loudly as he interacted with his disciple. He could always get new ideas. The master invited the guy to join him in the Dala sect, to be his student and comprehend ancient knowledge, after which he could become a Taoist monk. The paratrooper considered his interlocutor's words a bad joke. He hated the strict rules and regulations of the sect. After all, he was a blue-rank killer of Wuyu City, and the infamous Dao sect did not interest him at all. Without saying a word, the teacher threw some object to the young man. Lone Wolf couldn't believe that he was holding the red sign of a mercenary from Wuyu City. A killer with a green plate could still raise the level, but for a killer with a red one, this was impossible. At the very least, experience in killing 2 rank 8 masters is required. Otherwise, no matter how high the score is, you won't get a red card. The master looked at the student mockingly. Did he really think that he was so good after receiving the green plaque? The young man did not want to respond to the teacher's bullying at all. He realized how wrong he was. Dao Lingshu's loud laughter echoed through the mountains. He enjoyed this journey more and more. After several days of travel, the men finally found themselves in the vicinity of the city of Uyu. Near the city gate, travelers were met by a large number of people led by Xiaodang. The representative of the royal treasure house said that these people were planning to go to Qianjuadi to develop a forward base. As the man said before, in order to create a separate base for each family, it is better to directly create a public base, such as a hotel. Everyone enters the station, and the production and profit from it will be divided among the partners. The blonde also warned that people with an evil smart temple might appear, and he was just the head of a small family that was engaged in business. He could tell people about the guy's idea, but not control their actions. Xiao Dang warned his friend to be as careful as possible, but he decided there was nothing to worry about. Coming forward, a huge crowd of people, Lone Wolf, asked if everyone knew the rules. The crowd immediately agreed with Wang Sheng's words. The unknown man pushed the people in front of him in order to break forward and asked the stranger what kind of person was next to him. The sniper calmly explained that it was a security guard he hired for his protection. In order not to attract people's attention, Ling Shu disguised himself as a level 4, but no one expected that he would be declassified. The stranger could not believe that the man could protect the paratrooper. He insisted that the young man could be safe in Qianjuadi, under the protection of his companions. The bully decided that it was necessary to eliminate the guard so that he would not get in the way. The warrior said that the interlocutor's ability to give orders was simply excellent. At first glance, it could even seem that he had been to the gorge many times. It was simply amazing. The young man asked who would protect him if something happened to them after entering Tianjuedi, to which the stranger replied, as long as the soldier led them, they were unlikely to get into trouble. The soldier laughed loudly. He still didn't understand who was supposed to protect whom. Probably the interlocutor didn't want to think at all, or was simply pretending to be mentally retarded. The angry bull took out his weapon. He did not like such talk from a stranger. Looking at the crowd, Wang Shun asked whether everyone thought the same as the unknown person, whether they were on the same page with him. People began to explain that they had nothing to do with the stranger's behavior, since they had no idea who he was. Since most people still understood what was happening, the sniper ordered the man to talk nonsense and get lost. Still confident in his abilities, the big guy asked if the guy would dare to approach him, because he said that he would change his iron laws if he encountered trouble. After all, half of this city had already been to Tianjuedi, and now the stranger was no longer going to listen to the paratrooper. He wanted to know what would happen to him in this case. Smiling a self-confident smile, the warrior agreed to show his interlocutor the consequences of his words and gave a signal to his guard. Dao Lingshu covered the young man with his body and put all his spiritual energy into the blow. Not expecting such pressure, the stranger was unable to resist the Taoist monk in any way. The master did not even need to use all his strength to defeat the unknown. It was too easy. The crowd who watched this entire fight was in shock because the big guy seemed much stronger than the lone wolf guard. The military man was sure that next time the man would think twice before saying anything. At the main residence, Song Hongdae gathered many of his family members. The man reported that the family traders led by the great elders were destroyed. He told the frightened people present that this would happen to everyone who dared to think about such a thing. The head of the family would not tolerate any more betrayal. The old man didn't like that his family members simply lowered their heads. He wanted to know if everyone understood his words. The frightened elders nodded their heads, but the chief understood that although they were following his orders, it was all because he controlled them with anger. But now, the people of the Song family were very scared. They lived in caution. They lacked fighting spirit. In this situation, the family would not be able to establish dominance over the rest of the families. It was necessary to find an external enemy to unite them. And therefore, the man said that he had already sent the Dai family a final warning so that they return the 9-star Yuan Hun and personally apologize to the family. Otherwise, if they refuse, then Song Hongdae promised to teach them to apologize. The master's speech was interrupted by an arriving servant, who said that people of the imperial family had arrived. The imperial family had previously established new standards of etiquette and instituted a new weekly system. The envoys were not sure whether the Song family was interested in learning about the innovation. Looking bored, the head of the family told the men that of course he wanted to listen to them. The arrival said that the emperor decided to transfer control of the outlying areas to the great families, also bestowed a new title, and the original Song family and the territory they controlled were now called the Song State. The emperor carried out good reforms, and now the main one could start a war against the Dai family and send an army to their lands. These powers greatly freed his hands. Looking at these ceremonial guards, none of the Tubaozi clan could compare with them, but to the emperor, they were of no importance. The man paid for no more than 3 prayers for the emperor and 10 prayers in the temples. All this was very good. Now Song Hongda is happy to obey the order of the emperor. Messages quickly spread across the lands that the emperor had ascended the throne and taken the life of the leader of the Song family, and now the family had expanded its influence. Even in the lands of the Dai family, it was said that the Song palace built by the Song family was truly majestic. Rumors even reached the head of the Dai family, but he also heard that Song Hongdae had gathered 20,000 soldiers and elite masters who were already near their city. The servant explained to the master that the Song family was now rapidly developing. They were united as never before and their morale was high. But their family did not have the right to raise an army. It was really difficult to resist. The frightened man ordered to seek peace with the Song family. Otherwise, they would take over the city. He personally wrote a letter of apology to Song Yan on behalf of Dai Huan and Dai Xie. If they cannot return the 9-star Yuan Hun, the opponents will be compensated according to the equivalent financial value. Also, the head of the family ordered to immediately send a letter to ask the emperor about their Dai family. They needed to know their authority. The message also reached Wang Shun in Tianjuedi. He did not expect that the reform would be fast, and the emperor would give such a free hand to the Song family. Literate people could actually do marketing and know how to find a representative. Now every family will kneel down and fawn on the emperor, and they will earn a lot of money. The young man crushed the message in his hand. He immediately wanted to find someone from the Song family. One of the expedition members ran up to Lone Wolf and said that they had organized a formation according to his requirements. It was a good place surrounded by mountains. There was enough food for people to live, and dangerous, high-level monsters also did not live here. In extreme cases, troops could be sent to eliminate them. It is in this clearing that they will form a compartment for rooms in order, and water will not be a hindrance to them. For clarity, the sniper decided to draw a map. Under the interested glances of those accompanying him, there will be functional buildings such as restaurants, hotels, and shops. These functional buildings will allow those who come to the camp with enough gold coins to enjoy their holiday in Uyu. Unexpectedly, one of the expedition members rushed to attack the military man. Undeterred, the young man put a block in front of him, stopping the attack. Dao Lingshu, who did not expect this turn of events at all, jumped up from his seat. Without giving Lone Wolf a break, another man attacked him from the other side. While the men were distracted by one attacker, another villain was approaching Wang Shun from behind. Unfortunately, the master noticed the stranger's approach too late because he managed to thrust his dagger into the parachutist's back. Having invested all his spiritual energy into the attack, the teacher threw the scoundrel as far as possible from his student. The only thing the second attacker had time to say was that the warrior's plan had failed. Dao Lingshu interrupted the villain's speech, using all his spiritual power on him and sending him flying to the other side of the clearing. The Taoist monk immediately rushed to the young man, checking his condition. Under the terrified gaze of the founder of the Lao monastery, the warrior took out a dagger from his chest. The young man assured his teacher that he was fine and did not have a single scratch on him. The guy was wearing armor made from the skin of an 8-star monster, so it was not so easy to pierce him with a knife, but if it weren't for the armor, the soldier would have been in trouble. Apparently, those suicide bombers were sent by the Song family, and it was unclear how many of them were still there. There were rumors that they wanted to build a camp in Qianjuedi and were clearly not happy about competition. The men understood that the Song family did not want them to build their camp in that place, so they wanted to completely destroy the place and could start from the source. Once the water source was contaminated, everyone would be poisoned. In this state, people would not be able to reach Wuyu. The only fate that awaited was death. Dao Lingxiao knew that the camp would gradually become empty and turn back into a jungle. And Lone Wolf knew very well that Song Hongdae was the culprit. After discussing all possible options, the men, along with several members of the expedition, headed to the springs. The bladder in the mercury monster was buried near the source, and if it was accidentally damaged, the ground around it would be poisoned. The water in the river just boiled. It looks like someone wants to destroy them all and bury them in this camp. The expedition members looked at their leader carefully, not knowing what he would do next. Wang Sheng knew that those present here were the only ones who could approach the source, so he wanted to check their things now. The guy wanted to see in person who did it. Hearing such statements from a stranger, the men rushed at him, wanting the young man to answer for his words. A loud explosion rang out in the area, destroying half the shore. The victims found themselves at the epicenter of the explosion. And if the master had not protected the lone wolf, he would no longer be among the living. But the teacher was very angry that the student decided to use him as a human shield. The young man was very grateful to his mentor for his courage and wanted to somehow make amends. Therefore, if someone thinks of words against a man, he can turn to a sniper. It is important to me who it will be. He will have the courage to cope with the difficulties of love. Wang Shen was confident in his abilities. He would definitely defeat Song Hongda. Night was already falling over the camp. Everyone scattered to their rooms to rest before the next day. Dao Lingshu, along with the paratrooper, were having dinner in the room. Assessing the current situation of the Songdu family, the warrior could assume that many at home wanted to enlist their support. That is why the young man bribed those who distribute advertising, and they will already tell everyone that their camp in Tianjuedi was much better. The interested master looked at his interlocutor. He could not understand what he was talking about. The warrior understood that the teacher still did not know the meaning of the word advertising. So if someone asked him about increasing the level, it was worth briefly mentioning the camp in the gorge and its advantages. I understand the idea of the young man. The man laughed loudly. His student was also a scoundrel, and this type of person was very good in business. Suddenly, a glow enveloped the young people. The sky above the valley was covered with thunderclouds and lightning struck the ground. When various objects began to hit the skydiver's body, he realized that his teacher had increased his level. Incredibly strong streams of spiritual energy emanated from the founder of the Lao Temple. 6 months later, construction in the gorge was in full swing. After Mr. Ling Shou increased his level, he attracted the attention of many, and he also managed to convey news to people about the camp in Tianjuedi. After this, when Wang Shun completed the construction, he returned to Wu Yu along with his charges. One day, his longtime friend came to the lone wolf's residence. The men discussed that the emperor really quickly stabilized the situation in the country. In just a few months, everyone received their awards, and Wu Yu still retained autonomy. The laws in it were still in effect. Although Xiao Dangum did not know who gave the emperor this great idea, although it turned out that the great families had calmed down, in fact, not everyone was happy with the new titles. If someone wanted more, then he would have to start a war. And the emperor would be able to see who would emerge victorious, although now everything was going well, but the Song family did not give up. Now they were struggling to attract various forces to their camp while swearing that they would cheat. Many houses were still hesitating in making a decision. Wang Shun believed that all this was nothing. It was enough to just tell everyone that those who went to the Song family's camp would face inevitable death and let them not then say that they were not warned. The man believed that the lone wolf's plan was quite good. Now they needed to concentrate all their efforts on developing the camp. The necessary resources and goods for trade were already there. They would divide the profit 50-50. Deciding to change the topic, the sniper asked how the mistress of Bao King Yutong was doing. There had been no news from her for a long time. Xiao Dangum reported that the woman had been defeated in the power struggle, and her older brother now owned the business. The thought that the woman could die greatly upset the young man, since the beauty helped him when he was in a deplorable state. The interlocutor believed that this really couldn't happen, because she was part of the family. But the current situation could not be called successful. Before this, the owner was spinning like a squirrel in wheels, she was all in work, and after the situation with the salt business, the family refused to support her, believing that there was no way to make money from it. The paratrooper was sure that the heir Yu Baozai was also involved in this situation. Xiao Dang did not deny it. After all, they were competitors, and the man had to do what was best for his family. He could not calmly look at the situation of the former mistress of Bao King Yutong. The young man couldn't help but admire his interlocutor's ability to conduct business. It was truly worthy of praise. Talking about all the current affairs, the men decided to relax and drink tea, enjoying a short time of peace. Several men, led by Mr. Xiao, approached the door of Wang Sheng's house. The man could not understand why his escorts were standing and not going to open the doors for him. Would he really have to do it instead of them? One of the servants immediately ran to the door and began pounding on it, reporting that Mr. Xiao from Bao King Yutong had decided to visit this house. The guest understood perfectly well that the family's business was now the most profitable in the country, and therefore Lone Wolf would be a complete idiot if he did not agree to cooperate with them. But the military man didn't even invite the man to build a camp together, so he personally had to come to the guy for negotiations, although before that he had established a relationship with his sister, who had disappeared somewhere. The servant began to knock on the door even louder, once again announcing that Mr. Xiao from Bao King Yutang had arrived. The fact that no one met the man angered him very much. He did not like at all that the sniper dared to ignore him. Coming closer to the door, the businessman pushed it with all his might. Unexpectedly, Wang Shen's maid opened the door, causing pain to the man's leg. The beauty immediately apologized to the guests. She had just heard a knock on the door, as she did not expect Mr. Xiao himself to honor their home with a visit. The girls had to apologize again when she said that the gentleman was absent, since he was now in Tianjuedi, and the men should have come another day. The maid closed the doors again in the face of the dissatisfied owner of Bao King Yutang, who, out of anger, again decided to hit the metal barrier, but this time with his hand. The man was angry because he had broken his arm and blamed it on the maid, whom he now wanted to take the life of, but his servant reminded him that violence could not be used in the inner city of Wuyu, especially in Wang Sheng's house. But Mr. Xiao believed that it was impossible to let the young man get away with it, even though they needed to find a method for preparing salt and powder. Even knowing that they needed a soldier, the new owner still saw the guy as making him look like an idiot and allowing some girl maid to humiliate him. The man believed that the paratrooper should pray to the gods to get off with just a prison sentence, but he wanted the warrior to pay in full, namely to take his life. In front of the door of the Song family palace stood a beauty who had come to visit her father. The girl again decided to raise the old topic and asked why the man hated Wang Shun so much, because he helped their family. The feudal lord Song Hongde sat on his throne, surrounded by concubines. The head of the family was angry at his daughter's behavior, since no one dared to tell him what to do. Song Yin's words caused a real fit of anger in her father's heart. He believed that the impudent girl was beginning to become arrogant. The princess remained calm, despite her father's one outburst of anger, but she saw very well that the man had changed a lot lately. Since the founding of the Song state, the old man's mood became worse every day. Rage and anger befuddled the head of the family more and more, and his own daughter ceased to recognize her once kind and loving father. The man tiredly sank back onto his throne. He did all this only for the sake of his girlfriend once she was only the eldest daughter of the Sun family who could be bullied. But now, Song Yun was a real princess, and if it weren't for her father, she would still be helped. Now, the feudal lord was busy expanding the family's territory and maintaining instability, and his daughter only interfered with him in this. According to the girl, the fact that her father was constantly lounging with young beauties did not in any way affect the stability in the region, and a man could demonstrate strength only with the help of the army. This was exactly how he maintained peace. According to the lady, the head of the family became very cruel. He killed innocent people and was obsessed with power and status. The feudal lord did not like these words very much, and he ordered his daughter to immediately shut up. Suddenly, the old man's loud tirade was interrupted by a sharp pain in the heart area. Song Yen, fearing for her father's health, immediately rushed to him. The man's body had not yet fully recovered from the explosion, but the girl found several eminent doctors for him who were supposed to take care of the gray-haired man. Unexpectedly for the beauty, her father said that she needed a younger brother. The feudal lord did not think that his daughter was capable of leading the family, since maintaining power in her own hands was not as easy as it might seem from the outside. The head of the family only wanted his girl to be happy and enjoy life, and, in his opinion, it was the duty of men to deal with problems. The conversation between the gentlemen was interrupted by the bedguard, who reported that Lone Wolf had gone to Qianjuedi and taken with him more than 2,000 people. The news caused new attacks of anger in the lord's body. He could no longer hear about this Wang Sheng. Pointing towards the servant who brought the bad news, the feudal lord ordered the guards to take his life. Song Yen tried to stop her father because she believed that he already had enough blood of innocent people on his hands, but he did not listen to the girl and simply threw her aside. Rising to her feet, the young lady rushed towards the exit. Her parents had become too cruel. In a fit of anger, the beauty ran away from home, not wanting to be there anymore. Although, after the Song family's domain became known as the Song Kingdom, the lady became a real princess, but she did not feel like one at all. All this time, the beauty really missed her fiancé. Not a day went by that she didn't think about the young man. Song Lao Yu, who caught up with the lady, said that wherever she went, he would accompany her, and His Highness sent guards to protect his daughter. After a short conversation, the relatives decided that they needed to go somewhere to unwind. Otherwise, there was no way to breathe in the palace. The beauty sat in the carriage and recalled their meetings with the Lone Wolf. After some thought, she decided that she wanted to go to the city of Lin. The uncle agreed, but warned that he should not go just like that, since he had heard that the former owner of Bao King Yu Tong had been removed. The beauty interrupted the man. She already knew that the woman's friend was no longer responsible for the enterprises producing purified salt and powdered sugar, but she wanted to return them to him. By sunset, the paratrooper arrived in Qianjuedi. The young man, first of all, decided to inquire whether all the new arrivals had been resettled. Dao Lingshu reported that several people who disobeyed orders were killed by poisonous insects. Everyone else was accommodated without incident. They were all training and would not be a nuisance. The soldier did not worry about this, but now they needed to return to Uya for new people and leave these here. There was only a way to climb up the cliff, but it was unclear to the men how to do this, since it looked too perfect. The master believed that the rock looked as if it had been specially carved by people using a knife or a ball, and there were also many martial arts spells over it. Inquiring whether the young man still had his hammer and chisel, the teacher suggested using the lightest tools possible and carving his 10-character mantra into the mountain so that they could decipher the remaining symbols. The young man promised to try, but was not sure that he would succeed. The lone wolf took out from his hiding place all the tools necessary for rock climbing and threw a hook onto the top of the rock. First, it was necessary to determine the place where the military man would carve the symbols. This should have been easy. Full of optimism, Wang Sheng headed to the top of the cliff. Having found a suitable place, the young man took a stick in his hands and hit the mountain with it. The stone was so dense that the parachutist could not break through it and, from the force of the blow, jumped off the cliff, hanging only on his belay. Unstuck from the rock, the sniper looked with his black eye at the teacher. He was sure that the former old man knew that this would happen. Wiping away his tears, the master replied that after all, to use a 10-character mantra, you need to have various ways of using aura. So it was worth trying a spell to neutralize the power. Descending from the cliff, the young man realized that his interlocutor's arguments were convincing and promised to try. Lone Wolf sat in a meditation pose, immersing himself in the Yuan Hun space. 3 days and 3 nights later, the parachutist opened his eyes and said the word Tench. Rising into the sky, the military man, using spiritual energy, carved a hieroglyph on a huge rock. Dao Lingshu watched the process with interest. He learned this mantra on his own, but the parachutist was able to master it faster. But even the teacher could not expect his student to do it so quickly. Full of enthusiasm, the founder of the Lao Temple asked her to try her spell on him because he had only recently increased his level. The lone wolf was ready to fulfill the man's request. But before that, he asked for at least a little rest. The young people trained until the morning, until the guy's body completely ran out of strength. The warrior understood that, although the teacher was impatient, his abilities were at the highest level because he had only just learned how to use the line and was already able to resist him. The men's hair stood on end when they realized that they were not alone in this gorge. A huge and very angry monster was rushing towards the couple from around the corner. The monster jumped straight from Qianjueti's heart and apparently had at least 7 stars. Dao Lingshu believed that the monkey appeared at the right time, since it was an excellent time for Wang Shenu to practice. The lone wolf rushed to attack the monster, since his master had left him no choice. The creature also did not stand aside and therefore, waving its huge clawed paws, rushed at the guy. Trying to protect himself from the monster, the young man took out his sword and put it in front of him. The monkey had no use for edged weapons, so the military man realized that he could not be defeated with a sword. Having collected all his spiritual energy, the paratrooper rushed into another attack. He was going to make a chop out of the creature. 2 elemental forces came together in a single impulse. It was like a confrontation between 2 elements. The sniper's forces turned out to be greater, and therefore the huge monkey flew to the end of the gorge. I understand that he emerged victorious in the fight. The sniper, without turning around, walked towards Dao Lingshu. The fire monkey was a 7th-level monster, but it was very quickly defeated in a battle with a 4th-level Wang Shen. The master appreciated his student's speed and how quickly he found his opponent's weaknesses, but he also wanted the warrior to hone his being. It was necessary to attack the enemy's strongest point, even if at first the soldier cannot. He will still hone his combat skills, and if he manages to defeat the subscriber, he will cease to pose any threat. The teacher felt that the word Dai could be useful in battle, but it would take practice to best understand. The lone wolf believed that this was absolutely no problem, and within a few days he would be able to show all his power to the master. Such words greatly frightened the founder of the Lao Temple. He did not understand what his student was up to. A few days later, in a clearing, the men met a huge bear. The master, taking a fighting stance, told the paratrooper that he would catch this 7-star monster, as he would be an excellent sparring partner. The monster put its paws together and hit the ground with all its strength, along which cracks appeared. Not sharing the teacher's enthusiasm, the soldier wondered if it might be better to treat this as a real battle rather than a training sparring. The sniper hoped that Dao Lingshu would fight all the monsters in Tianjueti alone. Months later, the young man was still fighting the 7-star bear. Realizing that he was losing the sparring, the guy began to read the mantra, repeating the words Bin, Zi, Du in turn. The lone wolf was enveloped in red energy, his eyes glowing with fire as he got into an attack pose. Wang Shen stood over the body of the defeated opponent. He felt his strength increasing every day. The master realized that the Du allows its user to fall into a state similar to madness. In the heat of battle, such a person's abilities reach their limit. That is, the character Lin is calming, and Dao makes it militant. Apparently, they produce the opposite effect. Indeed, the paratrooper realized that cold rage was the most terrible thing. Previously, the soldier always looked for his opponent's weak points and attacked them. Therefore, he could not understand the essence of the hieroglyph Dao. Now the lone wolf was finally able to understand everything, which means the time has come to engrave him on the rock. Like all the other hieroglyphs, the sniper sat in a meditation position, projecting a rock in front of him. Although he understood that the Dao was useful in battle, he still felt that something was wrong. When a warrior meets a strong opponent, he subconsciously looks for weaknesses in him. Therefore, with this approach, This hieroglyph was absolutely useless. But as soon as the military man comes face to face with the enemy and begins to carry out a frontal attack, the Tao will have its effect. Through his state of meditation, Wang Sheng heard Dao Lingshu calling his name. As soon as the young man woke up, the master reported that he had a strange expression on his face. It seemed that he was thinking about something serious. In fact, the young man had previously fought with masters far superior to him in strength, and had fought against high-level monsters that were stronger than him. The guy looked for their weaknesses and defeated them, destroyed them, but now he thought that it was because he had no fighting spirit and courage. At first, the teacher thought that the parachutist's method was to fool his opponent, so he reminded him that it would not work that way, and thanks to a change in approach, he understood the meaning of the hieroglyph do. But the master also knew that to say that his student lacked fighting spirit and courage was sheer stupidity. Perhaps the man judged superficially, and also did not understand much since the young man put him in a dead end. But if he cannot defeat his opponent, he will retreat, then wait for a good opportunity and attack again. The young man agreed with this theory because he knew that this was the basic rule of special forces. With an interested look, the founder of the temple, Lao, decided to ask whether his student thought that only unscrupulous people acted this way. According to the young man, this was quite normal, but he did not know how to tell his teacher about the snipers. Alternatively, the paratrooper could begin the story with what kind of camouflage would expose the enemy's weaknesses. But also, the guy knew very well that the people of this world had never encountered such a fighting style. There was not a single chance that they could understand the mercilessness through which a person can get behind enemy lines. But also, both men knew that Wang Sheng should not doubt his abilities, give up, or lose his fighting spirit. But in reality, Lone Wolf never lost his fighting spirit. The sniper was completely confident in his abilities. The young man took a chisel in his hands and, with a swing, stuck it into the middle of a steep rock. From the guy's efforts, cracks appeared in the mountain. He smiled because he was more confident in himself than ever. Self-doubt, self-denial, then doubt again, and ultimately self-confidence. This was all a process. Only in this way was the military man able to understand the essence of the hieroglyph do. Having dropped to the ground, the young man told the teacher that he had a new idea. Once the master asked why it was impossible to break several words together, now the warrior found the answer to this question. Mantras could be combined in different ways to strengthen them. The military man was able to directly enter the Yuan Hun space and model new mantras there, but he needed to know what kind of technique it was when the man spent 6 months in meditation without food or water. Dao Lingshu said that it was a terrible technique. He was simply locked in his body, and if not for the student, he would hardly have been able to wake up. He simply relied on his own strength. Wang Sheng's current abilities should have been enough for 5 days, but his spirit was strong, and it remained a question whether he could go straight into Qian Jueti's heart. The teacher was the strongest the young man had ever met in this world, but even he could not last more than 6 months. The girl from the young man's dream has been sealed for over 400 years, so it is possible that she is no longer among the living. The lone wolf clutched his head, thinking about the whole situation. Perhaps his search was in vain. But now was absolutely the wrong time to think about it. It was better for the guy to focus his energy on improving his skills as quickly as possible. Since it was impossible to finish the hieroglyphs in one go, the soldier decided to act gradually. Rest once every 3 days, and then he would definitely be able to master the technique. 2 days later, the words Lin, Bing, Do, Jie, Jie, and Zhen were already engraved on the rock. The sniper had already mastered 6 hieroglyphs, but he didn't see any logic in the subsequent ones. The 2 men carefully examined the work done. An unexpected guess struck the guy. Since these 9 hieroglyphs are somehow connected with spiritual energy, then it was worth trying something else. Previously, the warrior tried to use the hieroglyph Lei countless times, but did not understand its essence. So the master suggested trying different methods under his guidance. He would share his spiritual energy. The teacher's level was indeed much higher, and his understanding of the essence of spiritual forces was more comprehensive. With him, a military man would definitely succeed. The 2 men sat in a meditation circle and began to recite a mantra. Dao Lingshu had the feeling that the entire meridian of his body was permeated with energy, and his Yuan Hun was resonating. The teacher suddenly opened his eyes when he realized that the hieroglyph Lei was used in the art of healing in medical practices. One breath and it could help rid a person of ailments. Therefore, if a young man masters this spell, he will be able to achieve success in healing in a short time. The young man's face lit up with joy when he realized that I had previously vaguely felt the connection between the hieroglyph and human anatomy, but did not expect that he could heal with its help. The soldiers were very lucky that he met this Taoist in a small village. If not for him, then he knows when. After all, luck was indeed part of his strength. The teacher looked at his student in surprise because he had no idea what anatomy was. The sniper explained that these are human internal organs, and if necessary, a person can be cut open and sore spots treated. The ancients believed that the dead were inviolable, and the autopsy of corpses was a great crime. So it is unknown how the master would react to the words of the parachutist. The interested man immediately suggested that when they return, and if they kill more people, they will open them up and the soldiers will teach him their method. The military man tried to calm his interlocutor. In order to study anatomy, it was not necessary to kill people. 4 months later, Lone Wolf finally finished drawing hieroglyphs on the rock. The men watched the work being done when the founder of the temple, Lao, realized that there was no aura and no fighting will on the stone wall. The teacher did not want to say that everything was wrong, but still small problems existed. The student did not deny this. He had already learned this lesson. The young man's words made the master angry. Was his interlocutor really a fool? How could he fail like that? It looks like he was a real monster. Wang Shen denied his involvement. He didn't know it himself, so it wasn't his fault. Tian can absorb all the power of the rest of the characters and will be imbued with the guy's Yuan Hun. No matter how he attacks, his spiritual energy will help remove the enemy, becoming part of the Yuan Hun. It was after the soldier realized this that he realized that there was not enough spiritual energy on the spiritual wall. In any case, the information turned out to be useful. And since now there was nothing for the men to do in this gorge, they decided to finish the training. After leaving Changjuedi, the couple returned to Wuyu City and immediately started eating dinner. The idyll of the young people was disrupted by the manager. He was glad that the young man had finally returned. In his absence, the city was lively, and the appanage prince gave him instructions to express gratitude to the soldier. The guy looked at the newcomer from under his forehead. He could not understand how the prince got up from the count so quickly. The man explained that all this was thanks to Wang Shen. It was he who promoted the cooperation of the Wuyu country with Yu Baozhai, and now it was in full swing. Yu Baozhai took a group of craftsmen. They built temporary hotels and surrounded them with protective barriers. This way, it would be easier to transport materials. Now it was possible not only to get to Changjuedi, but also to be there in complete safety. And the city of Wuyu was now the entrance to this road, which was located in the country of Wuyu. The emperor, having learned about such a business, was delighted. Although this work was fraught with risks, it was profitable. So the appanage prince earned the gratitude of the emperor, who granted him the title. And therefore, the chief said that whatever the lone wolf wished for, everything would be fulfilled. Only in this way could the master repay his services. The satisfied men raised their glasses and the young man asked his interlocutor to thank the distant prince instead of him. Having carefully examined the room, the manager realized that the servants had changed there, and therefore decided to ask why he now did not see the people from Bao King Yutong. The man realized that the new master was too stupid and had already understood the measures. But since now the connection between Bao King Yutong and the sovereign was very deep, they wanted to deepen cooperation and eliminate misunderstandings. A long time ago, they discovered an ancient treasure map. It marked the location of the temple in Changjuedi, where magic pills were made, and if the guy was ready to take them there to search, then there would definitely not be any left in the overlay. I don't want to listen to the manager's arguments. The young man said that he doesn't like doing business with strangers. The manager argued that they, as strangers, were out of the question because the owner of Bao King Yutong could take responsibility for herself. The guy couldn't believe that in order to extract surplus value from a woman, a man wanted to take her to Changjuedi. Even though she had never trained in martial arts, the great families were ruthless. They really didn't care how much good she did for the family because she was female. In their opinion, she had no chance to restore her reputation. The managers argued that in fact there was no other way out. The beauty was in a hopeless situation. If she did not take advantage of the opportunity now, she would spend the rest of her life in prison. Dao Lingxiao understood that the young man was unpleasant about this situation. Probably, that stranger was his close friend. The lone wolf brushed aside the master's words, since he and the beauty were just business partners. In any case, the young man said that he was too busy now because he needed to continue training and he would interfere with me in this matter. The next person to visit Wang Shen's house was a representative of the royal house of Yu Baozhai. He said that this time the partners had earned a lot and asked whether his friend had received his share. The lone wolf smiled happily at his partner because it was very pleasant to deal with him and asked, in turn, whether his skills had improved again. The sniper understood that she and Xiaodang had not seen each other for a very long time, and he began to look better than before, as if he had become younger and the condition of his skin had improved. It was like that of a young girl. The parachutist pulled himself together. He couldn't believe that he was staring at the young man. The interlocutor confirmed the words of the military man. He was absolutely right. Since the men had to make important news, Bao King Yutong now had big problems. Their new head did not know how to run a business at all, and besides, he was too greedy. This was expected for a soldier. The previous owner was also like this. She wanted to take over the entire salt and glaze business, so it was lucky that before the problems started, she was overthrown by her own family. Now, they began to run 2 more businesses, because since the emperor granted the title to part of the families, they became a significant force capable of holding power in their hands, and the remaining families were trying to fight for power. During this difficult time, Bao King Yutong began to trade in medicine and weapons. After all, trading in ammunition was the right decision. In such circumstances, many would be ready to stand in line for them. But the young man also believed that since they were so greedy, they would probably want to make a profit from the warring parties. It was exactly like that, although the interlocutor did not have time to tell almost anything. But the guy already saw the full picture of what was happening. He was very insightful. Many can envy this quality. The lone wolf shrugged his shoulders. He really needed such praise. However, the warrior realized that if this continued, then Bao King Yutong would eventually bring disaster upon themselves. Xiao Dangom exhaled loudly. It was impossible to hide anything from the guy, so he said that the former owner asked him to pass on some information. The woman knew the location of the military formations in the heart of Changjuedi, so if the soldier wanted, she could show the way to them. All she had to do was enter the center of the gorge and take her with her. The representative of the royal house did not doubt for a second that his friend had a plan. After all the meetings for the day were completed, Wang Shun decided to go out into the city for a little walk. Leaving the room, the young man noticed Yingzi on the roof of the house. Seeing his neighbor, the sorcerer smiled, because now that a Taoist had settled in his house, no one dared to disturb him, and therefore they had not met for a long time. The sniper agreed with his friend's words. He was absolutely right, because there were now much fewer visitors. Deciding to show a little hospitality, the parachutist invited the man inside, offering him a cup of delicious tea. As soon as the couple settled down at the table, the maids immediately began bringing delicious treats. Yingzi silently handed his friend some incomprehensible sign. Turning over the incomprehensible object, the military man realized that the emperor had granted him the title. Now he was Invincible Hu. Now there were a total of 8 Ho in the country, excluding the prince from Wuyu. Since this land was special, the remaining territories were no more than a few thousand li, and the population was several tens of millions. Exaggerating, one could say that ordinary people and mercenaries owned land and money, but there were much more high-ranking officials. Therefore, the question arose whether the emperor was afraid that these actions would cause discontent. The emperor, in turn, said that everything would depend on the desire of the young man. If he wants to make his new title public, he will be happy, but if not, the chief will keep everything secret. Wang Shun was very surprised by this news, because the man was really very generous. The capital has prepared a mansion of 100 mu especially for the guy. It is located right in the Forbidden City. The maids and eunuchs granted by the emperor were already there and received the appropriate arrangements. And in the suburbs there was also an imperial residence, which could also be used by soldiers. Lone Wolf was immensely grateful to the chief for the honor given to him. Mr. Li also spoke with the crown prince and asked permission to make copies of rare books. More than 100 copies had already been delivered to the soldiers' residence. To be honest, the military man didn't particularly want to go there, but these books are really interesting, so you still have to visit the residence. In addition, Yingzi continued, the emperor also granted the paratrooper an estate, but the guy knew that the territorial division had long since ended, and therefore there were hardly any lands left that could be donated. The magician protested his friend's theory since he really suddenly found himself in an unexpected position. The young man was immediately interested in the neighbor's words, but he could not understand what he meant. The next day, Wang Sheng headed to the Carefree City's killing hall. Qiang Wei was very happy about the unexpected meeting, since the young man had not been in the city for a long time and she missed her very much. When he came closer to the lone wolf, the beauty said that they should talk alone. But here was an inappropriate place for talking. They could be heard. Having gone to a secluded place, the guy asked if the family of the girl from the Kaishuan Palace had received new titles, to which she answered in the affirmative, since some family members had received the title of Bo. She was now a person from the Kaishuan kingdom, and they were no longer a hidden clan. Sitting down on the sofa, the guy threw a piece of fabric to his interlocutor and asked her to contact the Feng family and send it to them, and also ask what they thought about this item. The young man realized that the clothes that Chang Wei was currently holding in her hands were fake. The beauty was already getting ready to go out to run errands, but Wang Shun stopped her and asked her to tell the manager about the situation with Bao King Yutang. Lone Wolf wanted the clan to settle all the formalities on this issue, and then he would get involved himself. The latest news had already been reported to the palace of the Fang Kingdom, which the clan really did not like. The man wanted to know how this could happen, because this robe was sewn on a special order from the head of the Song family, but it did not reach him and was received by Wang Sheng, which meant that their family had gotten to the secrets of the Song family. The clothes were torn into storage areas that were made with a knife, and if not for the calculation of the lone wolf, inevitable death would have awaited him. The matter needed to be discussed with the warrior immediately, as the relationship between him and the Feng family should not be harmed, but since the controversy started with the Song family, they should also bear responsibility. But the primary task was to appease the sniper, as well as extract information from the rebellious master of the Song family, and then get rid of him. Family head Feng ordered the immediate delivery of new paratrooper equipment and later other gifts. But the servants also had to immediately contact the rest of the families and spread the word about the vile things that the vile family was doing. They all had to pay for it. The next morning, Lone Wolf woke up to a knock on his door and realized that the Feng family's people had come to visit him. The young man reluctantly got out of bed because it was early in the morning and everyone around him was sleeping. Two beautiful young girls were waiting on the soldier's doorstep. The beauties immediately rushed to woo the gentleman, and he realized that this was how the Feng family decided to establish a connection with him. The young ladies were accompanied by another servant who reported that Mr. Hall said that if it were not for the observation of the soldier, no one knew what situation their family would have found themselves in. The young man's neighbors immediately came running to the noise. They were interested in what was happening in the yard of their house. The guy noticed that the Feng family was indeed very attentive. They specially found brave girls who very much reminded him of Song Yun in character. The owner of Bao King Yutang was approaching Wang Shen's house. They had not seen each other for a very long time, and therefore there were many topics to discuss now. The young man immediately understood the reason for the woman's visit and therefore asked when they would leave. The beauty smiled at her interlocutor. She was very pleased that they could understand each other perfectly. In the evening, Wang Shen thought about the owner again. She must have been subjected to some kind of sanctions. Perhaps even poison was used on her, and now she is limited in her movements. The young man understood that most likely, as soon as the woman found the magic pills, she would immediately die. Having finished preparing the weapon, the young man exhaled heavily. He knew that this trip would not be easy. After Lone Wolf finished all the preparations, he and another group of people set off. Having finished telling the rules, the sniper asked the expedition members if everything was clear to them. The day before Dao, Ling Shu told the student that he was against the idea of doing business with such unreliable people, so he was not going to help the military man and go with him to Tianjuedi. To this end, the master returned to Lao Zhongguan, writing down information about the 9 symbolic mantra and the Tao Te Ching. And therefore, the soldier hoped that this time he would not get into trouble. Interrupting the parachutist's thoughts, one of the expedition members stepped forward and said that there was no person here who understood the rules better than him. Therefore, when the group was in Tianjuedi, the young man could completely rely on Fei Hu. Having carefully examined everyone gathered, Lone Wolf said that they could finally hit the road. The group walked through the forest all day, and during this time, Wang Shun managed to get along well with his new acquaintance. Deciding that it was too dangerous to continue their journey at night, the travelers decided to stop for the night. Moving away from the camp, Fei Hu thought about the situation. He realized that Wang Shun and the woman from the group when you were doing business together, but if they are business partners, then this could lead to big problems. Suddenly, someone crept up behind the man and he fell unconscious. Smiling, the paratrooper told the former owner of Bao King Yutang that he knew how cruel her family was to her. But the woman did not listen to her interlocutor at all. She was more interested in how he managed to make Fei Hu lose consciousness. Here in Qianjuedi, a young man could destroy hundreds of such men if he wanted, and therefore he was always at the service of the beauty. The lady thanked the young man. She always knew that it was the right decision to turn to him for help. The guy said that there was no need to thank him, since he was not the type to do charity, and if the girl had not conveyed Lu Wen's words to him and then begged for a favor, then he would not have done anything. The former owner understood everything, but in fact, at that time she was too greedy and did not see many things clearly. But when she came to her senses, it was already too late. After all, she was just an adopted daughter for Bao King Yutang, not their blood relatives, and if she was not useful, they would immediately get rid of the lady. The military man smiled. He thought that in fact, even if they are blood relatives, it is difficult for them to get into the family business. Therefore, if you think about it from the other side, the woman was able to gain the trust of the family, enjoyed the benefits, and everyone treated her like their own daughter. The young man's words amused the young lady. She liked that even in such a situation, he managed to maintain a positive attitude. After discussing pressing matters, the beauty asked what kind of technique her interlocutor used, since it seemed to her that the amount of poison in her body had slightly decreased. Sitting down near the fire, the young man said that a good cat was the one that caught mice, but it was not necessary to know how she caught them. The young man looked around him at a bunch of sleepy men and asked the former owner what she was going to do with them. The lady was not sure that if all the members of the expedition died, her clients would be able to continue to survive in Qianjuedi, no matter what time they might want to leave the place. According to the young man, the question was simple, since it was easy to get them out of the gorge, but it was unclear what to do with them after that. After the woman found the pills, whether she was going to take revenge. When they return, the beauty will have no strength, no influence, no protection from Bao King Yutang, and accordingly, she could die much faster. After listening to all the arguments of her interlocutor, the girl began to get very nervous. She understood that he was right. If she wanted to be on good terms with her former family, she had to sell the methods of making glaze and refined salt to the vassal state. Bao King Yutang would not stand it and would back down. They could either agree to reconciliation or take action against the former owner, but as she herself understood, the family would not want to sincerely cooperate with her. The lone wolf carefully watched the sparks of the fire. He expressed his opinion and had nothing more to add. After thinking a little, the woman asked why the parachutist couldn't sell the production method to someone else. The warrior explained that a businessman should keep his word. He had previously said that he could give a woman a monopoly on the salt and glaze business, and he fulfilled his promise. The beauty, while doing business, especially had to watch her words, because she knew very well that if there was no trust in her, no one would do business with her. It was obvious to the soldier that Bao King Yutang wanted the interlocutor dead. But even in such circumstances, she still put the businessman's trust first. But the sniper also understood that now was not the time to think about far-reaching plans. The main thing was to decide what they would do with the people from the expedition. In the end, the beauty decided to leave everything as it was for now, because she thought that without people, they would not be able to explore the ruins, and then they would think about this topic again. In the morning, when the men opened their eyes, there were white and soft clouds in front of them, like air donuts. Realizing that his thoughts were confused, Feng Hu jumped in his seat. The man didn't understand what happened and didn't remember how he fell asleep last night, so the severe pain in his neck surprised him now. Another member of the expedition, who heard the young man's thoughts, laughed loudly, amused by the words about clouds. Apparently, everything was fine with the others. Similar due to the fact that they were in Qianjuedi for the first time, were influenced by the local atmosphere, and therefore fell asleep intoxicated. The next morning upon waking up, all members of the expedition felt lightness and a surge of energy. After a short journey, the group finally reached the traces of the ancient settlement. Wang Shen explained that if the men's maps were correct, then the place they were going to should be somewhere here. Not all members of the expedition believed in the words of the guide. Some thought that the young man simply wanted to fool them. Your turn. The young man said that there will always be people who seek death. Has he really gained a reputation as a liar? It would be better for the fair-haired one to develop his abilities rather than pour out his bile on other people. And therefore, the lone wolf advised them to check what was underground. Under the interested glances of the group, the man retreated to the middle of the clearing. Kicking the ground with all his might, the man realized that there really was something below. From the force of the blow, huge cracks spread across the clearing. The ground under the young man opened up and he flew down. By the time Feng Hu reached the crevice, his comrade had already disappeared underground. The young man understood that he couldn't just abandon his comrade, he had to get him out urgently. Realizing that his friend was right, the other man shouted at the other members of the expedition not to stand idly by but to help save the missing man. The calm Wang Xun explained that the soil here was sandy, and there were cracks in it through which water seeped. Digging under these conditions was a huge mistake, since the sand could bury everyone else. Feeling a surge of anger, the new acquaintance asked Lone Wolf if he should not have warned them about the danger earlier. The young man believed that he had explained everything, but there were people who showed their distrust, so he decided to clearly demonstrate everything. It was obvious to the young man that since people lived in these places, there must be enough sources of water. But the other members of the expedition did not think about this, and now blamed the guy for not telling him this. The lone wolf was already tired of this conversation, because he warned that he would not repeat the same thing several times. In this case, the angry member of the expedition wanted to hear the stranger's explanation once again. Wang Xun summoned all his spiritual energy. If his interlocutor so badly wants to listen to the explanation again, then he will be happy to do so. The men stood opposite each other. The atmosphere in the clearing became tense to the limit. Feng Hu rushed to the attack. He saw that his opponent was fast enough, but he believed that his level was still not enough. Without expecting it, the man missed the lone wolf and flew on. Obviously, the sniper had more powerful strength than his opponent had imagined. It seemed that their abilities were equal. One way or another, the expedition member was sure that with the help of extraordinary spiritual power, he would crush the parachutist into powder, whether in Yuanhun space or in the real world. Unexpectedly, the man still realized that Wang Sheng's speed was so fast that he could not overtake him. The young man, having gathered his spiritual strength, launched an attack on his opponent and threw him to the other end of the clearing. Everyone present here needed to brag less, otherwise it would lead to negative consequences. Even if the group were 10 times larger, they still would not be able to cope with Qian Juedi. Lone Wolf wasn't talking about a specific person. He was talking about the whole group as a whole. They were worthless. Explaining something to these people was a waste of time. They still didn't want to understand anything. And if any of the expedition members still doubted the sniper's words, he could clearly demonstrate to them. Without even turning around, the military man turned to Fei Hu. He wanted to hear his opinion. The second rule of the warrior was that he would not explain anything. He spoke about this before entering the gorge. People said that they understood his conditions, but apparently not enough. There was no benefit to the guy. There was no benefit from him explaining anything, so why on earth should he do it? That is why the members of the expedition had to stop being such idiots. If the men wanted to get an explanation from the soldier, they could put their lives on the line, and if they thought that his reputation was undeserved, then he was ready to challenge it. The former owner of Bao King Yutang decided to stop this farce by approaching the young man and saying that it would be nice for him to cool down a little. The woman believed that since they had already arrived at the place, it was worth starting the search. The beauty promised Wang Shun that if he helped them, Bao King Yutang would be paid twice as much. Fei Hu believed that for a person on the verge of death, raising the price was pointless, but he decided to let her take over the responsibilities of the head once again. Pulling himself together, the young man decided to agree to the woman's conditions. But also, the sniper said that if he were in the place of these people, he would dig this palace under the water stream and find the entrance to it. It was worth following in the same direction and continuing the search along the river. There should still be clues there, but here, near the underground stream, the travelers decided to set up camp. Hearing that there was still hope, the old friend of the former mistress ran into her arms. Not noticing the stones lying under his feet, the former seller sprawled on the ground. The woman immediately ran up to her friend and, warning him that he should be careful, helped him get up. In the guy's opinion, his spiritual energy was not enough. Even a 4th-level master could easily defeat the man. He was like a 5th wheel, was useless and delayed movement. Deciding to take command, Feng Hu said that some members of the expedition would have to stay in the camp near the underground stream, and he would take a few people with him. The former owner of Bao King Yutang did not like this proposal at all. But the man did not want to listen to anyone's protests and ordered part of the expedition to immediately return to the camp. The commander carefully watched the reaction of the interlocutor and realized that she still trusted her people unconditionally. In his opinion, she was out of her mind. Without saying anything, the beauty silently turned to Wang Shun, waiting for his reaction. Unexpectedly, the lone wolf's attention was attracted by some object and he stepped aside. Pointing to the stone, the sniper asked Fei Hu if it had been burned before. The man carefully examined the object that the parachutist pointed at and realized that they were already close. It was necessary to continue searching. I don't understand what's going on at all. The warrior turned to the expedition members. He wanted to know why they were so sure that the magic pill was located right here. If some kind of magical spell was cast in this area, then it was worth calling the master to remove it. But if there were some other reasons, the guy wanted to find out now in order to avoid wasting time. Realizing that there was no point in trying to get out of it anymore, the woman decided to tell her story. The beauty explained that this sect of alchemists once had a huge underground palace. It was built in the crater of a volcano, and the power of fire was imprisoned in a barrier, which served as a source of protection for this place. As long as this power exists, the barrier will not stop working. The entrance was right under the Mountain Gate Palace where the sect was located, so the girl wanted to know if the soldier could find the underground palace. Under the surprised glances of everyone present, the guy said that the former mistress had already said this, so he was just wasting his time. Through a secret gorge, Lone Wolf led the group to the lost city. They were finally there. In front of the expedition members were ancient ruins. Seeing the huge gate covered with vines, the men realized that this must be the entrance. Unexpectedly, a member of the expedition ran towards the entrance. He believed that this place was very dangerous, so he built to save his lives as quickly as possible. Tongues of flame engulfed the ruins, consuming everything that was around. The young man did not understand why the men did not do anything, because if they did not want to die, they should have immediately installed a protective barrier. Fei Hu agreed with the paratrooper, and therefore ordered the magmas who came with them to cast a protective spell. The former owner of Bao King Yutong, along with Lone Wolf, closely followed the process. The woman didn't know why, but she felt safe next to the military man. Having cleared the passage, the expedition members got closer to the gate and finally opened the doors. A new column of fire and smoke erupted from the passage. It was a volcanic crater full of sulfur dioxide. If the source of water for alchemy was nearby, then drinking from such a source was equivalent to drinking sulfuric acid. Refining a batch of poisons one by one, a real yacht sect will never go wrong. Fortunately, the expedition members had brains, and therefore they knew that the underground creator, which was closed hundreds of years ago, needed ventilation. Otherwise, the men would have to enter one by one and also die one by one. Meanwhile, loud groans were heard throughout the temporary camp. The members of the expedition who were now there were very ill. It seemed that they were going to die. While the healthy in the tents provided first aid to the sick, the camp guards calmly watched all the commotion from the sidelines. One of the men believed that everything was not so bad and sick. It was enough to just eat well. But if that didn't help, he had several pills that could help with any illness. If the expedition members wanted, he could make these on his own in the shortest possible time. The second guard really didn't like that his colleague was trying to sell untested drugs, and therefore, with one slight movement of the sword, he took his life. After the expedition members felt a little better in the tent, a misunderstanding immediately arose between them. The still weak men rose to their feet. They understood that things were dirty and they had to get out of this area. Ignoring their misunderstandings, they decided to act together, namely that it was necessary to follow the trail of the lone wolf, since he had to prepare a safe place. Walking through the forest, the expedition members discussed the new owner of Bao King Yutong. In their opinion, he was not particularly intelligent. In addition, the men really didn't understand why they didn't want to recruit a person like Wang Sheng to their side. Since he was a friend of the lady, then her opponents would definitely not be able to remove her. After a short journey, the group came across the place where the sniper lived. Going up, they could rest. Also, the parachutist left containers with drinking water in the house, so the tourist could completely relax. A day later, the former owner of Bao King Yutong and Wang Sheng looked at the open doors. Now it was safe here, and they could go down. From the outside, unknown people were watching the group of people. They understood that it was very rare to see a policeman carrying out a raid. As a level 9 master, they believed that he would be more than enough to destroy the entire expedition. Another unknown person believed that their priority was not to save Mr. Gogan's life. They needed to find the magic pills, and even if they had a chance to kill the stranger, they would do it. But on the contrary, they would protect him. Although the gentleman hated the young man, he was already dying, but his daughter treated the sniper completely differently. Apart from his daughter, the head of the Song family had no other children, so sooner or later the property would pass to her, so the men should not have endangered the life of her lover. Meanwhile, members of the expedition had already found the entrance to the cave where the underground palace was located. After a short journey, seething lava appeared before their eyes. They arrived at the very mouth of the volcano. Feng Hu immediately ordered other men to check every cave in this room. One of the expedition members noticed rare alchemical books and decided that he needed to take them with him. Ignoring the commotion around him, Lone Wolf picked up one of the stones and threw it into the boiling lava. The young man who held the scrolls in his hands also noticed this. He realized that the liquid was very hot, since it could even melt stone. The young man did not understand what these people who dared to build alchemical rooms here thought about themselves. After the stone, the young man threw his dagger into the mouth of the volcano. He knew that the temperature of the lava was from 7 to 1200 degrees Celsius, and the melting point of iron was more than 1500. I turned to the owner. The young man asked if she didn't say earlier that the place where the pills are stored should be a sealed magical barrier. It was necessary to send masters to find this barrier. It would be better than simply wandering back and forth. Feng Hu agreed with the lone wolf theory, and therefore sent the magicians on a search. After a short search, one of the expedition members reported that they had completed the task. Although everyone understood perfectly well that such a seal would be very difficult to crack, realizing that Wang Sheng and the former mistress were now of no use, Feng Hu ordered his men to get rid of them. The woman looked carefully at her companion. She knew that in such a situation she could only trust him. The parachutist picked up the beauty in his arms. He had long ago prepared an escape plan. Without hesitation, the young man pushed off from the edge of the cliff and jumped straight into the mouth of the volcano. The guy smiled cheerfully. He knew that his time to die had come. Then nothing could be done about it. Picking up more and more speed, the young man, with a woman in his arms, moved through the very mouth of the volcano. Other members of the expedition could not believe what they saw. It looked too unreal. Without receiving a single burn, the parachutist emerged on the other side of the lava pool. The warrior also put his partner on the ground. They had enough hugs for today. The former owner of Bao King Yutong jumped away from the stranger like a bullet. Such actions of the military man frightened her very much. An angry Feng Hu thought that if the opponent could pass, then everyone else could too. He ordered his companions to simply quickly jump over the volcano and take off their shoes in time. The expedition member immediately bravely stepped into the lava, trying to repeat the stranger's feat. With a calm smile, Lone Wolf picked up a heavy round object. Wang Shen threw the ball at his pursuer, although he managed to dodge, but it slowed him down greatly. The young man knew that magma is a Newtonian fluid with a viscosity 100,000 times greater than that of water and a temperature from 700 to 12,000. Also, the density is many times greater than that of the human body. So if it gets into it, it will melt on the surface and burn alive. So before jumping into the magma, the soldier poured water on his boots. When it comes into contact with the lava, the water evaporates, which takes away a lot of heat. So this temperature is not enough to ignite the shoes at the moment of contact. So as long as you run along it quickly enough, the Newtonian fluid will be completely safe. But if you stop, the body will slowly sink into it. The pursuers were very disappointed that they could not reach the young people. Therefore, Feng Hu decided to leave them alone for now, and when they win, he will simply seal the cave with the couple inside. Wang Shen took out his telescope to understand what was happening on the other side of the crater, while the woman was running around it, since they were too far away and she could not see anything at all. The guy shared his spyglass so the lady could see how the scoundrels had found the barrier, so it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. But the 500-year-old barrier couldn't take long. As the young man expected, very soon a loud sound was heard in the cave and the barrier fell. A secret room with a lot of treasures opened before the eyes of the expedition members. But the most valuable among them were magic pills. Having gone inside, the men began to grab secret messages from the shelves. They wanted to take away everything that was inside. Unexpectedly, armed unknown persons approached the expedition members from behind. While dodging the sharp blade, Feng Hu realized that their affairs were not as good as he thought. On the other side of the crater, two people watched the fighting in silence. Unable to bear it, Wang Shen turned to face the woman out of curiosity and asked if this was the last person she was sheltering. At the same time, the expedition members were still trying to fight off an unfamiliar group of men. This trip not only brought pills and medicine, but also removed all the internal traitors in the team. It was simply perfect and could not have been better. Just when Feng Hu thought he had defeated all opponents, another person appeared in front of him. The man asked his 3 wards to settle the situation. I promise that their master will thank them. Because among the people who just shot, there was at least a level 9, and the scoundrel did not know who this person served. The attacker suggested that his opponent keep the pills to save himself. But then he called on his Yuan Hun for help because he believed that they had nothing more to talk about. The stranger decided not to lag behind and also called on his spiritual energy to help. The two men fought in an unequal battle. Feng Hu realized too late that his opponent was incredibly terrifying. When he least expected it, a strong blow from his fist landed across the bastard's face. Trying to harm his opponent as much as possible, the man threw the treasures he had mined into the lava. The stranger immediately rushed to the volcano victim, trying to save the pills. The master ran up too late and therefore only managed to grab a few tablets. After the commander was informed that they had already finished with the members of the expedition, he ordered the attackers to collect trophies. Opening his palm and looking at the contents, the stranger realized that the divine pill still remained unharmed and happiness knew no bounds. Watching everything from the side, Wang Sheng realized that if these three attacked, he would be able to block one, which was very bad. Under the surprised gaze of Lone Wolf, the strangers turned to him and informed him that it was better for the venerable son-in-law to figure it out himself. The former mistress standing nearby realized that the people were from the Song family and their mistress cared very much about the young man, and the woman also asked if they would now take the trophies. The sniper reassured her interlocutor. Since what the attackers took was in no way comparable to real treasures, they would not be able to profit from them. Since the young man believed that if there were treasures in the underground palace, the most precious of them would definitely not be hidden in a cave firmly locked with a barrier, the beauty did not agree. If she had hidden valuables, she would have left them in an inconspicuous place, for example, in one of the ordinary rooms with magic pills. But in this case, there must be a person who must know in which room the treasure is located. The hidden truth is always where it is most difficult to find. The lady listened carefully to the young man's arguments. After stomping along the ground, the beauty said that she could not find anything, but she thought that maybe there were secret paths underground. Laughing, the young man patted his interlocutor on the head. It was stupid, although there really is something here, but 500 years ago no one would have dared to cross the lava like he did in order to build another tunnel. An unexpected guest came to the former owner of Bao King Yutang. It seemed that she and the warrior were finally thinking in the same direction. The guy confirmed, handing the stone to the woman, that everything she thought was true. The beauty squeezed a piece of rock in her hand, turning it into dust. There was a treasure hidden inside this stone, but the lady also wanted to know how her escort understood it. The warrior explained that there were volcanic rocks everywhere here. If you placed the dimensional ring in a metal ball, dipped it into the magma, and when it cooled, it would turn into volcanic rock. That is, if you throw a stone on the ground, no one will even notice, and as for how Lone Wolf realized this, there was no big secret. Everything was very simple. A spatial ring could not be put into another spatial ring, so only stones remained. After a short time, the young people found everything that was hidden in the volcanic rock. The girls saw that, in the light of the findings, there were no divine rank pills. They probably missed them all. Wang Shen believed that the pills would not retain their properties in such spatial rings, so there was no point in storing them there. However, the scrolls that the young people received were much more valuable. Tears welled up in the beauty's eyes. Did she really fail? A large number of people died, but they were never able to obtain a single divine rank pill. The parachutist smiled carefreely. There was nothing terrible, because this could not be called a complete defeat. At least they remained alive. And after some time, no one would even remember about those who died. An unexpected thought alarmed the lone wolf. After counting the bodies of the dead, he realized that there was one person missing. The man was hiding under the ceiling. He knew that in order to get out of here, Wang Shun and the others would have to go through him anyway. That is, if he attacked, he could take them by surprise. But everything turned out to be not as simple as the last surviving member of the expedition thought. Raising his head up, the scoundrel noticed that something was approaching him. The lone wolf pressed the lever. He knew that the man wanted to take them by surprise, but he chose a not very good place for this. There was only one exit here, and in order to protect the alchemy laboratories, many protective mechanisms were installed on the road. So hiding on the road was the same as seeking death. When the way was clear, the young man led the former owner to the heavy doors, saying that the road was clear. Entering the dark cave, the woman felt very uncomfortable. The former owner of Bao King Yutang acted like a little girl due to her fear of the dark. Looking up at the sniper, the woman asked if he could find a way to illuminate the room. The soldier saw that in fact, she was just a little girl, however, at such a young age, Too many responsibilities fell on her fragile shoulders. Taking out a flashlight from his hiding place, the young man turned on the light, illuminating their way. The beauty was shocked. It seemed that the stranger could really do anything. It was simply incredible. The couple walked through the cave and came across the main gate, which last time took 6 or 7 masters to open. The lone wolf smiled. He was confident in his abilities and knew that he could handle everything. Wangshen's muscles became many times larger, tearing his outer clothing when he called on his Yuan Hun for help. Straining every cell of his body, the young man tried to open the heavy doors and, finally, they began to give in. When the doors opened, a woman flew at the soldier like a fury from the other side. An old friend looked at the young man and realized that it was the wrong gate. The parachutist remembered this long-legged girl very well and therefore immediately closed the entrance doors in front of her. The beauty, who did not have time to do anything, was shocked because the soldier acted too quickly, much faster than an ordinary person. Realizing that this was her last chance, the lady decided to lock the couple inside. Then they would die from lack of oxygen. 2 young people looked at the doors from the other side. The woman understood that behind the doors was a friend of the parachutist, and therefore asked who she was. The soldier explained that it was a ghost that would not disappear. She was well aware of how strong he was and that he could open these gates alone. She was just waiting for the right moment. Now this was a problem. The girl must have blocked the passage with stones, and now if the guy doesn't become 10 times stronger, they won't be able to open the gate and get out of there. The mistress of Bao King Yutong realized that they were doomed. The warrior reassured his interlocutor. After all, he was a master of stones, which means a way out can always be found. The military man said, taking out a hammer and chisel, that they would continue the passage, but for now he could do this for me himself, and therefore asked the beauty for help. The girl did not understand that if such a strong young man could not do this, then how could she destroy a hard stone? But the young lady still did not argue, but simply picked up the instruments, which turned out to be very heavy for her. Approaching the wall, the woman placed a chisel towards it. It seemed to her that the lone wolf was simply mocking him in this way. "I try to swing the heavy hammer as hard as possible." The lady asked how this could help them get out. From the impact, a strong wave went along the wall, pushing the former owner away from her. Having caught his interlocutor, the young man explained that this is called a formation. This place was designed in such a way that it protects itself. The girl still didn't understand how this could help them if none of them had similar abilities. Wangshen asked for 3 days, during which time the beauty would be responsible for shutting down the formation at the first half of the gate, and she would also have to make sure that no one got through to it. Having promised his interlocutor that he would definitely get her out of this place, the soldier plunged into the space of the Yuan Hun. The power that surpassed the power of people was indeed somehow connected with the formation, and the warrior had to get it, and the best way to do this was through resonance. After 3 days, the young man finally opened his eyes. As soon as the beauty noticed that the sniper had opened his eyes, she immediately asked if they could now get out of this place. The young man was sure that now nothing could stop him from getting out of here. Approaching the wall, Lone Wolf, using spiritual energy, began to punch a passage through it. I understand that he was almost finished. He turned to his interlocutor and asked if she trusted him. The girl had already seen that the guy was able to activate the formation, but he would not be able to throw it on another person. Therefore, the paratrooper uses the formation to leave here alone, widen the road, and return for the companion. This will not take very much time. The guy stroked his interlocutor's head with a calming gesture. He will be back very soon. The beauty was confident in her friend and therefore smiled calmly. She would wait for him. The tired young lady sat against the wall. She continued to wait for her companion, but hope was slowly slipping away. Finally, the doors opened and the lone wolf stood on the threshold. Stretching out his hand, the guy told the girl that they were safe and could now go, but she pressed herself against his chest. Tears rolled down from the eyes of the former mistress of Bao King Yutong. Her savior had finally returned. After the rescue, Wangshen received the woman's devoted subjects and, loading the carriage, prepared to leave this place. The parachutist asked his companion what she planned to do next because the divine pill was stolen and her plan failed. The girl lowered her eyes to the floor. She didn't know what to do next, but it was dangerous for her to return to Bao King Yutang. In this case, the sniper invited his partner to go with him to Uya, where she could rest a little and think about what to do. The girl could not believe that the soldier was calling her to the carefree city. Even if she wanted it, she had a lot of people here, and first she had to make sure whether they could all live there together. The young man smiled. If the lady did not want to go to the carefree city, then they could go to the imperial city. Lone Wolf reported that he had a large house in the Imperial City. The young people landed with a huge house. Its size was simply shocking. The Imperial family was very generous in building such a huge mansion in the center of the city, where every centimeter of land was worth its weight in gold. And not only that, they evicted people from nearby houses so that it would be quiet around. At the entrance, the couple was stopped by a security guard who said that just people we shouldn't approach this place. The paratrooper handed over the sign that Yingzi had given him, because earlier he had been told that if he came with this, he could take over the house. Carefully examining the proffered item, the guard said that he needed a few minutes to check something. The former owner of Bao King Yutang understood that she still did not know much about the soldier because the emperor did not provide such a great service to everyone. Half an hour passed, and the young people were still sitting under the palace waiting for the verdict. Wang Sheng began to feel like he was just being played. When the young man was already tired of waiting, he told the guard that if something went wrong, then let them give him the gold medal and he would leave the palace grounds. Finally, a young man with a red mark on his cheek came out of the building's gates. With tears in his eyes, the stranger said that he did not know what kind of gold medal he was talking about because he had never seen such things. Deciding not to make a scandal, the warrior turned around and informed his companion that they were leaving. The beauty did not understand how they could be so reckless because no one would want to do business with them, to which the guy replied that the imperial house was an unsuitable place for business. But also the military man noticed that everything was not so simple because he saw the mark of the blow on the guy's face. In Wang Shengho's house, a man was already sitting on the throne. The man, who introduced himself as the owner of the house, asked if these people had left and what the soldier said. The servant bowed his head, saying that Lone Wolf didn't say anything. But what they did was still a terrible crime. If the emperor found out that a man had taken over the residence, there would be big problems. The house manager pushed the guy away. He did not know that in the future the world would belong to His Highness, and the village boy would never occupy the main position. The chief laughed and ordered everyone to leave the servant alone. Pulling the young man by the face, the heir said that he had no choice but to slap him when he refused to take the gold medal from Wang Shun. At the same time, those inside the imperial palace had already learned all the latest news. The news upset the man very much. He did not understand how the guy dared to do this. The employee reported that the guy dared to refuse the gold medal bestowed by the emperor, but no one should have known about the matter of Wang Shunho. The brunette didn't understand whether his words were really just sound for them. Lao Li explained that the matter was very difficult, because if a man loses faith in heaven just because he did not accept the loss of the mansion, then all previous agreements and efforts will turn into nothing. The chief already knew everything perfectly well, and therefore ordered someone to be sent to seal the house and the families of all those involved. No one could be released. Also, the employee said that Lone Wolf himself was now in the largest hotel in the Imperial City. The emperor understood that he wanted to personally meet with the sniper and discuss everything. At the hotel, the man was immediately taken to a room that belonged to a young man. A soldier sat at the table with the former owners of Bao King Yutong and discussed the money they had lost due to unsuccessful business. The warrior agreed that they had seen their true colors and would not deal with such people next time. And if they got a chance, they would put a spoke in their wheels. The emperor interrupted the company's conversation, asking the young man if he would like to talk. The man understood that the conversation was in full swing, but he also wanted to join. After all, when he was outside, his servant could not even talk and was suffocating. The store owner wanted to ask what was going on, but when he saw the hand sign from the sniper, he stopped. The men immediately apologized, saying that he was not strong enough to drink, so he would leave them so as not to interfere with the conversation. The lone wolf smiled at his new acquaintance and, handing him a cup of drink, said that he was glad to meet him. A new acquaintance reported that he heard the conversation. He knew that the guy had lost money and wanted to find out if the deal was big. Raising his glass, Wang Shun confirmed that he had indeed lost a lot of money. The young man looked carefully at the lessons of his new acquaintance. They were very gentle, as if they had never done hard work, and his clothes showed that he was a very rich man. The man said that he also had big problems. He didn't know what to do if such a big thing, from Bao King Yutong, was insulted in the business world, and therefore would be very grateful for a solution to the problem. In fact, the military man's case was simple, but this time he lost because he was told that he would be thanked. But when he approached the mansion to ask for a gift, no one recognized him. Anger gripped the body of a new acquaintance. He could not believe that the soldier was doing business with such unreliable people. If the sniper asked him, then he would not last long in life. Realizing how he looked from the outside, the interlocutor apologized to the guy and handed him payment for the wine. Lately, he had been a little hot-tempered. Lately, the man has been faced with a lot of worries, and therefore he has become too nervous. The paratroopers smiled. He knew that Bautsun Yutong had become quite cunning, but they still wanted to deal with him. In this case, he would not just leave it like that and would help the rich man. The military man asked if his new acquaintance knew anyone from the high ranks, since in the capital everything was as wonderful as any vassal. The government has joined forces with salt and iron specialists. Everything related to people's livelihoods should be specialized, like food and sugar. It was worth thinking carefully, because if war comes, but food and salt are in the hands of merchants, and the army cannot drink or eat, then it will not be effective. New acquaintances realized that such things cannot be a private business. There were enough good reasons for this, but also whenever a vassal issues an order, such business is in the hands of the state. Regardless of the price, the young man wanted to hand over how many officials they could destroy. Since there is one feudal lord who can afford this, if this happens, the interlocutor's problem will be resolved. The man understood that this was not an easy decision. It was simply their salvation. The young man was able to avenge himself without any effort. He was impressively scary. The lone wolf suggested starting with a small profit and then asking them for a larger fortune. Then the new acquaintances could settle scores with everyone. Confiding in the young man, the brunette said that he had been doing business for a long time and that the royal family had now waived his debts. He wanted to know if there was any way to collect them. Rising from the table, the sniper said that he did not want to get involved in the affairs of the imperial family. He did not need problems, and therefore he did not want to participate in it. Grabbing the young man by the hand, he asked his new acquaintances not to leave and asked if he was really afraid of retribution. Wang Sheng said that he is not afraid of anything. In fact, he just doesn't want to make a fuss. Taking out a gas bomb from its hiding place, the young man explained that inside it there is a highly toxic gas that not only decomposes the skin, but also kills. When it exploded, the entire area would be covered in white smoke for approximately 2 miles, which was estimated to be enough to kill between 600,000 and 700,000 people. Delivering such a thing to the imperial city was not as difficult as it might seem at first glance. There may not be many people in the imperial city. Besides, if there is no emperor or not, then perhaps all this gas is in fact useless. But Lone Wolf had many of these, and when the time came, he would find a windy place and activate another one, and then quickly run away regardless of the result. Of course, it was very cruel and there was absolutely no need to kill so many people. But the sniper had other ways to get rid of the emperor without affecting outsiders. This country was simply huge. Most likely the interlocutor had numerous connections among high-ranking Democrats. What if one of them orders their vassals to attack the imperial palace and take control of the emperor? If you usurp power, take control of the emperor, and any person will be able to dictate his will to other aristocrats. Over the past few years, the emperor's authority has increased greatly. If orders are given in his name, no one will dare to disobey. But if the head of the country refuses to obey, then one could simply eliminate him and then transfer the throne to the crown prince. If he refuses to obey, the next one will always come to replace him. But if he is obedient, then you can reward him with food. All this reminded Wang Sheng of raising pigs. After talking with Lone Wolf, the man headed back to the palace. His Majesty's clothes were all wet from sweat, and therefore he needed to change his clothes as quickly as possible. The brunette could bet that the guy had never told anyone about the method they had recently talked about, and therefore he just needed to eliminate it and be done with it. Lao Li believed and knew that the sniper had a good relationship with Princess Song, who had recently acquired a recipe for making sugar and salt, and most likely he told her about this method. In this case, the emperor ordered as quickly as possible to convey to the military man that he would satisfy all his demands. The next morning, there was a loud knock at the door of Wang Shen's hotel room. An old man entered the room and bowed to him with all respect. They never managed to meet the Marcus in the capital, so he came here. I hope he doesn't mind. The young man didn't mind at all, because who knows, what he told earlier was true or false. Lao Li was already well aware of yesterday's incident, but he hoped that it would not offend the Marquise and he would also receive an answer that would definitely satisfy him. The old man, accompanied by Lone Wolf and the former owner of Bao King Yutong, went out into the courtyard, where their horses and escorts were already there. The group saddled the cloven-hoofed vehicle. Since they decided to go, then their new acquaintances should show the way. A lot of people gathered in front of the palace, ready to take responsibility for their actions. The first minister and the chief tutor seduced His Highness the Seventh Prince, causing him to commit many serious crimes. Due to this, the seventh prince and his retinue were accused of treason and sentenced to death by beheading. Also, the Marquis's item was condemned to the original owner. The military man realized that the emperor was truly ours, since he arrested his own son. It seems that he was really scared. However, the head of state gave a decree. Among the three sentenced, the Marquis could choose one person who would be pardoned. He must give the die to this person. This information pleased the man who had recently occupied the palace. He knew that his father could not execute him and could no longer wait for the soldier to choose him. He looked at the parachutist. It seemed that he still did not understand, but his father said that the pardon was invented only for his sake, so the warrior was obliged to free the prince. This information did not bother the young man at all. It was his own choice. The guy threw the sign to the servant he had met the day before. Now he will be responsible for storing the tokens in his house, so he will have to leave other matters. The guy was very happy for the chance given to him, and therefore did not know how to thank the Marquis. The prince wanted to convince Lao Li. He was sure that the paratrooper had chosen the wrong person, since his father's favor was supposed to become his, which means the hillbilly had to choose again. Ignoring the screams, the old man said that the time had come to carry out the order. After the punishment of the guilty had passed, the emperor's servant asked Lone Wolf how he felt now, because so many people had died because of him. The military man believed that he was not at all to blame for this, since he did not give the order to kill them, and he did not behead them with his own hands. The imperial court wanted to establish its authority, learn from the mistakes made in the past, wanted to be harsh and punish criminals according to merit, but at the same time did not want to be held responsible for murders. The young man approached the woman, who was also watching the whole action, to calm her down and asked that when it was all over, she should order the new butler to clean up properly. The new worker was very pleased with the order and told the owner that he would obey her completely. The next day, a group of people finally entered the Marquise's inner chambers and they looked truly luxurious. The new butler said that since they had arrived at Wang Sheng's chambers, then he would leave his masters alone. The cheeks of the young people were covered with light meat from the young man's comment. Deciding to defuse the situation, Lone Wolf asked his companion if she would still tell him her name. The beauty, with a slight movement of her hand, removed the veil she had been wearing all the time from her face and said that her name was Mei-er. What he saw did not leave the guy indifferent. He was simply horrified. Now the paratrooper knew why the beauty had to wear a veil all the time. She had no secrets left from her interlocutor. Still unable to cope with the shock, the young man said that although the girl could correct him, it was a curse, and it seemed that her soul was a fox. Smiling, the beauty confirmed the sniper's theory. It was a 4-star phantom fox. The girl's words instilled even more terror in the warrior, because if the 4-faced phantom fox evolved, then there was a high chance that it would become a 9-tailed fox, a monster, and that would be a disaster. Mei-er obviously didn't like what her interlocutor was telling her, and therefore she moved closer to him threateningly. I tried to calm the girl down. The military man denied that he had said anything and backed away. Unable to maintain his balance, the lone wolf fell onto his back, straight onto the bed. On the bed, behind the screen, a warm bed and 2 beautiful slaves were already waiting for Lord Hao. Wang Shen flew out from behind the curtain like a bullet. He didn't like anything the concubines offered. The former owner of Bao King Yutong laughed when she saw the soldier's reaction and said that he was used to a peaceful sleep, so he should go and wait until she bathed and changed clothes. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. Now everything was fine. It would have been a disaster. He would not have coped with the situation himself. This group of decadent imperial aristocrats could actually do such things. Wen Xiang, yes, and Mei-er. After enjoying himself here for so long, the military man did not know whether he could enter the 1,000 warriors. Lost in thought, Lone Wolf remembered the soul of the phoenix. The guy began to shake his head from side to side because he knew that he needed to live here a little longer. The beauty, who had finished taking bath procedures, asked what he was thinking about. Wang Shen rushed out of the bedroom, saying goodnight to the lady. It was already time for her to go to bed. The surprised girl looked after the parachutist because she did not understand his reaction. Running out of the room, the lone wolf ran wherever he could through his own palace. His new butler caught his eye just in time, although the sniper did not think that he could find him. But once they met, he asked the guy to find him a room with a hard bed, or better yet, a room for training. Entering the service and room he found, the soldier realized that in the huge Hao mansion, he had absolutely no place to sleep. In the morning, the men gathered in the dining room, and the Marquis informed the servant that he could sit with them without going outside. The former store manager put his arm around the butler's shoulders. Since Lord Howe allowed him to eat, there was no point in arguing. Interrupting the conversation, Mei entered the dining room and said that the emperor had sent several carts with gold, silver, and jewelry to the Hu mansion. He also said that all the beheaded people were robbed, and all the things that were stolen were poisoned, and there was a lot of gold. The young man replied, "There are still things from the 7th prince's house that have not yet been delivered, so we have to count the money." Of course, the lord was never greedy for money, isn't it? Chopsticks made from 7-star ivory pulled from the mountains. Cups made from 7-star rhinoceros and jasper. Wine from the royal honey. The lone wolf patted his interlocutor on the head. He didn't understand why she was so talkative this morning. This was not at all because the Marquis was too good at night, but by the way, the beauty asked who came last night. Under the gaze of everyone present, the young man gave up and said that it was the old eunuch Li. 6 female masters were assigned to guard those present, so the paratrooper would control the Howe mansion through friends. The surprised butlers reported that the great masters were only for queens and rare concubines, as well as for extremely beloved princesses. Treating a madam this way was comparable to a princess, and Lone Wolf remembered that the old man had reported that all the guards had been given to Miss Mei. The only question was, how did Lao Li know the girl's name? Because until recently he called her Madame, it seems that the little maids in the gym were his henchmen. Emerging from his thoughts, Wang Shen told the beauty to just keep these 6 female masters for herself. It would be for her safety. But the old man would rather reveal the information about the henchmen and insist on contacting the miss. There seems to be something tricky about it. Recently, the skydiver got a little confused in his practice, so he decided that he would go away for a while, but he would definitely return. Also, the young man said that the staff that the girl hired in Bao King Yutong would also be delivered. Therefore, when he is gone, everything in the house will take place according to Mei Er's orders. Also, the beauty will be responsible for all the sniper's things. After listening to the young man's speech, the girl decided to ask if he was going to practice among 1,000 warriors. The soldier understood how dangerous it was, but he was not a fool, so he was not going to die. For the girl, this was very good news. Sighing with relief, she moved away from the young man and took out a piece of parchment from a secluded place. Taking the scroll in his hands, the warrior realized that it was made from animal skins, because there was no high-quality paper in this world. Besides, Lone Wolf thought that the lady should focus on a pen, paper, inkstone, and something like that. Understanding what Wang Shen was talking about, the beauty began to write a to-do list. She needed to organize everything as quickly as possible. Having distributed the task to everyone living in the house, the sniper went to the city to reconnoiter the situation. Having stumbled upon the wandering doctor, the military man asked if he had any medicine that could help a person cure the impulse of the 9-digit mantra. The man knew that this serious illness could not be cured with drugs, but perhaps this will help Lord Hu improve his abilities and prevent him from being eaten by a little girl. Fortunately, the warrior will be strong and will not touch the girl. She was born charming and also received the soul of a phantom fox, complementing each other, touching the heart once, or being next to a gentle body. Pondering the doctor's words, the young man realized that it was simply wonderful. As soon as a man touches her during the 8th priority, then he will fulfill all her whims. The parachutist couldn't believe whether this little girl was really that dangerous. It was not the current emperor who also faced the same thing. This beloved concubine was finally killed. The sniper understood that we were talking about some secrets of the old eunuch. Deciding to return to the topic of conversation, the man asked what the situation would be if the 9-character mantra made a breakthrough. If the interlocutor spoke about the Shin seal, then the lone wolf had already completely mastered it. Realizing that the conversation was very serious, the men moved inside the room. This is a Sin seal. Once it is fully mastered, one can freely enter and exit the formation without breaking it. Although the military man explained well, Dao Lingshu still had one question. The main legacy of their Taoism was protected by a formation that had not been discovered for 100 years. If it were a warrior, perhaps he could go and follow, whether it would be interesting to them. The guy couldn't believe that this formation really couldn't be destroyed even if the monks tried their best. It wasn't that Wang Shen didn't want to help, but it was still very difficult to deal with. Walking closer to his teacher, the young man whispered the necessary information into his ear. Surrounded by Lao's followers, the soldier sat in a meditation position, about to enter the Yuan Hun space. The master explained that Lone Wolf must increase his strength, and therefore all Taoist priests must protect the laws according to the plan. Strong energy filled the entire space of the temple. Entering a trance, the guy said the word Lin. The eyes of the men who surrounded the warrior began to glow with blue energy. The blue glow spread further and further from Wang Sheng's body. In the Yuanhun space, cracks began to appear along the huge monument, destroying it to the ground. The dragon rushed to the ground, following the huge rock. When the dust settled in place of the dragon, a huge monster with glowing red eyes appeared. When the promotion was over, the guy opened his eyes and asked how the effect was. Dao Lingshu said that the paratrooper cured the injuries of more than 70 people and rejuvenated the bodies of about 200 young men by at least 5 years. Also, 100 people who were stuck in the bottleneck period became enlightened thanks to their 9-symbol mantra in the last 2 days. Since all these people will remain enlightened for about another year, they will be able to move forward. In the future, when a military man comes to Laojun Temple, each of these 600 youths will treat him as an honored guest. In the future, if someone tries to provoke Wang Sheng, he will simply ask the master for a few gray beards without beating them all over the floor. The less the number of beatings, the more the teacher will pay his student. The young man really liked these views on the clear rules of the Laojun Temple regulations. Since the promotion was over, Dao Lingshu suggested that his interlocutor hurry up to find his Madame Mei Er. He had not seen her for a month and therefore wanted to get rid of her. Lone Wolf interrupted the teacher, reminding him not to forget his promise. First of all, the military man was not a Taoist person, and therefore if they received an inheritance, they would fight for power. Also, the guy knew very well that they were obliged to fight until bloodshed. So why don't they simply transfer power to the one who first masters the 9-symbol mantra and goes to take the inheritance? The founder of the Lao Temple was not sure. This effect was unusual, so the man wanted to know if the soldier had accidentally handed over his heart to Dao. In fact, the young man wanted to give his interlocutor's disciples a good opportunity to practice and strengthen their Taoist heart. The master knew that the gray-bearded guards would be sent to the Ho Mansion in 2 days so that they could gain good experience and strengthen their Taoism. The teacher saw this whole world on the road, so he was used to seeing human hearts, and by nature he was calm and passive. But the paratrooper had never done this, so he didn't think it was necessary to talk about it. Since the soldier had never done such a thing, then Dao Lingshu suggested talking about it. But the Lone Wolf had completely different plans. He was about to leave. After talking with the teacher, Wang Sheng returned to his mansion. The butler was the first to meet the owner of the house. He was very glad that the Lord had finally returned and said that from that moment on, the Ho Mansion had become very beautiful. Madame took care of everything that was sent to the mansion and bought 4 large courtyards in the south, east, north, and west, preparing to take over Wen Wan's business that the military man mentioned earlier. The sniper agreed that Mei Er did it very quickly, but he was also very interested in what she decided with her people. The servant also reported that the lady in the house opposite invited the owner to have tea. The Lone Wolf was very surprised by the words of the butler's invitation. He did not expect this at all. Turning around, the young man quickly ran towards the exit. He urgently needed to go. After leaving his house, the guy went to the mansion that was located opposite the Hao Mansion. There weren't many people in the capital who knew the sniper, and knowing his whereabouts, the lady of the house kept Mei Er under the guise of an invitation. On the threshold of the mansion, the guys met his recent acquaintance, who was very glad to meet him again. Remaining calm, the military man greeted the brunette with complete respect. The young people went into the room to talk in a calm atmosphere and drink tea. The interlocutor reassured the warrior, because he had nothing against his beautiful and fearless lady, who was guests of his house. With a calm look, the guy said that the man can do whatever he wants because he doesn't mind if 100,000 people are buried with the girl. Frightened, the brunette explained that his words were a simple joke, because no matter how much his younger brother beat and killed at every step, he was still offended and angry. But the paratrooper knew perfectly well that everything he said could not be an empty phrase, and therefore it was worth answering for his words. This was the basis of life. The brunette laughed loudly. It seemed that Lone Wolf had a good understanding of who he was. In this case, the man should have talked about this seriously, because of the method that the young man talked about last time. He slept poorly for 2 months. The guy should find another solution. He will not remain in debt for this. It was simple. But one must be persistent. As long as the other party can convince the other masters to the royal family and have the strength to fight the 8 major families, that was enough. It was worth giving enough rewards, spreading the news not from, like the guy anyone who works for the royal family, he can have a kingdom, handsomeness, fame, and fortune. Also, the soldier knew very well that in the city of Wu Yu, there were a huge number of craftsmen who were sitting idle. It was announced to the public that the 7 principals had conspired to rebel. The warrior stepped forward to ward off water and fire, so he awarded the savior the name Chang Shen-ho. The young man agreed and promised to solve the problem of his interlocutor, but in return he must perform one favor. And since the men had discussed everything, the young man wanted to know where his home was. It's not that the brunette threatened the guy, it's just that his wife and girlfriend fell in love with each other very much, and lately they always invited each other to visit. His wife even wanted to receive the guest as a daughter. Wang Sheng advised Mayer to take into account her own wishes. She could do it if she wanted. The emperor was surprised by this answer, but the guy could tell him that respect for women was the basis of his character, which he had mastered since he was a child. In the backyard, the men saw 2 beauties discussing some topic that interested them. Seeing the brunette's bride, the soldier was shocked that there was such a woman full of intellectual beauty, that next to her Mayer was like a young girl. Indeed, at this time the 2 ladies were often together. The emperor confirmed that the 2 girls actually had a very good relationship, and they were both beautiful, meaning there was nothing unusual about their relationship. Seeing Lone Wolf, the former owner of Bao King Yutong, rushed towards him, Wang Shen spread his arms to the sides, embraced the beauty. It seems that the concubine's adoration is not enough to seduce the young guy. After sitting for a while, the couple headed to their home, leaving the emperor's house. The brunette's wife, who came out to see off the young people, noticed that the young man had a good temperament, or he was just a homely person. Looking at his wife, the man asked if she had ever seen a eunuch who would scare him unconscious. Already at home, sitting at the table, the lady told the parachutist that she had thought about the Wenwan business, but now there were not enough knowledgeable people to manage it, and therefore she wanted to find out the guy's opinion on this matter. Looking at his interlocutor, the sniper could not understand how this girl could become more attractive than before. Now it was difficult for him to restrain himself just by looking at her. The warrior was wondering where the girl learned this, to which she replied that she learned all the secrets from her neighbor. The woman next door was almost 50 years old, and she taught the beauty many ways to maintain health and beauty. Maybe someday she will use these methods to do business. Although Wang Shen understood that the queen was a born disciple, he still informed the lady that it was impossible to use her methods. However, Lone Wolf acknowledged that this was also good business. Opening a network of beauty salons to provide health and beauty services to ladies and women has become a very profitable business. The salon used all the best to make these noble ladies young again. The guy knew that women's money was the best in the world, but also he should not forget that women can cover half the sky. The delighted Mayer shouted that her interlocutor was a master at making money. After this, all countries monopolized the business of producing refined salt and ice weapons. Yu Baozai took the opportunity and took away the traditional business from them. And now Bao King Yutang was completely in decline. He was like a lion and looked fierce, loved to be quiet and not move, and also loved fireworks, above the ground, decorated Xuan Ni. It seems that the condition for this promotion was the securing of this great medical tripod, which is classified as medical materials. Previously, Wang Sheng asked Lao Dao to introduce the pharmacist to teach him, but he also did not know when he would come. Soon, Pingdao Qingling came to the young man's house to teach him. Qingling, King Zi's generation, was 2 generations older than Grandmaster Lao Zongguan, and was also the master's younger brother. The young man immediately, without wasting time, sat down at the table where the sniper was doing calligraphy and noticed that in front of him was the autograph of the writer of the book Kaishu, which means the Lord was truly amazing. The guy laughed at the words of his new acquaintance, but noticed that these Taoist priests looked very young. The guest reported that the old man's body was gone thanks to the paratrooper, because Lord Hao's 9-character mantra had significantly improved his health, and in general, she just did a great job of rejuvenating. Lone Wolf was confused, because no matter how they used her in the monk, they could become beautiful, but he did not stop being more beautiful at all. Without further ado, the doctor decided to enlighten the military man, and therefore took out from his bag star, anise, pepper, cinnamon, and many different spices, which were perfect for stewing pork breast. The monk, not paying attention to the guy's disinterested look, continued to talk about seasonings. The young man did not understand at all how this could happen, because there were more than 3,000 different types of seasonings, and the new teacher wanted to tell about all of them today. The lesson was interrupted by a female voice who wanted to immediately know what the reputation of their business with Wang Sheng was. Pleased with the break, the lone wolf pretended that he did not understand what the beauty was talking about. Mei Er explained that she was talking about the business itself in Wanwen because the guy's idea was very good, but he still hadn't come up with a name. In this regard, the soldier absolutely relied on the girl. The main thing was that it was tossed, but not monotonous. The name should have a rich meaning. And to differentiate opinions, it should be allowed to the smart people to feel and understand its deep truths. And even if ordinary people do not understand it, this place should be relatable to them. So now there were a lot of requests, and therefore the lady was interested in the opinion of the owner of the house. The warrior suggested the name Qian Shun Yuan, but the doctor, who had been silent all the time before, became curious why. The soldier explained that Qian stands for Yuan Heng Li Jing, and this was similar to the hexagrams of Qian Gua. Then the new acquaintances realized that this was an excellent name, because Yuan meant good, Heng meant the same thing, Li meant righteous, and Zheng meant hard work. The girl was already confused and didn't understand what all these words meant. It was too complicated. Since the name had already been chosen, Mei Er explained that calligraphy skills were needed to make the sign, and she was not familiar with the northern city at all, so she needed the young man's help to find the right person. The new acquaintance was very surprised by such a statement, because how could a beauty say such a thing in front of Lord Hao? The monk did not know that the young man was the creator of one of the Kaishu styles. He was the second to say so, and therefore the healers were wondering who dared to do it first. The lady could not believe the words of her new acquaintance. All this was just an ordinary lie, because everyone in the world knew that the Kaishu style was created by the ancestors many years ago. So what was Wang Sheng's position was unknown. In fact, before the guy led a creative life, but after a while, Lord Lao came out and refuted these rumors. So the doctor was sure that it was the sniper who created this style, and no one would refute it. Meyer looked at the owner of the mansion in a new way. She still didn't know a lot about him. Trying not to show my excitement, the lady said that this matter was up to the guy, but due to the fact that Qian Shun Yuan would soon open and start working, some kind of strategy was needed. Since the girl was going to make a masterpiece, then it was worth making it around the clock and taking an honorable first place, as well as making it the first company that an educated person would think about. It was easy for the parachutist to say, but the beauty would be tired to death of implementing this, especially since she did not understand what kind of top-class product the guy now wanted to receive from the Great Master. The sniper smiled at his interlocutor in surprise. She understood everything correctly. He was confident in his strategy. The three young people immediately went to an old acquaintance of Lone Wolf. Since they finally got to this place, the guy decided that it was time to meet the old man. Inside the room, the trio was met by owner Chen, who had not seen the former owner of Bao King Yutang for a very long time. Since the man had recently become aware of Bai Wuying Yu's case, in fact, the girl had already gotten rid of them and was about to start from the other end, but did not know whether there was still an opportunity to cooperate with the state chancellery. The old man looked at Mayer carefully. The interlocutor apologized to the lady. The Linglong government office only recognizes signs, not people, but since she wanted to start from the other end, then they need to start cooperation from the lowest level. The beauty was about to start a scandal, but she was stopped by Wang Shun, who said that they did not come here to do business, they wanted to see Mr. Tai. The guy asked to inform him, because last time his heavenly sledgehammer broke, and in his heart he felt guilty, so he specially came here to compensate for his loss. Having asked the dear guest to wait a minute, the old man left to report on their visit. The girl's resentment grew, and she did not understand how it happened that the paratrooper had connections everywhere. Trying to calm the angry beauty, the lone wolf stroked her head. It was at that moment that two men appeared in the doorway. The young man smiled at his old friends. He could not believe that he would meet two great masters at once. The former teacher told the young man that a Grand Master would come to the meeting today, but was not sure that he was interested in such information. The men came to the Divine Forge, where a large number of people had already gathered. The blacksmith, who was the center of attention, told Mr. Tu that the presence of a stranger was inappropriate, because today he was being given a decision on promotion. Master Li explained that the young man should not be called a stranger, because he deserved to be called half his disciple, because the three statues of Lord Lao, which he carved, deserved the title of master. The beauty couldn't believe what she heard because she didn't even realize that the guy was also a master of engraving. After listening to the teacher, The master blacksmith decided to ask why the stranger had come to look at his promotion. The second Grand Master reported that the sniper arrived just in time because the man lacked one more strength to swing the hammer. With the dissatisfied look of his interlocutor, the lone wolf asked what kind of power he needed. In this case, the blacksmith explained that a hammer of 10,000 gold and a strength of 20,000 were required. The parachutist picked up a huge hammer. For him, it was a small task. Approaching the anvil, Wang Shen struck the molten metal with all his might. After 3 hours of work, a delightful sword appeared before the eyes of everyone present. Seeing the weapon, Mei was simply shocked, because it was simply incredible. The head of the forge praised the former student. It was a really good sword, and also asked if he came to give an assessment. The military man stopped the old man's speech. Did he really want him to become a bad person? Walking into the room, Wu Mo asked his younger brother what his point of view was, because the older generation shows honor, while the younger generation does it all for the sake of laughter. The guy understood that this phrase insulted the dead. In this case, the crime deserved death, but he said that the man was generous, and if he said something inappropriate, he asked for a little leniency. Running his finger along the blade of the ball, Wang Shen said that in terms of professionalism, the weapon had reached its perfection, and the drawing on the dagger was worked out to the smallest detail, as if alive. The beauty interrupted the guy's speech. It was not just a drawing, it was a 1,000-year desert map, written by a saint thousands of years ago. However, this sword did not meet the requirements of Sha Shou. It was too bright, attracted too much attention, suitable for a master who has no equal in this world, who wins with one blow. The one who has graceful manners and was like God among people. And although the sniper does not dare to try the degree of sharpness, but he is confident that he will cut off even hair that just falls on him with complete ease, this is definitely a victorious sword. The man agreed with the young man's words. Stretching out his hands, he wanted to see how sharp the sword was. When Wu Mo was about to take the dagger from the guy, he told him not to dare to do this. The weapon was incredibly beautiful and very expensive, not to mention that if it broke, even if there was even a scratch on it, the paratrooper would be sad to death. The guy must wipe it thoroughly every day, treat it with care, and if anyone dares to rashly take a sword, the warrior will skin him. The man agreed with the words of the lone wolf. He does not dare touch such a beautiful creation. Although the master blacksmith created the ball, no one dares to use it. It was as if it was created for show, but it shouldn't be that way. And therefore, he wanted to destroy his creation. Hearing these words, Mayer rushed towards the distraught man. Wu Mo wanted to smash the ball with one blow because he didn't deserve a promotion yet, but the girl stopped him. The lady managed to put the weapon away in time before the blacksmith could destroy it. Under the shocked looks of the men, the beauty, along with her weapon, wrapped in cloth, fell to the floor. Wang Shen ran up to a beauty who was clutching a cold weapon to her chest. She believed that it should not be destroyed. Although this sword cannot be used, it was a priceless piece of art. Agreeing with the lady's words, the parachutist hugged the former owner of Bao King Yutong by the shoulders. Everything she said was absolutely true, because 360 workshops, each of which had experts in their own profession, were working on it. And although this sword could not be used by anyone in battle, but if it could be used in squads, it was still a master-level masterpiece. The great master, who was following the conflict, turned to the young man. He wanted to take another look at the weapon. When the old man asked how the blacksmith made the 1,000-year desert map so clear, he replied that it was a variety of materials forged into metal foil. Looking at Lone Wolf, Mayer asked if he blamed her for such recklessness. The young man explained that if the beauty had not stopped Wu Mo, he would have had a stone in his heart, and in this life it would have been difficult for him to get a promotion, because all people have the ability to be perfect in something. I praise myself. The beauty said that back then she had a talent for making money, and Wang Shen was throwing it away, spending it on different girls. Interrupting all conversations, the young man clapped his hands. He believed that they had already thoroughly discussed everything. In delivering his final verdict, the master said that if you look at it from the point of view of art, the sword was not good enough. With such work, you cannot get the title of master unless the blacksmith makes a scabbard for the weapon. Realizing that this grown-up prankster was just joking, Wu Mo asked what sheath was worthy of this sword. Still smiling, the blacksmith explained that the parachutist and the girl would explain everything. The guy thought that the task was really difficult, because if the 1,000-year desert map was inside, then the infinite space map outside would be best. After all, if Master Wu can put a sword in such a sheath, then the younger generation can be assured that this sword will hang on the belt of the son of the current emperor. The master blacksmith realized that this was life. Ups and downs, falls and falls again. Master Li pondered the words of the lone wolf regarding the fact that the dagger could be presented to the emperor. An unexpected insight dawned on the old man. He realized that the sniper was the same person who had recently become designated as Ho Wangsheng. The young man smiled. Whether he was a lord or not did not matter. These are all just abstractions because he is still the guy that everyone present knew. The old man hugged Wu Mo and told him to quickly prepare the scabbard for the sword so that the military could present it to the emperor, because then his reputation would spread everywhere after this. The soldier did not understand why such works of art should be given for free, because they could be sold. The young man had a girlfriend who knew how to do business, and this was the work of a master, so there was no need to sell her cheaply. 2 million gold could be set as the starting price. The masters looked at the lone wolf in surprise, not believing his words, and the guy continued to say that in the future they wanted to do business in the capital. Qian Shun Yuan Company mainly planned to deal with high-quality writing instruments and antiques. The masters knew that Wang Sheng was capable of selling a work of art. They had no doubts in this regard. But regarding the ink and paper, in their opinion, the guy should understand that they cannot be sold. After all, if he makes a soulmaker for the military, the old man will still be able to give him carved jasper. But the pen and ink paper had already reached their technological perfection. Just look at the paper and brush that the guy used. They were very convenient. Previously, the young man assumed that the teacher, while training her, deliberately gave her an uncomfortable hand. But apparently, this really was a technological reason. The warrior smiled widely. He really knew all this. The next day, work was already in full swing in the workshops. Even by this time, they had managed to produce new paper. Not everyone understood the young man's idea to make a brush out of jade, because it was too luxurious, and, naturally, not all educated people were poor. But they are unlikely to dare to use such things. The soldier explained that the perfect man was humble and compliant like jade. So not only did he need to be used, but he also needed to take the best, most graceful and smooth white jade. In addition, it was worth finding someone who would engrave the carving in such a way that it was luxurious and did not evoke a sense of modesty. Master Li had not verified that a person would be able to comfortably hold a handle with such carvings. But the young man was sure that this was precisely the product that was passed on from generation to generation, and therefore it was very valuable. And only a branch that a person breaks by the road can be durable. But the lone wolf could not guarantee that such a feather would be comfortable. Among other things, the sniper also wanted a certain formation on the hand. It was supposed to force people to pick up a pen and immediately enter into a kind of dispassion and focus their attention on the process. Confidentially, the parachutist told the master that in this way, due to an elegant entanglement, they would not be able to sell it. A few days later, Mei reported that the paperwork began to bear its first fruit. According to the requirements of the youth, there can be types of paper such as unprocessed, semi-processed, and processed. But also in accordance with the words of the warrior, they were called thick glossy paper of the Xuan variety, gilded and Cheng Xin Tan. Also, the guy said that there are several more copies that did not yet have their name. Winking at the beauty, the young man suggested immediately calling her a paper named after Mei. The lady shook her head, although she was very happy, but the master worked so hard mentally and physically, and it still had no name. The former owner of Bao King Yutong lowered her eyes to the floor in embarrassment. She was just a little girl. All this was not consistent with the status of the product. Wang Shen smiled at the girl. He did not believe that she really still considered herself a little girl. After all, she was a manager. Still, Lone Wolf suggested doing this. I needed a name. He has a new job for mayor. The beauty stood in front of the table and poured tea into cups. Clean boiling, a warm lid of the vessel, the prince enters the palace. And so several more times, in a circle, the girl handed the doctor a cup of hot tea, but he did not understand what it was and could it really be that difficult. Smiling, the parachutist explained that this action is called a tea ceremony. As soon as the monk took a sip from the cup, his eyes widened. It seemed that he understood the whole essence of the universe. This tart and bitter taste was like a raging surf. And this is a sweet aftertaste, like a secluded path located in a fragrant bamboo grove. According to the doctor, it was indeed very good. Wang Shen said that after this, the girl was an example of capital ceremonies. The tea that Mei made was the epitome of elegance for all residents of the capital. The monk agreed with the statement and also said that she forgot to say that the sword was sheathed. so she could go with this gift to the emperor. The lone wolf decided that there was no point in postponing this matter and immediately went to the neighboring palace. The head of state said that if something happened, the guy could simply send a letter, so he was wondering why he came here. In fact, the young man came to show the man one very interesting thing. The emperor's delight at the sight of the perfect sword could not be overestimated, because the weapon was at the peak of its perfection. Moreover, only he in the whole world could use it. The man saw that the blade was thin, like the wings of a cicada, and such a design cannot be found in the whole world because it seemed to be alive. The paratrooper agreed with the brunette's statement, because, among other things, the weapon was also a good price, only 2 million gold. The price, to put it mildly, shocked the emperor. He understood that it was a lot of money. The sniper believed that 2 million for such work was not enough, since he worked hard with the masters, not sparing himself, establishing connections. The chief was surprised because before there were no people who dared to ask him for money. They all just wanted to pay tribute to him. Wang Shun couldn't believe that his interview really believed that he was the Lord of Earth and Sky. It was in this way that all previous feudal dynasties collapsed. It was not worth taking people's labor for granted. The most correct decision was to give an appropriate value to the labor invested. The guy wanted to know the answer, hand on heart, why the emperor believed that other people should work hard to create things and then give them to him for free. That is why such a price was justified, according to Lone Wolf. The brunette realized that he was no longer in control of the situation. He felt driven into a corner. The emperor quickly realized what the parachutist was getting at. The guy wanted him to try to gain popularity among people. The sniper confirmed that everything was exactly like that. There are a lot of professionals in the workshop, and if you bribe them, they will do all the best only for the royal family. After this, all the products in the workshop will be bought by the brunette, so they will not pay tribute. But for the masters of the external level, everything will remain as before, so that the feudal lords will not sense something wrong. The warrior smiled slyly. Look at his interlocutor, he thought. Why not join Qian Shenyuan and earn coins together? The man knew that the military man had a large income, so he immediately agreed to his proposal and asked how much money Wang Sheng needed and what he should do. Having discussed all the details, Lone Wolf went to Chang Shun Fu, which was a training hall. The doors of the room opened sharply, but no one came out to the guy, so he began to name exactly the inhabitants of the house, hoping that it was them. When the young man had already lost all hope and was about to return to training, a man appeared at the door and said that the monk Qing Ling had passed on to another world. Since other people were not the visitor's target, he will not do anything to them. The young man recognized the man who came to him, but because you are in a position prepared for the inevitable offense. Preparing to attack, Shan Wei said that if he had not promised his employer to do this, he would not have wanted to become the enemy of the parachutist. He will do it just once. No matter whether it is successful or not, he will not do it again. As soon as the enemy took out his weapon, the lone wolf rushed in the other direction from him, which greatly surprised the guest. But Wang Sheng was not going to leave the battlefield so easily. He ran to a huge metal bowl and grabbed it, throwing it towards his opponent. Watching the sniper carefully, the brunette realized that these were his tricks again. Without much effort, the visitor stopped the bowl flying towards him with one hand. But everything was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. The young man had traps hidden everywhere. The lone wolf jumped to the side before a loud explosion rang out in the room. Taking out the remote control, the guy looked in the direction of his opponent. The game was over. The blast wave threw the sniper outside the room and he landed on a soft lawn dotted with grass. From the moment the warrior realized that someone was trying to kill him again, he did not sit idly by. All the corners of the training hall were filled with explosives and a cocktail of her hammer, and as long as he lit them, they would explode. And although these explosions may not be able to harm the legendary master, the temperature in the center reached 1800 degrees, so the guy did not believe that he would not melt. When the flames died down, Lone Wolf explored the area and found the attacker's dagger. The craftsmen who were in the palace came running to the sounds. One of them inquired about the fate of the man with a bloody knife. Wang Shen said that perhaps that person was no longer alive. The master was angry and, deciding to use spiritual energy, shouted that the stranger had killed Shan Wei. The doctor, who also came to the sounds of the explosion, was very dissatisfied with the behavior of the gray-haired man, since he said that he would never use force again. The old man did not believe that the master would take up arms against him, because it was the lone wolf who was to blame for everything. Therefore, he nevertheless restrained his anger because his promises were not so cheap. Looking at the owner of the mansion, The man said that Bloody Knife was already a transcendental master. Therefore, the gray-haired man really wanted to know how the youth of the fourth line was able to get rid of such a strong opponent. The sniper asked the same question to his interlocutor because his predecessors were also killers, but he was able to kill a man who was stronger than himself. This was the killer's secret, and therefore the old man was very interested in who could tell the young man about it. Shaking his head, Wang Sheng chuckled. The younger generation didn't care about killer etiquette at all. In turn, Lone Wolf wanted to know who told the killer's secret to his interlocutor. On the other hand, the master was surrounded by a healer and it looked really intimidating. As he left, the old man said that Shan Wei no longer wanted to deal with the Lord, and it was better for him to calm down and stay in the capital. Having gotten rid of all his rivals, the young man realized that it was very good that they knew nothing about black powder. Yet he loved physics very much. On the opening day of the store, Mayor handed out flyers on the street, wishing the new store happiness to everyone who took part. I didn't seem to understand why this new store didn't even have a sign, which was a bad sign because it got pretty busy around noon. The former owner of Bao King Yutong was a little worried about the reaction of the visitors. Despite the fact that a lot of people came, most of them just joined in the general fun. The former seller was a little worried that there was no true congratulatory sign. He considered this a bad sign. A group of gangster-looking people appeared on the threshold of the store. As soon as a new establishment opened, the gang was there to take their profits. These local scoundrels, in turn, dared to come here to show their strength, and I wish to achieve this by creating some experience. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, the beauty invited the guests to come in and see what their store had to offer. The appeal made him very angry, saying, "If this little trash so wants to see how real scoundrels behave, he will show her." While taking out the money, the beauty laughed and said that there was 1 coin for each person, and they also invited the gang to come in and have tea. But also, the former owner of Bao King Yutong was well aware that 1 coin per person was very cheap for them. Having taken the money, the former gang leader pushed the seller away. He was angry that without even knowing who he was, the girl decided to buy him off with a handful of coins. Mayor herself knew that they really gave little. As if out of nowhere, Wang Shen appeared behind the beauty, saying that there were such laws in the city, 100 gold coins for one, that's all they have. Having forced the insolent intruder into the store to his knees, the sniper opened his cash above his head, from which coins began to fall. This money should have been enough for the rest of his life. At this time, another one who wanted to make money was moving through the crowd. He did not like that the herd from the dumps that made this matter unacceptable were still in the store. People moved out of the way when they realized that the Prince of Changshan had arrived. It seemed that now the new outlet was really starting to have problems. They knew that everything would go to waste there. The gentleman pushed the bandits who wanted profit out of the store. He didn't like that they came on such a busy day. The guest said that he would like to discuss one matter with the sellers. He wanted to come to an agreement so that their store would not encounter problems in the future. Pointing his hand towards Mei-er, the sniper said that the man could talk about all matters with their boss. The brunette laughed. He never expected that the main one would be a beautiful girl. He wanted the owners to share 90% of the profits and their beautiful boss. To the lady's laughter, the scoundrel replied that they shouldn't think that Chang Shenghuo was some kind of outstanding. He was just a little killer, and the man wanted his bed made and no one dared to refuse him. Looking at her friend with a smile, the young lady noticed that their guest must not understand the word no. Changshan really liked the beauty's manners. He didn't like it when they looked at him with that face, because before, no one would have dared to disagree with his proposal, because everyone knew that today he would punish those who contradicted him. The former owner of Bao King Yutong smiled. If the prince really wanted to destroy something, then he could start with the sign. Seeing that there was no sign and the girl was simply laughing at him, the man became even more angry. Meanwhile, troops marched along the streets of the capital, accompanying a very important person. Passers-by realized that the Imperial Guard was coming towards them, which meant it was a duel for the Imperial family. Changshan's whole body began to tremble with fear. Who would have thought that he had illegally encroached on the Imperial property, after which he would definitely not live? Under the mocking glances of the store owners, the man jumped out of the room, hoping that he would still have time to explain everything to the ruler of these lands. Mei-er came out to meet the guards and asked about the robber, whether he still wanted to destroy their store or whether he had already lost such a desire. The color drained from the crown prince's face. He realized that now there was no point in destroying anything, because he could be hanged for it. In this case, The lady invited the interlocutor to help them hang up the sign. Laoli, who was accompanied by the imperial guard, said that they came as congratulators. The beauty, with all due respect, thanked the gentleman, because for their small store this was a big part. Under the surprised glances of everyone present, the old man rose into the air and removed the canvas from the sign. The robber could not believe that the guardian of the imperial palace was before his eyes. When the cloth finally fell, a beautiful sign was revealed before the eyes of the public, the hieroglyphs on which were written in incredible handwriting. The prince began to understand that on this day the emperor himself moved the sign. Having finally noticed Chang Shan, the old man asked him what he was doing near the store. A beauty came to the aid of the scoundrel, who said that the prince wanted to do business with them, namely 10 gold coins and a share. Taking a careful look at the heir to the throne, Laoli noticed that he was living large, and also asked whether the man knew that the imperial friend was also associated with this store. I understand that things were getting worse and worse. Fear was increasingly enveloping the scoundrel's body. He could not even guess that everything was so serious. Taking another look at the prince, the guardian of the imperial palace said that breaking into the store would cost him 10 million gold. On his knees, the man begged for mercy. He would no longer dare to encroach on her shop because he was simply blinded and fooled. The gray-haired man noticed that apparently this prince of the palace, with all his utensils, was not enough for him, and the old man also apologized to the hostess, saying that this small episode was over. This time he came to make a purchase instead of his majesty. The head of state wanted to buy a sword for 2 million gold, but also, giving the guards instructions to bring in the gold, the man said that their lord had also not forgotten about the good omen. All the people watching the scene from the side could not believe that the emperor himself had bought the sword, but they saw how beautiful the weapon was and were delighted with the purchase. Wang Shen understood that the gentleman had indeed sent them on a good journey because this wave is the highest degree of approval. Initially, he only thought that he would write the sign himself, but he did not expect comprehensive service. At this time, the beauty said that there was, so only the highest quality goods are sold and treasures will appear tomorrow. According to the rules of the Qian Shen Yuan, only high-ranking officials of the state and principalities, or literary authorities, can see the treasures. But also talented people, to whom the owner treats with special attention, could purchase treasures. Money in this case was only an entrance ticket of the lowest level. While considering his new purchase, the emperor inquired whether Lone Wolf was given the respect he deserved. Chang Shan, not daring to even raise his eyes to the lord, fell to his knees. The only thing he could do was beg for mercy. Mai and the young man watched the store's visitors who fought for the right to possess their goods. Now, their small business had stabilized. Everything behind them was also captured, and since the girl was in the capital, the sniper knew that now they could eat good food and live in wealth. The girl didn't understand the young man's words at all, but she knew that he was leading to something. Returning to his palace, the young man first of all ordered to distribute the promoted monks who came to him to gain experience. After this, he will make it difficult for the young doctor to help him. Since the daoman's salary was higher than the original one, and they relaxed a little, they would have enough time in the capital to gain experience. The little master was shocked when he realized that Mr. Hao wanted to go on a trip. The sniper explained that in one impassable area, there is a Tian Kyuti palace, and he wants to set up a camp there in order to improve himself and make medicine, as they say, to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Tears welled up in the eyes of the former owner of Bao King Yutang. She could not believe that the young man really wanted to leave. The young man stroked the lady's face soothingly. She didn't need to worry, he would just go there once, make an elixir along the way, and quickly come back. And when Lone Wolf returned, he wanted to see how the beauty and Madame Su would jointly organize and open a beauty salon, because it was a very good thing. Dao Lingshu watched this whole touching picture from the gates of the hall. The man believed that either his student was blind or this was a public display of feelings. Don't leave him waiting another second. The teacher grabbed the young man by the hand and dragged him to the exit of the palace. They had no more time because it was time to hit the road. Very soon, the 2 men arrived at Laojiang Palace. Going inside, the master ordered Wang Shen to kneel and bow his head in front of the statue. "Don't you dare listen to the Taoist!" Lone Wolf followed all the instructions, after which the man handed him the incense and told him to put it in front of Lao Jun. As soon as the paratrooper completed the entire ritual, the master began to congratulate him, since he would now replace the teacher and accept followers in his place, and the guy would be declared a lay disciple follower. Not understanding what was happening, the guy greeted the elders, who paid a visit to congratulate him. Although the warrior did not show it, anger at the teacher was seething inside him. He did not understand how he became a lay disciple follower in the first place. Smiling, Dao Lingshu said that the procedure was over and asked if the soldier now regrets it. The warrior understood that he would dare to say no because he was surrounded by 10 bloody knives, which did not smell of anything human. Hugging the master by the shoulders, the soldier reminded him that he had offended quite a few people and asked him to think carefully about the correctness of his decision. The man did not agree, because in the future his disciple will become a senior layman, endowment, and whoever disagrees with this, let him come and explain everything himself. Realizing that this was a great chance, the young man agreed with the words of the former elder, but now asked to cover him, because he wanted to leave quietly. Not allowing the guy to escape, the master restored him. He should have had a little patience because they would help the soldier learn the truth. Well, now they will all work on this together in the Qianjuedi camp. Once at the camp, Dao Lingshu immediately rolled up his sleeves and began to do the work assigned to him. The lone wolf, who also had something to do, asked the teacher why he went to fieldwork. It was very simple. This was their first camp, so the man paid more attention to him, so Mr. Hu didn't have to worry about him. Hearing an incomprehensible sound in the depths, Wang Shun turned in his direction. He knew that terrible monsters lived there. Having decided to do this himself, the young man told his interlocutor that there was no need to worry, because he would check what was happening in the thicket and immediately return back. Making his way through the thickets of the forest along a wide path, the parachutist again heard strange sounds in the bushes. Taking a fighting position, the sniper shouted to his opponent to come out of the bushes, because the soldier had found him a long time ago. Song Yin's laughing face appeared from behind the tree. She knew that she would not be able to hide from the military man. The young man greeted the princess because they had not seen each other for a very long time, and congratulated her on her 6th promotion to the highest point. The beauty was very embarrassed because she did not expect her fiancé to see this. Pulling herself together, the girl said that they needed some quiet place to discuss something and ordered her escorts to prepare it. In fact, Lone Wolf also needs to put his promises into action and tell his interlocutor one very important thing, namely, the main way to get a soul upgrade. Entering the place provided for the couple, Wang Shun was simply shocked by what he saw. In front of him stood a luxuriously laid table that looked more like a work of art than food. The beauty explained that the layout of the room was made in such a way that no one would hear them from outside, and therefore they could talk calmly. The young man's legs gave way and he sat down on a chair when he realized that he had fallen for the bait and his body was unable to move. Song Yan moved as close to her interlocutor as possible. She had been waiting for this day for a very long time, and therefore did not want the guy to immediately break off relations with her after revealing the secret. Taking a sip of the drink that the princess was holding in her hands, she said that she did not want the young man to be her groom only in public. Unable to hold back any longer, the lady took the young man's face in her hands and pulled him in for a kiss. The wine that the beauty passed from mouth to mouth obviously contained some kind of aphrodisiac. The lady knew that the sniper was able to taste it, and therefore she went to extreme measures and picked up the unconscious warrior in her arms and carried him to the bedchamber. The only thing the princess wanted was for Wang Shun to become the only man for her entire life. Opening his eyes, Lone Wolf asked his interlocutor why she was doing this. Fortunately, the military man had little control over his muscles, but in the end, everything comes out. Pressing herself tightly against the young man, the beauty said that she didn't care anymore because everything had already come to this. In the morning, the military man was the first to open his eyes and look at his knight counterpart. So, the parachutist realized that in fact, something had happened to the young lady, and therefore he wanted to know what exactly. Trying to remain calm, the princess sat up on the bed and said that everything was in order. She was just jealous. Placing his hand on the girl's head, the sniper said that he could not believe that she had not yet had time for jealousy because no one could compare with her. Throwing herself into the arms of the groom, Song Yan explained that she could not be calm. Knowing that every day he lives under the same roof with the hostess girl, the lady could not allow you, the seductress, to take her loved one away from her. Trying to change the topic, the young man asked whether Song Guogong had taken the pills and whether his body condition had improved. The girl was surprised that Wang Sheng was aware that her father was taking medicine. However, she thought that the parent expends enormous energy focusing only on himself. The young man explained that the head of the Song family simply wants to live a normal life, so he puts aside all existing matters and calmly receives treatment. The girl should have asked her parents to go to Lao Jun, because there he could find masters studying 9 spells. It was time to leave these conflicts because you can still return to normal life. The princess was pleased with the groom's words, but she also wanted to say that if she became the one who was least attractive to him, then the guy should have rejected her. After all, if the beauty does any good, she will hurt the young man. But he believed that girls were worth doing what she considered necessary. And if it really harmed him, he could carry it on his back instead of her. In the morning, when the couple finally put their clothes back on, Lone Wolf promised to tell them about a way to increase the level of the soul. The endpoint of the turtle martial spirit was Xuan Wu. It included the 7 fairy beasts. It was a golden calf, a female ground bat, tree rat, dangerous barn swallow, fire pig, and water fox. The girl's soul level changed according to this order. After she waits for all 7 to be completed, her soul will be able to immediately rise and reach the turtle point, namely Yuan Wu. After reading all the levels, the lady could not believe that the interlocutor wanted to say that she was able to reach level 14. Lowering his head, Lone Wolf said that this is exactly how it happened. After all, even the phoenix bird at first was just a little sparrow and nothing more. The young lady was very grateful to the sniper. Perhaps she would never be able to marry him in her life, but also perhaps she could take Master Song with her and return to her fiancé. After Wang Shen broke up with the girl, he returned back to the camp. Seeing Dao Lingshu from afar, the guy said that everything had been decided and there was nothing dangerous in the forest. Slyly narrowing his eyes, as if he knew something, the monk looked at the lone wolf. The teacher felt the energies of yin and yang from his student, which is how he realized that the young man had left him in the camp, while he himself was bathing in love. The young man's cheeks were flushed and he was overcome with embarrassment, but he did not want to show the former old man that he was right. A man with a non-insightful face told the parachutist to look at his spiritual space. Inside this perfect sniper space, his Yuan Hun became several times faster. And also, seeing the red face of the wallpaper, she also said a lot, so the teacher believed that the practical test of the guy's skills had become higher. This was a clan's method of cultivation. The beauty sacrificed external conditions in order to build a yin and yang environment for the young man. After listening to the master, the soldier realized that in this case, Song Yan might be in trouble. In fact, it all depended on her family. If she was willing to take various kinds of invaluable tonic drugs, it would take about a year to recover. The parachutist remembered the beautiful face of his beloved. He did not understand why the girl did this. Suddenly, the sky became covered with black clouds and a huge pillar of fire descended to the ground. Dowling Su noticed that the light was coming from the center of this area, and even compared to it, it was very strong. The lone wolf realized that it was she, the woman he had been looking for so long. There should have been a phoenix there. Having made his decision, the sniper decided that he wanted to immediately go to where the glow came from and check the area. The master realized that the core glow zone was very dangerous, and then suggested to his student that he send several more people with him. But the young man reminded that their people should not die in vain, so he should go alone. In any case, the young man still had a main headquarters where he could find help. After listening to the young man, Xiao Dangum said that he understood the general meaning. He only had to give information that the guy wanted to go there and spread it. Then, perhaps many people would want to go with Wang Sheng, but for the sake of safety, he should have taken one more person with him anyway. The man offered to handle the accompanying assassin named Han Pei, who was level 9. If there was any danger, the parachutist had to let his escort deal with it. The man will walk along the edge of the core, approximately 100 old li, in the process of passing. It was worth making the most of his senses as much as possible, and also avoiding strong demons. From that moment on, the young man could not guarantee the safety of everyone. He began to believe that everyone present were masters of the 9th circle, but he had never encountered such an atmosphere. "Let me give my companions the last chance to leave." The military said that now it was still possible to retreat back. The group was happy with this offer, but no one was going to give up so easily. All the men were ready to follow their leader, even to the ends of the earth. After passing through the overgrown jungle, a huge area of 200 by 200 rocky mountains opened up in front of the group. Suddenly, after the men, an unknown creature jumped out of the bushes, covering the travelers with its shadow. One of the travelers fought a battle with a white wolf, after which he immediately followed his hiding place. I understand that he will not find prey in this place. Seeing the terrible wound that the beast left on the killer, Wang Shen realized that the man's hand had to be urgently bandaged, and the rest had to pay attention to protection. This evil spirit was strong in hiding the aura, so nothing could be predicted. About you for a while, the sniper realized that he did not feel the monster's aura at all. Apparently, they had consciousness, nothing further. The stronger they were. A leafy loud roar from the depths of the cold mountains. A polar bear came out to meet a group of travelers. He produced such loud sounds that some men's eardrums could not stand it, while others were blown away by the gusts of his breathing. Before Lone Wolf's eyes, the huge monster dealt with most of his team. Having quenched its thirst for blood, the monster went about its business, giving the surviving men the opportunity to escape. The group understood that the monster was hunting them as prey, and they were completely defenseless since they did not feel the aura of these creatures. Realizing that the situation could be somehow saved, the parachutist took out a chisel and a hammer from his hiding place. The young man handed over exactly the same tool to Hong Pai. The sniper noticed that he was always within reach, so that if anything happened, he could save him. The elections to a convenient place. The two men got down to business. They hollowed out a hole in the ice under them. Realizing that the search was successful, the guy called Dai Liodi. It seems that the find once belonged to his family. The volunteer confirmed that this was indeed their family's boundary post. It is used to demarcate plots of land. The group's calm was short-lived. A loud sound was heard again not far from them. It seemed that another creature had overtaken them. "I don't want to come face to face with the inhabitant of these lands." Wang Shun ordered the team to immediately lie down and move forward by crawling. As it turned out, the noise did not come from the monster. In the center of the mountains, the travelers found a huge crater from which a column of light emanated. Looking into the middle of the crater, Lone Wolf realized that there was a person there, perhaps the woman he was looking for. The man made a sound to me and an avalanche began to descend across the mountains. Caught in a stream of snow, the Lone Wolf descended at high speed into the very center of the crater. The only thing the sniper managed to do was shout to his escorts to leave this place as quickly as possible. The men, "I'm not going to eat the parachutist," immediately rushed to his aid because their task was to protect the young man. Once below, the travelers looked around but could not understand where they were. It was some kind of devilry. They were all subjected to something impossible. It was a practical execution and it was simply incomprehensible. One of the companions explained that there was an ice lake below them, an extremely strong formation, and the master they saw was inseparable from that zone. This was too strange because if we think logically, then if there was such a powerful formation here, all the travelers would have already been discovered. Dai Laoti asked the young man why he told them about this matter, because if the young man had not spoken, they would not have come here. The man, who had previously been attacked by a white wolf, realized that his return home was extremely small. He asked that if anyone remained alive, they would convey the message to the Tang family because entering here was much easier than getting out. The paratrooper knew that everything depended on whether the person in the crater would allow them to get out. His aura fluctuates, which means he can influence this place. After long hours of travel, the group of men were still wandering through the snowy expanses, unable to find a way out. On this path, they were all wounded and killed. Many people were injured while protecting Wang Shun. It was for this reason that one of the companions thought that they no longer needed a guide. Dai Laoti believed that without the young man, they would be able to go faster and advance much further. The sniper did not argue with the opinion of the group and prove that he was right. He simply agreed to go separately from them. Everyone had their own life, and therefore the warrior did not consider it necessary to impose himself. It was relatively safe there, and therefore the military man suggested that the remaining ones take a break. Perhaps the traveler's eyes are not healthy, but that's why it's worth trying to close them and rest, thus nourishing the soul. The separated part of the group noticed the body of a dead animal on their way, but they understood that something was wrong with it. Their new leader rubbed his eyes. Everything swam before his eyes, and he could not understand how this was possible. Trying to remain calm, Dai Laoti told his companions to move as quickly as possible. They should not stay here for long as there was something affecting the eyes. The men didn't know it, but from behind the snow a huge monster was watching them. Wang Sheng's situation was not much better, although he found a way to protect his eyes, but the rest of the group with him was unconscious, and then they had to be carried. They did not know that if they stayed near the snow for a long time, they could earn themselves snow blindness. If only a little more, the evil spirits would surround them and kill them. Having lost their balance, the soldier, along with his burden, flew to the ground, but fell not on a snow-covered valley, but on thick green grass. After that, Lone Wolf dug up information about the core and sold it at a high price to other people from several families. And of course, Carefree City and the Tang family were saved. During the parachutist's absence, the sovereign ordered a new estate to be built for him again, and therefore he could now accept work. The guy understood that the state was trying with all its might to attract him. It was just because this house was located inside the city and cost a lot. At the very gate, the young man was met by well-known maids who missed their master. Going inside, the manager said that he had sold a lot of gold coins, and therefore wanted to know if he could send several guards to the capital. The owner of the house sighed heavily. He felt that if there was no bank here, then there was a lot of trouble. Walking deeper into the courtyard, the lone wolf noticed that there was a woman there. Taking a closer look, the parachutist realized that it was an old friend of his with beautiful legs, who had already repeatedly tried to kill him. The manager said that this girl was from the Xia family. She had already been there for half a day, kneeling, everything had been checked, there were no threats. Smiling, the man headed for the exit, leaving his friend to deal with the situation himself. Sighing heavily, the lone wolf approached the lady and asked her name, because he still did not know her name. Without raising her head, the beauty said that the parachutist could call her Aki. I sat down at the table. Wang Shan told my interlocutor to get up from her knees and also sit down on a chair. The young lady apologized. Previously, this had caused dissatisfaction, but if it is more convenient for the young man, then she obeys. It was assumed that now the Xia family wanted to lure the sniper to their side, so they sent this little assassin. The guy was wondering why the beauty suddenly abandoned the goal of killing him, but she explained that according to their rules, if 3 attempts were unsuccessful, then they should not try again. Come out with a bored face and waved away his interlocutor, everything was already clear to him, so he won't hold her and she can go. Unexpectedly, the beauty took off her clothes, leaving her completely naked in front of the young man. The elders gave Aki a task that she was going to complete at any cost. The soldier asked the girl to stop, but she didn't even think about doing it. Then it began to seem to him that this was some kind of trap. Standing naked to the waist in front of Lone Wolf, the lady said that she could only rely on him. The warrior activated his hiding place because knowledgeable people said that the interlocutor had an insidious plan and was also ready to heroically fall for the idea. The young man took a piece of red cloth from the ring and threw it to the young lady. He wanted her to get dressed since she had nothing to do with it. She shouldn't have done this because the military killed 3 of her people, and she killed 3 of Liu Dai's people. They were even. The only thing was that he wanted to know one secret. The beauty was embarrassed. She could not believe that Wang Sheng was telling the truth and would not look for and bother her family. To tell the truth, the sniper didn't even really remember what the interlocutor's family was doing. There were too few episodes with them. Continuing the conversation, the lady said that over the past few years, she has discovered several things. Since the outsider appeared, the speed of people's cultivation has become faster. Now it was possible to move from the 3rd to the 5th level in a few years. Moreover, the highest level had also become easy to obtain, especially in Qiangjuedi. All of this was very similar to the fact that the battle balance of the force level was upset. After listening to Aki, the paratrooper told her that now they were even and she could go wherever she wanted. At that same second, the beauty ran out from behind the door, promising Wang Shun that they would never see each other again. Half a month later, Lone Wolf headed to Qiangjuedi again. The young man realized that there was indeed truth in Aki's words. Apparently, people had been sent into the gorge, and therefore it was necessary to remain on guard. He heard a loud sound behind him. The military man realized that someone was watching him and ordered this man to immediately come out of cover. His longtime acquaintance with long legs immediately appeared before his master's eyes. The angry young man recalled that the little assassin promised him that they would never see each other again. It seemed that military ethics did not interest her at all. Unexpectedly, the young man understood exactly what the beauty called him and was very surprised. The surprised young man said that he could not be the master of the young ladies because he already supported too many people. The lady was from the Xia family, and this was actually a mortal situation because since childhood she had been trained only in the technique of killing. Beauty always knew that either she would do what she was meant to do or she would be eliminated. Those 2 whom the lone wolf once destroyed were the girl's friends with whom she survived. After listening carefully to his interlocutor, the warrior realized that taking this opportunity, she decided to get rid of her family, but did not believe that the Xia family would let her go so easily. Starting to get very nervous, Aki screamed she was ready to die for the sake of her family. However, she did not want her relatives to present her to lure someone to their side. After she returned, contrary to her expectations, her relatives sent the girl to the Dai family as a slave. Therefore, the only thing the beauty could do was to say that Wang Shun had already desired her body and she was now only his. She said that the guy had already given his consent. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Lone Wolf sighed heavily, but still agreed to accept the young lady because she also had a very difficult fate. At least the sniper promised that he would not force the interlocutor to use her body for any purpose. Suddenly, a heavy, sharp weapon flew out of the bushes, interrupting the conversation of the young people. "I'm trying to protect the parachutist," Aki screamed at him to be careful, but the sharp object that was flying towards them posed a mortal danger. Moving the girl away from the arrow's flight path, the guy, with the help of his spiritual energy, built a protective barrier around them. The attacker instantly disappeared into the bushes without even showing himself to the eyes of the young people. The guy didn't want the scoundrel to escape so easily, and with the help of his strength, he called on man-eating ants for help. The couple stood surrounded by a huge number of insects that would not allow anyone to approach them. Watching all this from the side, the beauty could not believe that a stranger was really capable of controlling such things. Hugging the girl by the waist, Wang Shun confidently moved along the path, and the insects made way for their master. After a short walk, it was time to reach the remains of the man who attempted on their lives. It was a man from the Dai family. It looks like the attacker came to find him, and it was all because of the barrier stone. Handing the things found near the skeleton to the girl, the sniper said that he would give her a task. She had to take these things, return to the city, and inform the Dai family about what happened in the gorge. Lone Wolf wanted them to pay a lot of money to get these things back and let them sell them, and the beauty could keep the rest for herself. After returning from Jiangjuedi, the young man immediately headed to the imperial city. A happy Mei-er met the parachutist on the threshold of the house. She really missed the guy and therefore immediately rushed to embrace him. The former owner of Bao King Yutang said that while there was no war, Qian Shenyuan got rich in one day, and she also made a rearrangement and wanted to know the young man's opinion on this matter. The soldier was simply glad to return home, and therefore if the girl thought that she was good, then he didn't mind. Wang Shun also asked how things were going with the salon. The beauty said that all the things were already prepared, but there were big problems with advertising. After thinking about this situation, the paratrooper decided that there was no need to advertise with celebrities. In the evening, Lone Wolf arranged a sumptuous feast for the royal court. This time, when the young man went to Jiangjuedi, he made a lot of noise. Out of the 16 masters who went there, only 3 returned, and now everyone was interested in what, in the end, the value of the core was. Although the sniper had a good relationship with the emperor, there was information that he could not tell even him. Deciding to change the topic, the young man asked whether the imperial house had suffered damage in terms of workers. Although no damage was done, the man still wanted to know when the next time Mr. Hao would go to the gorge again. The military man looked carefully at his interlocutor and promised that when he reached a level increase, he would definitely take the imperial people and go there again. Otherwise, death awaits them all. And by the way, the soldier wanted to ask the emperor and his concubines for a favor so that they would help the guy's family with their business. The brunette was shocked by the request. Did the parachutist really have no sense of shame at all? He asked his concubines to come out and show their faces for the sake of business. The sniper didn't ask for anything like that. He said that next to the palace there was a room full of beautiful girls. The concubines should go there and take care of themselves. Relax. The man was still not convinced that the parachutist would continue. He believed that things wouldn't work out that way. I try to be as convincing as possible. The guy explained that in this way one could earn dozens of gold coins in 1 year. Didn't the emperor see Qian Shenyuan's business? If he did business with the warrior, it would mean making a stable profit. The interlocutor heard all the military's arguments perfectly well, but he wanted to agree that if the guy dared to show his palace to other people, it would have serious consequences. Changing the topic, the emperor decided to tell Lone Wolf the good news, because Song Guogong had resigned from his post, saying that his body was almost dying. His daughter advised him to find Taoist monks and resort to such methods every day, but the man thought that this would not last even a few days. The management of the family's affairs would pass into the hands of Song Yan, but the brunette believed that she was just a little girl who was capable of maintaining the family's fortune. But soon everything would fall into disrepair. Thus, Wang Shun did not agree with this position, because the more the emperor did not value women, the more he lost on the other hand. And if the Dai family were pressed, it could be destroyed. The man believed that this was impossible to do, just like destroying other families, because the Dai Iemitsu was the ruling dynasty that had been ruling for more than 500 years. On top of everything, they were very hidden. The guy could not even imagine how difficult these families were. The skydiver agreed that in this case there really was no need to rush, and now, during this period of time, he wanted to practice at home. While searching for the elixir, the sniper in Changjuedi found a treasure. If it can be used, then there will be a good jump in business again. The guy put some object on the table and said that he had found it in the gorge, although he did not yet know what its effects were, but he would ask the soul purification master to take a look at it. Seeing this thing, the emperor was very happy because it was far from ordinary. Suddenly, the brunette realized that the young man was talking about a soul purification master and a medicine cultivator. Returning home, Lone Wolf immediately showed his findings to the monk. The doctor was angry that the guy wasted such a treasure because it could not be put directly into the ring, because the effect could be reduced. Wang Sheng asked the teacher to be a little more lenient because he was just learning this difficult task. But in fact, the soul purification master noticed that the sniper's skills were quite good because he preserved the roots of this plant and carefully dug it up without damaging it. The young man brought many different ingredients from the gorge and therefore was going to try to make a new pill from them. The paratrooper asked Yuan Hun to wait because the tripod had to completely harden, and by watching others cultivate, one could learn a lot. Meanwhile, the expensive carriage moved through the streets of the imperial city. The girls who were sitting inside were discussing how lucky they were because this place had just opened, and His Majesty had already organized a trip there. He probably saw that the beauties were no longer young and had problems with their skin, so it was time for them to start taking care of themselves. Having reached the right place, the ladies were shocked by its grandeur and beauty. At the entrance to the salon, where there was a sign that men were not allowed to walk around, the guests were greeted by a very friendly employee. The beauty was given a skincare complex, after which they could not recognize it. It was simply divine. The concubines wanted to return to the emperor as quickly as possible so that he could also enjoy their beauty. The next day, Mei Er was informed about the visit to the salon. She even heard that the concubine almost quarreled, but the master calmed both of them with his presence. He was shocked. After the news spread throughout the city, the wives of the rich began to visit the salon, and there was no end to the clients. Wang Shen smiled. He knew that a woman adorns herself for someone who appreciates her, especially a concubine. This was normal. But when the young man saw the shelves with cosmetics that belonged to the interlocutor, he asked if she had too many of these things. The girl reminded the parachutist of his own words, that women decorate themselves for those who value them, and said that she even has an additional room for cosmetics. Having also asked the soldier for help, the beauty handed him an object and asked if he liked the smell. After thinking a little, the young man replied that it was a rather strong smell, which even made his head spin a little. After inhaling the aroma, the tripod in Yuan Hong began to glow. Then the guy realized that this powder appeared due to the grinding of cultivated pills. In this case, it was tantamount to consuming the pill itself. I understand all this. The soldier suggested to his interlocutor that she give him all the cosmetics, and he, in turn, could choose for her. The former owner of Bao King Yutong was very pleased with the offer and immediately sent a worker to get samples of cosmetics. Looking at one of the powders, the guy realized that it contained lead and mercury. If used for a short time, the powder would whiten the skin. But if you use such a product constantly, the skin will not only become darker, but the person may also be poisoned. So it was not worth selling it, because they did not want anyone to get hurt. Mei Er could not believe the sniper's words because these were ordinary cosmetics that could not bring death with them. The guy asked if Lady Song remembered Guogong, because his current position was thanks to this particular supplement, so they need to be careful in this business. In this case, the beauty believed that they urgently needed to remove these cosmetics from sale. But Lone Wolf was sure that this was not enough. They couldn't just take this cosmetic product off the market. They had to do something else. An advertisement was posted on the doors of the salon, which stated that when studying the white powder in the field of cosmetology, substances harmful to the skin were discovered, so it was withdrawn from sale. The salon promised to return the powder at cost or exchange it for a product of the same price category, and therefore a huge crowd of people gathered in front of the building. The girl observing this excitement realized that the gentleman was well versed in trade, since for a small cost, they were able to buy enormous popularity. Mei Er could not imagine anything else. This is what she expected from her beloved. Suddenly, a loud cry rang through the crowd. A woman claimed that the powder from this salon had disfigured her face. The young lady, her face covered in spots, claimed that the powder was the cause and now the owner of the establishment had to compensate her for the damage. Panic gradually grew in the crowd. Women began to realize that such a cosmetic product could indeed be very dangerous. The girl who claimed that her face was ruined by cosmetics still read it because she never thought that such an expensive product could ruin her skin. The former owner of Bao King Yutang remembered that the paratrooper said that the powder was unsafe, but the effect would only be noticeable if it was used for a long time. Watching the girl, the beauty understood that she was simply putting on a performance to get back more money. Mayer went out in front of the public and asked the stranger if it was true that her face had become like this due to the use of the powder. Observers who did not expect to see the owner of the salon in person took her side because the victim had no evidence that it was the cosmetics that ruined her skin. The angry woman said that the interlocutor had no conscience at all because she bought products in their salon. Then the lady asked a logical question to her opponent. She was interested in which store she purchased the powder from. Thanks to a tip from the crowd, the girl began to claim that the product was given to her. But it didn't matter, because the cosmetics were from the salon and therefore they had to bear responsibility. Mayer informed everyone present that they had allocated 1,000,000 gold for compensation, but they also needed to know whether the stranger was trying to blackmail them and ruin the salon's reputation, or whether the truth had suffered. The woman knew that they could spend this million in any way they wanted. Then the only question was whether it was worth paying it for compensation. Wang Sheng said that such people must be treated cruelly, otherwise there will be dire consequences. The quarrelsome woman began to accuse the beauty of insulting visitors in the salon, threatening her and not allowing her to tell the truth, that they wanted to kill her family. Without losing her composure, the owner ordered the salon workers to take out a truth pill worth 1,000,000 coins. After eating it, anyone would speak only the truth. To make it clear to everyone present, the victim had to eat this pill, and if she did not blatantly lie, the salon would return the money. But this pill was not cheap, and if the woman told a lie, then she and her entire family would return the cost to the establishment. Realizing that everyone was looking at her, the extortionist still decided to eat the pill. The stranger did not believe that you could spend such a huge amount of money on a pill. She believed that it was definitely not real. The woman was sure that she was simply being intimidated. As soon as the extortionist swallowed the pill, she immediately realized that not everything was so simple. The woman's head began to spin, but the establishment's workers managed to grab her in time and sit her on a chair. Mayer came closer to the unknown woman and asked if their powder really ruined the girl's skin. The extortionist honestly answered that she was bitten by a caterpillar outside the city. So the former owner of Bao King Yutang wanted to find out who sent her. The stranger said that the owner of the Mayan powder store paid her and sent her to her competitors. The pleased beauty said that such dishonest methods can be used in competition, and therefore they will definitely study the situation and ask for an explanation. Since this drama made everyone worried, the lady invited all the customers to go to the first floor of the salon and choose the products they liked as compensation. After that incident, an investigation was carried out, and the palace took action against 5 families that participated in the conspiracy against the salon. The powder really turned out to be harmful, but after some time the salon became the leader of its industry, and no one else spoke out against it. The monthly profit of the salon reached 10,000,000 coins, which made it the place with the largest turnover of coins. Girls were in a hurry to visit the salon. Even the highest officials were not going to give in to the others. Therefore, in order not to discredit the reputation of their wives, they paid for their procedures in the salon. 20 days later, Lone Wolf had already sniffed all the cosmetics in the establishment. His sense of smell had improved significantly. And also, the medicines that the sniper received from the soul purification master also helped him a lot. But the young man could not understand why, in this case, his hands did not stop but became stronger. Suddenly, Wang Sheng felt some amazing, unfamiliar smell. The parachutist told the surprised girl to go to the shower, wash off all her makeup and put on clean clothes, and the room should also be clean. A thoughtful young man sat on the bed and flexed his fingers. The warrior heard the voice of Mei who said that she had taken a bath as the master requested. The beauty was sitting on the bed in a new robe that the soldier had never seen before. The parachutist noted that the natural charm was unbearably beautiful. The clean face was truly charming. The lady was charm itself. Then, in the salon, Lone Wolf smelled this smell, but could not understand where it was coming from. But now the sniper realized that it was a natural smell. Only this smell is capable of completing the last stage of Suwani's transformation. For a long time, the military man could not understand why the other arm of the tripod still had not transformed. It was for this reason that the soldier had already hugged the beautiful stars on all sides, but nothing helped. Probably, another natural smell is needed for improvement. But it was so rare that the young man did not understand where to look for it. The next morning, the couple went to the imperial palace. Wang Shen requested a meeting at the palace to recommend cosmetics place with the former mistress of Bao King Yu Tong, but did not understand what the head of state was doing there. The brunette did not understand his interlocutor's yearning at all, because it was his palace and his wife, and therefore he could come whenever he pleased. Everyone present felt sparks flying between the emperor and the sniper. The tension in the room was as if electrified. Deciding to start a conversation, the emperor's wife asked Mei if the salon could choose the most suitable cosmetics, since she, as ordered, did not use powder and perfume today. If the love of decorating oneself was a trait of girls, then she might not trust a warrior just like that, but she would definitely believe a cosmetics specialist. The lady had fairly fair skin, and therefore a cool-toned powder would suit her. It would highlight all her advantages. The young man began to tell everyone present the benefits of this or that cosmetics and how to combine clothes. As the woman expected, the store owners turned out to be masters of their craft. After a long conversation, Lone Wolf noticed that the state of the natural smell had changed, and now the aroma spread around. For Wang Shen, as a person whose sense of smell had improved, this was also extremely useful. Rising from the table, the emperor's wife called the former mistress of Bao King Yu Tong with her so that they could go together and try what the guy recommended. The head of state explained that, in fact, he was frightened by women's conversations about cosmetics because he had never given lipstick a rating. The military man noticed that the emperor was truly lucky, since his wife was incredibly beautiful and he could see her every day, which meant not appreciating his happiness at all. To which the man noticed that the warrior girl was also very cute. She reminded him of his wife. She had once been younger, but the woman the guy could think about was Song Yan. The young man agreed that Mei was a beauty and a salon owner. Of course, she was incomparable. Finally, the two women finished preparing and came out in new images. The soldier was pleased. This design allowed their beauty to harmonize with each other. They looked like celestials, just as charming and majestic. The emperor also praised the beauty of his wife, because at the sight of such incredible beauty, the brunette was even speechless for a short time. The happy man immediately picked up his wife in his arms and spun her around. The mistress laughed carefreely, but still asked her husband to put her on the ground, because now they were not alone in the room, which means they should not forget about decency. Wanting to know what Lone Wolf thought of her new image, the former owner of Bao King Yu Tang asked the gentleman what she looked like. Smiling, the parachutist patted his interlocutor on the head. He always knew that he was simply beautiful. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's hand began to glow and he realized that this was an improvement. The young man decided that he urgently needed to go to the Liaojun temple so that the Taoist could help him. Dao Lingshu was carefully observed by the resting paratrooper and could not understand why the improvement did not cool his spiritual energy. Perhaps something was wrong. Under the surprised gaze of the former elder, some kind of golden glow began to rise from the soldier's face. Very soon, this energy turned into a thread. The spectacle looked simply amazing. In the Yuan Hun space, the dragon also changed a lot. Now it looked more like a golden lion with horns. The monk, before whose eyes the promotion took place, did not understand what was happening because he suddenly stopped feeling the warrior, but saw that he was sitting right in front of him. As soon as the teacher saw that his student opened his eyes and began to come to his senses, he experienced the greatest relief. The satisfied sniper noticed that this time the promotion was much faster and asked if anything unusual had happened. Now, with an improved sense of smell and the perception of a paratrooper, he could head to Changjuidi at any time and avoid almost any monster. The master, in turn, believed that Lone Wolf should not rush. He should have used the Hanzi Jue technique. Although the young man did not understand what was happening, he called on his spiritual energy and agreed to follow the teacher's lead. Just as the man thought, the Yuan Hun youth could completely hide his spiritual presence with this technique. Now, Wang Shen could believe that the master did not sense his presence at all. The warrior realized that this could be due to the golden patterns that appeared on his body after his promotion. Concealing the spiritual presence, improving the sense of smell, it seems that the guy already had almost all the skills to get into the gorge again. In this case, the soldier asked Dao Lingshu to send people to the imperial city and tell them that he was going to Hexindi. so he needed companions who would definitely be reliable and faithful. It's time to go there and study everything carefully. Having prepared everything necessary, the soldier, together with a group of trusted people, again set off into the snowy expanses. The warrior could not even think that the emperor would send skilled craftsmen as an escort. Was he really not afraid that someone might take advantage of their absence in the city? Turning to his companions, Lone Wolf told them to immediately hide their spiritual energy. So far, not encountering any obstacles on their way, a group of masters climbed up the icy cliff. Finally, the group reached the place from which the pillar of light last time came. Looking at the stranger, Dao Lingshu immediately realized that he was not a person. Before descending into the crater where the unfamiliar creature was located, the man decided to discuss the current situation. Not understanding what the teacher meant, Wang Shun decided to clarify whether these were animals that became like people. In fact, having reached the legendary rank, animals can turn into humans and continue to improve in human form. But if the creatures decided to do this, then they become evil spirits. The only question was who imprisoned these powerful beasts here. Perhaps they had no success in cultivation. Waving his hand, Wao Liu said that, unfortunately, this was unknown to anyone. Noticing something that shouldn't be there, the sniper grabbed the old man's hand to prevent him from touching the ice. Behind the ice cover, one could see the eyes of an unknown creature glowing with red fire. The men saw some kind of shadow behind the transparent wall, but did not understand at all what was happening. It looked like someone was frozen there, and this mountain wasn't the only one. The soldier said that they could check something, but he was not sure whether they would be able to find out anything. It would all depend on whether the men were willing to take the risk. The emperor exchanged glances with his manager. Both agreed that it was worth trying all the methods and finding out what awaited them. Placing his hand on the Taoist's shoulder, Lone Wolf said that he needed to completely release his spiritual energy, and everyone else should prepare to flee. The men immediately ran away, leaving the master to do his part of the job. From the place where the teacher had recently stood, a strong wave of energy radiated in all directions. Dao Lingshu's spiritual power crashed into a huge frozen rock, causing deep cracks to appear from the impact. In front of everyone present, unknown monsters began to emerge from the ice, vaguely resembling people. Realizing what a difficult situation they found themselves in, the founder of the temple, Lao, picked up Wang Shun in his arms and threw him into the air. Turning around at the creatures, the young man realized that it was some kind of thing that was holding them back, and then asked the master to stop. Stopping, the teacher also turned to look at the monster. It seemed the monsters couldn't just leave this place and was held back by some kind of strong barrier. After thinking a little, the military man realized that this could be exactly the woman he was trying to find. Although the creatures from the rock lagged behind the men, other monsters began to appear around them. The parachutist understood that this energy would now summon all the monsters, which meant he could no longer linger in this place and had to leave as soon as possible. Realizing that his student was absolutely right, the master threw 2 chains out of his sleeve and tied them to his companions. Realizing that further travel in these honored lands was too dangerous, the men took to the air and flew towards the imperial city. News spread quickly. The Taoist returned to the heavenly heights, and the leaders at the court returned to the palaces and told about everything that had happened. Wang Shun soon also returned home. The young man knew that there was a lot of knowledge in the heart of Jiangjuedi, but there were sealed beasts there, and masters of legendary ranks could not go there. We had to wait a little and the news would vary. Someone would definitely take the bait. I pulled the young man out of his thoughts. Aki entered the room and told the gentleman that it was time for dinner. The lone wolf was very surprised by the girl's appearance. He did not understand why she was so dressed up. I don't understand the guy's reaction. The girl explained that she was now one of his people, and as a student, she should not have disgraced her master. The parachutist remembered that after the beauty's seduction did not work, and he ordered her to carry out a couple of assignments. She proclaimed herself a warrior's apprentice. But the sniper had already said once before that Lethe had very long legs, so no one would believe that they were a teacher and a student. Sitting at the table, the soldier said that such clothes did not suit the interlocutor. Before that, she had an excellent outfit, so there was no point in forcing herself to wear something that did not suit her. I didn't pay any attention to the young man's words. The little killer ate the prepared dinner with gusto. Deciding that now was absolutely the wrong time to talk, the couple simultaneously pulled her for one piece of meat. Not wanting to give in to each other, the young people fought with Chinese chopsticks for the most delicious piece of food. When Wang Shun got tired of this battle, he hit the table with his hand and loudly asked his companion if she had been born by chance in the forest. Confused, Aki explained that they were a bunch of orphans picked up by the Shia family. When the girl was 9 years old, they were simply thrown into the middle of the forest to learn to survive. They had to kill each other. At the age of 16, it all ended, but by that time, the beauty had lived alone in the middle of the forest for 7 whole years. When it first started, there were 500 people in the group, but in the end, less than 10 remained alive. After listening to the lady's story, the sniper realized that it was more correct to say that they were the Xia family's secret weapon. Then why was she made into ordinary assassins? When Aki was little, she accidentally established a connection with the 6-star Yuan Hun, namely the White Mountain Cat, so the family decided that she would be of no use. The rest of the survivors were raised with dignity because they were the support of the Xia family. Wang Shen realized that the space of this Yuan Hun was simply huge, and the white tiger was one of the 4 divine beasts. It was simply amazing. It's good that the military man was now the girl's teacher. She should forget about the past, because when she reaches the 6th rank, the warrior will help her improve. At noon the next day, Lone Wolf was training in a forest clearing. He needed to get closer to Kun, who was one of the 9 sons of the dragon, the patron of music. But it seems that Lone Wolf did not grasp the laws of melody at all. He probably should have asked Mei for advice. Suddenly, the young man heard the voice of a phoenix woman from somewhere behind him, who asked if he was calling her. Turning around, the sniper shouted in anger that of course he called her and was looking for her all the time, but there was no one in front of him. It seems that the stranger's strength was not enough to talk to the guy, and therefore it was necessary to quickly find out what was hidden in the very heart of Hexindi. After returning home, Aki informed her master that Lu Wen and Ling Er had invited him to Yubaozhai to attend the succession ceremony. The guy was pleased that they finally decided to invite him because the man would become the new true owner of Yubaozhai. He took out a cloak from its hiding place and put on his usual outfit when the girl reported that the carriage was already waiting for him. The organizers of the ceremony said that they were waiting for the soldier to return from Chiangjuedi, and therefore postponed the ceremony, but now they finally decided to hold it. Looking after her master, the little killer noticed that for the first time she saw him not being himself, he was probably looking for someone. After the young people exchanged the latest news, Linger shouted indignantly that the young man was a lecher because he had found himself another wife. The beauty knew that the capital of the parachutist was waiting for his first wife, and he had already found himself some long-legged beauty. No matter how much he fed the wolf, he would still look into the forest. Wang Sheng smiled when he saw the girl's anger. If you think about it, he first saw her when she was 14 or 15 years old. Now she is already 18, but her character has not changed at all. Despite the tirade that she herself had uttered earlier, the beauty was glad that the military man still had at least some backbone and did not allow himself to be fooled by it. After all, otherwise, if the sniper had touched his wife of unprecedented beauty, he would have already become her dog. Of course, the guy didn't let anyone fool him because one lady was his accountant and the other was his student. He definitely couldn't allow this to happen. The guy did not remain in debt and replied that although the girl was small, she was nevertheless very smart and not yet deprived of beauty, so maybe they should let her master touch her. Xiao Dang put his hand on your shoulder. Linger also looked embarrassed and told the young man to stop teasing her. It's time to get down to business because this time, the ceremony will be unusual. Every state in their lands came out of their people. In fact, they were just impatient. All this was because now the cultivation processes have accelerated, but only Yubaozhai occupied a certain territory and earned money. Other families did not like it. The man agreed. It was probably time to stop, otherwise you might get a mouthful and not be able to live. The lone wolf smiled. He completely agreed with the interlocutor. If he goes to Hexindi alone, then it is not known when it is better to go. But if he follows along with all the families, then less effort will be expended and they will definitely cope. After a few hours of travel, the companions arrived at the main building of Yubaozhai, which was located in the city of Tongxing. Wang Sheng's eyes widened when he saw the luxury that was around him, yet Mayer was right when she said that he was a simpleton. Xiao Dangom smiled modestly. In his opinion, the guy simply had a completely different taste. He did not like such a flashy design. Moving closer to the sniper, the man said that in fact people from Bao King Yutang would be here with his father's permission. Probably, the former head of Yubaozhai had an agreement with another family. And if they get some share, the guy's congratulations will also be calm. Suddenly, Mayer rushed into the arms of Lone Wolf and said that their salon was also invited to the ceremony. Pressing closer to the young man's ear, the girl also asked him to do something. because she was, after all, not Bao King Yutong's own daughter. Unable to refuse, Wang Sheng promised to fulfill the request of his friends, seeing in fact it was not difficult for him at all. And at that moment, from around the corner of the building, the beauty's older brother was watching the group. He didn't like the fact that his sister had run over to the wrong side. Those accompanying him reminded the scoundrel that the head told him that if he did everything, they would do their best to help him become the head of Bao King Yutong. The man adjusted his glasses, smiling. Today, the girl would definitely not run away from him. In the main meeting hall of Yubaozhai, many people gathered. Everyone wanted to give gifts to the new leader. The head of Song presented 1,000,000 gold coins, 1 healing pill, and several precious artifacts as a gift. Chen Yuan bestows a master-level set, top-rank cosmetics, and a set worth 10 million. Hearing his name, Wang Shen turned to an unfamiliar voice, who was wondering why everyone was bringing such precious gifts, but the guy had not prepared anything. Also, the stranger did not understand why the merchant was sitting next to the gentleman. Had they really become officially married? Why didn't they get married then? Because no one would believe it. It was indecent. The man who was sitting next to the insolent man was angered by the latter's words. This was absolutely not his thing to do, and therefore he had to immediately ask for forgiveness. In his defense, the heir to Bao King Yutong recalled that even the master said that the truth was most important. Xiao Dangom really didn't like the show the men put on. His aura simply spread negativity. Ignore the condemning looks of everyone present. The scoundrel continued to say that by coming here empty-handed, the gentleman showed disrespect for Yu Baozhai. Jai, interrupting the tirade that no one needed, Lone Wolf said that in this case he would give a gift. Turning directly to Lu Wen, the sniper said that he had a trading place and they would like to cooperate with Bao King Yutong. But now he decided to transfer this place to the young man. In the future, Xiao Dang could trade whatever he wanted at this place. The man thanked his friend. It truly was a wonderful gift, but since the ceremony was soon to end, it was time to get down to business. The future head of the family was still afraid that he was simply being used, but Wang Shun initially agreed to help, so everything would definitely be fine. Although the blonde understood that he was not yet high enough in status to invite representatives of all states, but she decided to take the opportunity to discuss the situation in Changjuedi. Perhaps those present thought that Tian Sudi Square was not large enough, but they would discuss all this and decide how to do everything. And therefore the man was ready to listen to all the proposals. The scoundrel would be the first to decide to take the floor. He didn't like the fact that a stranger was deciding who would enter Changjuedi. It was simply a mockery of the strong against the weak. He believed that everyone should be allowed in. A paratrooper cannot intimidate representatives from all states, but his neighbor still got tired of listening to all this and hit the man in the face. The new head of Bao King Yu Tang was offended, because he believed that the old man did not understand what was happening at all. According to the second man, it was his neighbor who did not understand what was happening at all, and he should have kept quiet. Seeing that the old man was not feeling well, Lone Wolf entered the conversation and ordered him to be taken to rest. To clarify all the misunderstandings, Wang Shun said that everything was decided because the emperor personally sent him there, and the head of state also granted the sniper land right in Changjuedi. And really, the imperial word also meant nothing to the scoundrel. Stopping all conversations, the parachutist made his proposals. The families could be given more land, each in a region. In this case, everyone will get their territories for 20 million. But why will they pay 2 million for rent every year? Everyone present agreed with this proposal. In fact, no one wanted to become an enemy of the soldier. Yu Baozhai paid good dividends to the warriors, so they were not required to pay. The emperor shared lands with them, so he was also exempt from payment. The ceremony participants were simply delighted with the young man's decision. They thought that he was simply magnificent. Although the scoundrel staged a provocation today, the guy didn't think that he dared to act on his own, and therefore the one who prepared him must stand up. He will pay 5 times more for the land, and then he will be forgiven. If someone else gives him away, then he will pay 10 times more, and the one who gave me away will pay nothing. But if he is not found, then everyone will pay 10 times more. Even if this guy kills himself, the conditions are still the same. The two masters immediately jumped up to the heir of Ba King Yu Tang, preventing him from committing suicide. Before leaving, the military turned around again and said that he was giving everything 3 days. The next day, the guy was having lunch in the emperor's room when a servant reported that the Song family had found a criminal. They claimed that he was from the Chu family. In that case, Wang Shen ordered everything to be done. As he said earlier, since Song Yan was in power, the young man had received a lot of help from their family. The head of state looked attentively at the soldier. At the ceremony, he was directly the center of attention. Only after he gave everyone access to the gorge, the situation of the imperial court became worse. The man knew that with this land, the strength of other states would only grow, and they did not have much more cultivation masters, so when others cultivated day by day, their position would become unenviable. The lone wolf understood everything perfectly, and therefore asked whether the situation at the court would be better if the interlocutor captured one state. The emperor was shocked by such proposals. He did not believe his ears. Small families had a limited number of masters, and therefore if they sent all of them to Jiangjuedi, the country would be weakened, so enemies could easily attack it. In the same way, if you send too few craftsmen, they may be assassinated, which will also weaken the strength of the family in these lands. The young man did not create a game for all these families, but simply gave them the right to claim the land. However, this is also an excellent opportunity for them to annex neighboring states. But still, in order to encroach on foreign lands, a good reason was needed. For example, disrespect for the emperor. The brunette smiled happily. He finally understood what the sniper was getting at. This really was a great chance. As soon as a small state sends out its craftsmen, the large state immediately attacks. And when one country begins to annex lands, the rest will also join in the struggle for territory. The soldier understood that Emperor Zhou had a chance to become just like Qin Shi Huang. He could unite the warring kingdoms and create a centralized state. War is war, but be that as it may, one should not forget that these people will be his subjects. One should not kill civilians. The man believed that the sniper had nothing to worry about. He himself understood everything perfectly well. When the young man left, the empress asked if it was true that he was looking for a component of natural inclination for Mei Er. After all, if this was really the case, then why does he go to look at a bunch of beautiful girls? It seems that he was not serious about the girl. The emperor hugged his wife calmingly. If the paratrooper didn't even pester the former mistress of Bao King Yutang, yours won't be with the other girls either. Wang Shen, together with his business partner, sat in the main hall of his residence and watched the girls dance. Realizing that this was not exactly what was needed, the military man ordered to bring other singers, and preferably, the musical instrument would also be different. Swanee turned into Kunyu. Everything was exactly the same as last time, and therefore it was necessary to listen to a sufficient number of melodies played on the piano. But Lone Wolf couldn't understand why it had to be a piano and not a guzheng or something like that, because after all, they were in ancient China. In addition, the young man had already been listening to music for quite a long time, but the transformation was very slow. It looks like the parachutist will have to create the instrument himself and learn to play it to make it work. The warrior asked Mei Er to help him spread the news that he was looking for talent. Let people who understand music and master instruments come here to perform, and he will pay well for it. The girl wanted it and didn't understand why the military man needed it, but she promised to find out how to arrange everything. The guy was heading to a meeting with Master Lu, and the beauty had to organize everything so that different people would come to perform at them every day at the appointed time. The young man found the master thoughtfully carving something on a small plate. The old man asked his former student to help him in one matter. He did not know how best to cut it because, even though the stone was good, there were already several of it on it. The man understood that the small hole in the ink pot could not be fixed. Sanding would also harm the material, and it would not be so beautiful in appearance. Having carefully examined the material, Wang Shen suggested making a black pond for carcasses out of a large hole and cutting out houses and a landscape with cheerful villagers nearby. Master Lu immediately snatched back a piece of stone. It was just an incredible idea that he immediately wanted to bring to life. Having calmly settled down at his workplace, he asked the parachutist for what purpose he paid him a visit. In fact, Lone Wolf came to ask if the interlocutor had any acquaintances in the field of musical instruments who could enlighten him on this topic. The old man took a deep breath and asked how much the warrior wanted to study musical instruments. After all, not only did his friend have a bad character, he always complains that they play instruments noisily, and he also pretended to be a cultural connoisseur and didn't care about anyone. The guy explained that he really needed it very urgently, and thus the master would do him a huge favor. Still, having yielded under the pressure of the sniper, the interlocutor agreed, but told the young man not to complain later if the tool expert kicked him. That same day, the men headed high into the mountains near a waterfall where the man they needed lived. Without much ceremony, the old man shouted to Master Yu to come out, because he had brought someone who wanted to learn how to make tools. Hearing loud sounds, the man broke the string on the musical instrument he was playing before. Without experiencing any joy from the meeting, the owner of the house greeted his guests. Sitting comfortably in a gazebo on the shore of a reservoir, the man picked up a musical instrument and asked whether his future student had a good ear for music. The lone wolf did not hide anything and honestly answered that he did not possess it, but his new acquaintance did not count on a different answer. After all, the man understood perfectly well that Master Lu was an uneducated person, which means that the people around him were exactly the same. The old man was already rolling up his sleeves to show the boy how wrong he was, but Wang Shun stopped the man from fighting in time. Ignoring the gray-haired man's anger, Yu asked how the sniper was going to make musical instruments without an ear for music. With all due respect, the military man said that he would like to make the most unique instrument in the whole world and asked a new acquaintance to help him with this. The man realized that the soldier had more than enough ambition, but first he offered to listen to the musical instruments he was holding in his hands. Unique melodies flowed from under the master's fingers, bewitching all listeners. Although the young man liked the music he heard, he still understood that it was not the same. The new acquaintance really didn't like the guy's criticism, because how dare he question the quality of the music? In fact, the question was not in the melody itself, it was just that the man, in the young man's opinion, had taped the strings, so they sounded wrong. It seemed like this was a test. Although Master Yu was satisfied with the answer, the military man realized that he really had a difficult character, and if he had not trained his ear before, he would never have passed this test. The interlocutor agreed that the parachutist had good hearing, but he really attempted the impossible because the Guqin is already more than 100 years old, and even it was not called unique. A note in music was a graphic designation of the sound of a musical work, as well as one of the main symbols of modern musical notation, but each instrument had its own type of note. Variations in the image of a note, as well as combinations with other symbols, make it possible to specify such characteristics of the designated note sound as pitch, duration, and order of execution in relation to other sounds. The man saw that the sniper was too young, and therefore did not think that he had studied this topic in detail, so it was unlikely that his tool would compare with those already existing. But if Wang Shun accepts the master's offer and goes with him, then together they will create an instrument that they will call the one and only. First of all, the men went to the domain of Lone Wolf. Master Yu was very surprised when he realized that his new disciple was the very master of the Changsheng Hao court that everyone was talking about. The young man immediately showed his new acquaintance what kind of instrument he wanted to make and asked what materials would be required for this. He would provide everything. Seeing the model, which was unfamiliar to this day, the master of musical instruments was very surprised, not understanding what it was. The teacher noticed that there has never been such an instrument that I could fit right away, but if you make it, it will be simply incredible. This detailed design, the smooth touch of the fingers, it was like the sweetheart of a man's secret desires. It's good that once on a mission the young man had to work under the guise of a piano maker. There is also a detailed description of the inside of the instrument, but he could not draw it. The lone wolf was brought out of his thoughts by the cry of the butler, who ran as fast as he could to inform the master that trouble had happened. The servant said that some people invaded the village where they produced products for the salon and inexplicably kidnapped many people with knowledge from Hexin. All production of the salon was located outside the capital in small houses, and each house was responsible for certain products. The salon brought hard-earned profit. It is not surprising that greedy, envious people appeared. When Wang Sheng asked how many people were missing, the butler replied that there were approximately 30 houses, which meant more than 300 people, and all of them were from Hexin. Following with the blonde, Mei ran into the room, who also became aware of what trouble had happened. The beauty's voice trembled, and tears flowed from her eyes. She tried to somehow cope with the situation, but she failed. The young man tried to reassure his interlocutor, "I shouldn't worry. The fact that some people gained knowledge about production will in no way shake their salon. Since the incident happened near the capital, they will ask Chief Su to investigate the matter, and instead of worrying, they will go to see what happened to the houses." The paratrooper apologized to Master Yu because he had an urgent matter. The man could continue to calmly figure it out and inform the guy's people if he needed anything. On the same day, the emperor was informed of a disaster that had occurred in a settlement near the capital. Also, one of the servants reported that Mr. Wang Sheng went to inspect his houses, but he was not even allowed to enter the village and was now furious. The news also infuriated the head of state because, in his opinion, it was simply chaos. The man could not believe that his people took advantage of the soldier's predicament and took control of his houses, and even did not let him in. One of the men kneeling in front of the throne dared to look up and ask one question to the ruler today. Being the uncle of the emperor, he wanted to know whether the ruler's surname was Wang or Su. The brunette offered to do this if the old man paid 100 million gold for this year. He promised to pretend that he did nothing here. Realizing that there was still no other choice, the old man agreed to all the conditions of his master. The emperor and his wife looked after the guilty men. The woman understood that the elephant had many dirty plans, and such a small number of people would not be enough to get it. The couple decided they would read that this money was simply interest paid to the emperor. Meanwhile, in the lone wolf house, the process of making a piano is in full swing. The young people have even moved on to the internal filling. The young man was distracted from the process by the appearance of the emperor's confidant. The old man reported on the decision of the head of state and said that His Majesty was really very worried about what had happened. But also, Laoli promised that as long as he was at the complete disposal of the sniper, the guy could do whatever he wanted, or even kill anyone. The military man understood that the emperor took the money, and those people want him to bear responsibility for everything and kill the nobles behind the incident, but the guy was not going to take one of ours. Mayer added that all production links from raw materials to transportation are connected. Trade will definitely last another month, but if it turns out that there are no raw materials, they may be required to pay. The sniper looked at the girl and asked if she knew where they got the raw materials from. Did the beauty really think that those people would have the impudence? 2 types of raw materials were in the capital, and the other 3 were in Liaojun Temple, so they did not overlap at all. Trade would definitely bring in 10 million in a year, but they just had to wait. The soldier said that he could not solve this issue alone, and besides, he needed to play an instrument. Therefore, the warrior asked to tell the nobles of other states that he would share a share of his business with those who would help him understand the situation. The old man was shocked by such a request, but still did not dare to disobey. A few days later, Master Yu finished assembling the beautiful musical instrument. As soon as Lone Wolf touched the keys, a wave of pleasure enveloped him. Finally, his Yuanhun was satisfied. The young man didn't even think that he was so involved in art. The master of music had to admit that this was indeed a unique instrument. Its sound and number of octaves could not be compared with other instruments. The parachutist handed the notes to the teacher, explaining that he had once recorded a piece called Yuan Long and asked if he could play it. Having opened the notes, the man realized that he did not know such notes and how to read them. But the military man explained that it was a 5-line annotation and promised to teach his interlocutor to read it. Mayer watched the musicians from the side. She heard that the gentleman played simply magically, but she knew that such was his nature. If he needed to deal with something related to cultivation, the whole world would wait for him. In the evening, at dinner, Master Yu played a beautiful song for the young people, which said that with every step on the lake, fragments of time rise upward with the help of starlight. In this destiny, I is hastily looking for every opportunity to light the candle of my feelings for you. He will tell all my unsaid words to Yuan Hun, and one day he will become better with him, and they will enter infinity together. Lone Wolf felt as if he was somewhere in infinity as his entire body was enveloped in a glow. The young man smoothly descended into the Yuan Hun space. Before the sniper's eyes, his golden creature began to change shape and turned into something completely different. Now, in the place of the former golden lion, there was a dragon of the same color, who called his master by name. The soldier's eyes became several times larger because he could not even imagine that Yuan Hun could talk. The huge dragon told the young man that he had gained his power. The guy looked with all his eyes at the creature in front of him, but still could not understand who he was. Without any doubt, the monster replied that he was the skydiver's Yuan Hun, his essence, his heart's desire. The dragon believed that Lone Wolf should no longer be sad because of too many worries. Opening his eyes, Wang Sheng realized that he was in his bed, and an excited Mayer was sitting next to him. As soon as the beauty noticed that the gentleman had woken up, she wanted to rush into his arms and never let go. Since the sniper didn't remember anything, the beauty told him that that day he suddenly passed out, and he and Master Yu got worried and tried to wake up the soldier. But since playing the instrument no longer produced any effect, and when the soldier's condition stabilized, the lady took him to a room where he slept for 4 days and 4 nights. The paratrooper pulled the former owner of Bao King Yutong to him. He understood perfectly well that the beauty had not slept well all these days, and then he was grateful for her care. It was not difficult for her at all. And also, the girl continued your story. The emperor ordered that the property of 2 nobles and 2 heads of state involved in the salon business be confiscated, so that everything was returned to them. Wang Shen smiled. The head of state was quite quick. As soon as he heard that he was going to cooperate with other rulers, he immediately resolved everything himself. The young man knew that if he really began to cooperate with other states, they would become stronger day by day. And the emperor was definitely worried about this. Deciding that it was time to end bed rest, the sniper decided that he wanted to see Chief Su. The men were drinking tea at a round table in the emperor's room when Lao Li came in and congratulated the guy on his new improvement. The lone wolf winked slyly, saying that there was nothing special, because now it has become easier for him to cultivate, and he only achieved the 6th rank. Deciding that it was time to get down to business, the warrior asked the brunette if he had managed to find out who attacked the people in the village. Without a shadow of a doubt, the man replied that the Kaishuan Palace was completely standing. The young man had something to think about, because he knew that this was a clan of hermit nobles who had no need to threaten business under the patronage of the emperor. Chai Wei was probably behind everything. The brunette explained that they were impoverished. After all, their clan was very small, and compared to large states, it would not be possible to capture territory either. And besides, the poor Yin Hall had fallen into decay in recent years. Therefore, they were ready for any extremes. But from everything that the emperor said, the guy was most interested in what the Yin Hall was. Kaichuan had secret women's techniques, and the girls of that hall mastered them. Their bed skills were more amazing than the skills of beautiful concubines. It was an amazing forbidden toy. There were no nobles in the world who did not want to get such a girl, which means it was a great idea for a business. The emperor's eyes lit up in anticipation of profit. It seemed that they were already beginning to act. The man just had to do everything Wang Shen told him, and then in the end, a good gift would await him. Having found the right time, the young man quietly made his way into the territory of the palace of the Kaishuan clan. By the time anyone noticed that a killer had entered the house, the stranger had managed to neutralize several guards. Before dawn, there were already 100 defeated men on the palace grounds. In the morning, representatives of different families gathered in the emperor's palace, to whom the head of state informed that he had been very much insulted. There was one state that had insulted a man, and now he wanted to know if any of those present wanted to bring down his wrath on the enemy in his place. As a reward, the head of such a state will be awarded the status of a nobleman. The family representatives looked at each other. They couldn't believe that the brunette really wanted them to do the dirty work. Under the gaze of the angry emperor, more and more men refused his offer, because the heads of their states already belonged to the nobles. So it was better to let someone else take advantage of this opportunity. Under the surprised glances of all those present, one of the family representatives nevertheless decided to inquire what the head of state wanted. Perhaps he could help. Without hesitation for a second, the brunette announced that he wanted to destroy the state that had insulted him. Lao Li made a statement that Kaishuan showed their disrespect for the emperor and staged provocations in the capital, assuring that most of the strong masters of Kaishuan are now in Changjuedi, and their country has weakened, so even a small number of warriors will be enough to destroy their states. All the servants continued to listen to the emperor's speech and were ready to bow down. The emperor responded to the words of his guardian, saying that if he copes with this, then the heads of his states will receive the status of nobles, the title of Guna, which meant the status of the highest, and the lands will be given to him. The old man presented the scroll to the leader, coordinating with him the entire plan according to which they were going to act. After which, taking the scroll, the man said that each gong can divide the granted lands and transfer them to Bo and Z. Convincing that the power in these lands in the hands of these people will be his, the emperor, having made a speech, thought that Wang Shen told him that this is a way to divide the lands will help them weaken them and subtly turn them against each other. While the brunette was thinking, his subordinates obeyed him and, evading, accepted his plan, saying that the desire of their emperor is the law for them. After the order of the emperor, his 3 families named Zia, Tang, and Feng carried out a lightning attack on the kingdom of Kaishuan. And after the families entered the territory of the kingdom itself, they did not meet dangerous enemies, because before that, the sniper carried out a cleanup, removing 100 strong masters of Kaichuan. Also, the visiting families were mercilessly beheaded right in the palace of the ruler of the country, removing enemies one by one. The Yin Hall was also destroyed, and thousands of beautiful girls were taken into slavery. But without finishing the sentence, the paratrooper interrupted Mayer. A lone wolf drinking tea heard how much was destroyed and spat it out, unable to contain his shock. Stunned by such news, the young man was amazed by such news and could not believe that this had happened, repeating over and over again what the lady told him. The girl told the warrior that the heads of the three families conveyed great gratitude to him for killing hundreds of strong masters and helping them easily destroy Kaichuan. So they sent him hundreds of beauties from Kaichuan as a gift, and these were already waiting for him in the capital. Having heard such information, Wang Sheng was discouraged by such news, especially by such a gift, because as it turned out, according to their stories, he looked like some kind of maniac in their eyes. Suddenly, someone entered the building, and at this point the conversation between the guy and the lady was interrupted. The information did not expect anything to come. As it turned out, two ladies who were Chang Wei and some unknown woman entered the building, who thanked the gentleman for saving them, saying that they would never forget this to him. The military man, without being taken aback, immediately told Chang Wei that she was serious, and if she had not told everything to Ah Chi, then he would not have been able to navigate Kaichuan so well, and thanked her for everything. So he expressed and showed a respectful gesture and asked the girl what about her who was standing next to Qian Wei. Because of the guy's words, the mysterious girl was surprised by his address to her and at first did not say a word, to which the sniper thought that the girl looked sweet and smart. But he could definitely tell that the energy of a top-level master emanated from her. The mysterious girl suddenly told the warrior that she had been the head of the Yin Hall for a long time, and, introducing herself, said that her name was Tan Tai Yao, adding that now they really had nowhere to go. So she asked him to give them shelter. The guy was very thoughtful about Tan Tai Yao's words. Meanwhile, Mayer really didn't like that they talked for a long time and was irritated. Chiang Wei, joining the conversation between Wang Sheng and Tan Tai Yao, said that the head was already 65 years old and she looked so young because she was well preserved. In response to the words of the guest, the soldier and the girl were very surprised at how well the head was preserved, saying that it was not just well preserved, it was simply an ageless goddess. The lady came closer to Tan Tai Yao and took her hands tightly in hers, telling her that from that day on she was her idol, adding that she would take care of herself as she told her and would cultivate as she told her. Wang Shen, taking the former owner of Bao King Yutong tightly from behind, told her that it was enough to pester an innocent woman, adding that he and the head had an affair planned. The guest asked the gentleman in surprise that how could such a strong master like him suddenly decide to condescend to her and come here? The parachutist, that he himself knows that they only own this very technique, and it doesn't matter how good they were in cultivation because they didn't really have attack skills, to which he did not agree, saying that very strong energy emanated from them. They definitely had not only this. Tan Tai Yao, seeing Lone Wolf, came closer to him and said that he was very insightful and that was commendable, saying that in fact she herself had recently learned about this. A new acquaintance revealed the story to the young man that before reaching the legendary rank, they used their technique, and only as toys they became each time younger, more beautiful, and so on. She also said that once they reached the legendary rank, they made a huge leap and became truly high-class masters. The girl was a first-class master who fought mercilessly and eliminated every enemy in her path. Tan Tai Yao honestly admitted to Wang Shun that she had reached this rank only recently, so she had not yet had time to inform Chiang Wei. So she asked the guy not to be surprised by her words. After the words of the head, the guy thought about them, thinking about what to do next. The military man, taking a fighting stance, spoke about the girls who were sent to him, missing the thought that perhaps they were also from the Yin Hall. The lady said in response to the guy's question that partly most of the girls who were sent to him were from the Yin Hall. These words confirmed the guy's guesses. He lit up with joy, saying that in this case everything was fine, because if she helped them reach the legendary rank, after all, their Changshenghu court will immediately gain many high-class masters, adding that thanks to this they will defeat everyone. After Wang Shen's bright words, Mayer and Tan Tai Yao froze in place and thought about the words, weighing the pros and cons. The former owner, having thought it over, told the sniper that she didn't doubt him, because others, when they see beautiful girls, think about all sorts of perversions, but he, on the contrary, wanted to help them learn to fight. Tan Tai Yao, placing her hand on the warrior's shoulder, said that this mission would be difficult but doable, inviting the guy to wait until the girls arrived, and then they would see according to the circumstances how to proceed. Afterwards, the girl, looking at Chang Wei, ordered her to take off her cover, to which she, listening to her mistress, agreed with her. The young man turned to Mei Er, asking her to place the girls in the Wang yard so that they would be comfortable, and also so that they would come to their senses, and after a week he would visit them. Qiang Wei, returning back, surprised everyone with her appearance, saying that she was in danger in the city, so she had to change her appearance a little. The main character, seeing the girl's appearance, was very embarrassed because she was gorgeous. Meanwhile, Master Yu obsessively sorted through the crumpled papers on which were the notes of the songs. He laughed loudly as if he were not of this world. The master almost despaired, but he still managed to find something he liked. Having finished his work, the man shouted with joy, because now he had finished his song. Meanwhile, in the Changshenghao Palace, a melodious orchestra sounded and captivated with its music, while Tan Taiyao, Wang Shun, and Mei Er enjoyed a wonderful concert. The former mistress of Bao King Yu Tang really liked the music that Master Yu wrote. She enjoyed every song that played in their throne room. Thus, Lone Wolf, who was sitting on the throne, was very surprised, thinking that he did not expect that Master Yu could assemble a whole orchestra for such an event. The parachutist suddenly stood up and hugged Master Yu on the shoulder, which surprised him very much, telling him that it was very cool that everyone in the orchestra played at the same tempo, and they were all able to work together. While listening to music, the young man came up with a very interesting idea. In this situation, they could build a conservatory so that the orchestra could perform in it. Laughing, the sniper said that this art would become available to a large number of people, and their capital would become the center of the economy and culture. And even though they may not have had enough military power, they would raise their status by doing so. Meanwhile, in the Wang courtyard, the girls were preparing for the arrival of the master, wearing their best silk outfits to impress with their beauty. Entering the building where there were many beautiful young girls standing, the paratrooper walked confidently greeting them, to which they bowed to him in return as a sign of respect. Walking through the hall, the warrior thought that the girls were still restless about what was happening, and, noticing a beauty in a yellow robe on the way, he introduced himself to her by name, but in response she was very angry in his direction. The girl, thinking that it was another man who wanted to harm her and humiliate her, so suddenly rushed straight at the guy with a knife, shouting after him for the scoundrel to die. But the soldier, having reacted in time, deftly dodged the knife, first throwing back the girl's hand and taking her wrist. He pulled the hand with the knife back, to which everyone around him watched in horror at the whole picture that was happening. Meanwhile, Tan Taiyao, seeing how one of the girls attacked a military man with a knife, screamed at her that how dare she attack him, directing strong magical energy in the form of a dragon towards the girl. The spiritual energy flew away. The former worker of the Yin Hall further down the hall, and she fell to the ground and lay immobilized. The lone wolf sighed very heavily and approached the beauty lying on the floor, told her something. He understands everything, and the culprit must answer for his actions because her loved one was killed. That's why she was so thirsty for revenge. Also asking if it seemed to her that at that moment she was wrong and attacked completely the wrong person, because he was engaged in private trade and did not wish harm to anyone, and even when his village was suddenly attacked, should the young man really have sat idly by? The lady replied that the warrior himself could not provide security for his village, because this only proved that he was worthless in this situation, to which the guy agreed, but also said that only he could provide security and save the village. Wang Shun said to his interlocutor a little irritably that therefore the people from their country who carried out the attack had to die, asking if she understood now. Turning to the other girls who were standing in the hall, he said whether anyone else was thinking like a beauty, saying that if someone has anything against him, then let him express everything to his face, promising not to harm anyone. To which Tan Taiyao convinced the soldier that there were no more such girls, saying that before, students of the Yin Hall married nobly, chose their chosen one, but could not have children. Then, the groom's mother did not press them and lived happily. But the hostess also said that when Kaishuan became an independent country, everyone seemed to be blown away. People began to forcefully appropriate the girls from the Yin Hall, so the income dropped significantly. The idea of robbing a business salon came to mind, so the girls from the Yin Hall were branded with shame. They were considered entertainment, so all the girls were heartbroken. The woman also pointed out the girl who attacked Wang Sheng, saying that she was also bullied and all the girls from Yin Hall hate those people and wish them death. The young man, after listening to the whole story of these girls, said that he was very sorry because they did not even have a drop of courage left to survive. The paratrooper spoke directly to the girl who attacked him, saying that her husband had hurt her and treated her disgustingly, but she could not go against him and now he was dead, and she was still trying to avenge him. Turning to the rest of the girls in the hall, saying that he sees that this girl is not the only one because other girls also wanted revenge, he will not stand in their way and simply advise them to think about it carefully. The beauty told the gentleman that if she had not deceived herself and forced herself to believe that her husband loved her, how would she have coped with such a heavy burden? The lone wolf told the girl not to worry so much about it and would rather treat everything with regret. The sniper, after a conversation with the young lady, asked the head to take her to a safe place, and when she got up, the girl was completely exhausted and could barely walk on her feet. Walking forward, the girl looked towards the young man and thanked him for supporting and helping them. The soldier, hearing the lady's words, replied that he understood everything. But in the Wang court there is one rule, and if they reach the 4th rank in cultivation, then they can buy them out of slavery and then they can become free. To which the workers, having listened to the words of the young man, believed and trusted him, saying that the last decisive word would be theirs. Leaving the palace with Mei Er, she was very jealous of the military man towards others and could not stand it when someone touched him, to which she said that she wanted to teach the workers a lesson so that they would apologize to him. Wang Shen, patting the beauty on the head, asked her why she was more angry even than he was. The guy explained that they simply had a difficult fate, and that's why they were like that. Meanwhile, in the Song Palace, the situation was changing at great speed and was becoming more and more unpredictable. Song Yan spent every day with her father. Over his bed, she was very worried about him and did everything to make him recover. But the parent understood every day that his time to die was coming closer. He was very grateful to his daughter for taking care of him all the time. Before his death, Song Guogong wanted to have time to apologize to the girl and asked her to forgive him because he believed that he was to blame for her. But his daughter asked him not to say that, because she had already forgiven him a long time ago. Before his last breath, the head of the family managed to tell the beauty to do what she had been planning to do for a long time and managed to gently touch his daughter's face with his palms. But as she touched her palms to Song Yan, she felt her father's hand gradually begin to weaken and fell on the bed exhausted, and her father breathed his last. The daughter begged her parent not to leave her alone and hoped to the last that he would still live. Song Guogong, who was bedridden for a long time due to illness, could not stand it and suddenly died. After the man's death, Princess Song Yan was introduced to the entire kingdom and told that she would take over her father's throne. The daughter of Song Guogong, after the death of her parent, having taken his place on the throne, told their courtiers that the situation in the Celestial Empire began to gradually change. After the decision was made, the beauties came to the gentleman to voice it. Tan Taiyao said that they want to redeem themselves, but after that they plan to continue to cooperate with Lone Wolf. The young man didn't mind, but wanted to find out what the beauties meant by the concept of cooperation. If the parachutist promises that the girls will live in peace, then in return, all he has to do is nod to him, and they will immediately become his. Tan Taiyao promised that they would turn the sniper's room into a heavenly place where he could do whatever he wanted with them, because they even mastered the technique of transforming into a different gender. Sighing heavily, the warrior informed the head of the Yin Hall that, in this matter, it is not enough for a person to be beautiful, because if there are no feelings for each other, it is called simply using a person. The military man really treated the lady with respect and hoped that in the future she would also begin to respect herself. The parachutist realized that if these beauties had lived in his time, they would probably have been models with a bunch of suitors. But in this world, they have to endure such an attitude towards themselves. Times have really changed a lot. After thinking a little, the young man realized that he could introduce modern clothes into fashion and sell them. In her son interrupting the guy's thoughts, the head of the Yin clan said that she would then order her female workers to reach her cultivation rank as soon as possible so that they could be useful. The young man already liked this proposal, but he also wanted to know that the beauty would be needed for life, because before that, the interlocutor had said that it would not be so easy to do. According to Tan Taiyao's assumptions, at least 5 million gold would be needed to provide for the girls. And besides, it was necessary that they not deny themselves anything. Whatever, the sniper had plenty of money, so it was not a problem. Besides, the young man had already figured out how the female workers would earn money. Having presented his sketches to the beauties, the warrior said that this was called underwear. It fit tightly to the body and was very comfortable in it, including when fighting. The Yin Hall disciple's cheeks were flushed, although she could see that the fabric was tight to her body, but the robe still seemed quite revealing. The guy didn't understand what was wrong with it and why the beauty suddenly felt shy because, in fact, he had seen many girls who wore this for convenience. But the main thing is not to think about how others would like it. All the workers were very beautiful, so they could wear it with confidence. According to the young man, their figures and faces were their greatest wealth. Having received a surge of inspiration, Wang Shun, with new strength, began to create new sketches of underwear. A month later, the students of the Yin Hall appeared before the master in new images that he himself created. Approaching one of the beauties, the sniper said that her hairstyle did not fit here, and it was worth making it simpler. After a few simple manipulations, the girl appeared with a new hairstyle, which she really liked. In her opinion, her hair began to look simply amazing. Meyer approached and told the gentleman that, on his orders, everyone had already set up a clothing store and boutique, and also organized a fashion show, but she was interested in what the name of their new business would be. After thinking a little, the parachutist said that he would need to think more about the sports equipment that he had talked about earlier. Turning to his business partner, the guy said that he wanted to name the clothing brand May, and they would call the branch of sportswear, modeling underwear, and classic clothing Chang Wei. This branch should have been entrusted to his old friend. The lady was flattered that the sniper decided to use their names in the title, but also wanted to know what the name of the fashion show hall would be. Remembering his beautiful bride, Lone Wolf announced that it would be called the Hall of Wonderful Flowers. On the day of the show, two girls looked carefully at the new fashion show hall. I wish you to remain incognito. Beauty of the Week puts on your face masks. On the day of the show, their first show began at the Beautiful Flowers Hall over the weekend. Beautiful girls in new lingerie models paraded across the stage, shocking the sophisticated audience. The girl who watched all this disgrace, I could understand what kind of business Wang Sheng had. Her escort believed that the guy simply decided to make money from women, and as it turned out, for this he had 600 seductresses. Beautiful girls in high heels paraded before the lady's eyes, but she was not sure that such shoes could be useful in battles. The companion immediately realized that it was Wang Shun's design, which means it could be useful, because he knew that he liked the girl, but she also noted that there were no nautical models on the catwalk at all. It seems the guy sells clothes only for women's tastes. After visiting the parachutist's new store, the escort asked the head if she really didn't want to notify the young man about their visit. A young man himself appeared before the lady's eyes, and he himself guessed everything. The young man met Princess Sun Yan at the door of her room, winked slyly and asked if she would show him what she bought and what she liked. Meanwhile, the guard guarding the princess wondered in surprise how the sniper could find the lady, because she did not leave her a single step. The girl, having calmed the escort, asked not to pay attention to Wang Shun and his words, but rather to stay and guard her room. Song Yin, entering the room together with Lone Wolf, sharply slammed the doors in front of the escort and threw the guy straight onto the bed. Having fallen right on the parachutist, the girl put her hand on his shoulder so that he could not move and said that he lived here himself with a girl of indescribable beauty, asking if he liked it and laughed sweetly. The young man, in response to the princess's question, said that she had mixed up something and that close to him, in Van's yard, there were as many as 600 beauties living. At this answer, Song Yun became very angry, jealous of her lover because she wanted to be his only beauty. Out of jealousy, the beauty abruptly grabbed the soldier by the clothes and, unexpectedly for him, kissed him sweetly, without letting go of his clenched clothes. After a long kiss, the military man sighed sweetly. It was the most tender and unexpected kiss, full of passion and subtle tenderness. Stepping back, Son Yan blushed, embarrassed by such a sweet kiss, looked at the sniper and said that he was only trying to annoy her with such words. After this, the lady lost control and tightly grabbed the guy's clothes, deciding to take them off, to which the young man replied with a smile that he was just a merchant and would not dare to refuse her. The lone wolf, taking the princess in his arms, carefully laid her on the bed, blushing with embarrassment. He could not take his eyes off her beauty and began to kiss her tenderly. While the head of the Song family and her lover were secluded, the guard standing at the door, unable to bear it, fell asleep at her post. The guy and his beloved, relaxing in bed, were talking. He looked carefully at his beloved and asked if she had been tired lately, inquiring about her condition. To the warrior's question, the interlocutor replied that everything was fine, but after the death of her father, a lot had changed. She added that sometimes you have to be tough in order to appease evil people. Holding back tears, Sun Yan admitted that sometimes she gets very tired and misses her loved one, dreaming of seeing him as soon as possible. The young man, putting his hand on the beauty's head, reassured her, saying that she was doing an excellent job because governing the country is not easy, and not everyone could do it like she did. Wang Shen, hugging the princess tightly, promised her that no matter what, he would always be there. She smiled, knowing that his words were true. Suddenly, Lone Wolf remembered that the premiere would soon be held at the Emperor's Theater. He asked if the young lady would like to join him. The girl responded to the invitation with interest, promising to honor him with her visit. She was delighted with this idea and was looking forward to the event. The paratrooper enthusiastically told his beloved about the premiere, where there would be a beautiful building, an orchestra performance, and the work of masters of their craft, convincing her that it would be a paradise for the eyes and ears. Sniper described the premiere in grandiose terms, asking the girl what she thought of it and whether she was interested in going to the event. In response to the soldier's words, the princess told him that she didn't think he was so narcissistic, also winking at him playfully. To which the guy, overjoyed, told his beloved that the most interesting was yet to come, stroking it slyly with the palms of his hands and smiling. Suddenly, Sun Yan turned back and noticed how her servants were standing behind her and holding in their hands many things that they were carrying for her. Wang Shen, pointing his hand at the court servants, told the girl that these were gifts from the emperor because he was glad to welcome her to the capital. But the beauty was not entirely happy with the words and gifts presented, telling the young man that she had asked him to keep her visit a secret. In response to the girl's words, the guy said that these gifts were not intended for the head of Song, but for Wang Sheng's wife, so no one could reveal her visit, to which the beauty gently touched her lover's cheek, saying affectionately that he was a scoundrel because he turned out to be very cunning. Suddenly, a lady entered their room, surprising both with her presence and rather confusing the soldier, to which the young lady asked the guy what this woman was doing here. As it turned out, the young couple was joined by the former owner of Bao King Yutang, who also wanted to be close to Wang Sheng and spend her time with him. The lone wolf was sitting at a table with two attractive women who were very attracted to him, which made the guy even more constrained in his words and actions. The two ladies were at odds all the time because they always wanted to tease each other by showing each other in an unfavorable light, and therefore the princess told Mei-er that she had a lot of important things to do and therefore did not have time to take care of herself. To which the opponent smiled and said that she was helping Wang Shen regain the right to sell sprinkles, which is why she looked so tired, saying that the girl was luckier because she was only selling her appearance. The soldier sitting in the center of the table felt how the beauties were at enmity with each other and almost fought with each other for him. Having decided to smooth out the situation and calm the girls so that they would no longer quarrel, the warrior tried to transfer all their attention to the performance that was about to begin. The ladies, having listened to the sniper, reluctantly agreed to silently listen to the speeches, although they were still very unhappy with each other's presence. Suddenly, in the presence of everyone in the hall, the performance of Master Yu and his team began, taking all the attention to themselves. After the concert, Lone Wolf headed to Yuan Hun's space to talk to his dragon. The creature claimed that music was more than just sound. Although the young man did not understand what the monster wanted to convey to him, he insisted that he had nothing more to say. The soldier was a little annoyed, because even his own Yuan Hun did not want to help him, which was very tiring. After the sniper returned to the real world, he realized that he was still sitting in the concert hall with two beautiful ladies. Having gone out into the street, the young people headed to their home, and at that time the paratrooper was thinking about the words that the dragon said to him, about the fact that music is not only sound. Unexpectedly, the silence was broken by the former mistress of Bao King Yutang. She said that it was already quite late, and therefore she and the master should return to the residence and rest. Understanding what her rival was getting at, Song Yan took the young man's other hand and reminded him that she was only in the city for a few days, and therefore wanted to spend as much time with him as possible. The girls' quarrels did not stop for a long time, because one argued that it could be dangerous on the street at night, and the other was completely ready to rely on the abilities of the military man. The unexpected appearance of Dao Ling Shu literally saved the soldier. The smiling savior reminded him that the guy seemed to be going to write a song for him today. Under the dissatisfied glances of the beauties, the man headed to the master's room. On the way, the warrior said that his Yuan Hun had said some strange things about notes. Mocking, the teacher said that even a hero was difficult to resist the beauty's charms, and in the case of his student, there were even two of them, and asked which one he liked more. The parachutist tried to brush off his mentor, but he reminded him that he still only had to spend the evening with him. The founder of the Lao Temple decided that since he had saved the young man, perhaps he would still write a song for him. To somehow pass the time, the man headed to the gazebos by the water. Wang Shen complained to the master that he would like to go to Changjuedi for cultivation, but did not understand why everything was happening so slowly. The relaxed Dao Lingshu said that his students just had to have a little patience, then he would definitely succeed. After drinking a little intoxicating drink, the lone wolf informed his teacher that today he would still sing for him. Can you imagine that this is an improvised stage? The young man came to the center of the gazebo and began his song with the word Tao. The Tao that can be cultivated with words is not the permanent Tao, the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao. All this is complete nonsense. And the guy ended his performance with the verse, "I will find my own way. Everyone is looking for their own path." Here is the admiration of his student. The master was simply delighted. In his opinion, it was simply excellent. The military man asked his interlocutor if he liked the song, to which he replied that the performance was incredible. It seems that the guys still have a lot of surprises hidden in them. After thinking a little, the sniper asked what the phrase about music being more than just sound meant to Dao Lingshu, to which he replied that perhaps it meant a cultivation method. According to the young man, the man was somehow strange, since all his thoughts were only about cultivation. In this case, the former elder asked what the meaning of these words could be and why the guy was asking about this. Had he really decided to become a man of art? Closing his eyes, Lone Wolf wondered how music could even be used in cultivation. Initially, the state of sound is waves that appear due to air vibrations. Before the warrior used the hieroglyph Zhen and realized that it would somehow affect the cultivation process. Perhaps it was the same with sound. Opening his eyes, Wang Sheng happily told his teacher that he finally understood everything, but noticed that he was already fast asleep. Watching the sleepy man, the young man realized that he was still a great friend. At the other end of the country, the man was informed that a stranger had organized some major event in the capital, in the Emperor's Theater, and many people had come to see him. The unknown person threw a bag full of gold coins at the mercenary's feet and ordered him to make some noise there. The scoundrel should not have allowed the sniper to relax for a minute. The military man and Master Yu stood on the stage and looked at the empty theater when the young man asked his partner if he trusted him. Since the teacher answered in the affirmative, the soldier confided that music could help in cultivation. The soldier's words angered the master of musical instruments, because he decided that the guy was simply mocking him. In his defense, the young man said that he had studied all the information in detail. After all, if you think about it, the orchestra consisted of the best masters, and when playing musical instruments, they used spiritual energy, and therefore it was already a difficult game. And if they hold a concert in the Imperial Hall, using certain techniques, then this will enhance the effect. The 9-syllable mantra and music complement each other. This moves a lot of spiritual energy, and this movement can contribute to improvement. The master could not believe that it would work because he had been playing musical instruments for many years and had never heard of such an effect. If this was truly true, then musicians would be able to become even stronger than pill and elixir cultivators. Therefore, if a man does everything exactly as Wang Shun says, then his status will rise to the skies. People had already begun to gather near the premises. The head of the Zhongguan Temple and the monk Lin Shu had arrived, as well as 15 mercenaries from Wu Yu, the head of the city, and the head of Yu Baozhai. The herald also said that the elder of the Song State had arrived, although the guy knew that the head of state was now next to him. But their representative was only the elder. The beauty did not agree that her fiancé was approaching, because Song's representative was still there, and she could not appear so openly in front of the operator. Realizing that it was time to start the concert, Lone Wolf stepped forward, trying to attract the attention of everyone present. The young man had already said before that music could help cultivation, but everyone thought that he was simply crazy, so today everyone will see for themselves and understand why he said it. The guy also said that the guard consisted of masters from the Yongguan Temple, the Emperor's court, and envoys from other states, so those present did not have to worry about their safety. After all, if someone dares to start a fight in the hall, he will become Wang Shen's personal enemy. Well now, it was time to begin. Lone Wolf was ready to invite his guests into a new age of cultivation. All visitors headed into the hall, from which enchanting music flowed. When the concert began, no one could tear themselves away. The soldier brought his bride to the balcony, saying that no one would come there, so they could sit quietly. The sounds that echoed throughout the Imperial Hall were simply incredible. and therefore the girl thought that she really felt something. A stream of blue soul energy burst out of the beauty's body as her Yuanhun moved to a new level. Losing her balance, Head of State Song leaned on her lover. "I watch my bride with tenderness." The parachutist stroked her head. He was very glad that everything worked out for her. To give the lady the opportunity to fully restore her strength, the groom took her to a room specially prepared the day before. Returning to his seat, the young man realized that Sun Yan was not the only one who had increased her level today. Streams of spiritual energy were emanating from everyone present in the hall. The soldier's hands also began to glow. The resonance in the music along with spiritual energy helps a person make a breakthrough, especially if he was already close to it. The parachutist, in a fit of joy, jumped onto the balcony railing, not noticing that an unknown man with a weapon was standing behind him. The stranger drew his dagger from its sheath, attracting Lone Wolf's attention. Wang Shen realized that the scoundrel had rushed into the bedroom where the princess was resting and ran to intercept him. Approaching the bastard, the paratrooper asked who he was that he dared to cause disturbances on his territory. The military man knew that under no circumstances should he prevent Song Yan from obtaining an enhancement and should not affect the energy fluctuations in this hall. Folding two fingers into signs unfamiliar to the young man, the scoundrel seemed to evaporate, and in his place only a black piece of material remained. Looking down from the balcony, the warrior signaled to Dao Ling Shu, "Let me understand that a stranger had made his way to them." Although this time the scoundrel managed to escape, the military man will not simply leave this situation. The next day, the only talk in the city was about those who had passed the concert. Many managed to get promoted or improve their abilities. The guests thought that the master's cultivation method was simply amazing, but for the young man, the main thing was that everyone liked it. Left alone, Wang Shen told the master that quite a few people had received improvement. It seemed that the hall and orchestra would now gain unprecedented popularity. The founder of the Lao Temple agreed, but also reminded that the people were from different states and strata, which means it would be difficult to keep such a situation under control. The man said that the one who caused the commotion was one of Uyu's 15 mercenaries, which greatly angered the warrior, because if he had disrupted the energy fluctuations, it would have affected all 300 people in the hall. The master explained his guess by saying that the scoundrel had mastered many deft techniques, and besides, he himself could not fight in the hall, and this said a lot. Understanding what the teacher was driving at, Lone Wolf decided that it was necessary to let those who could do it fight. Meanwhile, the capital's inn had its own atmosphere, and outside it was a sunny, serene day. A messenger came to Mr. Secretary who told him that the gentleman from Chang Shenghao had ordered a letter to be delivered so that he could explain to him why things were this way. The man, reading the letter, thought that if the mercenary had completed the task on time, then everything would have been completely different. The manager was very angry, thinking that all the cultivators could have died or, at best, escaped with injuries, because this made Uyu an enemy of the entire Celestial Empire. Thinking about Wang Shen, he thought that before leaving, the head of the country did not tell him that they had any plans, and also thought that the first thing that needed to be done was to find the culprit. The messenger also showed the man the box and said that his master also told him to give this truth pill. When the manager saw the box with the truth pill, he was very surprised, because Lone Wolf had once told him that he wanted to first find out who was behind it. The man, having received the parcel from the messenger, bowed to him, thanked him, and told him to convey his gratitude to the gentleman for sending him everything he needed. Suddenly, one of the guards brought a prisoner whom they had captured, and having removed the bag from his head, it was clearly visible that he did not know where he was. Approaching the criminal, the chief realized that it was Yen Yao and said that he was the ideal choice, because he would definitely have the courage to betray the Wu Yu state. The manager also noted that the traitor, of all 15 mercenaries, had the largest number of tricks and tricks, to which the guy responded by saying, "Wouldn't that be a betrayal? After all, he was just doing his task for money." The man began to interrogate the scoundrel, asking him who he worked for and from whom he received such a task, because if he did not answer, then he would not vouch for himself. The guy said that according to the rules of mercenaries, it was impossible to extradite the one who ordered them, asking if he really wanted him to break these rules. To which the chief gave up, and immediately said that the guards should carry that very pill of truth, from which they will learn everything, if he does not want to talk to them. The manager also ordered the guards to take away from the guy all the items that would help him get out or not succumb to interrogation, and also ordered him to be tied up and said that they were going to Chang Shenghao. Meanwhile, In the courtyard of Changshengho, Wang Sheng studied the note delivered to them, and in the hall sat a detainee who was tied up and his movements were constrained. Having studied the note, the paratrooper said that no matter how many times he took pity on the detainee, all this would be completely useless because he still would not have learned his lesson. Dao Lingshu believed that they acted rather riskily because their leader was in the hall, and the scoundrel was not afraid that disrupting energy fluctuations could harm him. To which the guy replied that if it weren't for the magic truth pill and Uyu's quick reaction, they would never have known who was behind all this. But this was their first collaboration with others, and something has already happened wrong. It is unknown how the young man can now trust others. The gentleman gave the butler an order for Wu Yu, for anyone involved in the Bao King Yutang Hall. He will give 50,000 gold for a person from Hexen, and the one who kills them first will receive 200,000 gold. After thinking about the words, the soldier said that the letter described his interrogation, and even though he worked for the wrong people, he still did not break the rules, saying that for this he was a noble man. Also noting that people with such camouflage skills and techniques it was not often possible to meet him. The young man asked the mercenary why he took on the order. He knew who the stranger was, but he still had the courage to appear here. To which the guy said that he was ready to do anything for the sake of money, and if Wang Shun had offered him a large sum, he would have brought him at least the head of the owner of Bao King Yutang. In response, Lone Wolf looked at him carefully and said that he was just crazy, thinking that he and Mayer would find a common language. Suddenly, interrupting the conversation, a lady flew into the hall at full speed and told the sniper very urgent news, saying that there was trouble in their village and people were killed. Wang Shen was very alarmed by this news, asking the girl exactly how many people were killed there. The beauty, with tears in her eyes, replied that hundreds of people were killed there. The killers left no one alive, saying that children, guards, and old people were also dead. After hearing the news from Mayer, the guy ordered to find the criminals, and he was very angry, because now the criminals were attacking innocent peasants who had done absolutely nothing to them. The beauty found the note in the village and gave it to advisor Wang Shun, who carefully studied its contents. The man told the gentleman that he thought that those people who left this note left it on purpose so that the young man's henchman would find it and read it. The advisor showed a sheet of paper that stated that the one who killed the attacker's son would not live in this world. The advisor believed that those who left the note wanted to provoke the guy, to which the military man got angry, saying that the man who left the note was a psycho and committed a crime himself, sacrificing little in order to achieve more, after which, on the contrary, he decided to interfere with him. Entering the prisoner, the sniper said that now this was his chance, because in the Changshenghao courtyard there was the largest influx of money in the entire Celestial Empire, so the boy would get as much money as he wanted. The soldier asked the scoundrel to do him a favor, to spread the news that Bao King Yutang was secretly planning to endanger the people who were engaged in cultivation in the Imperial Hall. In the evening, the warrior sat down to read a letter from his bride. The princess wrote that the capital had changed a lot and that the state of Song was waiting for her. And the lady also warned the guy that the Xia family was plotting something against him. But she also told him not to worry, since the girl had already sent her fearless warriors to find out more information about the current situation. After reading the letter, Wang Shun thought about the mention of the Xia family in it, that the events in the capital had caused a lot of noise, and now everyone was trying to throw trouble at him. After thinking it over and reading such a detailed letter from the princess, the paratrooper was very grateful to her for warning him about the threat, and at the same time, deep in his heart, he really missed Song Yan and wanted to see her. Having thanked the beauty, the lone wolf heard something say his name and a noise that came from the ceiling. Suddenly, the girl's body fell from it to the floor, and looking back, the young man saw Aki and asked what she was doing here. Approaching the girl closer, the sniper asked what happened, to which she replied that the master was in the capital, and in Wu Yu, it was completely unsafe. And recently, her friend from the Xia family reported that he and Bao King Yutang were acting together. The military man, getting to his feet, said to himself that only a few days had passed since his friend died, and they were doing such things. Then the beauty said that she left Wu Yu, but mercenaries followed her, and when she reached Tianjuedi, she killed some of them. And as it turned out, these people were from the Xia family, but since there were many people, she had to flee. Aki also said that she was very worried that they would want to hide this information and that there might be dangerous people with Wang Sheng, so she hurried to the capital to meet him. The young man smiled, placing his hand on her head, telling her that there was no need to worry, and if those masters did not know who she was, then she would not have been allowed into Changshanghao City. The guy also believed that she was his stupid little student, saying that the criminals had disturbed all his dear beauties and he would not forget it so easily. The lone wolf will take revenge, because he won't give it up so easily. The next day, the young man called the butler again and ordered him to send a letter to the Xia family, and also asked them to explain in detail why they were pursuing Aki. For now, the girl should rest. The full answer will come no earlier than in 3 days. Soon, in a city on the border with the state of Chu, all the students were exterminated. A threatening note was again left at the Baoqing Yutong crime scene. At the same time, the Chu family's home in Tianqiudi was attacked with poisonous substances. The family's losses were enormous, many disciples were killed, and the Chu family itself became despondent. According to many, the Yutong and Baoqing simply went crazy. And okay, they declared war on Wangshen, but now they attacked the state of Chu. It seems they had some trump card up their sleeve that no one knew about. Yan Yao came with a report on the crime scene, saying that he had found a feather in the village where everyone was killed. The sniper thought that people from Baoqing Yutang could have flown in on birds, but then it was completely unclear how many there were. Tiredly rubbing his eyes, Lone Wolf asked whether the Chu family attacked their offenders to take revenge. The reporter confirmed the gentleman's guess, saying that the Chu family really went to Tianqiudi and killed everyone from Baoqing Yutang who was there. But the strangest thing was that the military center of the attackers was empty in one night, and it is not clear where these people fled to. Wang Sheng wanted to know if there was another place where they could hide. In fact, according to the killer, such a place could be in the southern mountains. Interrupting the conversations, the butler entered the room and informed the gentleman that the elder of the state of Chu had arrived, who asked to meet with the guy. He was now waiting at the gate. Having decided to meet with the family representative, the paratrooper ordered him to be immediately taken to the reception hall. As soon as the military man and his companion entered the hall, the guest rose from his seat to greet the owner of the mansion. The soldier noticed that the visitor's appearance, cultivation level, and energy were exactly like the elder he had seen before, but his aura was not the same. Yan Yao felt the same thing as the soldier and therefore pushed the young man aside, covering him with his body. Smiling, the young man said that the man could stop pretending and asked where he was from, perhaps from Wu Yu or Shenhua Yu, or maybe from Baoqing Yutang. The guest looked at Lone Wolf in surprise. He could not believe that his cover would be blown so quickly. The man smiled. He didn't expect anything else, but not wanting to give up so easily, he took a dagger out of his sleeve. The scoundrel immediately rushed to attack. If he died, he would take Wang Sheng's head with him. If I did not allow the stranger to carry out his plan, the killer stepped in front of him, defending his master. But the guest turned out to be much stronger than the mercenary and threw him aside with one blow. Realizing that there was no longer time to hesitate, the paratrooper immediately rushed to attack the attacker. Hearing a loud sound coming from the reception hall, armed guards rushed into the middle. The men immediately surrounded the guest, preventing him from coming to his senses and getting to his feet for a new attack. Realizing that something terrible was happening, the former owner of Baoqing Yutang burst into the hall and was very scared for the young man. Mayer immediately rushed to examine the guy for injuries. She wanted to tell what happened in the hall and who dared to send this man for the soldier. Pointing to Yan Yao, the sniper said that it was he who helped him, risking his own life, so the young man had time to strike back at the enemy. That is why Lone Wolf told the girl to immediately order the mercenaries' wounds to be treated. Continuing to give orders, the young man also ordered that they still prepare a truth pill. It was necessary for the elder to tell everything. A servant ran into the reception hall. He urgently needed to convey the latest news to the gentleman. The mansion employee reported that country elder Q was again waiting for the paratrooper at the gate. When Mei found out what happened, she was furious because the butler had brought the wrong person. He would have had no excuse if the master had gotten hurt. The warrior took the girl by the hand, trying to stop her angry tirade. The whole servant was not at all to blame, and therefore it was not worth taking out your anger on him. The beauty couldn't understand why the guy was talking to her like that, because she didn't do anything, but was just very worried about the soldier. Smiling, the most good-natured smile she could muster, the sniper said that everything was fine and asked the butler to escort the real Elder Chu. A very nervous man surrounded by security sat at the table in front of Wang Shun. The guests had already talked about the situation that happened before his visit, and therefore he did not know how to justify himself now. The lone wolf smiled good-naturedly at his interlocutor. Everything was in order. We can assume that he just wanted to kill the parachutist. The guest immediately fell to his knees in front of the owner of the mansion. He begged the gentleman not to say such things. By order of the young man, the guards brought the attacker into the hall. The true elder could not believe his eyes, because the scoundrel looked exactly like him. The soldier reported that before the man arrived, the man pretended to be him and attacked the guy. Looking at the elder, the sniper smiled. In his opinion, everything turned out very well. The guest understood that if Wang Shun decided to pardon the attacker, the guards would send him away and might stumble upon the army. It was too risky. The military man took the pill and stuffed it into the scoundrel's mouth. Since the man arrived on time, they could find out together who sent the killer. As soon as the scoundrel swallowed the pill, Lone Wolf immediately asked who he was and who sent him. Unable to resist the effects of the pill, the stranger revealed that he was a suicide bomber from Baoqing Yutang. The young man also asked where the people who served his family were now. The bastard said that a group of warriors was hiding from Xia in the southern mountains. Well, then only 200 people were moved. It is quite possible that there was not a military center there, but simply a training camp for those same suicide bombers. After the interrogation, the soldier headed to the training hall, where a group of trusted persons was waiting for him to find out why few people dared to go to the southern mountains. What was so special there? The master explained that there were savages there. Their lifestyle in the mountains was very harsh, so they were incredibly resilient and strong. And even though they were not cultivators, entry-level cultivators could tear us apart with their bare hands. Remembering Wang Shun's first appearance, everyone present in the hall looked at him very carefully, but he denied that he had anything to do with the savages. Now, the young man understood why, in their first meeting, Song Yan called him a savage. It turns out that they really lived in this area. Since they would now have to move into the mountains, the soldiers asked the Taoist if he had ever been in the mountains, to which he replied that he approached the border, saw primitive people, and decided that he was not interested. The southern mountains in Qiangjuedai were similar. Both had uninhabitable terrain and were also inhabited by savages, but the value of the mountains was inferior to the gorge. There is not much benefit there, so no one strives to get there. Interrupting the man's conversation, Aki said that she also wanted to go to the mountains with them. The parachutist wanted the girl to be confident in her choice, because he had never been there and did not know his way around as well as in Changjuedi, so he could not guarantee her safety. It seems that the gentleman has already forgotten that he once sent a beauty to the gorge, as well as to the southern mountains, so she knew her way around better than anyone else. As soon as the team was fully assembled, the young man decided that they should not hesitate and should move out right now. The young people reached the southern mountains quite quickly. "I'm trying to find the safest path," Aki told her companions that where they were now, there was a mountain forest in which many dangerous animals lived. Even savages walked there with caution. For this reason, Lone Wolf suggested that the companions find the nearest settlement and see what was there. Taking out a telescope, both noticed that in the middle of the gorge there was some kind of settlement, very reminiscent of a city in which there were roads and even guards. In fact, it was even more like a full-fledged state. It was completely obvious that Baoqing Yutang was located in these mountains. And even rather, she was not just there, but left a huge surprise for travelers. The man, making his way with a spear through the dense forest, carefully walked along the path, listening to every sound. Peering cautiously from behind the trees, the lone wolf took a closer look at the target, telling himself that he needed to quietly get closer. The parachutist quickly slipped out of the bushes and began to quickly run towards the target in order to remain unnoticed. But before he could reach the target, the sniper saw how his assistants attacked the man, knocking him to the ground and trying to tie him up. Having tied the stranger's hands, the group closely watched him because he was constantly trying to break free and run away, but he was unable to do this while shackled. The companions told Wang Shun that this man was indeed very similar to him. While there was an opportunity, the military man took the pill in his hands and wanted to use it on the guard. The guy said that he would like to question him quickly because he felt that it was unsafe in the forest. Having given a truth pill, the warrior asked when the captive began to lead a different way of life, to which he said that Vladika had descended to them, who gave them culture, changed their way of life, and taught them cultivation. In exchange for this, the savages were ready to give their lives for the heavenly lord. After they talked to the guard in the forest, the sniper realized that it seemed like Baoqing Yutang was already very far ahead of them, sighing heavily. Dao Lingshu believed that that man had only been cultivating for half a year, but had already reached a certain rank. saying that now the savages only needed basic training to increase their skills, and their progress was quickly noticeable. The teacher also told the guy that they had excellent yuan huni, and if we take into account their cultivation speed, then in each settlement there were already quite a few extremely skilled craftsmen. After hearing this, the young man thought about these words and wanted to talk to the prisoner again to find out all the information in detail. Approaching the man, the warrior asked how many settlements there were and how many craftsmen were in them, to which he replied that there were 17. In their settlement there were at least 40 respected masters, such as his father, adding that he would also soon be equal to them. Having heard the conversation, the girl was very surprised, because the locals were already able to resist the entire state. The soldier was no less surprised, because the prisoner said how they saw that someone had descended from heaven. Having thought everything over in detail, the parachutist guessed that the strangers had arrived here on a bird. But for the locals, it was like an angel who symbolized happiness and light. Suddenly, another thought struck Wang Shun, and he asked Aki how she found him then. Was it really a smell? To which the girl said that that's exactly what happened. The lady, guessing what the gentleman wanted to ask her, said that if a special liquid appeared in his body so that the bloodhound beast could easily find him. After thinking a little, she added that the animals in the southern mountains do the same thing, and therefore the guy threw pepper into the air, which interrupted their smell. After the guys threw pepper into the air, the lone wolf told everyone to run so as not to get caught by the beast and become its victim. The bloodhounds, who had already smelled the scent of strangers, tried to follow the trail along the path and, smelling the right direction, quickly took off, leading the man behind them. The beast led people to the place where a guard was tied up and interrogated by young men. The leader of the savages recalled the order of the Lord, who ordered him to beat all foreigners, to which all the people, raising their weapons, were ready to join the battle. Ignoring the commotion, the bloodhound sniffed out something in the grass. The man realized that magic powder was scattered around. It was a gift from the Heavenly Lord, and therefore it was surprising that it was so wastefully scattered on the road. All the savages immediately knelt down, begging that the Lord would not be angry, fearing his anger and what he could do next. The local leader said that Wang Shun and his team needed to be surrounded and prepared his soldiers to attack them in order to destroy them. The man gave the order. All the settlements needed to gather brave warriors and go on a campaign, and also use the best tactics to kill all the strangers. Having given orders to his subordinates, the scoundrel left, and they glorified him, shouting after him, "Long live the head," supporting all his decisions. Meanwhile, Lone Wolf, along with her comrades, tried to escape by running as quickly as possible to the water in order to throw the dogs off the scent and not catch the leader's eye. The paratrooper, taking equipment out of the cache, told his team that the leader had definitely sent his army after them, so they needed to get out of here quickly. The young people put on thick face masks and protective items that would help them swim underwater. Having fully prepared, at the command of the sniper, his escorts jumped into the water and began to swim deep under it so that they could not be seen on the surface. Coming out of the water, Lone Wolf and his team ended up on some island where they could stop for a while to decide what to do next. The young man took off his mask and told his boys to change their wet clothes, because this was necessary in order to get rid of any smell that attracted animals. The young man, having taken off his clothes, greatly embarrassed the girl with his appearance, who told him that he couldn't just undress like that. The sniper reacted to Aki's words, saying that she was a high-class assassin, wondering if she was really embarrassed by the naked male torso, in which case it would not hurt her to learn some behavior. The girl became even more embarrassed at the gentleman's words, and her cheeks became indecently red. To which the guy said that, besides, he had seen her without clothes, asking her if that was not how it was. But the beauty was not going to tolerate such a tone towards herself, and became very angry with the parachutist, considering him a scoundrel who dared to say such things to her. Wang Sheng responded with a smile, telling her that he just decided to joke and at least somehow defuse the situation, adding that she should wear a special combat suit, which the young man ordered Mei to sew, convincing that this suit should be very comfortable and it would be comfortable to fight in it, so she didn't have to worry about it. After the warrior's assurances, Aki finally put on her combat suit and was ready to move on, to which the master, smiling a little, thought that the soldier had not wasted his time. After everyone on the team put on dry suits, the guys ran forward to overcome further obstacles. The group fled through the forest, and the warriors said that they could go back since Bio King Yutang had done so much. Now they only had to spread this news, and then the heads of other states would not leave it so easily. to which Dao Lingshu said that he felt that the Xia had sent someone to spy on them, so they needed to be careful. To which Wang Sheng said that it would be very strange on their part if they just let them go like that, adding that since the scoundrels decided to follow them, then let them follow. The former elder interrupted the sniper, saying that there was someone ahead and was expecting their arrival. As it turned out, it was a group of legend rank masters that consisted of 40 people. The founder of the Lao Temple warned the team that they would not be able to break through them so easily, and if they got into a fight with them, Lone Wolf and Aki might lose. Although Wang Sheng was not very happy about this turn, at the last minute he decided to change their plan, saying that now they would run to the cliff. Although the young man noticed that the local snakes were weaker than those from Qianjuedi, he decided to take advantage of their help because there were 10 times more of them here. Suddenly, a legend rank master heard a strange sound and saw a snake attacking him. After the attack of the creatures, the master defended himself, recalling the words of the Lord and ordering the Tamer to kill her. Soon an army joined him to fight the reptiles. The young men watched the battle, claiming that they were like a cult willing to sacrifice their lives for their master, and that they were completely brainwashed. The girl asked Wang Sheng what they should do next, because if they continued to retreat, they would soon be attacked, and they would no longer be able to escape. The guy boasted of his strength and told the beauty that she probably forgot that he could fly. The military man, mentioning his ability to fly, began to explain that they would next design hang glider parts to avoid air attack. The parachutist confidently said that as soon as they take off, Aki, as his student, will monitor whether any enemy appears in the air, assuring that he will do the rest himself. The warrior boasted to the team, saying that he could deal with one enemy and one shot without difficulty. The master was delighted with his stories, while the girl herself and her facial expression said completely the opposite, thinking that the guy was significantly exaggerating his strength. After the conversation, Wang Sheng told the Taoist that he would watch over the land and get rid of enemies there, to which he agreed with him. The group stood near the assembled hang glider, and the young man explained everything in detail what needed to be done, saying that he had improved this unit so 3 people could easily fit on it. As a result, the military man showed his companion how to hold onto the hang glider, saying that she had to hold tightly to the handrail, securing her legs in the correct position, making the girl even more nervous before the flight. Everyone sat comfortably on the aircraft and were ready to take off. Having accelerated, they were already halfway in the air. Taking their feet off the rock, the team finally soared into the sky, accelerating at full speed. Flying through the air, the beauty realized that she was terribly afraid of heights and tried not to look down often, so sometimes she allowed herself to close her eyes, because the speed was so high that all the trees on the ground seemed blurry. This method helped Aki a lot, and she gathered her strength a little, and therefore, opening her eyes, she saw how beautiful and soft they were flying in the sky, and she even began to like it. Meanwhile, the masters below looked at them and wondered how they could manage to fly straight through the air, while the little assassin was enjoying a calm flight. But suddenly, the girl noticed a large obstacle on their way that was flying towards them. And this obstacle turned out to be a large bird that was hostile to them and wanted to harm them. Literally a few meters away, the team had to decide to do something, otherwise they could end up on the ground. And this was not the best option because evil masters who wanted to kill them were also waiting for them there. Watching the flying creature, the lone wolf understood that killing such a beast would be a stupid loss. The young man thought that perhaps the Euro could be subjugated with the help of a 9-syllable mantra. Having thought through the plan carefully, the parachutist told his companion to take her time and let their pursuers get a little closer. Then he could act. Having flown as close as possible, the military man began to pronounce the required mantra at the top of his lungs. The sound waves spread throughout the entire area, bewitching the huge majestic birds with their sound. The enchanted bird, which had already ceased to control Bao King Yu Tong's member, began to sharply descend, quickly approaching the ground. The rider saw the approaching treetops and realized that his affairs were very bad, since he could not correct the situation. Suddenly, the huge bird leveled off and soared into the air again, gaining altitude. Wang Shen noticed that this beast tamer was not bad. Even when he was in danger, he still tried to regain control of the bird, which clearly deserved respect. Realizing that he had no other choice, the sniper took out a huge rifle from his hiding place and fired in the direction of the huge creature, trying to shoot it down. The bird shot down by the young man fell from the sky along with its riders. This time, they would definitely not be able to avoid a collision with the ground. Now, nothing prevented the hang glider from flying further. Although he looked at the fallen creature with military regrets, but understood that in such conditions he could not save his life. Having left the southern mountains, the three travelers stopped at an inn, which was located in a border city of the Tang state. Yen Yao, who was pretending to be a waiter, approached the table where Wang Sheng was sitting with his friends and said that the dish was served. Leaning closer to the master's ear, the killer said that Bao King Yutong had sent his people to the capital. The family wanted to demand land in the southern mountains and a title from the emperor, but the emperor did not follow the lead and did not give them an exact answer. The mercenary also managed to find out that they had 5 birds, 5 animal tamers, and 10 more eggs from which chicks were about to appear, and they announced a monetary reward for the parachutist just recently. The man also said that he had prepared horses for escape, and therefore the young people had to leave through the back door and go straight to Changjuedi. For now, it was better for the soldier to hide. Suddenly, 2 men entered the establishment and were told that the lone wolf they were looking for was there. Realizing what the gentleman wanted from him, the killer smiled sweetly at the new visitor and invited them to sit at the table. Tonight, it was he who would serve these people. After a few days of travel, a group of travelers, led by Wang Shun, reached the land of Laojun in the Changjuedi Gorge. Having learned the latest news, Aki reported that these people, whom they met not long ago in a cafe, were sent by the Tang state. The paratrooper agreed, because he knew very well that the Bao King Yutong were very ferocious. To intercept the beast from them would first take the initiative into your own hands, and this would anger anyone. However, this family has already offended more than one state, so they should have thought what was easier, destroy the soldier or destroy the state in the southern mountains and take all the resources and birds from there. The young man knew very well that everything would be fine with wild birds in other lands, since they were still in Changjuedi and Mei Er was not there. Then no one could interfere with the couple. The lady was about to refuse the gentleman's proposal when Dao Lingshu noticed that she simply had loner syndrome. Having put on all his uniform, the lone wolf told the beauty that the gorge was ideal for their training. Leaving the upset lady alone with her thoughts, the sniper turned to the master and said that he wanted to go to Hexindi and see what was happening there. The founder of the Lao Temple doubted that the guy should go on his own and offered to go with him. The young man said that he has a small rank, so his presence will be almost unnoticeable. But the teachers can definitely feel it, and then they will not be treated well, so it is better for me to stay in the camp, for everyone's benefit. In addition, Wang Shen wanted to ask to stay and study what kind of forces Bao King Yutong had in Changjuedi. But the man thought that the young man had made a mistake with the wording and said not to study, but to kill. When the lone wolf was about to leave, his interlocutor shouted loudly in his back that he could go, but do not forget that they were waiting for him back with good news. A young man on a snowmobile made his way through the snow-covered expanses. Once upon a time, a parachutist asked Master Lu to assemble a snowmobile for the guy, but he never thought that today he would finally come in handy. The sniper decided that it was not worth making his way into the middle of the mountains just yet, but that it would be better to temporarily set up a small camp at the entrance. After several hours of hard work, the military man finally arranged a shelter for himself in the form of a small yurt, carved out of the rock. Yet with such experience as a soldier, he could already become a specialist in building houses. He was definitely too good at this. Having settled comfortably in a meditation position, the military man realized that now it was time to train, because lately he had been doing this too rarely. Finding himself in the Yuan Hun space, the master first asked the golden dragon what its next form would be. Suddenly, Wang Sheng found himself at Lake Gongfu, which translated means a Chinese mythical creature who was one of the 9 sons of the dragon. The guy was very surprised when he realized that he was there, because the former carp loved water. But looking at the hanging icicles, the soldier fell into a panic, telling himself that he would really have to wait until the lake was filled drop by drop. But then Lone Wolf turned his gaze to the water and thought that here in Changjuedi, the cultivation process should go much faster than anywhere else. Also, after taking a closer look, the military man wondered why the local energy was frozen and turned into ice. Then the sniper sat down in the lotus position and told himself that today he needed to rest and engage in cultivation, and tomorrow he would explore everything outside in the territory in which he found himself. The next day, the young man woke up and was already riding on the back of a large polar bear, thinking that the 9-syllable mantra was increasingly suitable for use, because he could easily subjugate animals with a low level of intelligence to his will. Taking the binoculars in his hands, Wang Shen began to look at the territory from the back of the polar bear, and suddenly saw a building and thought that after the news about Hexindi spread, The large families still decided to stay here for now. And when he saw the building, the parachutist told the polar bear that he would like to explore that building up close and at the same time see what was inside there. The young man, coming closer to the building, found himself at a wall that he needed to overcome. The lone wolf decided that he had no other way and he decided to climb the wall. And having got to the very top, the guy was able to climb over it. The parachutist, having jumped over a large wall, found himself on the territory of an incomprehensible building. And on the territory itself, there was absolutely nothing except an entrance that led underground. Having opened the doors of the building, the young man decided to go inside and began to gradually go down the steps. The guy going down the stairs thought that there was not a single master around this area, but the stairs themselves were very long and it was unclear where they led. The warrior thought that the masters must have been very smart. If they started digging so deep, it would be difficult to dig out the frozen soil. Well, if you dig 30 meters deeper, there would no longer be such a piercing cold and the soil would not freeze. Descending even deeper, the soldier felt the presence of legendary rank masters, of which there were about 9 in number, but the guy also felt that they were without supplies. The guy, after thinking it over, realized that if the masters were at the last stage without breathing, then he could at least come to an agreement with them. Having descended deeply to the masters, Lone Wolf saw how they were all meditating together, completely ignoring the fact that someone else had come to them. Wang Sheng knocked on the wall and wanted to distract them by telling the sitting men that he saw how they were all diligently engaged in cultivation. At the stranger's words, those present opened their eyes, looked at him silently without any facial expression, and did not even flinch from their seats. The warrior tried to contact them again to establish contact for a conversation, saying that they probably came to Hexen with them then because he and his team were able to escape and they were not. To which one of the masters nevertheless decided to talk to the young man, telling him that everything was different because they saw a sign with the name of a noble family on the building and therefore wanted to dig up treasures here. Nobody knew that they would spend almost a year here and would be on the verge of death. After which they asked the sniper if he would be so kind as to help them get out of here. The young man, holding a small part in his hand, told the craftsman that he had some help that would last the craftsman for several months. For such generosity, the men were very happy, thanking the young man for helping them and saying that they also had a magic ring. But it was empty, but if the guy liked it, he could take it. To which Wang Shen also thought that these creatures had very good charm. If, for example, he could not find something, then they would definitely help with this. The masters, bowing in gratitude to the young guy, said that they could not so easily accept so many gifts from him. And did he really know what they were looking for? Wang Shen, in response to the words of the masters, said that since this was the case, he would also offer them something else, and then they would see whether they would refuse as masters or not.